1974, Day Village. The windows and door of a small farmhouse were decorated with red double happiness symbols. The guests had already left, and the house was quiet. Lying on the bed, Shin Enian slowly opened her eyes and saw a man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes. Having been single for 25 years, she was startled to find a man so close to her. For a moment, she almost wanted to push him away. Her head spun, and she suddenly remembered that one of her friends had promised to give her a surprise for her 25th birthday, an experience that would make her feel special as a woman.
So,
Was this man the gift? Shun Anian wasn't sure if she should accept this surprise. After all, being so close to a stranger made her uncomfortable. But the man's looks matched her taste perfectly. She placed her hand on his waist, trying to move him away. His firm muscles surprised her, and she accidentally brushed her hand against him again. The man's dark eyes deepened. Her gaze fell on his slightly red lips, then moved down to his throat as he swallowed. A drop of warm sweat fell onto her face, making her flinch. She gasped softly, which only seemed to make the man more restless. Her mind was a mess. The dizziness from the alcohol made it hard to think clearly, though she tried to stop him. Nothing worked. The man seemed unaware of her confusion and kept moving restlessly. What on earth was happening? If this was part of the surprise, it was definitely too much. No matter how handsome he was, she decided she wouldn't go through this again. Later, she faintly heard a rooster crowing before falling asleep. When she woke up, she shakily reached out from under the blanket, trying to grab her phone from the bedside table. It was empty, nothing there. She opened her eyes a little wider and was shocked by what she saw. She sat up quickly, pulling a muscle in her waist and gasping in pain. Something was wrong. The room had brick walls and a cement floor. The furniture looked old-fashioned, as if from decades ago. Most striking of all was the large red double happiness symbol on the wall. Was this some kind of themed decoration? She didn't like this kind of role-playing at all. Forcing herself to ignore the discomfort in her body, she lifted the thin blanket covering her and finally saw the pattern on it. The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Bright red flowers, layered and dazzling, completely clashed with her sense of style. At the foot of the bed lay a neatly folded set of clothes. She picked them up and found that they looked quite old-fashioned. Touching the rough fabric, she felt a bad premonition. Suddenly, a flood of memories that didn't belong to her appeared in her mind. The original owner of this body was also named Shun Anian. When she was still a baby, her biological parents abandoned her, and her adoptive parents found her in the freezing snow. When her adoptive mother discovered her, she was already turning blue from the cold and barely breathing. Her adoptive mother rushed her to the hospital, worked hard to save her, and then decided to raise her as her own. She lived peacefully for 19 years, until the beginning of this year. Her adoptive parents ran into some trouble. They used their connections to send her younger brother into the army, while Shin Anian and her younger sister were sent to the countryside. Just a month after arriving there, her parents were reassigned to a farm, leaving Shin Anian and her sister to struggle on their own. A little over a month ago, someone pushed Shin Anian into the river. Coincidentally, Qin Jingqi, who was home on leave from the army, saw her struggling in the water and rescued her. Not long after, rumors spread through the village that she had been seen and touched by Qin Jingqi when he saved her. Qin Jingqi was a soldier with a strong sense of duty. Knowing how much the gossip hurt Shin Anian, he quickly proposed to her. At first, she didn't want to agree. She already liked someone else, though they weren't together yet, and she had never thought of accepting another man. But whenever she went out, people whispered and pointed at her. The rumors grew worse and worse, almost unbearable. She was only 19, sheltered all her life, and had never faced such pressure. With no other choice, she agreed to marry Qin Jingqi. Even so, she wasn't satisfied with him. Qin Jingqi's skin was too dark, his build too strong, and his expression too cold, nothing like the kind of ideal partner she had imagined. In her mind, a true revolutionary companion should be gentle, polite, and scholarly, a young man in a white shirt full of ideals, like Chun Hung. Wait, Chun Hung, Qin Jingqi. Why did those names sound so familiar? Her eyes slowly widened. Chun Hung was the male lead from the novel she had read before, My Lucky Little Wife. The original owner of this book's body was the village secretary's daughter, named Cheng Chi-chi. After being reborn, she changed her fate. According to the timeline, she should still be in high school now and hasn't met the male lead yet. In the future, Qin Jingqi would become Cheng Chi-chi's cousin's husband. After high school, Cheng Chi-chi didn't get into the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, so she chose to return to her village to help develop Dea Village. She worked as a teacher at the commune while secretly building her own business, living a lively and successful life. Using her knowledge from her past life, she encouraged Chun Hung to keep studying. When the National College entrance exam resumed in 1977, both of them were admitted to top universities. Because of her rebirth, Cheng Chi-chi always managed to seize opportunities and make a fortune. In the end, she and Chun Hung became the richest people in the country. Her close cousin married Qin Jingqi and became his second wife. Of course, Qin Jingqi's background was also extraordinary. He later became a well-known figure in the military and political world. The original owner, however, was Qin Jingqi's unreasonable and ungrateful first wife. In the original story, although she married Qin Jingqi, she still missed Chun Hung and often tried to make things difficult for Cheng Chi-chi. Being just a side character in someone else's story could never end well. Within 3 years, she passed away. Her younger brother, who was serving in the army, cared deeply for her and sent her all his allowance, but in the end, he was dragged down by her and lost his life. Her little sister, who had been raised by her side, was influenced by her and became sharp-tongued and unpleasant. After their parents returned to work, they took the younger sister back and taught her carefully. They even arranged a good marriage for her, but because of her bad temper, she ruined what could have been a happy life. The adoptive parents, heartbroken after losing 2 children and seeing their youngest go astray, fell ill from grief and passed away one after another. In the book, the original owner was portrayed as a foolish and spiteful woman. But when reading it, she felt that Shen Anian wasn't completely bad. At least she had always protected her younger sister, who wasn't related by blood. Still, now that she had become this person, she could only curse her bad luck. No, she couldn't follow the same tragic path. The so-called evil woman had to change her ways. The door creaked open, and a tall figure stepped inside, walking against the light. The man who came in was the same one from last night, her husband, Qin Jingqi. Shen Anian paused while buttoning her clothes. Qin Jingqi also looked a bit awkward and said stiffly, "Get up and have lunch." So it was already noon. No wonder the sunlight outside was so bright. Shen Anian's face turned warm.
"I'll get up right now."
Maybe because she had just woken up, her voice was soft and a little hoarse. Her throat still hurt from talking too much the night before. She quickly cleared it. "I'll wait for you outside," he said, his tone calm and distant, without any of the warmth from last night. Since they had only met a few times, Shen Anian didn't mind his attitude. When the door closed and no one disturbed her, she sat there in a daze for a while. Her impression of her husband was simple. He had saved her, discussed marriage with her, and last night he had shown surprising strength and energy. Her face grew hot again. She looked down at her right arm and noticed a small red mark there. That mark was connected to her personal space, a place with a 3-story house, and a spring of spiritual water. With that spring, she had once run a small farm for visitors. She touched the warm mark, and in an instant, she entered the space. After drinking a sip of the spring water, the soreness in her body eased, and even the discomfort from her hangover faded. She felt much better. She hadn't expected to bring this space with her. Could this be a special gift from traveling through time? When she came out of the space and stood up, her legs still felt weak. Shen Anian began to seriously think about whether she should continue this marriage. She was worried her body might not handle it well. But if she divorced him, she would have to stay at the educated youth station, where she might run into Chen Hung. that could lead to trouble and unpredictable consequences. After thinking it over, she decided not to mention divorce for now. If life truly became unbearable, they could separate later. Supporting her waist, she walked out of the room. Qin Jingqi was standing with his back to the door. Hearing her footsteps, he turned around. Her face was small and fair, and when their eyes met, a soft blush spread across her cheeks like a touch of rose. The fair, slender neck still showed faint red marks, traces from the night before. Qin Jingqi looked away awkwardly. Let's go. At noon, the workers came home for lunch, and the house was full of people sitting around a large table. She had already met everyone yesterday, and roughly remembered who was who. Of course, she recognized Mother Qin. Sitting with two children were the eldest brother and sister-in-law. Their son was 6, and their daughter was 3. The second sister had married into another village. After the wedding feast yesterday, she had already gone back, so she wasn't here today. The fourth brother was also married. His son was 2 years old, and his wife was expecting another child. Then there was the youngest daughter of the Qin family, her sister-in-law, who was 16 this year. When they walked in, everyone's eyes, openly or secretly, turned toward Shen Anian, making her feel a little embarrassed. It was her first day as a new bride, and she had slept until noon. It did seem a bit much. Mother Qin noticed her discomfort and smiled. What are you standing there for? Come sit down and eat. Shen Anian saw 2 empty seats at the table, clearly left for them. Only after Qin Jingqi sat down did she dare to move. The 2 children greeted her in soft voices, third aunt. Their greeting made Shen Anian blush. She reached into her pocket but found nothing to give them, so she simply smiled warmly in return. What are your names? She asked. The little boy introduced himself. I'm sure to, and this is my sister, Dia. The fourth brother's 2-year-old daughter tried to speak too, her words unclear.
Do Miao.
Her mother explained with a smile. This is my daughter, Do Miao. She's 2 years old. Mother Qin spoke up, let's eat first. On the table were stir-fried pork with green beans, scrambled eggs with chives, shredded potatoes and vinegar, and a plate of greens. For these times, it was quite a feast. Shen Anian knew the Qin family was well off. When people heard she was marrying into the Qin family, many were envious. In an age when most people didn't have enough to eat, a meal with meat, eggs, and rice was considered very good. What she didn't know was that this was her first meal after joining the family, so they had made it extra special. There weren't many seasonings available in those days, so the food kept its simple, natural flavor. Cooking with firewood gives the food a special, delicious smell. Since Shen Anian had exercised a lot the night before and skipped breakfast, she was already starving, so the meal tasted even better. The only thing she wasn't used to was how warm and enthusiastic Qin's mother was. She kept putting food into Shen Anian's bowl, especially pieces of meat. The meat was quite fatty. 2 or 3 pieces were fine, but more than that was too much for her. Mom, you don't need to give me more food. I can't finish it. Qin's mother thought she was just being polite and smiled. You're so thin. Eat more meat and get stronger. Shen Anian nodded helplessly and quietly moved the meat into Qin Jingqi's bowl when no one was looking. He looked at the meat, then at her. Why wasn't she eating properly? Why give her food to him? Seeing his calm but slightly disapproving look, she pressed her lips together. Some people didn't like others touching their food, and she wasn't sure if he was like that. But she really couldn't eat any more, so she ignored his mild displeasure. You should eat more, he said, finally looking down at his bowl. So she was worried about him. Even if she cared about him, she should take better care of herself. She was so thin that her waist looked fragile. Qin Jingqi pushed the meat back into her bowl. You should eat more yourself. Shen Anian almost wanted to cry. He really didn't want it either. With no one to help her, she forced herself to eat 2 more pieces of pork. Qin's mother watched their interaction with a smile in her eyes. At first, when her third son said he wanted to marry Shen Anian, she hadn't agreed. Shen Anian was a delicate city girl and very beautiful, who knew if she would truly want to live in Daya village with her son. But with all the gossip in the village, if her son didn't marry her, Shin Anian's reputation would be ruined. After thinking it over, she finally agreed to let the marriage happen. Now, it seemed she had made the right choice. The young couple seemed to care for each other already. Her third son had never been this gentle before. This marriage was a good one. Maybe in a year, she would even be holding their baby. Jingqi, Anian, how about your father writes a note for you, and you go to the town this afternoon to get your marriage certificate? Father Qin, who was also the village team leader, had already prepared the marriage certificate. When Mother Qin said this, she looked at Qin Jingqi and added, after you finish eating, come get the certificate and the household registration book. Qin Jingqi simply replied, okay, without showing whether he was happy or not. Shin Anian couldn't tell if he was willing or unwilling. As for her, she didn't object to the marriage. But there was something the original person had kept secret. She felt she had to tell Qin Jingqi the truth. It was an important matter that might even affect his future career. After lunch, Shun Anian wanted to clean up the dishes, but Mother Qin took them from her hands. There are plenty of people at home. You don't need to do that. Then she took 10 yuan and some ration tickets from her pocket. Go to town and buy whatever you like. Don't worry about saving money. Shun Anian pushed the money back. No need, Mom. I have money. She was telling the truth. Although her family had faced difficulties, before she came to the countryside, they had been quite well off. Her mother had prepared many things for her and given her over 1,000 yuan, along with plenty of ration tickets. In this time period, that made her quite wealthy. Mother Qin firmly pressed the money into her hand, leaving her no choice but to accept the kindness. Thank you, Mom. Go on now. Don't keep Jingqi waiting. Mother Qin even asked Father Qin to bring out the bicycle so that Qin Jingqi could take Shin Anian to town. Shin Anian knew the family had a bicycle. Since Father Qin was the team leader and often needed to attend meetings in town, they had bought one and kept it in good condition. When they were first planning to get married, Qin Jingqi had wanted to buy another bicycle, but the original person refused. Since the family already had one, buying another would seem too showy. She only asked for a watch and a radio, which were now placed in the room. When she reached the doorway, Qin Jingqi was already waiting. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I have something I need to tell you. Let's go inside and talk, he replied. Qin Jingqi followed her into the room. When she closed the door, he sat down on a chair, waiting for her to speak. Shin Anian didn't know how to begin. She hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't bring herself to say it. Qin Jingqi didn't pressure her. He just waited quietly, not moving at all. Shin Anian finally gathered her thoughts and said, There's something I need to tell you. My parents have been sent to work at Donglin Farm because of some issues. It was wrong of me to hide this from you before, and I want to apologize. Even though we've already held the wedding banquet, I still feel guilty for keeping this from you. If you mind, we don't have to get the marriage certificate. We can just pretend nothing happened yesterday. Although her father would return to his position in 3 years, that was still a long time. A lot could change in 3 years, and she didn't know how much the situation might affect Qin Jingqi. He was at the best stage of his career, and she didn't want to be the reason he lost any opportunities. Qin Jingqi looked at her deeply, his eyes filled with emotions she couldn't read. Is this what you wanted to tell me? Shin Anian nodded. What do you mean by pretending last night didn't happen? You don't mind what happened between us? Shin Anian felt awkward. How could she even argue about that? It's fine. I don't think I lost anything. He was handsome and well-built. She didn't feel she had suffered a loss. Qin Jingqi's gaze grew even deeper, his eyes fixed on her face. We've already held the banquet. Everyone in the village knows you're my wife. Whether we get the certificate or not, it's the same. If you refuse to register our marriage, then we're not legally husband and wife. That would mean I behaved improperly, and in the army. That's a serious offense. Shun Anian was startled. She hadn't realized it was that serious. She didn't even blame him. Shouldn't that be enough to settle things? If I say it was my choice and you didn't force me, then you wouldn't be punished, right? Military rules are strict. Every soldier must follow them. No exceptions. Shin Anian opened her mouth but couldn't think of anything to say. If this wouldn't work and that wouldn't either, What could she do? Seeing her frown in frustration, Qin Jingqi said, "Do you really think I don't know about your parents' situation?" Shun Anian looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean? I have to report my marriage to my superiors. The army has already looked into your background." Shun Anian was truly shocked this time. "You know all that, and you still want to marry me? Don't you realize this could affect your future? This was my mistake, and I should take responsibility for it." Shun Anian looked at him, her feelings mixed. She didn't know whether to call him overly responsible or just foolish. He had saved her life, yet now he was risking his own future by marrying her. Still, he chose to go through with it. Feeling deeply guilty, Shun Anian bowed to him.
"I'm sorry."
Qin Jingqi couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth when he saw her bowing so seriously. She really was silly. They were already getting married. Was there still a need to say that? "Now that everything's clear, shall we go to the town to get our marriage certificate?" Shun Anian nodded. Since Qin Jingqi didn't care anymore, what was there for her to worry about?
She might as well go.
Father Qin had already brought out the bicycle. Although it had been bought years ago, the family had taken good care of it. It was still in great condition, shiny, and almost like new. Qin Jingqi swung his long leg over the bike and sat down.
"Get on."
Shun Anian climbed on. "I'm ready. Hold on tight." She hesitated for a moment, her hands hovering near his waist, but she didn't dare to actually hold on. "I'm steady," she said. Qin Jingqi didn't reply, just started pedaling quickly. The distance from Daya village to the town was about 9 kilometers, a ride of a little over 10 minutes. The road was rough and full of bumps. The bicycle shook so much that Shun Anian almost fell off several times. After nearly being thrown off again, she finally reached out and held onto Qin Jingqi's waist. He glanced down at the small hand around him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Soon they arrived in town. The town wasn't very lively, just old streets and low houses. There were a few bicycles on the road, but not a single car in sight. It might be because it was a weekday, so there weren't many people on the street. Almost everyone was wearing dark blue or gray clothes, and some even had patches on them. However, they all looked energetic and full of spirit, completely different from the tired office workers seen in later times. Shun Anian followed Qin Jingqi to the civil affairs office. When the staff saw that Qin Jingqi was a soldier, they were very polite. After Qin Jingqi handed over the required documents, the lady quickly helped them complete their marriage registration. The marriage certificate in this era was different from the small red booklet used later. It looked more like an award certificate. After finishing the paperwork, the lady also gave them a small booklet and reminded them seriously to read it carefully and learn from it. Shun Anian's curiosity was immediately piqued. What could be written in that booklet to make the lady speak so earnestly? Qin Jingqi took the booklet, which was titled Newlywed Couple's Handbook. Shun Anian handed the lady some candy. "Sister, please have some wedding candy." The lady smiled happily. "You're so thoughtful." Shun Anian was very interested in this item full of historical flavor, and the lady's words had made her even more curious. She asked, "Can I take a look?" Qin Jingqi casually handed the booklet to her. He didn't know what was written inside either, but since it came from the civil affairs office, there was nothing inappropriate about it. Shun Anian opened the first page and read, "Revolutionary couples on their wedding night should first build unity and understanding, and then gradually deepen their bond. The process should be natural and respectful. Especially for the husband, he should remain humble, patient, and caring toward his wife." She couldn't help but blush a little, feeling that the wording carried a subtle double meaning. Turning to the last page, she read, "Revolutionary couples should not stay up too late, as proper rest is important. A good night's sleep ensures full energy for the next day's work and contribution to the revolution." Clearly, she hadn't misunderstood the tone of the booklet. Qin Jingqi refused to listen to advice. He kept exercising late into the night, which seriously affected her rest and made her sleep until noon the next day. Even now, when she thought about it, her back still ached. When Qin Jingqi saw her strong reaction, he was puzzled. He picked up the small booklet and glanced at it, his expression turning a little awkward. The older woman nearby saw their flushed faces and smiled. Young people working hard for the cause. Nothing to be shy about. Shen Anian didn't know what to say. She just smiled politely and followed Qin Jingqi out of the civil affairs office. Only then did the warmth on her face slowly fade. Qin Jingqi asked, "Is there anywhere else you want to go?" Shen Anian shook her head. He looked around and suggested, "Let's take a wedding photo." He had heard that women like to take wedding photos after getting married. Since Shen Anian hadn't mentioned it, he decided to bring it up himself. Hearing his suggestion, Shen Anian nodded. Marriage was an important event, and it was worth keeping a memory of it. The photo studio was not far from the civil affairs office, just about 10 meters away. When the staff saw them, they greeted warmly, "You're here to take wedding photos, right?" Shen Anian asked curiously, "Comrade, how did you know? You just came from the civil affairs office, didn't you? Many young couples come here after registering their marriage, but few look as good together as you two." Shen Anian couldn't help but smile at the compliment. She was indeed very beautiful, her skin smooth and fair, her brows graceful, and her eyes bright. She even looked a little like she had in her previous life. Photography in those days was simple. She and Qin Jingqi sat side by side on a bench, without any fancy poses. The photographer gestured and said, "Comrade, move a little closer to your wife." Qin Jingqi sat upright and, after hearing the instruction, shifted slightly toward her. "Comrade, you've married such a lovely wife. You should smile. It's a happy day." Qin Jingqi gave the photographer a deep look and the man immediately stopped talking. Shen Anian glanced at him and moved a little closer. Their shoulders accidentally touched, and Qin Jingqi's body tensed up at once. The cameraman adjusted the focus and said, "Sit still. We're about to start." Qin Jingqi quickly calmed himself and tried to relax. But when it came to smiling, he just couldn't do it. He had served in the special forces and rarely took photos, so he felt uncomfortable in front of the camera. When the lens was pointed at him, having no expression was already his most relaxed state. Shen Anian looked at the film of their wedding photo and thought they didn't look like a newlywed couple at all. She looked fine, smiling sweetly, but Qin Jingqi's face was stiff, as if someone had forced him to take the picture. It seemed he really wasn't happy about marrying her. Her excitement faded. She had planned to take a few more photos, but now she didn't feel like it anymore. There wasn't much worth remembering. "Just this one, please." "Thank you, comrade." The cameraman felt it was a pity. The man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and it was such a special day. They should have taken more photos to remember it by. "Comrade, this one looks great. Why not take a few more?" Shen Anian shook her head. "No need." The cameraman sighed, then suggested, "How about this? I'll take a few more for you, and you can let me keep one for display. I won't charge you for the extra photos."
How about that?
Shen Anian still shook her head. "That's not necessary." "Comrade, maybe think about it again?" "No need. He's a soldier, and his photos can't be shared." The cameraman looked disappointed but understood Qin Jingqi's special situation, so he didn't insist. "Please print 2 copies, Shen Anian said, then explained to Qin Jingqi, "I want to send them to my parents." Qin Jingqi nodded and told the cameraman, "Make 3 copies. I'll take one back to the base." Shen Anian wondered why he needed their photo at the base, but she didn't ask. After paying, she walked out of the photo studio and suddenly remembered she should call her parents to tell them about the marriage. The original Shen Anian hadn't been happy about this marriage and hadn't told her parents she was getting married. But she thought such an important thing should still be shared with them. "I want to go to the post office to call my parents and tell them I got married." The two of them rode their bikes to the post office. She called the Donglin farm, but the person in charge wasn't there, so she was told to call again later. There were still many people waiting to use the phone, so Shen Anian stepped aside and asked the postal clerk if there was any mail for her. To her surprise, there was indeed a letter. It was sent from Nancheng by her aunt. Her aunt had never treated her well because she was adopted. Ever since her parents took her in, her aunt had always seen her as an outsider. Her parents had been married for 5 or 6 years without having children. When they found her, they decided to adopt her. A year after adopting her, her mother became pregnant. At that time, her aunt urged her parents to abandon her, saying that since they were going to have their own child, there was no need to raise someone else's. Her parents refused, and her aunt argued with them, accusing them of wasting money on an outsider instead of helping their own nieces and nephews. After a big quarrel, her aunt began to dislike her even more. When she was little, her aunt would even secretly pinch her. Now that her aunt's family had lost their influence, it was strange that she suddenly wrote her a letter. Shin Anian tried to calm herself, but the contents of the letter made her laugh in disbelief. In the letter, her aunt harshly accused her of being unfilial, saying she had been away in the countryside for so long without writing home. Shin Anian couldn't help but find it ridiculous. When her family got into trouble, they were the ones who cut ties first. And now, they had the nerve to blame her for not writing. She kept reading. Later in the letter, her aunt's tone softened. She said she could introduce a very good man to her and asked her to come home in the next few days. If she could make the trip, her aunt said she could come to the countryside to visit her instead. This made Shin Anian uneasy. Her aunt had never been kind to her, so it didn't make sense for her to suddenly act nice and offer to introduce someone. There had to be some hidden reason. Instinctively, Shin Anian glanced at Qin Jingqi beside her, and her heart settled a little. She was already married, so no matter what her aunt planned, she couldn't interfere with her marriage. Qin Jingqi, always observant, noticed her glance immediately. He looked up, and their eyes met. His gaze was deep and distant. The moment Shin Anian met his eyes, she felt a sudden jolt, her heart trembling as she quickly looked away. She silently scolded herself for being so weak. Just a glance, and she had already lost her composure. After waiting at the post office for nearly an hour, she called Donglin Farm again. This time, her father finally answered. Hearing his familiar voice through the receiver, Shin Anian felt a moment of daze. After a few polite words, she told him that she was married. Her father's voice rose sharply. "What did you say? You're married? To whom?" Instinctively, Shin Anian glanced at Qin Jingqi. Remembering how he had caught her secretly looking at him earlier, she quickly turned her eyes away. Lowering her voice, she said softly, "He's a soldier, his name is Qin Jingqi, and he's a battalion commander. He treats me very well. I once fell into the water by accident, and he saved me. He's the one who saved my life." Her father, who had also served in the army, found Qin Jingqi's military background to be a strong point in his favor. Moreover, since he had the courage to save someone, his character must be good. Her father's tone became less harsh.
"Let me talk to him," he said. "Dad, you can just talk to me," she replied.
"What's there to talk about with you? I have a few questions for him. Let him take the phone." Since her father insisted, Shin Anian had no choice but to hand the receiver to Qin Jingqi. Qin Jingqi walked over and took it from her hand. She didn't know what her father asked, but she heard Qin Jingqi reply with short words like yes and all right and finally, "I promise to do my best," before handing the phone back to her. "He's a good young man," her father said. "You should live well together." Shin Anian was surprised. How could her father tell that Qin Jingqi was a good person after just a few words?
"Dad, I understand.
I'll send our wedding photo in a few days." Her father's feelings were mixed. The daughter he had cherished so much had married so suddenly, it made him sad. But at the same time, he was also relieved. He had worried that his own situation might affect her future. Now that she was married, and to a battalion commander no less, he felt at ease. At least his daughter would be well protected. After asking a few more questions about Shin An's life, he finally hung up the phone. The person waiting in line behind her saw that she was holding the phone but not speaking and asked, "Comrade, are you done with your call? If you're not using it, I'd like to call home." Shin Anian quickly hung up the phone, paid, and stepped aside. "Do you want to visit your father-in-law?" Shin Anian looked up at him in surprise.
"Can I?"
If she remembered correctly, she hadn't seen her parents since she was sent to the countryside, which had been more than half a year. If she could visit her father, that would be wonderful. She lifted her head slightly, her bright almond-shaped eyes glistening as she looked at him. Even someone with a heart of stone would find it hard to refuse her. Qin Jingqi nodded. If you want to go, I'll make the arrangements. I do. It's been over half a year since I last saw my parents. I wonder how they're doing. I really miss them. She paused, a little embarrassed. Will this trouble you? It's no trouble. But you'll need to wait a couple of days. Once everything is ready, I'll let you know. Shin Anian nodded quickly. Thank you, Qin Jingqi. He looked at her deeply. His young wife seemed far too polite with him. Where do you want to go? Wherever you'd like. Let's go to the supply store. I want to buy something for Little Stone and the others. Shin Anian watched his back as he walked straight toward the door without hesitation, her lips unconsciously pouting. The words he said to her most often were, let's go. There was only one supply store in town. Qin Jingqi rode his bicycle and took Shin Anian there. He handed her a stack of bills and several ration coupons. Shin Anian didn't dare take them. That's not necessary. I have money.
Take them.
Buy something you like. I have some business to take care of. I'll come back for you in an hour. Shin Anian had no choice but to accept the money. She watched him leave, then went into the store. She first went to the pastry counter. There was only one saleswoman, about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a blue work uniform and knitting behind the counter. When she saw someone come in, she just glanced up briefly, then went back to her knitting, not saying a word. Shin Anian looked around. There were only the usual 4 kinds of pastries. She bought 2 pounds of sponge cake and a pound each of milk candy and fruit candy. There was no electricity in the village, and without lights, it was hard to go out at night. Since Qin Jingqi had given her some industrial coupons, she bought a flashlight. Shin En's notebooks were almost used up, so she bought a few pencils and 3 new notebooks. Her young sister-in-law was at the age when girls like to look nice, so she bought her some hair ties and glass hair clips. She still had some meat coupons left, so she bought a pound of meat. Not knowing what Father Qin and Mother Qin liked, she decided to buy some fabric to make clothes for them. The clerk at the fabric counter was young, and when she saw her, her expression looked a bit strange. Shin glanced at her and realized she didn't know her at all. Maybe she was just imagining things. The clerk probably didn't know her and was simply in a bad mood today. There were 2 kinds of dark blue cotton fabric on the counter. Shin asked, Comrade, how much is this fabric? The young clerk glanced at it and said casually, 3 yuan and 50 cents per yard. She pointed to the black fabric next to it. And this one? 3 yuan and 80 cents per yard. How about this white fabric with yellow flowers? 4 yuan and 70 cents per yard. And this synthetic one? The clerk suddenly looked up, sounding impatient. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you buying or not? If not, stop wasting my time. Of course I want to buy. I just need to compare the prices to see which one is more affordable. The young clerk glanced at the things in her hands and gave a cold snort. Even after coming to the countryside for re-education, you still act like a little city lady. Shin could clearly feel the clerk's hostility, though she had done nothing to offend her. She didn't even know her. When she used to read stories set in this era, she often saw descriptions of clerks with bad tempers, acting as if they were above everyone else. But this clerk wasn't just rude. She seemed to dislike her personally. She was only trying to buy something. Why was the clerk so unfriendly toward her? Shin was not someone who liked to put up with unreasonable behavior. She had no intention of tolerating such an attitude.
Comrade, what did you just say?
Please repeat it. The shop assistant suddenly stood up and said sharply, What's wrong now? Don't think you're special just because you're from the city. You came here to learn from the working people. But look at you, always wanting the best food and clothes. Isn't that just a petty bourgeois attitude? What, you can act like that but can't admit it. There were quite a few people in the store. She deliberately raised her voice, so everyone would look over. People began pointing at Shin Anian, saying she bought too many things and wasn't being simple enough, or that she dressed too brightly. From head to toe, every part of her could be criticized. The shop assistant stood behind the counter, watching her proudly. Shin Anian was speechless and helpless. No wonder she usually locked away her nice clothes and wore only plain ones. She just didn't want to deal with gossip like this. With a cold face, she said. Call your manager. The shop assistant lifted her chin arrogantly. You think you can just see the manager whenever you want? Who do you think you are? I'm telling you. Today you must apologize to me and admit your attitude is wrong. You need to make a serious self-reflection, or I won't let you leave. She looked as if she were standing up for justice, and some people even agreed with her. The store manager hurried over after hearing the commotion. What's going on here? Why all the noise? The shop assistant quickly changed her tone, pretending to be wronged. Manager, we don't have enough fabric in stock, but this young woman insisted I sell it to her. I told her she already bought a lot, and that we should save some for others who need it, but she started arguing loudly. Shun Enian almost laughed in anger at how the woman twisted the truth. This story really had all kinds of difficult people. She didn't even know what kind this one was. The manager clearly believed the shop assistant and looked at Shun Enian with displeasure. Comrade, is what she said true? Of course not, Shun Enian replied. I just came to buy something, but this shop assistant accused me of having a petty bourgeois attitude. The shop assistant couldn't stay quiet and quickly added, Isn't it true? You bought so many things just to enjoy yourself. The director didn't say anything, but secretly nodded. What she said did make some sense. Shin Anian glanced at her, then turned to the director. If buying things means having a petty bourgeois attitude, then what about the supply and marketing cooperative that sells them? Aren't you the ones encouraging that attitude and weakening the hard-working spirit of the people? You're the real ones at fault. The director was startled. They were just selling goods. How did it suddenly become such a serious issue? He glared at the saleswoman, who grew nervous and quickly tried to defend herself. Brother-in-law, that's not what I meant. So, the director was her brother-in-law. No wonder she acted so arrogantly. Shin Anian gave a cold snort. Not what you meant. Then what did you mean? According to you, the cooperative shouldn't even exist, since everyone who comes to buy something must have a petty bourgeois attitude. The people around them quietly stepped back, instinctively hiding the things they had bought. Even though they hadn't bought as much as this young woman, the cooperative had just received new stock today, and everyone had picked up a few things. Just then, Qin Jingqi entered the store and saw Shin Anian surrounded by people. Frowning, he quickly walked over to her. What's going on? Shin Anian looked surprised to see him and explained what had happened. When the director noticed his military uniform, he felt a wave of regret and shot the saleswoman a furious look. What a mess she had caused. Comrade soldier, I'm very sorry, the director said quickly. Our staff member spoke carelessly. I'll make sure to criticize her properly. But Shun Anian wasn't about to let the matter slide. As the saying goes, repeated gossip can destroy a person's reputation. If she didn't stand up for herself now, who knew what people would say later? So, just criticizing her is enough? I got married yesterday, and today I dressed up a little to take a photo with my husband. Yet she accused me of having improper behavior. The things I bought were gifts to thank the villagers for their help. Now, after all this, my good mood is completely gone. Comrade, may I ask, why are you so hostile toward me? When the crowd heard that she had just gotten married, they realized she hadn't bought that much after all. Dressing up nicely for a photo made perfect sense. To quickly avoid responsibility, those people immediately changed their tone and began blaming the shop assistant for speaking without knowing the truth. The shop assistant was furious, her eyes red as she looked at Qin Jingqi. Brother Qin, I didn't mean to target her. I just saw she bought too many things and misunderstood. I didn't mean any harm. So, they knew each other. Shun Anian's curiosity was instantly piqued. The shop assistant looked to be in her early 20s, fair-skinned, with neatly combed shiny hair tied into 2 braids. To be honest, she was quite pretty. The way she looked at Qin Jingqi, as if she had something to say but held back, clearly showed there was some story there. No wonder she seemed so hostile toward her. But Qin Jingqi looked puzzled. Meeting Shin Anian's curious gaze, he explained, I don't know her. The shop assistant's expression changed immediately, her eyes filling with tears as she looked at him. Brother Qin, my name is Lin Shuangshuang. Li Shizhu from Daya Village is my uncle. We've met before, don't you remember? Qin Jingqi finally recalled her a little. Even if she was someone he knew, that didn't mean she could bully his wife. Shun Anian quickly searched her memory for the name Lin Shuangshuang but couldn't recall any story about her. Maybe she was even less important than herself. No matter if you know my husband or not, you need to reflect on your behavior and apologize to me. Shun Anian repeated her words and added another demand. The shop assistant was furious, but in front of Qin Jingqi, she could only hold back her anger and said softly, "Brother Qin, I didn't mean it. Even if I misunderstood your wife, it's just because she bought too many things. I heard she used to live quite comfortably before marriage. Now that she's married, she should learn to live more simply. You work so hard to earn money, she should be more considerate of you." What a sly way of speaking. As if her husband needed someone else to feel sorry for him. You really have some nerve. My husband doesn't need your concern, and I certainly don't need you to tell me how to care for him. Lin Shuangshuang's face turned red. She opened her mouth to speak, but Shun Anian raised her hand to stop her. "Don't change the subject. Right now, we're talking about how you wrongly accused me. You must apologize." Lin Shuangshuang's face turned red, then pale, but no one stood up for her. Even the director stepped aside, clearly unwilling to help. She had no choice but to apologize to Shun Anian in front of everyone.
"Comrade, I'm sorry."
"Why are you apologizing to me? What did you do wrong? You should make it clear." Under everyone's gaze, Lin Shuangshuang forced herself to say, "I wrongly accused you. I apologize."
"I'm sorry."
As soon as she finished, she couldn't bear the humiliation any longer. She wiped her tears and ran off, her heart filled with resentment toward Shun Anian. She had liked Qin Jingqi for a long time. He had graduated from a military academy and was now an officer. How could anyone not be drawn to him? He was tall and handsome, and ever since she met him in Dea Village last year, her heart had been set on him. She even persuaded her parents to ask around and try to arrange a meeting with his family. But the Qin family said the decision was up to Qin Jingqi himself, and nothing came of it. Half a year later, she heard that Qin Jingqi was going to marry Shun Anian. How could she accept that? She secretly went to Dea Village to see Shun Anian and thought that woman was not worthy of him at all. When she saw Shun Anian again at the supply store, anger got the better of her, and she said things she shouldn't have. She had only wanted to teach Shun Anian a lesson, but instead, she ended up embarrassing herself in front of Qin Jingqi. The shame felt unbearable. After Lin Shuangshuang left, the commotion finally ended. Shun Anian bought a few yards of fabric for the two elders at home. The director, wanting to make up for what happened, tried to give it to her for free. But Shun Anian refused. The army had strict rules. Not even a needle or a thread should be taken from the people. As a soldier's wife, she couldn't let Qin Jingqi lose face. When they left the supply store, Shun Anian asked, "Who is that Lin Shuangshuang? Didn't she say she's Uncle Zhuzi's niece? Is that all? She doesn't have any other connection? What other connection could she have?" Shun Anian rolled her eyes inwardly. He still hadn't figured it out, so she decided to give him a hint. "I think she really dislikes me. Do you think it might be because of you?" Qin Jingqi looked even more puzzled. "What does this have to do with me? I don't even know her." Shun Anian felt helpless. It was impossible to explain things clearly to him. It seemed she would have to go back and ask Mother Qin to find out what kind of connection there was between them. Qin Jingqi took the things from her hands and placed them on the front of the bicycle. Shun Anian asked, "Do you think I bought too much?" "Not at all. If you like something and the family can afford it, you can buy it. After all, earning money was meant to make his wife happy, and he could afford it." His attitude made Shun Anian very pleased. When they got home, Shun Anian took everything out. The children's mouths watered as they looked at the pastries and candies. Her young sister-in-law received a new hair ribbon and 2 shiny glass hair clips. She held them carefully, delighted. "Third sister-in-law, are these really for me? They're so pretty." She had seen these glass clips at the supply store before and liked them very much, but they were too expensive. One clip cost a whole yuan, so she hadn't bought any. She hadn't expected her sister-in-law to be so generous, giving her 2 at once. "They're for you. Do you like them?" "I love them." "Sister-in-law, I'm going to try them on right now. Smiling proudly, she went to her room to admire herself. Father and Mother Chin each received a set of new clothes made of fine fabric. Mother Chin couldn't stop touching them. Looking at the pile of gifts, she gently scolded Shun Anian. You silly child, why did you buy so many things? These are from both me and Jingqi. He's often away, so while he's home, I wanted him to buy something nice for you both. You silly child, why didn't you buy something for yourself? My things are still good. I don't need new ones. Mother Chin looked at her with deep affection. What a good girl, she thought. Her third son might be a bit simple, but he was lucky to have such a wonderful wife. The children begged for cookies, and Mother Chin gave each of them one small piece. Dinner's soon. Save some room for food. You can have the rest tomorrow. She locked the remaining treats in the cupboard. Nian Nian, come with me. Mother Chin led her into the room and handed her a bankbook. Shun Anian looked at her in confusion. Mom, what's this? This is the allowance your husband sent home. I've been saving it for him. Apart from the money we used to build the house and for your wedding, the rest is all here. You're married to the third son now. Take this money and live a good life. Qin Jingqi studied in high school for 2 years, then went to a military academy, where he received a monthly allowance. At first, he sent 10 yuan home every month. Later, after joining the army, the amount increased. 20, 30. The money kept growing, and she saved it all for him. She and Father Qin were still young and healthy enough to work, so they didn't need their children to support them. A few years ago, when the eldest and fourth sons got married and the family was short on money, she took some from the savings to help, but later returned it all. After buying a watch and a radio for the wedding, there were still about 300 yuan left in the account. She thought it would be best to give the money to Shun Anian. Qin Jingqi would return to the army in a few days. When he wasn't around, if she needed something, she might feel embarrassed to ask the old lady for help. Life was already hard without her husband nearby, and it would be even harder without money. The Qin family couldn't let their daughter-in-law live like that. Shun Anian felt the passbook burning in her hands. She had just married into the family, and yet Mother Qin was giving her all the money. Mom, I can't take this. Why not? You're his wife. This belongs to you. Holding the passbook, Shun Anian walked out of the room, unsure what to do with it. It felt too heavy to accept. Since it was Qin Jingqi's money, she decided she should return it to him and let him handle it. Just as she made up her mind and turned to go, her fourth sister-in-law came toward her. Her eyes flicked to the passbook in Shun Anian's hand, and her expression froze for a moment. Third sister-in-law, what secret were you and Mom talking about? You wouldn't even let us listen. Nothing much. She just reminded me of a few things. If you don't need anything, I'll get back to work. I'm fine. Third sister-in-law. Go ahead. The fourth sister-in-law smiled as she watched Shun Anian walk away, but her smile slowly faded. She turned and went to find the eldest sister-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law was cooking dinner in the kitchen when the fourth sister-in-law came over to help, complaining, Big sister, why are you cooking again today? The eldest sister-in-law smiled. What? You don't like my cooking? She put the meat into the pan, and soon the kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma. The fourth sister-in-law took a deep breath. That's not what I meant. Now that the third sister-in-law has married into the family, why doesn't she help with the chores? Everyone in our family works, but she gets to sleep in until late morning. The third sister-in-law is different from us. She's an educated youth from the city. How can we ask her to do this kind of work? The fourth sister-in-law scoffed. So, what if she's from the city? She's married into our family now. I think you should put her in her place. The eldest sister-in-law added water to the pot and started stewing the meat. What kind of authority do I have? I only married into the family 2 years before you. There's no reason for me to act superior. But you're the eldest daughter-in-law of the Qin family. She should listen to you. She glanced toward the door, and when she saw no one was there, she lowered her voice. I just saw her coming out of Mother's room, holding a bankbook. I've been married into this family for years and have never even seen that bankbook. Mother has always favored the third brother. I bet she's given them all the family savings. The eldest sister-in-law froze. So mother had called the third sister-in-law over to give her the bank book? The fourth sister-in-law wasn't wrong. She herself had never seen what the family's bank book looked like all these years. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Of course not. I saw it clearly. The eldest sister-in-law frowned. That didn't make sense. Why would mother give the bank book to the third sister-in-law? Was she planning to let her manage the household?
Impossible.
Their parents were still healthy and strong. There was no reason to hand over control. Or maybe mother had given her some private savings. But mother, though not perfectly fair, wasn't that biased. Even if she gave out private money, all three daughters-in-law should get a share, not just the third one. Seeing her stay silent, the fourth sister-in-law complained, "Mother is being too unfair. All her sons are her children. How can she favor one over the others? Even if she wants to give money, it shouldn't all go to the third brother. The eldest and the youngest are her sons too." Just then, Mother Chin came out with an angry face. "What nonsense are you two talking about? That wasn't private money. It's the money the third son sent home, and I'm only keeping it safe for him. Now that the third son is married, I'm just returning the money to him. What's wrong with that?" Chin's eldest sister-in-law and the fourth brother's wife hadn't expected Chin's mother to overhear them. Their faces turned pale. "Mom, that's not what we meant." "I don't care what you meant. Our family has one rule: whoever earns money can spend it as they wish. Your father and I are still strong and healthy. We don't need a single cent from you." The two daughters-in-law blushed deeply and couldn't say a word. Chin's mother ignored them and went back to her room. Now that the children were grown and married, each had their own thoughts. People often said that once children married and had their own families, parents could finally enjoy life. But in her view, even when the children were married, there were still many things for parents to worry about. When Shun Enian returned to her room, she saw Qin Jingqi there and said, "Mom just called me over and gave me a bank book. She said it holds all the allowance you've sent home over the years." She handed the bank book to Qin Jingqi. He looked puzzled. "Why are you giving this to me? This is your salary. I shouldn't keep it. You should hold on to it yourself. Mom gave it to you, so you should keep it. There's nothing wrong with that." Well, since he said so, she would keep it for now. She could just avoid using the money inside. Qin Jingqi suddenly stood up, went to the cabinet, searched for a moment, and handed her another bank book. Shun Anian opened it and was surprised to see more than 700 yuan inside. "How come there's so much money?" "This is the bonus I received in the army. Every time I got extra pay or a reward, I saved it here." He paused, then added, "From now on, if you want to buy something for yourself, don't worry about the money." Shun Anian froze for a moment, then realized he had misunderstood. He thought she didn't buy things because she wanted to save money, but that wasn't true. She already had plenty of food and supplies stored away, more than she could ever use. As for the clothes at the supply store, she found them too old-fashioned, since she had come from decades in the future. And making clothes herself? She didn't know how, so she hadn't bought any fabric. What a big misunderstanding. "I'm not trying to save money. I just don't really have anything I want to buy. The money is yours now. As long as you don't do anything against the law, you can spend it however you like." Shin Anian's lips twitched slightly. What could she possibly do that would break the law? She had planned to return the bank book to him, but instead of giving it back, she somehow ended up with all his savings. It made her feel a little embarrassed. "You've given me all your money. What about yourself?" "I still have some left. I don't spend much in the army, so it's enough. I get an allowance of 80 yuan a month. I'll keep 5 yuan for myself, give 10 to my parents, and I also help support a few children of my fallen comrades. Their families are struggling, so I send 5 yuan to each of the 5 children every month. That's 25 yuan in total. The remaining 40 yuan, I'll send to you every month. Any extra bonuses or subsidies I get, I'll also give to you." She hadn't expected that he was helping the children of fallen soldiers. Oh no, her heart softened a little. He was steady, responsible, kind, and caring, truly a rare man. And such a good man was actually her husband. Shin Anian couldn't help feeling a bit moved. Maybe living with him like this wouldn't be so bad after all. While she was still lost in thought, Little Stone ran in. Uncle, Aunt, it's time to eat. Shen Anian put the bank book away and set aside her thoughts for now. She still needed time to think things through. After all, she had only known Qin Jingqi for one day. She should observe him a bit longer. Besides, getting too close too quickly didn't seem very proper. When Shen Anian and Qin Jingqi went to the main room for dinner, something felt off. The atmosphere was so quiet, it was almost strange. Just as they sat down, Mother Qin spoke. This afternoon, I called Anian over and gave her a bank book. It holds all the money that the third son has sent home over the years. Except for the time we built the house, when I took out about 100 yuan, I saved the rest for him. Now that he's married, I've given the bank book to his wife. The money is for the two of them to use, as they wish. Does anyone have any objections? Eldest brother Qin shook his head. Mom, that's the third brother's hard-earned money. It's his to spend. We have no objections. Mother Qin's gaze turned to the fourth son.
And you, what do you think?
Mom, I have no objections either. Shen Anian finally understood that the family was upset because of the savings book. She looked at Qin Jingqi, but he gently shook his head, signaling that his mother would handle the matter. I have 5 children. All these years, your father and I have worked hard to raise you and make sure you could study. We've never treated any of you unfairly. Eldest, you were the one who didn't want to study. You stopped after elementary school, isn't that right? The eldest son nodded. Mom, I wasn't good at studying and didn't want to continue. Mother Qin turned to the fourth son. Fourth, your father and I sent you to junior high, but you couldn't get into high school. Later, you studied accounting for 2 years. We tried many ways to help you find a job as an accountant in the commune. The pay wasn't high, but it was enough for you to live on. Before you got married, I saved your money to help you with your wedding. After you married, you gave 6 yuan a month to the family, and the rest you kept for yourself. Tell me, have I ever treated you unfairly? Seeing his mother's serious face, the fourth son guessed something big had happened. She looked truly upset. Mom, what's going on? Mother Qin's face grew stern. Just answer me. Have I ever treated you unfairly? Your third brother is in the army. You all see that he gets an allowance, but that money is earned through hard work and danger. Don't just look at how much he gets, think about how much he's suffered and how many scars he has. Yes, I care about him. We hardly see him all year, of course I worry. But even so, I've never taken anything from you to give to him. Let me make this clear today. You're all grown now, and it's normal to have your own thoughts. If you don't want to live together anymore, we can talk about dividing the family. Each of you can live your own life, and there'll be no more guessing or resentment between brothers. The eldest daughter-in-law couldn't sit still any longer. Mom, we really didn't mean that. She didn't want the family to split up. Mother Qin was a rare, kind mother-in-law. She never made things hard for her daughters-in-law, never scolded or hit them, and even helped take care of the children. If the family split up, she would have to take care of the child by herself. She couldn't work in the fields, and relying only on the work points earned by Brother Qin wouldn't be enough to support the 3 of them. Besides, Father Qin was the team leader and received a subsidy from the commune, 10 yuan a month, and he also earned work points every month. All of that went to the family's shared expenses. If they separated, how could they still live such a comfortable life? The fourth sister-in-law, however, seemed quite happy about the idea of dividing the family. Qin Laosi worked for the commune and earned a salary of 26 yuan a month, and it was said that it might increase later. That was enough for their small household. But when she saw Qin Laosi's serious face, showing no intention of splitting up, she didn't dare to bring it up again. Mother Qin looked at everyone sitting quietly like quails and said, "Since none of you want to separate, then stop making unpleasant remarks. Some words, once spoken, can hurt deeply and can't be taken back." Everyone nodded and lowered their heads to eat. The meal didn't taste good to anyone. Even the usually lively younger sister-in-law stayed silent, afraid of saying something wrong. After dinner, the eldest sister-in-law tidied up the room, and Mother Qin went to rest. Shen Anian said worriedly, "Mother seems really upset."
Qin Jingqi, didn't seem concerned.
She'll feel bad for a while, but she'll think it through in a few days. In a big family, small conflicts were bound to happen. It was actually better for Mother to speak her mind openly. If problems were ignored, the family would eventually fall apart. I think Mother meant that some people are unhappy about her giving me the savings book. What should I do?
Just keep it.
Don't overthink it, Qi said. Shin Anian decided to stop worrying. There was no point thinking too much. I want to go to the educated youth station to get some things, she said. She had only brought a few of her belongings when she moved, and many were still there. Most importantly, she wanted to check on Shun Anshui. The child was only 10 years old. Now that she was married, leaving her alone at the station made her uneasy. Seeing that it was already getting dark outside, Qi said, I'll go with you. The educated youth station wasn't far from the Qin home, just a 10 or 20-minute walk, but there were some deserted spots and quiet corners along the way. He didn't feel comfortable letting Shun Anian go out alone at night. Shun Anian had planned to refuse, but when she saw that he had already picked up the flashlight, she said nothing more. There were 2 dormitories at the youth camp, one for the men and one for the women. There were more women, and including Shun An's younger sister, there were 7 people living in the women's dormitory. Since Shun Anian was married, she no longer lived there, so now only 6 people remained. Everyone had worked hard all day and was already tired, but with Shun Anian gone, the conversation naturally turned to her. Anian is really lucky. I didn't expect her to marry Captain Qin. If she follows him in the future, she'll be able to leave this place, one of the young women said enviously. If you're jealous, you can find someone good to marry too. I don't have that kind of luck. Zhao Hongmei, who had never gotten along with Shun Anian, clicked her tongue. That's not so hard. You can ask her someday what trick she used to win over Captain Qin. Or maybe you can learn from her. Just let someone rescue you from the river, and then you can stay close to them. Chun Qianqian laughed softly. She really embarrassed us female workers. Using such a way to get close to someone, and still saying she accidentally fell into the water. Funny how she never fell in before. Maybe she did it on purpose, when Captain Qin was passing by, pretending to drown so he'd save her, and then she could stay near him. Everyone looked at Chun Qianqian in surprise. Zhao Hongmei often spoke badly of Shun Anian, so no one was surprised when she did. But Chun Qianqian had always seemed friendly with Shun Anian, so no one expected her to speak like that behind her back. For a moment, no one said anything. You're lying. My sister would never do that, Shun An's younger sister said angrily, her face turning red. You're not allowed to talk about her like that. There are plenty of young women who marry locals just to have an easier life. Maybe your sister had her eye on Captain Qin for a long time. Otherwise, why would she come up with such a shameless idea? Shun An's younger sister was so angry she almost rushed forward to hit her. Her sister wasn't that kind of person. How could they say such awful things? You're all mean. You're bullying my sister when she's not here. I'm going to tell her everything. Her voice trembled, and by the end, it was almost breaking. Chun Qianqian gave a mocking laugh and said with disdain, That's just the truth. She used to like Comrade Chun Hung, but suddenly married Captain Qin. Who knows what's really going on behind it? On the other side of the wall, Shun Anian heard every word clearly. There was indeed more to the story about her falling into the water, and Chun Qianqian knew it very well. Shun Anian looked at Qin Jingqi and explained, Someone pushed me into the water. I didn't plan anything against you. I know, Qin Jingqi replied. He believed her. She had almost lost her life that day. No one would risk their own life just to set someone up. What he was more curious about was her relationship with Chen Hung. If she had really been seeing Chen Hung, then marrying her would make him seem like he took advantage of the situation. Were you in a relationship with Comrade Chen Hung? Shun Anian quickly shook her head.
No.
Comrade Chen Hung is capable and polite. I just admired him. She didn't want to deny the feelings of her former self. Having a quiet admiration for someone is a beautiful thing. It's not wrong, and there's no need to hide it. Besides, she and Chen Hung had never crossed any boundaries. Qin Jingqi looked at her deeply. Seeing her calm and honest expression, with no sign of lingering affection, he believed her. Even if she once had feelings for Chun-hung, she was now his wife. From now on, she belonged to his family. Did he not have enough confidence to keep his own wife by his side?
Let's go inside, he said.
Shun Anian shook her head gently. You wait here. I can handle it myself. But Qin Jingqi's face darkened.
He didn't agree.
How could he stand by while others spoke badly about his wife? I can't just watch you be treated unfairly. Shun Anian smiled softly. No one can bully me, Comrade Qin. You should have faith in Comrade Shun Anian. Qin Jingqi looked at her for a long moment, then suddenly reached out and gently patted her head.
All right.
Shun Anian was startled by his action. Why did he suddenly do something so close and caring? Was he trying to comfort her? Or did he feel sorry for her? She looked up and met his eyes, feeling a little overwhelmed by the emotion she saw there. She pressed her lips together, unsure how to respond. I'll go in first. All right, I'll wait here for you. If you need anything, just call me. Shin Anian knew he was trying to tell her that he would stand by her side. What a good man, she thought. She pushed open the courtyard gate and went in. The voices inside became clearer. She tricked him into marriage. If this gets out, it'll bring a bad name to all of us. She's too reckless. She gets all the benefits, and we're left with the bad reputation. The sound of the door being pushed open interrupted Chen Qianqian's words. Everyone turned toward the door, their faces changing instantly. Anyone caught speaking ill of someone would feel guilty. Chen Qianqian was so startled that she almost choked on her words. Why was she here? Shouldn't she be at the Qin family's house at this hour? Why did she suddenly come to the youth dormitory? She opened her mouth to speak, but Shun Anian had already walked straight toward her. Anian. A sharp slap cut her off. Chen Qianqian screamed. Why did you hit me? No one expected Shun Anian to act so suddenly. The old Shun Anian had always been cautious because of her family background, hiding her temper so well that everyone thought she was gentle and weak. But she wasn't weak at all. Her parents had spoiled her for 19 years. She had quite a temper. And now, she would not accept being slandered. Do you ever think before you speak? You know exactly what happened, yet you keep spreading lies. It was Chen Qianqian who had also liked Chen Hung. Out of jealousy, she had pushed Shin Anian into the river. Chen Qianqian's face turned pale. Anian, you've got it wrong. Shun Anian raised her hand and gave her a few more light slaps. Chen Qianqian, your face is really something. It can be thick or thin, big or small, depending on what suits you. Now you want to make peace with me? No need. Just a moment ago, you were loud enough. What happened to that confidence now? Chen Qianqian had always been good at pretending. She had been in the countryside longer and was more popular than Shun Anian. Seeing Shun Anian hit her, some of the other young people couldn't stand it and stepped forward to defend Chen Qianqian. Shun Anian, what are you doing? Why are you hitting people? You have your own problems and we didn't report you. How dare you hit someone? Shun Anian looked at them sharply. Don't talk to me. I have cleanliness issues. Everyone was stunned. When did Shun Anian become so rude? She just got married yesterday, and now she's swearing like a village woman. Shun Anian ran over to her, worried. Sister, are you okay? Shun Anian gave her a calming look.
I'm fine.
You should be worried about whether they are okay or not. She grabbed Chen Qianqian's collar, pulled her up, and dragged her outside. You're just lucky, calling it a dead end. Thinking you can smear me and make me look bad. Chen Qianqian, you won't succeed. Today, I will reveal your true nature to everyone. Chen Qianqian knew what she was talking about and became even more scared. If this gets out, her reputation will be ruined. Anian, I beg you. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. The female educated youths ran out one after another. Hearing Chen Qianqian, Li Ling, who was quite fiery, immediately said, Qianqian, why are you begging her? Shun Anian is so unruly and dares to hit the educated youths. I think we should call the squad leader over and let him judge. Zhao Hongmei said, don't forget, she's now the squad leader's daughter-in-law. The squad leader might favor someone. Her words seemed to accuse the squad leader of favoritism, but everyone knew better than to respond. The male-educated youths also came out to see what was happening. Seeing the usually gentle Shun Anian pulling Chen Xianqian, everyone found it hard to believe. Aren't these two supposed to be close? Why are they fighting like this? Zhao Yonggang, the squad leader, came out and said in a deep voice, Shun Anian, let go of Chen Xianqian first. Let's talk calmly. Chen Xianqian took advantage of my absence to speak ill of me behind my back, saying I deliberately jumped into the river, waiting for Captain Qin to rescue me. This is a serious defamation of my character. The other female educated youths, not knowing the full truth, agreed with Chen Xianqian and defamed Shun Anian's reputation. They didn't know how to speak properly. Zhao Hongmei said, Are you denying that Captain Qin saved you and that you only met him then? You deliberately planned this. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that Captain Qin just happened to encounter this situation? Shun Anian sneered and looked at her. Although your guts and your brains are about the same, you can't put what's in your guts into your head. Zhao Hongmei almost lost her temper. She dared to call her thoughts dirty. Clearly, it was her actions that were dirty. She relied on her looks to act weak and pitiful in front of male comrades, flirted around, and even schemed against soldiers. Women like her, who use their beauty to get benefits from men, have no right to criticize her. Shun Anian, what are you so arrogant about? You only rely on selling your body to get favors from others. If Captain Qin sees your true nature, I want to see if he still wants you. A tall figure walked into the yard. I do. Everyone was arguing so fiercely that no one noticed Qin Jingqi, standing outside the yard. Thinking about what he just said, Zhao Hongmei felt a bit embarrassed, especially since Qin Jingqi was defending Shun Anian. This made her feel very uneasy. Captain Qin, you don't know what Shun Anian has done. We suspect she's just pretending to be married. Qin Jingqi looked at Shun Anian. I believe my wife. She's not that kind of person. Shun Anian felt a little regretful. If he had arrived a bit later, she could have slapped Zhao Hongmei hard. His appearance greatly limited her chances to act. She couldn't just hit someone in front of soldiers. That would be very bad. Today, the young people are all here, so let's discuss this matter properly. Zhao Hongmei, you just said I lied about being married, which insults military families. I hope you can apologize to me. Zhao Hongmei almost lost her temper. She cursed her and then wanted her to apologize.
Dream on.
Why should I apologize to you? Clearly, you used all sorts of tricks to force Captain Qin to save you. If Captain Qin hadn't gone into the river to rescue you, he wouldn't be tangled up with you. Shun Anian, you are truly immoral. I will report you to the commune. Shun Anian was very indifferent. Go ahead and report. Also, let the comrades at the commune investigate the truth about how I fell into the water. You must not let Zhao Hongmei go to the commune. If the commune really investigates this matter, she will be in serious trouble. Hongmei, don't be impulsive. Let's talk calmly. If this gets to the commune, it will hurt Nian Yan's reputation. She was still holding Shen and Yan's collar, pretending to care for her, which fooled many people. The kind-hearted old man at the youth station, Lin Hui, stepped forward to speak for her. Nian, look at how you hit Qian. She's still defending you. You should let her go. As a military family member, Shen and Yan really didn't want to hit Qin Jingqi in front of him. But Chen Qian was just too disgusting. Shen and Yan slapped her across the face and pushed her away. Unprepared, Chen Qian fell her bottom, crying tears of pain. Shen and Yan, why did you hit me? Lin Hui helped her up and said to Shen and Yan, how can you hit someone? Zhao Yonggang was really angry now. If there was a problem, they should talk it out. How could she hit her comrades? And she did it right under his nose, clearly showing she didn't respect him. Shen and Yan, what are you doing? Can't we talk nicely? We came here from all over to help build the countryside. We are all comrades. Why did you hit your comrade? She's not my comrade. I advise you all to stay away from her. She might bite you someday. Zhao Yonggang frowned and asked, what do you mean? Say it clearly. Shen and Yan looked around at everyone. Don't you all want to know why I fell into the river? I'll tell you today. Chen Qian, ignoring her pain, rushed forward and looked at her with pleading eyes. Nian Nian, this is in the past. Why bring it up now? I didn't want to mention it, but you forced me. The reason I fell into the river was that Qin Qian pushed me when I wasn't paying attention. She ran away immediately when she saw me drowning. If Commander Qin hadn't happened to pass by, I would have died. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe this was true. Weren't Shun and Nian and Qin Qian good friends? How could Qin Qian have caused her to die? Some people don't believe Shun Anian and think she is deliberately framing others. But no one spoke a word. This matter involves a person's life, so it's not the time for them to get involved. Qin Qian's heart felt like it was falling into a deep abyss, and her blood turned cold inch by inch. It's over. Everything is over. No, she can't admit it. No one saw what happened that day, and she has no proof that she did it. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself to stay calm. Nian, what are you talking about? When did I push you into the river? Do you have any proof? You're just slandering me. Getting proof is easy. I remember I fell into the water on June 27th, just a few days after the Dragon Boat Festival. I was in a bad mood, so I didn't go to work that afternoon. Did you also take leave that day? Just check the team leader's work record book, and you'll see everything clearly. Qin Qian's mind suddenly exploded. Yes, she did take leave that afternoon. Shun Anian looked at her blankly, silently sneering. How did you kneel on the ground and beg me for forgiveness back then? I saw you crying so pitifully, and I didn't tell the team leader about your harmful actions. But I didn't expect you to use this incident to bite me back. I was just wondering why you went to such lengths to tell everyone that I deliberately jumped into the river to set up Captain Qin. Now I understand. You're guilty. You think that only by pinning the blame on me for trying to Captain Qin will no one suspect you. I initially wanted to forgive you, but your morals are so corrupt that I can't let you harm society. I've decided to report you to the police tomorrow. The original owner was too naive. When she and Shun Onrui came to Dahuang village, Qin Qian was the first to show her kindness, so she regarded Qin Qian as a close friend. Later, Qin Qian explained that she was just confused at the time and pushed her into the river, even kneeling to ask for forgiveness. The original owner was soft-hearted and forgave her. Shin Anian wouldn't let her go easily, almost causing someone's death, and she showed no remorse. Instead, she maliciously slandered her behind her back. She couldn't let someone who harmed her go unpunished. When she heard Shun Anian say she would report to the police station, Qin Qian felt her legs weaken and almost collapsed to the ground. Nian, you can't do this to me. We're good friends. Do you remember when you first came to Dea Village? I was the one who brought you here. You can't repay kindness with revenge. Shin Anian coldly snorted. She thought that a little gratitude could cancel out her murder revenge. Her thinking was too simple. I admit that when I first arrived at Dea Village, you did take care of me. But you know very well how much you took from me. Clothes, snacks, rice, flour, and you also borrowed 50 yuan from me and haven't paid it back. I have already repaid your kindness long ago. There's no room for discussion about this. Tomorrow, I will go to the police station. You should enjoy your last moments of freedom. Shun Anian glanced at the other young workers. As for you all, stirring up trouble and following others blindly, I remember everything. Zhao Hongmei didn't know about the past conflicts between Qin Qian and Shun Anian. Before, Qin Qian and Shun Anian were close, but she secretly spoke badly of Shun Anian. She thought Qin Qian was two-faced. Now, it's clear she's not just petty, she's very scheming. But Shun Anian wasn't planning to believe what she said. You never told us about this. How could we know the truth? Qin Qian is your good friend. She said you deliberately jumped into the river. Of course, we believed her. If you had explained everything to us earlier, we wouldn't have misunderstood you. So, are you saying that spreading rumors and causing trouble is my fault? Zhao Hongmei choked and said stubbornly, Anyway, you have to take responsibility. Shun Anian didn't want to argue with her. She went back to her room to pack her things. The other young workers gradually left. The female workers looked at Qin Qian with complicated expressions. No one expected she would dare to kill someone. If Captain Qin hadn't just happened to save Shun Anian, she would have died. But Chen Qianqian, instead of feeling grateful that Shun Anian didn't report her crime, shamelessly threw dirt on her. Such a woman is truly terrifying. Chun Hung watched Shun Anian go into her room. She didn't even look at him. A complex feeling arose in her heart. She seemed to have changed a little. Noticing a gaze on her, Chen Heng turned her head and saw Qin Jingqiang looking at her with deep eyes. He paused for a moment, then nodded slightly to Qin Jingqi and returned to the male youth's room. Qin Jingqi looked away quietly. His gaze on Shun Anian seemed a bit strange. Could he be Chen Heng? The person Shun Anian once liked. Shun Anian had quite a lot of belongings. When she went to the countryside, her mother almost prepared everything she needed, so she had many things. Besides what she took from the Qin family yesterday, she packed 2 big bags full of items, with some left for Shun Ansue. Shun Ansue followed her closely, very reluctant to see her leave. If her sister left, she would be all alone here. Coming to such a strange place made her very anxious, and without family nearby, she felt even more worried and scared. Shun Anian patted her head. Your sister will come back to see you someday. Shun Ansue knew she couldn't stay, so she responded sadly, okay, without saying anything else. Shun Anian carried her bag outside. When Chun Qianqian saw her, she immediately begged. Anian, please let me go. I won't bother you anymore. You apologized like this last time too, but you didn't change. You made me realize that people won't be grateful just because you back down. Instead, they think you're weak and can be bullied even more. I won't give you the chance to bully me again. Qin Qianqian. This is your own fault. Qin Qianqian's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Shun Anian, however, was too tired to look at her and walked toward Qin Jingqi. Qin Jingqi took the bag from her hand and led her back to the Qin family. Shun Ansue reluctantly saw her off at the youth camp, her lips pressed tightly, as if she might cry at any moment. Seeing her eager and sad expression, Shun Anian felt very sorry and didn't want to leave her alone at the youth camp. When they first arrived, the people at the camp didn't like them. They said Shun Ansue couldn't work and was taking up space. Even though the 2 sisters only shared one bed, the others still looked down on them and were full of malice. Now that she was leaving, she worried about how they might bully Shun Ansue. But she couldn't take her away. Although she married into the Qin family, it wasn't truly her home. If she took Shun Ansue with her, it might seem inappropriate. Go back and rest first. You have school tomorrow. I will come to see you when I am free. Shun and Sui nodded. Sister, I'll wait until you leave before I go inside. Be careful with Chun Qianqian. Don't let anyone bully her. Shun and Sui rarely smiled easily. I have a brother-in-law in the army. No one dares to bully me. They only talk behind my back. It's better if I just ignore it. Shun and Yen took a deep breath and heartlessly left. Qin Jingqi didn't want her to carry things. He took both bags, and Shun and Yen held the flashlight to light his way. Are the things heavy? Do you want me to carry one bag? Qin Jingqi turned his head to look at her, thinking she might misunderstand his strength. This little stuff isn't heavy for him. And with her thin arms and legs, she could break easily if the wind blows. He didn't dare let her carry anything. Why do you look unhappy? Is it because of what those people just said? Shun and Yen shook her head.
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
I just worry that Sui might get bullied here. Qin Jingqi paused and said, I will talk to Dad and arrange to bring Sui over someday, so you don't have to be apart. Shun and Yen was surprised and looked at him happily. Really? Can we really bring Sui home to live? Of course. She's still so young. Leaving her alone at the youth station makes you worried, and I'm worried too. Why not keep her under your watch? With you taking care of her, you won't have to worry so much. Shun and Yen's face suddenly warmed up.
What did he mean by that?
Was he worried about her? She took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. Will the rest of the family mind? Qin's mother handed her the bankbook. The family had just had a small argument. She didn't want Shun and Sui's matter to cause more trouble at home. I will pay for the food expenses. If they don't have enough, it's not their concern. sister-in-law and the younger brother won't mind. Shen and Yen finally relaxed. Qin Jingqi, thank you. We're married. It's my duty to help you solve problems. You don't need to be so polite. He is really a good person. Shan and Yen thought maybe she could try to accept him. Anyway, I don't have anyone I like. Now that I've met such a good man, I shouldn't let him go. Since she has traveled here, maybe as long as she doesn't do anything foolish, she might not face danger. He is capable, handsome, caring, and responsible. Such an excellent man. Trying it out wouldn't be a loss for her. Shin Anian returned to her room and took out her belongings to put them away. Qin Jingqi came back from his shower and saw her still tidying up. He said, I've prepared some water for you. You can go take a shower now. Shin Anian set her things aside and grabbed her sleepwear to go wash up. Qin Jingqi glanced around the room, which had changed. There were now many new items, mirrors, clothes, vases, and small decorations, making the room feel more like a young girl's space. The young girl has quite a few delicate belongings, all unfamiliar to him, showing her family cares for her a lot. The girl is a bit spoiled. Her skin is very white and tender. Last night, he didn't use much force, but her body was marked with red and purple spots, as if he had hurt her. Thinking about what happened last night, his eyes darkened, and his throat moved involuntarily. She was so enthusiastic last night. Maybe tonight she'll be willing again. In the army, he often heard rough soldiers talking about spicy topics. At first, he thought it was just talk and didn't care much. Since starting military school, his days were full of training, and he focused all his energy there, not thinking about women. But after becoming more active, he realized his comrades were right. No wonder everyone longs for a wife and children at home. Having a wife really is a wonderful feeling. Shen Anian finished her shower and walked into the room while drying her hair. Her hair was still wet, and she wore a loose blue cotton sleep dress. Even though it was loose, it couldn't hide her charming figure. The dress reached her knees, showing her long, white legs that looked dazzling. The young girl didn't realize how alluring she was. She gently kicked her foot and pulled out a chair to sit down. Shen Anian sensed a gaze fixed on her, growing hotter and making her feel a little nervous inside. Looking down, she noticed her clothes were a bit lighter and more breathable, as she preferred wearing soft cotton pajamas. Thinking about sharing a bed with him tonight made her feel nervous, and her movements slowed down. It would be better if Qin Jingqi went to sleep earlier, so she wouldn't have to face the awkwardness of sleeping together. But Qin Jingqi wasn't sleeping. Not only was he awake, but he was also urging her to sleep. Tomorrow we still have to go to the police station. You should sleep early. Shin Anian hesitated as she walked to the bed, turned her back, and lay down on her side. She heard the sound of Qin Jingqi putting down his book, and the room grew darker, probably because he turned off the oil lamp. His footsteps grew closer, and the bed sank as he got in. Shin Anian's heart tightened. Suddenly, she felt a warm chest pressed against her back, and her body stiffened completely. His long arm wrapped around her waist. She instinctively shrank back and blushed as she said, It's not convenient tonight. I still feel sore. Qin Jingqi loosened his hold slightly. He was like a delicate snow sculpture, unable to withstand much force. You're so delicate. What will you do in the future? Shen Anian pouted. His words sounded rough. He was tough and strong, like a bull, and no one could match his strength. You're tough and strong. No one can compare to you. Qin Jingqi held her even tighter. He didn't know how she was built, but her body was so soft, like she had no bones. She still smelled nice, unlike a rough man. His heart also started to beat faster. It seemed his willpower was too weak. He needed to practice more. Shen Anian felt a bit hot and moved slightly, accidentally touching a sensitive spot, which made her so scared she didn't dare move. Don't provoke me. You'll regret it later. Her face turned red, and she carefully moved away. Why are you so naughty? Qin Jingqi pressed his face against her neck, his voice low and husky. You provoked me, and now you're calling me naughty. Are all city folks so unreasonable? Who provoked you? It was you. You hugged me. Qin Jingqi chuckled softly. Yes, I provoked you. I deserve to feel uncomfortable. His hot breath on her neck made her feel like her whole body was on fire, and she tensed up tightly. The strong, masculine energy of the man wrapped around her tightly, invading her senses. She licked her dry lips. Hearing his slightly heavy breathing behind her, her face suddenly felt very hot. From his tense body, she could tell what he was thinking. Memories of last night slowly came back to her. Although she was a bit foggy from drinking, she still remembered some things. At first, she was the one who took the initiative. Later, Qin Jingqi took control, and she almost lost herself. He is very good and reliable, but he is not gentle at all. Young people tend to be quick-tempered, and he exercises often, so his physical strength is obvious. If they were to live together in the future, she might get exhausted from all the trouble. Stop, don't think about this anymore. It's too childish. She should focus on real-life issues. His leave is not long, and in a few days, he will return to the army. After that, she will stay behind and live with Qin's family. Although soldiers can be stationed nearby, he never mentioned this to her. He probably plans to leave her in Dea village. Shun Anian was a bit unsure. It seems that in a few days, when he has free time, she should talk to him about this. With a man beside her, Shun Anian thought she wouldn't be able to sleep. But she kept thinking, and in the second half of the night, she gradually fell asleep. Qin Jingqi couldn't sleep. For the first time, he realized someone could be so tormenting. Shun Anian felt hot and pushed him away when she was drowsy. He saw her nose sweating and reached out to wipe it, shifting away slightly. He was hot too, and with both of them pressed together, it was even warmer. If she woke up now, she might get upset with him. The girl was restless while sleeping, and her skirt almost rolled up to her waist, revealing 2 fair thighs. He pulled her nightdress down, and she fully woke up. She was completely unaware and sleeping soundly. He sat by the bed for a while, then went outside to do hundreds of push-ups, sweating all over. Before dawn, he rode away on his bike. When Shun Enian woke up, it was bright outside, and no one was around. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking around. Qin Jingqi was not in the house. That mean man didn't wake her up either, leaving her to sleep in late. Now that she was up, her family probably thought she was very lazy. She got up yawning, changed her clothes, and drank a cup of spiritual spring water in the space before opening the door and stepping outside. This spiritual spring has many uses, such as strengthening the body and improving beauty. Since she obtained the space, drinking a cup of this water every day has made her look more and more beautiful. The house was very quiet. She didn't see Qin Jingqi anywhere and wondered where he had gone. Shun Anian went to the kitchen to wash up. As she was about to leave, she saw Qin's mother carrying something out. She smiled and said, "Nian Nian, you're awake. There's porridge on the stove." Shun Anian felt a bit embarrassed. She woke up late and immediately started eating, feeling a little guilty about it. Nowadays, with shortages of clothes and food, only hardworking people have the right to eat. "Mom, what are you busy with? Do you want me to help?" "No need, just a little work. I can handle it myself." Third brother said, "Your sister is moving in. We don't have any empty rooms left, only a storage room filled with stuff. We can clear it out and clean it up so someone can live there. But that room is a bit small. You two shouldn't mind." Shananian felt a little shy. "Mom, don't say that. We're happy to have a place to stay. We wouldn't mind." "All right then. I'm almost done tidying up. Later, I'll sweep the floor and wipe things down. It'll be ready for someone to move in. Tonight, I'll ask third brother to bring her over. Then you and your sister can keep each other company." "Thank you, Mom." "Silly child, what's there to thank us for in a family?" Shen Anian felt very touched. Qin's mother and Qin Jingqi were both very good people. She went into her room, picked up a broom, and started sweeping. Qin's mother saw the visible tiredness on her face. As someone experienced, she couldn't help but think negatively. She secretly scolded Qin Jingqi for not being considerate, seeing how exhausted his wife was, and feeling no compassion at all. "Mom, I haven't seen Qin Jingqi." Hearing this, Qin's mother couldn't help but smile. Look at how good their relationship is. Just a little while apart, and she's already worried. He's not here early in the morning, and his bicycle is gone too. I guess he's gone somewhere again. Shun Annie sighed. Nian Nian, did you not sleep well last night? You look so tired. Go back and rest for a while. Shin Anian had just woken up. She hadn't done anything yet, so she didn't feel right to go back to sleep.
Mom, I've fine.
I just changed sleeping places, and it's a bit uncomfortable. It'll be better in a few days. When Chin's mother heard this, she secretly admired her daughter's good temper. At this moment, she was even defending her third son. The young girl looked delicate and tender. Their third son was a rough man with a bad temper and a stubborn personality. He didn't seem to care much about the girl. This girl was shy and didn't want to criticize her third brother. She only said she couldn't sleep well after changing places. She needed to find a good time to talk to her third brother about it. But she couldn't talk to him now. Her husband would need to remind him. Shin Anian didn't realize that her words had caused Chin's mother to misunderstand her. While cleaning the room, she suddenly remembered she needed to buy things at the supply store. She asked Chin's mother, Mom, there's a sales clerk at the supply store named Lin Shuangshuang. Do you know her? Chin's mother thought the name sounded familiar but couldn't remember who she was right away. Which Lin Shuangshuang? I heard she's the niece of Uncle Juzi from our village and works at the supply store. Chin's mother finally remembered her. This person was somewhat related to their family but not very close. She came to see Uncle Juzi twice. That girl is probably 22 this year. Does she know Qin Jingqi? Qin's mother looked at her more carefully. Why do you ask? Yesterday, when I went to the supply store, she acted a bit strangely toward me. I feel like she knows Qin Jingqi. Hearing this, Qin's mother explained for Qin Jingqi. Back then, Aunt Guohua came to see me. She wanted her to match with your third brother, but he didn't agree. I turned her down. Shen Anian raised her eyebrows slightly. So, it turned out that Lin Shuangshuang was interested in Qin Jingqi, which explained her hostility. Mom, what happened after that? Nothing much. Your third brother married you, didn't he? Now I just hope you two will give me a grandson soon. Shen Anian looked a bit embarrassed. They've only been married for a short time, and she's already being urged to have children. She couldn't handle that. She touched her nose and silently went back to work, saying nothing. Qin's mother saw she wasn't responding and didn't say anything more. The children just got married, and there are many days ahead. She casually mentioned this without rushing to ask them for grandchildren. Moreover, the fourth daughter-in-law is still pregnant and hasn't given birth yet. If another baby comes, she would be exhausted. The third daughter-in-law plans to have a baby in a couple of years, giving her some time to rest. Taking care of two babies at once would be too tiring for her. They spent the whole morning tidying up and finally cleared the room. It was small and clean, much better than the place at the youth camp. There was no bed at home. Mother Qin found a door panel, supported it on 4 bricks, and placed it on the bricks to make a bed. Since we don't have a proper bed, we'll sleep like this for a few nights. When someone can make a proper bed, we'll replace it. Tomorrow, you and the third son should go to town to buy what you need. Add a few things for yourselves. Mom, Sui Sui is still a student. Her main task is studying. As long as she has a place to eat, sleep, and do homework, that's enough. Mother Qin couldn't help but smile when she heard this. It's better to be from the city, knowing to focus on studying. Stone, that mischievous boy, refuses to go to school even when asked. This place is yours now. Arrange it however you think is best. It was almost noon. Mother Qin went to the kitchen to cook, and Shen Anian helped her. She runs a farm herself and sometimes cooks with firewood. She's quite skilled at starting a fire and cooking. Mother Qin was pleased to see her quick and capable movements. Although this girl came from the city, she didn't have the spoiled habits common among city folks. That was rare. After lunch, Qin Jingqi rode back on his bike. Mother Qin brought his meal from the kitchen and complained, "Where did you go so early in the morning? Why are you only coming back now? Your wife couldn't find you." Mom, tomorrow Sui Sui and I are going out to visit my parents-in-law. It's a big event, so I should tell them in person. Mother Qin was startled. Why didn't he say this earlier? Child, you only tell me now? We haven't prepared anything. There's no need to prepare much. We'll buy some things in the county and take them over. Outside, store-bought food can't compare to homemade. I need to exchange 2 chickens to make smoked chicken for you to take. Mother Chin went into the house to get money and hurried out the door. When the original owner got married, she told them that Mr. and Mrs. Shun were far away and couldn't attend the wedding, but she didn't tell them that her parents were on a farm. Now, seeing Mother Chin rushing to prepare things, Shun Anian feels a bit guilty. Should I tell my parents about the farm renovation? Let's wait a while. I'll talk to them. Qin Jingqi finished eating, rode his bike, and said, "Get on. I'll take you to report the case at the police station." Shun Anian sat on the bike, comfortably holding his waist. Qin Jingqi looked at her small hand around his waist and smiled slightly. "I bought 3 train tickets. Do you want to take your sister along?" Shun Anian was surprised. "Can she go too? You haven't seen your parents in over half a year, right? If she wants to, bring her along. It won't interfere with anything."
Of course she wanted to.
Shun Anian had told her parents many times about her wish to see her parents. If she knew she could visit Shun Fu and Shunmu, she'd be very happy. "Qin Jingqi, thank you. If you really want to thank me, just help me speak well of me to your parents." Shun Anian was in a good mood and joked, "Are you afraid my parents won't like you?" "It's not exactly fear, just a bit worried. They've raised their daughter carefully for over 10 years, and if she's taken away quietly, I don't know how they'd react. You just called my dad yesterday, and I saw you chatting nicely. That's different." Yesterday, her father-in-law told him to take good care of Shun Anian. If they meet, who knows what they might say. "Don't worry. If my dad tries to hit you, I'll be there to help persuade him." She paused and added, "If I can't stop him, you might get a few hits. Is that okay?" "Don't worry, I promise I won't fight back. Getting a wife by taking a few hits, that's a good deal for him." In town, Qin Jingqi took her straight to the police station, parked the bike at the door, and asked the guard to watch over it. Looking back, she saw Shun Anian standing at the door, hesitating to come in. I comforted her, saying, "It's okay. You just need to tell the police what happened that day. You don't need to worry about anything else." She was not worried at all and followed Qin Jingqi into the solemn and serious place. The police officer saw Qin Jingqi in his military uniform and treated them very kindly. When they heard they were here to report a case, they took them to an office. A young police officer took notes from Shun Anian. She explained everything clearly: when, where, and how it happened, and even remembered exactly what the suspect was wearing that day. Not many people come to the police station to report a case. Most prefer to downplay big problems or settle personal scores privately. Few seek police help. And someone like her, who explained everything clearly and logically, was even rarer. In the past, people reporting cases would repeat themselves over and over without giving important details. But this young officer was different. She didn't need to be asked. She directly provided all the key information. The police officer liked her more. After asking some routine questions, he told her she could go home. Shun Anian asked, "Can I go now? Do I need to stay here to face her?" The young police officer smiled and said, "Comrade, you don't need to wait here. Don't worry. We will investigate this matter thoroughly." "All right, police officer. If there's any news, please let us know." "Sure. If there's a final result, we will call you." After a friendly and warm exchange, Shun Anian left the police station feeling relieved. "Let's go. We're going home. Tomorrow we'll visit my parents. Do we need to buy anything at the supply store?" "No need. I bought a lot yesterday. If I run into that meddlesome clerk again, it might cause another argument." Shun Anian remembered what Qin's mother had said about Lin Shuangshuang's background. She deliberately asked Qin Jingqi, "Do you know why Lin Shuangshuang hates me so much?" Qin Jingqi looked at her in confusion. "She hates you, of course. Can't you tell? She's always picking on me because she dislikes me," she said. "The reason she hates me so much is because of you." Qin Jingqi looked more confused, with a questioning look in his eyes, as if to say, "What does that have to do with me?" Shun Anian snorted softly. "Stop pretending. I heard from my mom that Lin Shuangshuang wanted to meet you during the new year, and even asked someone to set it up." I guess she liked you long ago and was upset when she found out I married you. Qin Jingqi quickly thought back. Half a year ago, his mother called him and asked him to find time to go home and meet a girl. But he had refused then, so he couldn't see how it related to him now. That's nonsense. I don't know this person at all. Shen Anian licked her lips, feeling how unfairly she was treated. Lin Shuangshuang was just eager for things to happen, and Qin Jingqi didn't remember her at all. Her hostility seemed so strange, and she felt even worse, suffering this unfair trouble. Whether you know me or not doesn't matter. She knows you're married and feels uncomfortable. So, I became the target of her anger. I didn't know the person I was supposed to meet was Lin Shuangshuang. I never saw her. When my mom told me, she didn't mention which girl she wanted me to meet. Now that you know it's her, do you feel it's a pity? Pity for what? She's young, beautiful, and loves you deeply. Missing out on someone like her, don't you think that's a shame? Qin Jingqi looked serious. Don't say things like that. It's not good for women. I'm already married. Shen Anian pouted. From Lin Shuangshuang's behavior, it was clear she still couldn't let go. Qin Jingqi saw her thoughts clearly and said, I have no experience dating women. If I do something wrong, just tell me and I will fix it. I promise I will keep my distance from women in the future, so there won't be any unnecessary misunderstandings. Shen Anian slightly pursed her lips. He didn't understand everything, but he was willing to give her a sense of security. Such a man was really good. But you said it yourself. You have to follow through. If you get involved with other women, don't blame me for being unkind. As long as you're my wife, I will be as loyal to you as I am to my country. Shen Anian knew how much weight those words carried for a soldier. She felt very full inside, and no matter who it was, being treated so seriously made her very happy. I understand. Let's go home. Shen Anian didn't expect that on her way home, she would see a fight among villagers. As soon as she entered the yard, she sensed something was wrong. Second sister Qin had returned, bringing 2 little girls with her. The children were crying with red eyes, and one girl had a bandage on her forehead. Mother Qin looked angry, clearly very upset. Shen Anian usually saw her as kind and polite, so she was surprised to see her so furious. She asked, Mom, what's wrong? Mother Qin's expression softened a little when she saw them, but she was still angry. Zhao Jinsheng, that beast, hit your second sister, and also hit big sister. Big sister bumped her head on the table and got a cut. Even a fierce tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. You see, he's a heartless man, willing to hurt his own daughter. Shen Anian looked at the injured little girl, who was about 4 years old, very thin and small. Qin Jingqi was also very angry. Although he was often away in the army and didn't come home much, he had a good relationship with second sister Qin. Most of all, he despised men who hurt women and children. Harming a child who couldn't fight back was just like an animal. But he didn't let his anger take over. He wanted to understand more so he wouldn't wrongly accuse Zhao Jinsheng. Second sister, what exactly happened? Second sister Qin felt ashamed and didn't want to say it. Mother Qin saw her sister's embarrassment and said angrily, What's so hard to say? It's their Zhao family who are shameful. You shouldn't be embarrassed. She pulled them into the house and said, A few days ago you got married. Your second sister only took 5 yuan, and her in-laws weren't happy. They argued with her every day and even hit her. Big sister saw her father raise his hand and tried to stop him. Zhao Jinsheng is no good. He even hit his own child. Second sister Qin listened and started to cry. She didn't feel wronged but felt ashamed. When she got married, her third brother bought her a quilt and a hot water bottle and gave her 30 yuan. The Zhao family was very happy when they received the money and praised him for being generous. Now, the third brother is married. She couldn't come to help at all and didn't buy anything. She only gave 5 yuan as a gift, which made them very unhappy. They scolded and hit her. Not to mention, over the years, the third brother sent many things from the army. Not only did the family receive some, but she also got a share. When the Zhao family received the gifts, they were very happy and smiled widely. Now, asking them to pay some money feels like stabbing them in the heart. There's no way they would do that. Qin Jingqi didn't expect the reason Zhao Jinxing hit someone to be this. He really didn't know how much gift money everyone gave. The gift money was collected by Qin's parents. Later, Qin's mother gave him the money, and he casually put it in his room. He didn't pay attention to how much each person gave. He truly didn't expect that his second brother-in-law would hit his wife and children over 5 yuan and even hurt someone so badly. Second sister, what do you plan to do? Before Qin's second sister could speak, Qin's mother angrily said, "Your second sister shouldn't let herself be beaten like this. They should go and seek justice." Qin Jingqi nodded. "I'll go with you. Can you really go? If you go, you'll just get in the way. We might not even dare to fight back. They might end up fighting. He is a soldier, and if he goes, it might be awkward to act violently." Qin Jingqi. Does she think he's just in a way? Shun Anian. Then I'll go with you. She had heard before about men hitting their wives. But she found it unbelievable. Beating someone so badly over 5 yuan. That's just inhuman. However, she had only recently married into the Qin family and didn't dare speak up. Now, hearing Qin's mother want to stand up for Qin's second sister, she had no reason to hesitate. She must go. When the time comes, if there's a fight, she'll join in. She's not afraid. Qin Jingqi saw her clench her fists, with a faint look of excitement on her face, which gave him a headache. Does she know how chaotic it will be if a fight breaks out? Rural old ladies are very difficult to deal with. With her thin arms and legs, she wouldn't even be able to scratch someone. You're not allowed to go. Why not? If our family is being bullied, we have to seek justice. I want to go too. Don't worry, I will do my best and won't hold you back. Her gaze looked over, and Qin Jingqi felt that if he refused her again, he would seem too heartless. You can go and see, but you have to follow my instructions. As long as I can go, Shen Anian agreed, without hesitation. Okay, I trust you. While they were talking, Qin's father, older brother Qin, and fourth brother Qin Laosi returned, bringing along their second uncle and several cousins from the third uncle's family, about 8 or 9 people. Wow, so many people, very impressive. At the door, 2 ox carts were ready. The Qin brothers sat in one, while Qin's mother, the eldest sister-in-law, and a few women sat in the other. More than 10 people set off together toward Zhao family's village. The distance between the 2 villages is about 15 or 16 miles. It takes about an hour by ox cart. The men didn't speak much, but Qin's mother couldn't sit still. From her conversation with Qin's second sister, Shun Anian learned that the Zhao family always looked down on the second sister for having a daughter and treated her badly. The older daughters, both young, couldn't eat enough and had to do heavy work. The second sister, only 6, was already washing clothes for the family. The second wife's daughter, Gui Bao, was well-fed and chubby. When she saw Zhao's mother scolding the older sisters, she copied her and often hit them hard, leaving bruises and purple marks. Whenever she argued about this, Zhao's mother said it was just kids playing, calling her petty and saying she was a hen that couldn't lay eggs, jealous of boys and making trouble on purpose. Zhao Jinsheng, encouraged by Zhao's mother, also often spoke coldly to her and sometimes hit her. She endured all this for the sake of her 2 children. But this time, Zhao Jinsheng beat the children so badly that she couldn't stand it anymore and went to her parents' home. Not only Qin's second sister, but even Shun Anian felt sorry for her after hearing all this. This was clearly verbal abuse, and it was violence from family members. Living in such an environment long-term would probably cause depression. Fortunately, Qin's second sister didn't get completely suppressed and knew to seek help. Second sister, have you ever thought about divorce? Qin's second sister looked surprised, as if she heard something shocking, and widened her eyes. Divorce? Yes, divorce. Their family treats you so badly. Why do you still stay with them? We are women of the new era. Since we know that the Zhao family is a dangerous place, we should leave it quickly. You are only in your early 20s, and you have plenty of time ahead. The Zhao family is not worth wasting your whole life on. Second sister Qin looks confused. She has heard that if marriage doesn't work out, divorce is possible. But divorce is considered very shameful. Someone in the village has divorced before, and people still gossip about it. She doesn't want to be like that. Shin Anian sees her hesitation and says, "Second sister, even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your two nieces. Being hit and scolded all the time, how can they grow up healthy? I just heard you say that big sister is 6 years old this year. Honestly, when I saw her just now, I thought she was only 4. She looks very thin and undernourished. If this continues, it could be dangerous for her life." Second sister Chin feels sad. When they went to the health clinic earlier to treat big sister's forehead wound, the nurse also said the child was undernourished and needed more food. But at home, the children don't even get enough to eat. How can they get proper nutrition? Second sister, your children are weak, not growing tall, and they are timid. Do you want your children to grow up like that? Chin shakes her head. Of course, she doesn't want her children to become like that. But if she divorces, where will she live? How will she support her children? If I get a divorce, how will others see me? And what about big sister and second sister? Second sister, you live in the countryside. Maybe you think divorce is very rare, but it's not. Many women in the city get divorced, and they still live well. When we realize our mistakes, we should correct them immediately, not keep making the same errors. The children are being beaten by their own grandmother and father every day. The harm to them is unimaginable. What we should do now is take the children away from these bad people. We shouldn't stay in this mess just because we're afraid of gossip. Don't you agree? Second sister Chin feels a little moved by her words. But her old beliefs tell her that this isn't right. Her mind is a mess, and she doesn't have a good idea right now. Let me think about it. I need some time to think carefully. Seeing her like this, Mother Chin feels anxious. She really wants second sister to leave the suffering of the Zhao family, but she's also afraid that if she encourages them to divorce, second sister will have a hard life and blame her later. Leaving the children at Zhao's house makes her very worried. She fears, as Shun Anian said, that they might be in danger. Right now, she and Chin's father are still healthy and able to support them. In a couple of years, when they grow old, even if Chin's second sister wants to do something, they won't be able to help. That would leave them with no way out. If you're willing to divorce, take the children and come live with us. My husband and I will share what we have, so you and the kids won't go hungry. Chin's second sister is very touched. She wants to stay with her parents, but she has her own worries. Her older brother and younger brothers are already married and have new wives. Would they welcome her? She doesn't want her parents to have a hard time at home because of her. Mom, I know you care about me, but my older brother, third brother, and fourth brother are all married now. The family has a lot of expenses. I don't want to cause you more trouble. Chin's mother looks at Chin's older brother behind the ox cart. Oldest, third, and fourth brothers, if I ask second sister to come home, do you have any objections? Chin's older brother naturally says no. Mom, if second sister comes home, what objections could we have? Chin Jingqi adds, when the time comes, we can build an extra room for her. With so many of us, we can't just leave her out. Qin Yunxiang was hesitant at first, but hearing her brother's support, she couldn't help but cry. They all support her now. What is there to hesitate about? She has to divorce. What started as a quest for justice ended up being about divorce. A large group of them marched into Zhao's village. Someone recognized them and immediately ran to Zhao Jingsheng's house to report. Soon, 2 carriages arrived at Zhao's door. Qin's father even brought an ox cart to go there. Zhao's mother received the message and knew they came to cause trouble. She also brought her family out. Seeing 8 or 9 tall men from Qin's family, Zhao's family felt overwhelmed. Especially when they saw Qin Jingqi dressed in green among the crowd, they felt even more guilty. Zhao's mother approached with a smile. Why has the in-law come? Qin's mother didn't look friendly. She was very direct. You hurt my daughter so badly. Why did I come here? If I didn't come, wouldn't my daughter have been beaten to death by your family? Do you think our Qin family is weak so you can bully my daughter? Dear in-law, what are you saying? We are innocent. Our family, old Zhao's family, has done nothing wrong to your daughter. She encouraged her older and younger sisters to oppose their father. Old Zhao's temper flared, and he just pushed a little. How did that turn into hitting someone? Yunxiang is always talking nonsense with you all. What do you mean by pushing? Look at the injury on Yunxiang's face. Pushing can't cause such a wound. And as for the older and younger sisters, they beat the children so badly, they had to go to the clinic. Are you blind? Or do you think everyone else is blind too? Call Zhao Jingxing over. Oh, dear in-law, every family has conflicts. But how come Yunxiang's family always causes trouble? When the couple argues, they bring their relatives to make a fuss. Are they trying to make us look bad? We're just living our lives. Today we came to talk about divorce. Call Zhao Jingsheng, and let's settle this. Mother Zhao didn't expect them to come for a divorce. Qin Yunxiang, a woman who is married, hasn't even had a child. Usually, her family would be at fault. Why do they have the nerve to ask for a divorce? If they are shameless, then I will have a serious talk with them. If you want divorce, give me back the bride price. Mother Qin spat fiercely. She said, bride price, as if they had given her a lot back then. Back then, your family only gave 5 pounds of meat and 5 feet of cloth. I can't go to town now to buy and return it. Think about how much it is. I will exchange the money for you. If you return the bride price, you also have to give back Yunxiang's dowry. She brought a wardrobe, bedding, and 100 yuan. Return all of it. Mother Zhao's eyes rolled, and she crossed her arms, scolding. All that stuff was your daughter's own. You can take it from Qin Yunxiang. If you want to cheat us, no way. Seeing her shameless attitude, Mother Qin thought that letting Yunxiang divorce was the right decision. This person is too shameless. Living with someone like her is just suffering. Zhao Jingsheng hurried over. When he heard they wanted to divorce, he advised Mother Zhao, Mom, what are you doing? Why are you saying such things? What am I doing? Your wife brought her family here to cause trouble. Where do we put our face? Zhao Jingsheng looked at Qin Yunxiang with displeasure. What are you doing? Just saying you brought your family here to cause trouble. Do you still want to live peacefully? Qin Yunxiang also lost her temper. I can't take this life anymore. I want a divorce. When she said this, she felt as if the heavy burden she had been carrying was suddenly lifted. Since she married into the Zhao family, she had never felt so free. Zhao Jingsheng felt embarrassed and glared at Qin Yunxiang with wide eyes, speaking without restraint. You've been married to us for 6 or 7 years, and you've only had 2 daughters. You haven't even given birth to a son. If it were someone else, they would have divorced you long ago. We've taken good care of you all these years. What more do you want? Why are you causing trouble? Zhao Jingsheng, is this what you should say? You don't know how I've been living all these years. You might not realize, but I do. My daughter can't even get enough food. She's just a little girl, working hard in the cold winter and hot summer to wash clothes for your family. Last winter, she fell into the water and had a high fever for a week. We almost couldn't save her. How can you say such things? Are you heartless? Hearing this, Zhao Jingsheng felt guilty but still raised his voice, acting as if he was right. You've said this many times. Every family has children who work. A girl is just a girl. Why is she so precious? Qin Yunxiang knew that no matter what she said, he wouldn't change his mind. She decided not to argue anymore. It was pointless. I'm not going to discuss this anymore. Right now, you and I will go get the divorce papers. The children will stay with me. From now on, our family will have nothing to do with yours. What did you say? Zhao Jingsheng almost jumped to hit her. Our eldest and second daughters are part of our Zhao family. Why should we give them to you? Seeing him about to hit someone, Qin Jingqi stepped in and pushed him aside, looking at him coldly. What are you trying to do? Zhao Jingsheng was most afraid of his cold and tough brother-in-law. Usually, he didn't dare breathe loudly in front of him. Now, being looked at so coldly, he was completely defeated. No matter what, the eldest and second daughters are children of our Zhao family. They didn't go with you. The old Zhao family's children should stay in our family, and you still have the nerve to say the children are yours? How can your Zhao family treat the children like this? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Today, I took Daya to the health clinic to get her wounds treated. The doctor said Daya is malnourished. Such a young child shouldn't be malnourished. Keeping the children at your Zhao family is a dead end. I can't push my daughter into a hopeless situation. The children can't stay with you. Zhao Jinsheng was about to speak again, but Zhao's mother pulled him aside. Are you stupid? Letting her take the children is better. The two little girls are not worth much. Keeping them at home just costs us food. Don't worry. Once you get divorced, my daughter will marry a good man soon, and next year, she might have a healthy baby. These useless hens and these two troublemakers, they can go wherever they want. We don't care, Zhao's mother convinced Zhao Jinsheng. He was still young, had a good family, and marrying another good girl was not difficult. But he couldn't swallow this anger inside. Qin Yunxiang couldn't have children, so why did she look down on him and want a divorce first? Do you think you're still a young girl of 17 or 18? You've married and had 2 children. Who would want you now? If you don't have your own sense, just get a divorce. I'm not afraid of you. In the future, don't come begging at my house. Shen Anian disliked this kind of woman who said that women are worthless after marriage and having children. Using such words to attack a woman is really low. Comrade the great leader said women can hold up half the sky, but I feel like this big brother here looks down on all women. Big brother, do you think you're better than the great leader? Zhao Jinsheng almost fainted from her words. When did I say that? Don't accuse me without reason. Your words just now imply that women are worthless after marriage and childbirth. Isn't that looking down on women? The value of women isn't just in marriage and having children. Women work in the countryside, are pilots and workers in all fields, contributing everywhere. The great leader said times have changed. Men and women are equal. What men can do, women can do too. So, why do you say women can't do anything? Let's go to the commune and ask the leaders to judge. Let them hear your reasoning. Zhao Jinsheng was almost scared stiff. That wasn't what he meant. The people around heard Shen Anian's words and thought it was a stretch to connect the words of a great person with Zhao Jinsheng's. However, after thinking carefully, it seemed to make sense. Moreover, they came to support Qin Yunxiang, so it was right to blame Zhao Jinsheng for this. Yes, let's go to the commune to see if Zhao Jinsheng's words are more reasonable than those of the great person. Let's go, follow us to the commune. Brother Qin tried to step forward to stop him, and Zhao Jinsheng almost kneeled. Kids, take her away. I don't want her anymore. He just wanted to send this group of troublemakers away. Seeing his weak look, Qin Yunxiang spat in his face. How could she have been so blind to marry such a person? Let's go now and get a divorce with the household registration book. The situation had reached this point. Shen Anian didn't want to ruin the mood, but had to remind her. It's already late. The civil affairs office probably won't open now. We can only go there tomorrow morning. Second sister, you go pack your things and stay at home. We'll go to the civil affairs office to get the divorce tomorrow. Yes, she had to leave the Zhao family. Deciding to divorce, Qin Yunxiang didn't want to stay here even for a minute longer. I'll pack a couple of clothes first. We'll leave right away. Mother Zhao stepped forward to stop her. If you leave, what do you want to steal from our house? What do you have worth stealing? I just want to grab a couple of clothes. Mother Zhao didn't believe her. Second daughter-in-law, go with her and watch. Don't let her steal anything from us. Zhao's second daughter-in-law, with a tough face, followed closely behind Qin Yunxiang, coldly watching her pack. Qin Yunxiang quickly packed her clothes into a small bag, holding the hands of her 2 children, and headed out. Let's go to Grandma's house to stay. Dia and Arya didn't know what divorce was, but from their expressions, they vaguely understood that their mother and the Zhao family had argued. Mom, are we going to Grandma's house? Will we come back later? Yes, we're going to Grandma's house. We won't come back. Hearing this, Dia happily said, Can we live at Grandma's house forever? She liked Grandma's house. At Grandma's house, no one scolds or hits her. Grandma is very kind to her, always smiling when she talks, and even shares food with her and Arya. Stone doesn't their food like Guibao does. Yes, we will stay at Grandma's house forever, she said. Dia looked up at Mother Qin and said, Grandma, I eat very little and also wash clothes. To her, eating little and washing clothes are good ways to please adults. So, when she found out she could stay at Grandma's house, she naturally tried to please Mother Qin and not let her be kicked out. Mother Qin felt sad but said, Good girl, I won't make you wash clothes anymore. Grandma will make sure you eat well, and we will grow tall. She carried Daya and Arya onto the ox cart and left with them. Zhao Jinsheng watched them leave, feeling very unhappy. It wasn't because he didn't want to part with Qin Yunxiang, but because he felt ashamed that she asked for a divorce. He used to like Qin Yunxiang. She was pretty, hardworking, and easy to like. But over time, their love disappeared amid constant arguments between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Moreover, she only had 2 daughters and couldn't even have a son. People in the village often joked that there was something wrong with his seed, which was why he couldn't have a son. This insulted his pride as a man, and he hated her for it. He felt she betrayed him and the Zhao family, daring to ask for a divorce. If it weren't for the many men in the Qin family, he couldn't fight them. He would have already gone to beat her up. Big brother Qin saw him glaring angrily at Qin Yunxiang, almost wanting to attack her. Qin Jingqi stopped him and said, "There's no need to fight. Just handle your sister's matters properly. Don't dirty your hands." Big brother Qin spat and then turned away. Qin Jingqi looked at Zhao Jinsheng and said, "Meet me at the Civil Affairs office at 9 tomorrow morning. Bring your household register for the divorce. If you try any tricks, I won't let you get away with it." Zhao Jinsheng shivered at his fierce look. When Qin Jingqi left, he finally came to his senses and spat in their direction, saying, "What a joke." Some villagers teased him. "Jinsheng, why don't you dare to scold your third uncle face to face? Get lost, stop talking nonsense." He snapped back, feeling angry and upset, then turned back to his house. Qin Yunxiang's fuss had completely embarrassed him. But as soon as she thought about soon marrying a kind and innocent girl, she felt happy again. She considered the young women in the village who were not yet engaged and finally chose someone. After she divorces Qin Yunxiang, she plans to have someone propose marriage. The young woman is pretty and lively, not worse than Qin Yunxiang. The ox cart shook as it headed toward Daya village. Unlike when they first arrived, the atmosphere now was relaxed and happy. Zhao Jinsheng was really no good. Leaving such a family was truly a blessing. Qin Yunxiang carefully observed the expressions of Qin Daisa and Shun Anian. She planned to go back home to live. She thought her older brother Qin Dage and Qin Jingqi probably wouldn't mind, but she was worried about her sisters-in-law at her maternal home. However, seeing that they looked relaxed, she guessed they had no objections to her returning home, which eased her mind a little. But just as her heart was settling, she suddenly heard Qin Daisa ask, "Mother, second sister, and the 2 nieces are back. Where will they stay tonight?" Her heart jumped again. She looked at Qin's mother, waiting for her answer. Since she got married, her family had built a new brick house. The old house had been torn down, and her current house didn't have a room for her. If she went back to her maternal home, she really wouldn't have a place to stay. Qin's mother thought for a moment and said, "Let Shirtu and Dia stay with me first. Their rooms will be for Yunxiang to use. In a few days, when we have time, we'll build a new room, and then the 3 of them can live there." Qin Daisa was a bit unhappy about moving her son and daughter out. But thinking about how well Qin Dage and his siblings got along, and feeling sorry for Qin Yunxiang's situation, she didn't oppose it. "All right, then we'll do as you say, mother." Hearing this, Qin Yunxiang finally relaxed. "Today's matter is really thanks to you. If you hadn't come with us, I don't know what would have happened to Daya and Arya. If her family hadn't come to support her, she wouldn't have been able to divorce. Zhao Jinsheng might have even hurt her."
What are you talking about?
"We're just here to support you. How could we watch you get hurt?" Qin's mother called others over. "You all helped a lot today. Let's have a meal at the eldest uncle's house and enjoy a good drink with him. You shouldn't let people help for free. No matter how close the relationship, if someone helps for free too many times, family members can turn into enemies. In their countryside, they can't give expensive gifts, so they can only invite others to a meal to show thanks. Auntie, you're too polite. Our second sister was bullied so badly. We can't just stand by and watch. We have to support her and not let outsiders bully our family. Tomorrow, you all go together to the Civil Affairs office. If the Zhao family dares to cause trouble again, don't be polite to them. Annie, don't worry. If they try any tricks, we'll teach them a lesson. Shun Anian listened to their lively discussion and felt happy for Qin Yunxiang. Big sister and second sister leaned on Qin Yunxiang's legs, acting obediently, but their visible injuries looked very obvious. Such well-behaved children, and Zhao Jingsheng still hurt them so badly. He's worse than an animal. Fortunately, they are now out of suffering, and life will be better from now on. A group returned to Dea village. Qin Jingqi pulled a bullock cart and went with Shun Anian to the youth station to pick up Shun Anshui. Shun Anian had been worried about this and feared Qin Jingqi might forget because of Qin Yunxiang's matter. But he remembered, and her impression of him improved. When they arrived at the youth station, the young people were about to have dinner. When they saw them, their noses and eyes showed their surprise. The most welcoming was Shun Anshui. Big sister, brother-in-law, why are you here? We came to pick you up to stay over there. Do you want to come? Shun Anshui looked at her with wide eyes. Big sister, can I live with you? Yes, Qin's family has a room available. We've cleaned it and you can move in right away. Shun Anshui nodded repeatedly. Of course she wanted to go. She had wanted to leave here for a long time. Last night, those people made fun of her in a mean way. Today, they were even worse, saying she didn't contribute to the youth station and always took advantage of everyone, trying to drive her away. Now that she's leaving, who will dare to criticize her? Big sister, I want to go with you. Okay, we'll pack up now and leave soon. They had quite a few belongings, but most of them were packed away. Just needed to carry the stuff onto the cart. As for towels, bowls, and basins, they are easy to clean up. The educated youths finished eating and stood nearby, watching them busy. Suddenly, a young man among them stepped forward. Comrade Shin, can I talk to you for a moment? Shin Anian turned around and saw the youths all gathered together, looking like they had something to say. Is there something you want to say? Just tell me. This afternoon, the police took Qin Qianqian in for questioning. She hasn't come back yet. Is it related to you? The young man speaking was Li Weigua, who seemed to have some feelings for Qin Qianqian. So, he came to see her. Shin Anian wasn't surprised. Didn't I tell you last night that I would report to the police? I thought you all understood that. She had indeed said she would report to the police last night, but they thought she was just joking or scaring them, not taking her seriously. Who would have thought she actually went to the police station to report, and the police really came and took Qin Qianqian away? Li Weigua looked upset. How can you do this? Don't you know that what you did could ruin Chen's life? Shin Anian raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Weigua, who was sternly criticizing her. She found it a little funny. Li, I don't quite understand. Why can't I do this? Qin Qianqian pushed me into the river, and I almost drowned. Why can't I report it? You're fine now, and Qin Qianqian has already apologized to you. Why are you still so stubborn? Do you want to ruin her life? Lin Hui also advised her. Nian Nian, I know you're angry, but no matter how mad you are, you can't joke about such things. Qianqian is only 20. If she's sent to reform through labor, her life will be ruined. You're very close to Qianqian, aren't you? How can you be willing to ruin her future? I want to clarify something. Qin Qianqian's current situation is her own fault because she intended to harm someone. It has nothing to do with me, Li Weigua hurriedly said. I've asked around. If you tell the police that Qianqian didn't hurt you, she can be released. Why should I help her? She wanted to take my life. Is that a small matter? If someone wanted to harm your life, could you easily forgive the murder? Li Weigua still wasn't convinced. We all went to the countryside together as educated youths. There's no need to be so extreme. Zhao Yonggang also spoke up. Shun, we are all from Dea village, part of the same group. If it gets out that someone from our youth group is in prison, it won't look good for your reputation. What do you think? She thought they genuinely cared about Qin Qianqian, but it turned out they were also worried about how this might affect themselves. You're afraid the story will spread and affect you, so you're forcing me to drop this case. I can tell you, attempted murder is a criminal case, not a civil dispute. It's not something you can just cancel. Moreover, I won't drop it. I want her to pay the price. Li Weigua's face turned red with anger. This Shin Anian was like a stubborn stone in a ditch. Stubborn and unpleasant. Are you so heartless? Always making things difficult for us? Are you happy doing that? Shin Anian sneered. What does your opinion have to do with me? Even if our youth group's reputation is damaged, it has nothing to do with me. Instead of condemning the attacker, you pressure the victim, trying to settle everything quietly. That's like forcing me to swallow my anger and accept it. That's not right. Shin Anian grabbed her things and walked away, too tired to bother with these people. What kind of people are they? They don't know pain because the knife hasn't touched them. And they act so righteous, disgusting. Do they even deserve respect? Zhao Hongmei glanced at her back and scoffed. Captain Qin, did you see that? She's so unreasonable. If it were me or someone else from our group, I wouldn't go all out to ruin someone's life just to get revenge. She spoke so nobly, but Qin Jingqi frowned at her words. His words made Zhao Hongmei blush deeply, and she couldn't find a single thing to say in reply. Until Qin Jingqi left, she deliberately spoke loudly, saying, "Why does Captain Qin talk like that? He's so unreasonable. When Shun Anian first arrived, we even helped her. I didn't expect her to be so cold-hearted, not remembering old kindness." Chun Hung, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. She's right. Who are we to ask her to forgive someone who almost caused her death? If it were you, could you be so generous as to forgive a murderer? Everyone fell silent. Chun Hung looked at them and sneered coldly. If you can't do it yourself, what right do you have to ask others to do it? After saying that, he turned and went back to his room. Zhao Hongmei saw his back disappear and looked upset. What's wrong with him? Why is he defending Shun Anian? No one answered her. In fact, they had nothing to say. They weren't the ones hurt, so what right did they have to demand Shun Anian to forgive Qin Xianxian? Shun Anian and Qin Jingqi loaded their things onto the ox cart and headed to the Qin family. Sitting on the cart, Shun Anian felt a bit nervous, unsure if the Qin family would accept her. Seeing her nervousness, Shun Anian gently patted her hand. Don't be nervous. Aunt Qin and the others are very kind. Also, Tadeda and Arya just returned to Grandma's house. They are a few years younger than you, and you can play together in the future. Hearing she would have playmates, Shun Anian relaxed quite a bit. The things Shun Anian said next made her even more excited. Tomorrow we will visit Mom and Dad. Do you want to come with me? Yes, sister. I want to go see Mom and Dad with you. She hadn't seen her parents for over half a year. Although no one told her what was wrong, she felt something was definitely wrong at home. If everything was fine, her parents wouldn't have kept her and her sister in Dea Village, nor would they have gone so long without writing. Being able to see Shin's father and mother made Shun Anian very happy. This happiness eased her worries quite a bit. After meeting Shin's mother, her worries were completely gone. Mother Qin is a very kind and warm person. To help her get used to her new environment, she asked her older sisters, Daya and Arya and Little Stone, to talk with her and warmly invited her to eat. When she stepped into the small room prepared just for her, Shin Angshi felt very happy. Shin Anian helped her put her belongings inside and tidied up the room. The room might be a bit small, and not everything is ready yet. You can stay here for now, and we will add more things later. Big sister, this place is very good. It's much better than the youth camp. I have my own space, and Auntie is very nice to me. Daya and Arya are also very lovely. I like it here very much. Although Shun Anian guessed she would like it here, hearing her say it herself made her feel completely at ease. From now on, you can think of this as your home. If anything feels uncomfortable, just tell me. No need to feel shy. I understand, big sister. I will take you to fetch water for bathing. Rest well tonight because we need to get up early tomorrow. Big sister, are Mom and Dad far away? They should be very far and we will need to take a train. But don't worry, we will see them very soon. Shin Angshi nodded and took her clothes to fetch water and bathe together. When Shun Anian returned to her own room, Qin Jingqi was also there. He had just been taken to drink a couple of glasses with his cousin, but his face showed no change. It was hard to tell if he was drunk or sober. Shun Anian stepped forward. Tomorrow, second sister is going to handle her divorce. Do you want to go with her and see what's happening? Qin Jingqi looked up at her. Maybe because he had been drinking, his eyes looked a little watery. No need. Let Mom and Dad take second sister to handle it. The train tickets are already bought, and it's hard to change the schedule. The Qin family is large, and with Xiao Jinxing's courage, he wouldn't dare cause trouble. Shen Anian felt very reassured. She was originally worried that Qin Jingqi might delay visiting Shen parents, but hearing him say this, she felt completely at ease. Things with Qin Qianqian haven't been fully settled yet. Will the police station have any questions for me? Would it be a problem if we leave now? No, they've already asked most of what they need to. If there's anything else, it can wait until you come back. There's no rush in these 2 days. They all say I am too harsh in how I handle things. Do you think I shouldn't have treated Chen Qianqian that way? Qin Jingqi looked serious and spoke very firmly. They haven't gone through what you have, so they have no right to ask for your understanding. Their forgiveness on your behalf is kind of them, but you don't need to care about their opinions. I fully support your decision. Although she had already decided to let Qin Qianqian face the consequences, the many opposing voices made her doubt herself. She wondered if she was being too cruel. With Qin Jingqi's support, she felt more confident in her choice. If Chen Qianqian didn't learn her lesson this time, she might think she could get away with it again. Who knows what she might do in the future? Feeling supported, she said, "It feels good to have someone on my side. Thank you. As my wife, I should support you. Besides, you haven't done anything wrong. I should encourage you to make the right choices." Shen Anian felt a bit uncomfortable under his intense gaze. His deep eyes made her feel like the man across from her was a fierce beast in the woods, and she was the prey he was watching. The pressure was overwhelming. She quickly said, "I'm going to take a shower," and grabbed her clothes to leave, not realizing how her words might spark some imagination. Although Qin Jingqi knew she didn't mean it that way, he couldn't help but think about other things. They had rested for a day, but he didn't know if she was fully recovered. He wasn't determined to go all the way. He just couldn't help but want to be close to her, to touch her, to kiss her. At first, he decided to marry her out of responsibility. Back then, rumors were everywhere. If he didn't step up, Shen Anian might have been driven to despair by the gossip or hurriedly married someone who didn't mind the rumors. Neither outcome was what he wanted. As a soldier, he had a duty to protect people. He couldn't let a young girl bear all the gossip alone because of him. After hanging up the phone with Qin's mother, he made a decision. He wrote the marriage report and submitted it to his unit. After they married, he found Shen Anian different from others. She was smart and decisive, and she suited him very well. As a soldier, especially an excellent combatant, he has strong judgment and knows clearly what he wants. He wants to live with her happily as lovers, not just as forced spouses bound together. When Shen Anian returned to her room, she noticed a subtle change in him. Although he was still the same person, his gaze toward her seemed much warmer. This discovery made her feel a little nervous and strangely happy. Thinking about sharing a bed with him tonight, she felt both nervous and shy. Their physiques and strength were vastly different. She wasn't opposed to his closeness, but when he was covered in sweat, he looked frightening, muscles tense, full of power, as if he might tear her apart. But she imagined it completely differently. She wanted a gentle, caring partner who would softly soothe her nerves, not someone eager to crush her and swallow her whole. Qin Jingqi didn't know what she was thinking. When he saw her eyes, wet and bright, with a flirtatious look at the corners and her cheeks flushed, he almost lost control. But as soon as Shen Anian met his gaze, she quickly looked away, afraid to look at him again. Was he too intimidating? Shen Anian was trembling from his intense stare, lying sideways on the bed. The room was dim. Qin Jingqi had turned off the light, and his footsteps grew closer, nearing the bed. Her body tensed visibly, stiff as a stone. Qin Jingqi lay beside her and naturally sensed her nervousness. She seemed very afraid of him. In front of others, her parents, older brother or sister-in-law, she was very relaxed. But when they were alone, she was very tense. Since he wanted to spend his life with Shen Anian, he was naturally unhappy about this. Waiting for her to accept and accommodate him was too passive. As a soldier, he wouldn't let himself be passive. He needed to take the initiative to attack to gain control. He had to find a way to break the deadlock, at least understand why she was so afraid of him. "Are you really afraid of me?" Shun Enian felt a warm breath on her head and felt a little uncomfortable. But facing away from him while talking seemed rude. She turned over and lay flat. Her shoulder accidentally touched Qin Jingqi's shoulder. She instinctively wanted to move away. Thinking about how Qin Jingqi asked if she was afraid of him, she forced herself not to move and shook her head. She wasn't lying. It's more accurate to say she didn't know how to get along with him than to say she was afraid. Their relationship was too awkward. If they said they were close, they hadn't known each other long enough. If they said they were strangers, they were married and had shared very intimate moments. Shun Anian didn't know how to handle this kind of relationship. And maybe because Qin Jingqi had been in the military for many years, he looked very serious. When he had no expression, he seemed very cold. Being with him made people feel tense, afraid of upsetting him and being scolded. I feel like you're afraid of me. You act differently around me than with others. You joke with others, but rarely with me. Are you nervous around me? Shun Anian didn't expect him to be so perceptive, but she didn't plan to deny it. I'm a little nervous around you. You seem different from others. A bit stern, Qin Jingqi didn't expect to be seen as such a figure in her eyes. If the lights were on now, Shun Anian would see how interesting his expression was. But now the room was dark, and she couldn't see his face clearly. Her courage grew a little. When you speak with a serious face, it feels like you're scolding someone, and people don't dare to be bold around you. Qin Jingqi knew he looked serious when he didn't show expressions, but he didn't expect to make others afraid. The new soldiers in the unit were indeed afraid of him, but she wasn't a soldier. Would she be afraid too? Instructor Zhou always smiled at everyone and was quite popular in the team. Did he also have to do that, smile at everyone? That's not his personality. This is a personality I've developed over many years in the military. I probably can't change it. I don't necessarily want you to change. I need some time to get used to it. A period of time. How long is that? A month? 2 months? Or half a year? Shun Anian felt a bit speechless. How can you be so precise? Feelings for someone can't be measured by time. I don't know. When people get along, feelings develop naturally. If you insist on setting a specific time, I can't answer. And asking like that makes me nervous, which could make our relationship more tense. Qin Jingqi nodded, understanding the principle of dating her. When she was vague, he knew not to pressure her to give an answer immediately. Okay, I understand. If you don't want to answer in the future, I won't force you. Shun Anian. Actually, that's not what she meant. But if he could do that, it would be pretty good. She stayed silent. Every time we sleep together, you seem tense. Do you not want to sleep with me? Shun Anian. Is it so direct to ask? Qin Jingqi asked this, but inside, he wasn't as calm as he seemed. He wanted to understand the real issue. Last night, he just got close to her, and she clearly showed rejection. He really wanted to know why. Does she not like him? If she didn't like him, why was she so proactive on the first night? After a long silence, Qin Jingqi asked, "Can I ask about this?" He was really eager to learn, but how should she answer? He was glad the lights were off now, so he felt brave enough to ask such questions. Darkness seemed to give people courage to say things they normally wouldn't. Intimate things like that should be done with someone you're very close to. We are married. Qin Jingqi didn't understand. They already had a marriage certificate, a legally recognized marriage. Shouldn't that be enough closeness? We are married, but we haven't known each other long enough. We don't understand each other well enough. People only develop feelings after spending a lot of time together. It's not just about having a marriage license or a wedding banquet. As soon as she finished speaking, she could feel the air around her cool down by a degree. Then Qin Jingqi's cold voice came through. You mean you don't have feelings for me yet? No wonder he was in the military. He was quick and precise in getting to the point. I don't have no feelings for you. I am grateful to you. Grateful to me? The kind of feelings you have for me aren't like those of a married couple. Don't you want to live with me? His tone was very serious, and unintentionally, it sounded a bit aggressive, which made Shun Anian feel very upset. She had already tried very hard. She also wanted to spend her life with him, but they had only been together for 3 days. Facing someone she had only known for 3 days, how could she fully trust him and give herself to him? I have thought about living a good life with you, which is why I let Sway stay at your house and took you to meet my parents. If I wasn't sincere about wanting to live with you, why would I introduce my family to you? She was a little angry, and her tone unintentionally showed some frustration. Qin Jingqi realized she was upset and quickly understood her meaning. He apologized. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. He softened his attitude, and Shun Anian also softened her heart. I know you are a very good person, and I also want to live a good life with you. But we just got married a few days ago, and before marriage, we didn't really have feelings for each other. So, I might not fall in love with you so quickly. Maybe after spending more time together, I will like you. She already had good feelings for him now. But Shun Anian didn't say it out loud. She felt that expressing it so soon might be a bit too forward. He also hadn't said he liked her. Qin Jingqi's mood was very complicated right now. Although he knew what she said was true, those words felt like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart. He had just decided she was the woman he wanted to spend his life with, and now she was saying she didn't love him. The feeling was hard to describe. Go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow, he said, really not wanting to hear any more hurtful words from her. Shun Anian could clearly feel his disappointment, but she didn't know what to say to him. She could only pretend she didn't notice anything and closed her eyes to sleep. The next day, she felt someone moving beside her in a hazy state. When she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Jingqi had already gotten up, but it was still dark outside. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, hearing Qin Jingqi's voice. You don't need to get up. It's still early. Where are you going? I'm going for a few laps outside. Having lived in the army for many years, his biological clock became very punctual. When it was time for morning exercises, he would wake up on time. Not going for a few laps made him feel uncomfortable. Shun Anian looked at the watch beside her bed and was surprised to see it was only 5:30. So early? That's the routine I got used to in the army. You should sleep. Shun Anian couldn't keep up with his schedule, so she lay back down. After hearing the door close and realizing no one else was around, she finally fell into a deep sleep. Although Qin Jingqi didn't do much last night, his presence was very strong. His scent was everywhere. Having someone lying beside her made her very nervous. She slept lightly, so when he left, she slept very soundly. When she woke up from her nap, it was already bright outside. She heard lively chatter from outside the window. She went out and saw that Qin's mother and others were preparing to take Qin Yunxiang to get a divorce. Qin Yunxiang was dressed beautifully, even wearing new clothes. It looked more like she was going to get a marriage certificate or celebrate a happy event, rather than going to get a divorce. But it was almost the same. After the divorce, she would start a new life, which was a happy thing. Second sister, you look very beautiful today. Qin Yunxiang looked much more radiant. Her face was still the same, but she looked relaxed, as if she suddenly gained new energy. She seemed full of life, making it hard to look away. Qin Yunxiang felt a bit shy when she was praised. You're joking. I'm not lying. You look much more energetic and younger. Since deciding to divorce Zhao Jinsheng, Qin Yunxiang had become much more relaxed. This morning, when she looked in the mirror, she felt like she had aged several years. She looked very pleasing. She used to wonder why she couldn't see clearly and even thought about staying with Zhao Jinsheng. Now she knew she should have left that muddy situation long ago. I also feel much more spirited. I think I was overthinking before. Being with Zhao's family isn't better. Second sister, it's good that you think like that. Your life will get better and better. Qin Yunxiang nodded seriously. You're right. Second sister, I'm sorry, but I need to visit my parents today, so I can't go with you to get the divorce. Qin Yunxiang was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled and said, Yesterday, the third brother already talked to me about this. As for the divorce, I will go with my parents, and you all can handle the big matters. They married rather quickly, and Shun Anian's parents couldn't even attend the wedding banquet. They really should visit her parents properly. Moreover, since many people are supporting her divorce, They should focus on more important tasks. Second sister, thank you for your understanding. You're saying that? I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I might still be stuck in Zhao family's troubles. Alright, let's not talk so much. You should get ready quickly and catch the carriage. Shun Anian saw that it was getting late, so she hurried to brush her teeth and wash her face. Mother Qin packed some smoked chicken and rice cakes she made early in the morning for them. Our home doesn't have much, just 2 smoked chickens, some cured meat, 5 jin of flour, and dried mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Take these to your in-laws to try. Mother Qin felt a bit embarrassed when she mentioned this. City folks are quite particular, especially since this is the newlyweds' first visit, so they should be more careful. They prepared so little. She wondered if her in-laws would even like it. She thought this was all because of a third brother. Such an important matter, and he didn't tell them in advance, rushing to meet the in-laws, which prevented them from preparing properly. Anian, you explained to your in-laws that our family doesn't mean to disrespect them. It's just that the third brother didn't say anything clearly beforehand. We didn't prepare much, just these few things. This time my husband and I were supposed to go together to meet the in-laws, but the tickets are hard to get, so you all went instead. Once we have time later, your father and I will visit the in-laws and apologize properly. Mom, don't say that. You've prepared enough. Thank you on behalf of my parents. You're such a good girl. I steamed some rice cakes for you. It's not convenient to cook outside, so if you're hungry, just eat some. Thank you, Mom. Where's that third brother? He's in such a rush, but he still hasn't shown up. Mother Qin spoke while looking for someone, asking Qin Jingqi to load the things onto the ox cart. Father Qin borrowed 2 ox carts from the team. The Qin brothers and their cousin also came along. Everyone traveled together in the ox carts to the town. Father and Mother Qin personally saw them off at the station. After watching them board the train, they went to the civil affairs office. The town station was small, and the bus was old without air conditioning. Because it was hot, they had to open the windows to let in some air. The trip from the town to the county took 2 hours. Dust flew into their faces along the way, and by the time they reached the county, everyone looked dusty. At the county bus station, they still had to take a 4-hour bus ride to the provincial capital. When they arrived in the provincial city, Qin Jingqi didn't rush to catch a train. Instead, he took the sisters to a state-run restaurant for a meal and then to a department store to buy some things. Shun and Ian didn't know exactly what they needed, but during this time, supplies were definitely limited. She bought a can of malted milk and some long-lasting pastries with ration tickets. While Qin Jingqi wasn't paying attention, she secretly took out some noodles, apples, and snow pears from her space. Time was running out, so they carried their things and took a bus to the train station. Shun Enian felt a bit nervous about visiting Shin father and Shin mother. Since she was from another time, she worried they might see through her as an imposter. Shun Enian was young and easy to fool. But Shin father and Shin mother knew the original owner well, and Shin father used to hold a high position. He was very sharp, so it would be hard to deceive him. She needed to think carefully about how to hide her true identity. After a 13-hour train ride, they finally arrived in Wu City. Then they took another 5 hours by bus to Donglin Farm. Donglin Farm was very remote and strictly guarded. Everything they brought had to be checked before they could enter. Qin Jingqi carried their things and walked ahead. Shin Anian asked around and finally found the dormitory. As they approached, she saw 2 people looking in their direction from afar, their figures somewhat familiar. Shin Anian's eyes lit up. She shouted, "It's Mom and Dad," and ran toward them. After a whole day of traveling, changing buses 4 or 5 times, they finally saw the people they were looking for. Shin father and Shin mother had been waiting for them since they knew Shin Anian was coming today. They had taken leave early and were waiting patiently. Seeing her 2 daughters, her nose felt a little sore. Mother Shin hugged Shun and swayed tightly, saying, "You've grown up and gotten taller." Shun and Yen walked slowly over, and the person in front of her looked very different from the person she remembered. In her memory, Shun's father was elegant and capable, and Shun's mother was refined and graceful. But now, the person in front of her looked worn and tired, with dark skin and a thin face. Shun's father, who used to have black hair, now had some gray and looked very thin, almost unrecognizable. Shun's mother, who was 45 years old, was a very beautiful middle-aged woman. But now, she no longer looked like her former elegant self. Before seeing them, she was very worried that Shun's parents might recognize her identity. But the moment she saw them, a familiar feeling flooded her heart, making her forget her worries. She felt full of longing and sadness. "Mom and Dad, we're here to see you," she said. Mother Shun, tears in her eyes, stepped forward and held her hand. Her hands, which had been well cared for, had become rough and calloused, with thick blisters on her palms. But her warmth remained unchanged. Shun and Yen held her mother's hand and said, "Mom, I'm sorry I came late. You silly child. What are you talking about? I told you to take good care of yourself. Why did you take such a big risk to come see us? I didn't see you and I was worried. You're such a silly child. Your dad and I are doing very well here, no need to worry." Shun's father was much calmer than Shun's mother. After chatting with his daughter, his gaze fell on Qin Jingqi. He was tall and straight, like a pine tree growing on a cliff, with an extraordinary presence. If Qin Jingqi were just an ordinary person, he would praise him as a promising young man. But he had another identity, that of Shun and Yen's husband. Because of this, Shun's father was more strict with him and found him less pleasing. In his eyes, children are always the best. Qin Jingqi was good, but not good enough to match his daughter. He wanted a son-in-law who was gentle and caring, someone who would be very obedient to Shun and Yen, and who knew her well. But this man was as cold as steel, very different from his ideal son-in-law. While observing Qin Jingqi was also watching him. When their eyes met, Qin Jingqi nodded slightly to show acknowledgement. "Father-in-law and mother-in-law, I married Nian in a hurry and didn't have time to inform you. It was impolite of me, so I came here to apologize." Hearing this, Mr. Shun became even more upset. His daughter is only 19 years old, very young, yet she hurriedly married a local man after just half a year of rural work. Although Shun and Yen said Qin Jingqi saved her, and they got married, he felt things might not be that simple. "Let's talk inside." "Yes, let's go inside first," Shun's mother said, taking the things from Shun and Yen's hands. She complained, "You came here, and you're still bringing so many things. These are special gifts from my mother-in-law. She heard we were coming and prepared some mushrooms, smoked chicken, local specialties, to share with you and Dad. They are thoughtful." Shun's mother welcomed them in and poured water for them. It was already noon. Shun's mother had prepared a meal: sweet potato porridge, a plate of shredded potatoes, stir-fried greens, and a pan-fried small fish. "Our home doesn't have many good things. Please make do and eat a little." Shun and Yen knew they cared about her and had probably brought out the best from their home. It showed how hard their lives usually were. "I'm just hungry now, so I can eat something." Shun and Yen sat down with Qin Jingqi. Mr. Shun glanced over, a bit displeased, but he didn't say anything. Shun's mother served her a small fish. "Eat more." Shun and Yen didn't want to disappoint her, so she picked up the small fish and put it in her mouth. The taste was familiar, but she couldn't quite describe it. Shun's mother was not good at cooking. When she cooked occasionally, it took a lot of appreciation to enjoy it. Later, Shun realized she had no talent for cooking. Their family usually ate from the cafeteria or occasionally went out to eat. Since they came here, they had no good conditions, so they could only cook for themselves, but her cooking skills didn't improve much. Qin Jingqi had been in the army for many years and had rarely eaten homemade food, so he didn't have high expectations for taste. Mr. Shun, after so long, was immune to the poor quality of the food. For him, as long as the food wasn't burnt and was cooked, it was fine. Shun and Yen thought the food wasn't very good, but she didn't want to ruin the mood over such a small thing, so she stayed silent. Shun and Yen's way of resisting was to say she was full and to give her leftover rice to Shun's father, reminding him to eat more. Shun's mother didn't realize she was playing tricks and thought she was uncomfortable from sitting in the car too long, so she quickly told her to rest in her room. During the meal, Shun's father coughed occasionally. Shun and Yen asked him what was wrong, and he just said it was a small problem and not serious. But his continuous coughing didn't look like a minor issue at all. Dad, have you been to the hospital? What did the doctor say? It's just a small problem. No need to go to the hospital. Just rest for a few days and it'll be fine. It seemed they didn't want to go to the hospital. Luckily, she had the spiritual spring, which Shun's father could drink. Although the spiritual spring wasn't medicine, it was very good for the body. It could help nourish him and make him feel much more comfortable than toughing it out. The 3 dishes were finished by them. After lunch, Shun's father used digestion as an excuse to call Qin Jingqi outside. Qin Jingqi knew he had something to discuss and left without saying a word. Shun and Nian stayed, with Shun's mother chatting. Nian, be honest with Mom. What's really going on between you and Captain Qin? Shun and Nian pretended to be naive. What do you mean? We fell in love freely and voluntarily became partners. Nonsense. You've only been to Dahuang village for a short time. How could you suddenly get married? Are you trying to fool me? Shan and Nian initially wanted to make up some excuse and brush it off, but seeing her worried look, she couldn't lie. She could only find a middle ground. Mom, I accidentally fell into the river back then. Captain Qin saved me. He has saved my life. After few interactions, I think he's a good person. And since we're both of marriageable age, we decided to get married because we felt compatible. Shun's mother sighed in pain. You're only 19 this year. There are many possibilities ahead. Why marry so early? Even if you want to marry, you should find someone you know well. Back in the courtyard, those kids, Xiao Liang, Xiao Bo, none of them are less suitable than him. Why did you suddenly make such a decision? Mom, we know Xiao Liang and the others well, but after what happened at home, to be honest, I no longer feel worthy of them. Would their families be willing? Her words touched Mother Shin deeply. Nian was their precious treasure, and they treated her like a gem. Now, due to a sudden change, she had to suffer such unfair treatment. No matter what, marriage is a lifelong matter. How can you marry someone so casually? I didn't marry him casually. Captain Qin is honest and kind. Although he is quiet and reserved, I believe he will treat me well in the future. Child, marriage isn't just about eating and dressing. You need to live together for a long time. Do you share common interests with him? Can he understand you? Can he accept your habits? If you don't have common ground, how can the marriage last? Mom, what you're talking about is an ideal marriage, where soulmates meet by chance. I also envy your marriage with Dad, but how many people find such a partner? In the original owner's memory, Shun's parents loved each other very much and were very happy, which she admired. So, when she saw Chan Hung, who was similar in personality to Shun's father, she liked him. She thought she and Chun Hung could be like Shun's parents, supporting each other and never parting. Chun Hung is very good, but the male lead will always belong to the female lead, not to a minor character. So, tell me, do you like him? Mother Shun's eyes were sharp and deep, as if she could see through a person's heart instantly. Nian couldn't lie to her, so she said vaguely, he's a very good person and treats me well. We will definitely have a good future. She used very good 3 times in a row, trying to persuade Mother Shun. Mother Shun understood immediately. She realized Nian didn't have feelings for Qin Jingqi. She tightly held her hand. Nian, you don't have to do anything for us. Mom and Dad are fine. You're still young and have many things you can do. Live for yourself, understand? Nian was stunned. Mother Shin was truly very open-minded. Not just in this era, even decades later, few parents would tell their children not to worry too much about others' opinions and to live for themselves. Mom, don't worry. I know. I'm doing well now. Look, he's willing to visit you and me, and he's quite considerate. He's a good person. I believe once you get to know him, your opinion will change. Mother Shun remained silent. They are now at the farm. Qin Jingqi is not afraid of being involved and brought Shin Anian and her sister to visit. It's clear that this young man is quite good. He is a company commander, and in the future, he will surely protect Nian. In this marriage, Nian is the one who benefits. But she just feels uncomfortable inside. Nian Nian should find someone who loves her equally. Shin Anian doesn't know how to comfort her. She thinks that in Mother Shin's mind, Qin Jingqi marrying her is a big gain. But she doubts that Mother Shin has put a family-friendly filter on her. She's not that perfect. Mom, do we still have tea sets at home? I'll make some tea for you. Some of the household items were sent to the countryside with Shun Anian. The rest were either taken away or broken. They have very few things they can bring. Mother Shin smiled bitterly. We're here working now, why drink tea? We haven't drunk that for a long time, and there are no tea sets anymore. I brought some tea leaves. Let me brew some for you. I'll go boil water. Shin Anian carried the thermos to the kitchen, took a bag of tea leaves from her space, and poured them into a small cloth bag. She wasn't insisting they drink tea, but wanted them to drink spiritual spring water. She took a pot of spiritual spring water from her space, boiled it, and poured the tea leaves into the thermos. When she returned to the living room with the thermos, she saw Shin Father and Qin Jingqi coming back. She didn't know what they said, but Shin Father looked a bit unhappy, while Qin Jingqi's expression was normal. He showed no sign of displeasure. She pretended not to notice the subtle atmosphere between them and said, Dad, I just brewed some tea. Come and have a cup. Since there were no tea sets at home, she could only use bowls to serve the tea. Shin Father and Mother Shin agreed. It was not appropriate to drink tea at this time, especially if others saw, they might say something. But Shun Anian had already poured the tea. He couldn't bear to refuse his daughter's kindness, so he took the bowl and took a small sip. The tea was lightly fragrant, with a rich and deep aroma. After drinking, he felt a faint sense of comfort. He couldn't help but take another sip. Tea made from spiritual spring water tastes better than others. So Shin Father praised the tea, which Shun Anian expected. Dad, if you like it, drink more. Father Shin took a sip of tea and sighed softly. It's been a long time since I enjoyed tea and conversation like this. These days are really good. Shin Anian felt a pang of sadness and sat beside him. Dad, I'll keep you company and talk. Seeing the tired look on her face, Father Shin felt a little worried. You've been in the car for so long. You must be tired. Go rest first. I heard you're staying here for a night. We can talk more later. Shun Anian was indeed a bit tired after the long drive, so she didn't insist and agreed to rest. Then I'll go rest first. Dad, we'll talk after dinner. She handed her wedding photo to Father Shin. Dad, this is our wedding picture. Father Shin took it and looked. Shin Anian in the photo was smiling, like a rising sun, making people feel happy just by looking at her. Next to her sat Qin Jingqi, but he had no expression on his face, showing no sign of happiness. Was he not interested in getting married, or what? Father Shen instinctively looked at Qin Jingqi. He didn't seem unwilling to marry, or he wouldn't have taken such a big risk to come see them with Anian. Maybe he was happy or not. He showed the same expression either way. Being young and able to hide feelings well, from an elder's point of view, this young man was quite promising and capable of doing great things. But from a father's perspective, he didn't think Qin Jingqi was that good. If he liked Anian and treated her well, that would be fine. But if one day he didn't like her anymore, with her innocence and kindness, could she really compete with him? Qin Jingqi naturally sensed Father Shen's displeasure. There was nothing he could do. After all, he had carefully protected Shen Anian for over 10 years and then took her away. It's normal for a father-in-law to dislike his son-in-law. No one wants their daughter to be taken away by someone else. Especially when she's so lively and beautiful, it's only natural he wouldn't like it. Mother Shin took the photo and looked. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful. Just by looking at them, they seemed a good match. But this old man clearly looked upset. He didn't even smile when looking at the photo. She carefully put the photo away. You're both tired. I'll take you to see your rooms. She had already tidied up the rooms. In a small, simple room with just a bed and a slightly broken table, everything was very clean. On the windowsill, there was a glass bottle with a bunch of wildflowers. Seeing the flowers, Shun Anian felt more at ease. Even in tough times, she still loved life, and she believed no difficulty could defeat them. Rest well, I'm going to see Sui Sui.
she said.
Shun's mother closed the door, leaving Shun, Anian, and Qin Jingqi alone, looking at each other. Shun, Anian broke the silence first and asked, "What did my dad say to you just now?" "Nothing important. We just took a walk nearby," Qin Jingqi replied. Shun, Anian thought Qin Jingqi was lying with his eyes open. If it wasn't important, why would Shin's father look so upset? But she didn't press further because she knew Qin Jingqi didn't want to share, and she wouldn't get any answers by asking more. "Just be careful and don't make my dad too angry," she warned. "I didn't upset him. I just talked to my father-in-law about how we met. He probably feels sorry for you," Qin Jingqi said. "Did you tell my dad about me being pushed into the water?"
she asked.
"Not in detail," he replied. Shun, Anian let out a small breath of relief. "That's good. It's better if he doesn't know. If Shin's father and mother found out, they would worry." Their situation was already difficult, and she didn't want to add to their worries because of her problems. Just as she started to relax, Qin Jingqi said, "Even if you don't tell them, your father and mother-in-law might hear from someone else." Shun, Anian blinked, understanding now. "You mean Sui Sui?" Sui Sui knew she was pushed into the water by Qian Qian. If Shun's parents asked, she, being only 10 years old, probably couldn't hide it. "No, I need to talk to her," Qin Jingqi said. He grabbed her wrist. "It's too late now." Shun, Anian looked sad. She should have warned Sui Sui earlier. Now it was no use saying anything. Suddenly, she noticed Qin Jingqi holding her hand and awkwardly trying to let go. "I'm not talking to you. I'm going to sleep," she said. Qin Jingqi pulled over a chair and sat down. Shun, Anian looked at him with confusion and asked, "Aren't you going to rest? If I lie down on the bed, will you still be able to sleep?" Shun, Anian was surprised to realize that he knew she would have trouble sleeping if he was lying next to her. Following her principle of not letting her friends down, she still lay down. She decided to take good care of herself first. "Then I'll rest now." She was really tired. She closed her eyes, and soon she fell asleep. Qin Jingqi looked at her peaceful face and remembered what Shun's father had just said. She is truly a very good girl. Even though they haven't known each other long, he could see many of her admirable qualities. Such a good girl. If not for the accident that sent her to the countryside as a young worker, they probably would never have met. Since she has become his wife in this life, the two separate paths have now crossed, and it's destined that their lives will be forever intertwined. When Shun, Anian woke up, no one was in the room. She washed her face with spiritual spring water and then opened the door to go outside. Qin Jingqi was working in the yard, turning the soil. Shun's father was planting vegetables nearby, and Shun Anrui was catching bugs on the crops. She didn't see Shun's mother anywhere. "Anian, you're awake." "Dad, where's my mom?" "She's busy in the kitchen." To protect her stomach, Shun, Anian thought she should go see what was happening in the kitchen. Shun's mother was surprised to see her come in. "Are you hungry?" "Wait a little longer. The food will be ready soon." "Mom, I want to help." Shun's mother was very surprised. When she was at home, her daughter never did chores. Now she was cooking? "Can you cook?" "At our young workers' camp, everyone takes turns cooking, so I've learned a little." Hearing this, Shun's mother felt a bit sad. When they were at home, the children didn't have to do anything. Now that she was away, she had to do everything herself. "You've suffered." "Mom, don't say that. It's just basic life skills. Besides, since you've learned to cook, I should learn from you. You've been busy all day, and today it's my turn to show my gratitude by cooking a meal for you and Dad." She took the smoked chicken from Shun's mother and started working. She washed the chicken, prepared the vegetables, and worked efficiently and carefully. Mother Shun looked at her quick movements, feeling both sad and happy. Since Nian Nian left home, she had become much more capable. "I see her much faster than I am in the kitchen. Growing up in the countryside, I had to work during the day. When I came back, I was very hungry and everyone was eager to eat, so I practiced to speed up." "Mom, you don't need to watch me.
Just leave dinner to me."
"You can go busy yourself. I really wasn't useful here." Nian Nian didn't need her help at all. "All right, you go ahead and work in the kitchen. I'll go outside and see if I can help. Just tell me if you need anything." As soon as Mother Shun left, Shun and Nian started cooking with spiritual spring water. Hearing that the neighbors would be coming over for dinner, she cooked smoked chicken, cured meat, scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried vegetables, and also cut apples and pears. She carried the dishes outside and then realized that people had already arrived, and she recognized them. They were her father's former colleagues. But they looked much older than before, no longer full of youthful energy. I happen to have 2 bottles of wine. Bring them over and let's have a drink. Sure, we haven't had a drink together in a long time. Today, let's sit down and enjoy a good drink. Shan and Yen greeted them. Hello, Uncle Lee and Yang. Uncle Lee smiled happily. This is Nyen Nyen, right? I can't believe she's grown so much. We're getting old too. Uncle Lee, don't say that. You're still in your prime. How can you say you're old? Uncle Lee laughed loudly. You, kid, have always been sweet-talking. You're fair and soft, and everyone in the courtyard likes you. And Yang was straightforward. That's right. When Zheng was little, he loved playing with Nyen Nyen. He would say he wanted to find a sister if he didn't see her for a day. Back then, you often said you wanted to marry brother Zheng when you grew up. Do you remember? Shen and Nyen instinctively looked at Qin Jingqi. He had no expression, but she could clearly see from his face that he was unhappy. Aunt Yang really had a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Shen and Yen quickly looked away and said to Aunt Yang, that was all childhood talk. Words spoken when we were young don't count. Seeing her awkward expression, Aunt Yang realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly changed the subject. Yes, those are all things from the past. I heard you got married. Is this your partner? Shen and Yen introduced Qin Jingqi to them, saying, Uncle Lee and Yang, this is my partner, Qin Jingqi. Aunt Yang quietly observed him. The young man looked energetic and seemed honest and responsible. Comrade Qin, Nyen Nyen is a good girl. Treat her well in the future. Qin Jingqi nodded. Aunt Yang, don't worry. I will treat Nyen Nyen well and won't let her be wronged. Shen's mother invited them. Don't stand around. Sit down quickly. Let's eat and chat. Everyone sat down together. Looking at the delicious and fragrant dishes on the table, Aunt Yang said in surprise, Nyen Nyen, did you make all this? Yes, I did. Auntie, please don't dislike my cooking. You are so modest. With my cooking skills, I wouldn't look down on yours. These dishes look very tasty. Tonight, I am very lucky. Everyone, don't be polite. Just eat. Shen Anian's cooking was indeed good. The food tasted great, especially the smoked chicken, which was truly delicious.
Aunt Yang envied her.
Nyen Nyen's cooking skills are really good. Old Shen, you are so lucky to have such a good daughter. Shen's mother was very happy to hear someone praise Shen Anian. Nyen Nyen has been capable since she was little. She is very sensible and helps with chores. Every time she comes home, she helps us with slippers. Shen Anian felt a bit embarrassed. These small things didn't seem worth praising, but Aunt Yang was very polite and complimented Shen's mother. That's right. In our neighborhood, Nyen Nyen is a rare obedient child. Shen and Anian felt shy from their praise. Mom, Auntie, let's eat. Qin Jingqi raised his glass. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, thank you for raising such an excellent daughter. I am lucky to marry such a wonderful partner. Cheers to you. Shen's father also raised his glass. Xiao Qin, Nyen Nyen has been kind and gentle since she was little. You need to treat her well. If she ever does something wrong or makes you unhappy, don't hit her or scold her. Just send her back to us. We, the old folks, will take care of her. Qin Jingqi understood that he was being warned. He was not angry but felt grateful that Shen Anian had such caring parents. Father-in-law, rest assured. Since I married her, I will do my best to protect her for the rest of my life and won't let her suffer any unfairness. Good. I remember your words. I hope you will keep your promise. Father Shen raised his glass and drank it all in one go. He drank too quickly and choked, coughing uncontrollably. Mother Shen was both annoyed and amused. Drink more slowly. I thought you were still young and could handle it, but why are you drinking so fast? Today I am happy. My daughter and son-in-law came to see me. I feel very happy. Come on, let's have a few more drinks. Mother Shen didn't try to stop them anymore. She let them continue drinking while she chatted with Shen Anian, asking about her experience in the countryside and how Shen was doing. When she learned that the Qin family treated them very well, Mother Shin finally felt relieved. Her daughter was married now. Living with her in-laws, having a good and easy relationship with her mother-in-law, her life would be a lot easier in the future. After drinking, the men started talking more, mostly Father Shin and Uncle Lee, while Qin Jingqi listened. Shun Anian listened quietly. From their conversation, she vaguely understood that someone at the farm was targeting Father Shin. Dad, who is causing trouble for you? Let's not talk about this. Today is a happy day. Let's talk about something joyful. Father Shin changed the subject. Shin Anian knew he didn't want to discuss it further and didn't ask more, but she felt a little upset. Father Shin had been in a high position for many years and had made many enemies. Those people, powerful and influential, could easily make trouble for Father Shin at the farm. The farm was too far away for her to help much. Her mood sank quite a bit. Around 8 p.m., Uncle Lee had drunk enough and said goodbye to Aunt Yang, heading home. Father Shin was still drinking with Qin Jingqi, looking quite drunk. Just as Shun Anian was about to go over and try to persuade them, Mother Shin stopped her. Don't worry about them. Your father is happy today. Let them drink more. Come with me, Anian. Mother Shin took her to the room. Shun Anian asked, Mom, who exactly is targeting you all? Mother Shin sighed. You don't need to ask about that. It's just a small matter. Your dad, and I can handle it. They kept talking, but Shun Anian found it hard to get any information. She could only say, Mom, if anything happens, you must tell me. We're fine as long as you and Sui Sui are doing well. I am at ease. Sui Sui and I are both doing well. She is now living with the Qin family, and I will take good care of her. Rest assured, Mother Shin also heard from Shun and Sui about this matter. She didn't expect the Qin family to agree to let Shun and Sui move in with them, which made her impression of her future in-laws even better. With you taking care of her, I feel reassured, Mom. You wrote me a letter some time ago. He's doing well in the army, though his training is a bit tough. He asked you and Dad to not worry. Mother Shin nodded. Now that everything is settled, her biggest concern is these children. Knowing they are safe, she has nothing more to worry about. Sui Sui told me that some people at the youth commune are spreading rumors, and you even argued with them. Is that true? Sui Sui is such a chatterbox. She always says everything. But since she already said it, if I hide or don't explain, Mother Shin might worry even more. Shin and Nian then told her about her dispute with Qian. Mother Shin sighed and said, This girl has bad intentions, so she gets what she deserves, but your fuss might affect your relationships with the other youths. I'm not afraid. Our relationship with them isn't very good anyway, and I don't want to deal with people with bad intentions. Mother Shin secretly sighed. Her child is honest and straightforward. Whether that's good or bad, she's not sure. She got up and went to the cabinet, pulling out a small package. Nian, this is the swaddling cloth we found when we picked you up. It's made of fine silk, not something ordinary families can afford. Your biological parents must have been well off. I discussed with your dad. If we keep things as they are now, it might only cause you trouble. Have you ever thought about finding your biological parents? Mother and Father Shin never hid the fact that the original owner was adopted. She knew her origins from a young age. She was curious about her biological parents, but didn't care much. But today, Mother Shin pulling out this item, does she mean she no longer wants her? Mom, I never wanted to find them. That's the truth. Maybe you and Dad think I care a lot about who my biological parents are. I might have cared before, but now I don't care at all. What matters to me is you two. I just want you to be happy. As for everything else, I don't like other things disturbing my life. Mother Shin felt both touched and comforted, but also a bit sad. Over the years, she and Dad had secretly looked for her biological parents, but found no news. Your dad, and I just wanted someone to protect you. We didn't want our own issues to affect you. Mom, I understand your kindness, but to me, they are just strangers related to me by blood. I think they feel the same. They abandoned me, never thinking about making me happy. If it weren't for you and Dad, I might have died in that cold winter. If they had such good conditions, why did they leave her? The biggest possibility is that they didn't want her. Don't tell me about their hardships. Abandonment is abandonment. No matter how big their reasons are, they can't change the fact that they threw her away. Mother Shin reached out and gently touched her head. Maybe they had their reasons. Even if they had reasons, they shouldn't have left me on the street in the middle of winter. It was so cold, I could have frozen to death. Mom, I am very narrow-minded. I don't want to forgive them. As children grow up, they start to think for themselves and make their own decisions. Mother Shin didn't force her, but opened the swaddling cloth, revealing a small gold bracelet with a tiny bell hanging from it. This bell was on you at that time. Take it back. I won't force you to find anyone, but at least take the thing with you, even if just as a keepsake. Shin Anian gently hugged her. Mom, in my heart, you and Dad are my parents. I don't need anyone else. Mother Shin hugged her tightly. Such a good child. How could anyone be willing to abandon her? When Qin Jingqi returned to the room and saw Shin Anian lost in thought, he walked over and noticed she was still holding a gold bracelet. It was small, like something a child would have. What is this? Shin Anian came back to herself. She had just been wondering if there was a flaw in that book. About the original protagonist's flaw. Why does the entire book never mention her biological parents? Did they appear but not recognize her? Or are they missing? This is something my mom just gave me. She said it was with me when she found me, and it probably was left by my real parents. Qin Jingqi looked a bit surprised. Your real parents? Yes, I am not their biological daughter. They found me. My mom asked if I wanted to find my birth parents, and she gave me this to see if I could find any clues. Qin Jingqi sat beside her. Do you want to find out the truth? Shin Anian shook her head gently. No, I don't want to. It was winter, and they threw me out into the cold snow as a baby. They probably didn't want me to survive. Why should I look for them? Maybe they had a reason they couldn't tell, and it wasn't intentional to abandon you. If they had truly abandoned her on purpose, why would they leave such a good thing behind? Then I definitely can't go find them. I don't know what happened to them, but if they were willing to give up their own daughter, it must have been a serious matter. If I go to meet them now, I'd just cause trouble. If they're struggling, should I help them? If they're wealthy now, that wouldn't be good either. People might think I only care about their power. I'd be wronged. The best outcome is for us to stay out of each other's lives, pretend this never happened, and be good to both sides. Qin Jingqi was silent. He truly didn't know how to respond to that. Do you think I am very heartless? No, not at all. Although they gave birth to you, they haven't shown up in over 10 years. You don't even know who they are, so how can you feel attached? Your decision makes sense. Shin Anian once again felt grateful. He was really a good person. Although Shin's parents wanted her to reconnect with her family for her own good, she believed they struggled with that decision. Who would want to give up their daughter after raising her for so many years? They probably did it out of worry for her safety. If she went to find her biological parents now, even if that was what they wanted, it would still hurt emotionally. I don't care whether I'm truly related or not. It's my parents who picked me up. They gave me a chance to live. If not, I would have died long ago. I only recognize them. Qin Jingqi's large hand rested gently on her head, softly rubbing it. All right, I'll listen to you. Shin Anian's heart raced wildly. She bit her lower lip lightly. Why did this person suddenly start acting so intimately? Are you drunk? Qin Jingqi shook his head. No, why do you smell so strongly of alcohol? Does he really smell that heavy? He was worried she wouldn't like the smell of alcohol on him, so he took a shower before coming in. Yet, she still seemed to dislike it. Does it smell that strong? Of course, it's terrible. Qin Jingqi saw her ears turn slightly red. He gently pinched her earlobe. Why are your ears so red? His hand was very warm. Shin Anian shivered as if she'd been burned. No, it's not red. It's just too hot. Your face is also so red. It must be the heat. Shin Anian looked at him shyly and annoyed. Unexpectedly, Qin Jingqi suddenly used his finger to softly her earlobe. Shin Anian's body tensed up immediately. He must be really drunk, or why else would he tease her? Qin Jingqi, did you know many men before? Did they all like you? Shin Anian paused, confused. What do you mean? Did you want to marry Uncle Lee's son when you were little? The one called Ajing. Shin Anian couldn't help but laugh and cry. That was just a childhood joke. I said it, but I forgot about it. No one took it seriously. Qin Jingqi looked deeply into her eyes. Did you really mean it? Shen Anian felt strangely nervous. She looked away, afraid to meet his gaze. Of course I didn't mean it. I don't believe you never played such jokes when you were young. No, I don't like playing with girls, and I never said such things. Shen Anian. So, he was blaming her. Yes, you don't like playing with girls. But someone still cares for you deeply. That Lin Shuang even came to trouble me for you. Qin Jingqi. Shen Anian saw him falter and felt secretly pleased. She pushed his hand away. No more words, right? From now on, I won't mention that man and you won't mention Lin Shuang. Let's just forget about this. Why did he suddenly discuss this matter so seriously with her, making it seem like he was jealous? Could someone like Qin Jingqi also feel jealous? Shen Anian looked up at Qin Jingqi, still expressionless. Maybe because he was drunk, his face was a little red, but he didn't seem jealous. However, his gaze on her was a bit deep. Suddenly, the air around them felt thinner, and Shen Anian's face grew warm. Qin Jingqi's eyes fixed on her face, noticing her cheeks turning red, and his gaze deepened. He naturally held her hand and pulled her into his arms. She immediately stiffened, and Qin Jingqi felt that familiar feeling again. She was afraid to get close to him. He moved gently, controlling his breathing. Every time I try to get close to you, you seem scared. Are you afraid I might hurt you? Shen Anian pursed her lips.
How should she say this?
How could she bring it up? I'm not. I know you wouldn't hurt me. Her big, watery almond-shaped eyes looked at him like that, and Qin Jingqi felt as if thousands of soldiers inside him wanted to break free. He lowered his head and kissed her cheek. Shen Anian's mind instantly exploded. The touch of his lips made her body even more stiff. He comforted her with gentle kisses, waiting for her to relax. As they grew closer, his intentions became clearer. His movements grew more assertive, and his strong presence invaded every part of her. Realizing what was about to happen, Shen Anian wanted to push him away, but her hands unexpectedly clenched his clothes instead. She opened her mouth to speak, but was instead pulled closer by him. A faint scent of alcohol reached her, and she felt she might be drunk too, her mind a bit fuzzy. Suddenly, she was lifted into the air. Startled, she instinctively hugged his neck. Qin Jingqi picked her up and laid her on the bed. Shen Anian finally caught her breath, eager for air, just as he pressed down from behind. Their bodies were vastly different in size. Shen Anian felt he was heavy and weighty. Qin Jingqi seemed to notice she was uncomfortable. He turned her over with one hand, making her sit on his lap. Knock, knock, came her mother's voice from outside. Nian Nian Qin, are you asleep? Shen Anian quickly got down from Qin Jingqi, feeling shy and wanting to disappear on the spot. Qin Jingqi also gradually became more clear-minded. He looked at her fair, tender skin with a hint of pink, her watery eyes, bright red lips, and faint swelling. How could anyone see her like this? He slowly exhaled a hot breath, calming his restless feelings before opening the door. Shen's mother was indeed standing outside. There are many mosquitoes on the farm. Nian Nian attracts them the most. Here's some cooling ointment for her. If she doesn't apply it, she might not sleep well tonight. Qin Jingqi took it from her. Thank you, Mom. All right, I won't bother you anymore. You too should rest early. Shen Anian curled up on the bed, afraid to show herself. When she heard Qin Jingqi close the door, she immediately pretended to lie down and sleep. Mom brought you some medicine. Do you want me to help you apply it? Shen Anian quickly sat up, meeting his gaze, her cheeks burning again. No need. I can do it myself. She took the cooling ointment from Qin Jingqi's hand. Her fingertips accidentally touched his palm, like an electric shock, making her feel numb. She immediately turned away, blushing, and said, I'm going to sleep. Qin Jingqi blew out the oil lamp after hearing her. Since she didn't want to, he didn't force her. She was so small, so delicate and fragile. He was afraid he might hurt her. Shen Anian applied the medicine and lay on the bed. The hot breath beside her kept coming, constantly invading her senses. Thinking about what had just been interrupted, her face felt hot, and her body also started to heat up. If Shun's mother hadn't come in just then, maybe. It didn't seem so scary. As long as he was gentle, she thought she could accept it. Realizing what she was thinking, Shun Anian covered her face with her hand. She couldn't think about it anymore, absolutely not. Although she kept telling herself this in her mind, she still couldn't sleep. She only fell asleep when dawn was breaking. When she woke up, no one was around. She yawned and got up. The house was very quiet, and there was no one there. Shun's father and mother could only take a day off. Today, they had to work. There were a few boiled sweet potatoes and 2 eggs on the table. Her father also left a note, saying Qin Jingqi had gone to help them with work and would be back at noon. If she was hungry, she could eat something first. Shun Anian ate a sweet potato, which was very tasty and sticky here. She looked at her watch and saw it was already 10 o'clock. She decided to use this time to prepare a meal for them. When Qin's father and mother finished their work and returned home, they smelled the delicious aroma of food as they approached the door. Shun Anian brought out the dishes and saw them. She smiled and said, "You're back. Wash your hands and come eat." Shun Anian was very excited. She jumped happily into the yard. "Dinner is ready." She quickly went to wash her hands, ready to eat. After placing the dishes on the table, she turned around and saw Qin Jingqi. Thoughts of last night's embarrassing scenes suddenly flooded her mind. She quickly looked away and dared not look at him again, her cheeks quietly turning red. Today, she didn't cook many dishes: stir-fried potatoes with vinegar, scrambled eggs with green peppers, sliced cucumbers, and a braised pork dish. The aroma of the pork was so tempting that it made everyone hungry. Shin's mother scolded gently, "You're not feeling well. Why not rest more? We can cook when we get back." Shun Anian blushed and looked at Qin Jingqi. Did he really say she was unwell? She didn't expect him to lie. Qin Jingqi looked at her openly, meeting her gaze without any shame or guilt. Finally, Shun Anian gave in. She cleared her throat softly.
"I've fine.
You all go out and work. I didn't do much, just some house chores. I'm not tired at all. Let's sit down and eat." Qin Jingqi served the rice, and Shun Anian took a bowl. When their eyes met, her face turned even redder. Shun's mother saw their interaction and finally relaxed. The young couple cared for each other. Qin Jingqi was very kind. This morning, he specially went to the fields to help out and finished all the work in just one morning to lighten their load. They were both good children. As long as they lived happily in the future, she would be at ease. After lunch, Qin Jingqi went out to take a shower. Shun Anian started packing her things, ready to leave. She reminded her father, "Dad, remember to drink the tea I brewed for you." She used spiritual spring water to water the vegetables in the yard, and also added spiritual spring water to the water in the tank. If she wasn't worried about overdoing it, she almost wanted to replace all the water in the tank with spiritual spring water. But she hesitated, worried it might be too much, so she didn't do it. Mother Shen adjusted her daughter's collar and said, "When you go back, live well with little Qin. Don't worry about us, and you don't need to come visit. We're doing fine here." Sinking feeling in Shin Anian's heart, she bit her lip and nodded. "I understand, Mom. You and Dad must take care of yourselves. Please write to us often. Okay?" Mother Shin looked at Qin Jingqi. "I'll leave Nian Nian in your care. You must treat her well. I will protect Nian Nian. Rest assured, dear parents." Now, Shin father and mother were most worried that their problems might affect Shun Anian. Qin Jingqi's words were like a comforting balm, making them feel at ease. They saw them off at the farm gate. Once they left, they couldn't go further. "We'll see you off here. When you get home, remember to write." Sui, listen to your sister." Shun and Sui nodded seriously. "Mom, I understand. Mom and Dad, we're leaving now. The sun is too hot. You should go back too." Mother and Father Shin watched them leave the farm with reluctance. They wanted to see them off again, but were stopped by the farm staff. The elderly couple couldn't bear to leave and kept watching their figures until they disappeared. This separation, they didn't know when they would see each other again. They wondered if they would ever have another chance to meet. They waited a little while, and a bus arrived. Shun and Ian sat on the bus, opened the window, and looked back. Mother and Father Shin were still standing at the farm gate, watching them. As the bus moved farther away, their figures grew smaller. Finally, as the bus turned a corner and trees blocked the view, she could no longer see them. Shin and Ian's nose felt a bit sore. This time going back, she didn't know if she would ever come to see them again. She was also worried about her father's health, and that someone at the farm was targeting them. She wondered if they could stay safe in the coming years. Although the book said they would return after a few years, now that she was inside the story, she wasn't sure if things would go as planned. Shun and Sui sat beside her, noticing her troubled expression, and comforted her. "Sister, don't be too sad. When we have free time later, we can come back to see Mom and Dad." Shun and Ian felt she was so useless, she was even more calm than a child. She shouldn't feel sorry for herself, but should find ways to solve the problem. She was worried about their health and thought about sending more food made from spiritual spring water to help them recover. As for other issues, she would think about them later. It was getting dark when they arrived in the city, so they could only find a guest house near the train station. The lady at the guest house kept looking back and forth at them, as if they were doing something secret. Qin Jingqi took out their marriage certificate to prove they were a married couple, and the lady's expression improved a little. "2 single rooms, please." "Sorry, we only have one last double room available." Shin Anian didn't expect such bad luck to happen to her. In stories, hotels usually only have one room left, which is perfect for the main couple to grow closer. When do the supporting characters get such treatment? Maybe it's because this guest house is near the train station, so it's always full? The lady noticed her hesitation and said, "There are only 2 guest houses near the train station, and they are often full. Our guest house just had a room freed up after a guest checked out. If you want to stay, you should decide quickly, or someone else might take this room later." Shin Anian had no choice but to ask Qin Jingqi to book the room. At least there were 2 beds. She and Sui could share one bed, and Qin Jingqi could sleep alone. Nothing wrong with that. The lady handed them a key and said, "Room 317 on the 3rd floor. Find it yourself." The double room was small and simply decorated, with everything easy to see at a glance. There were 2 beds, a table, 2 chairs, a hot water kettle, a porcelain basin, and 2 towels. Nothing else, but it was clean. Shin Anian sat down on a chair and stretched comfortably. After sitting in the car for hours without moving, she was exhausted. Qin Jingqi put down their luggage and said, "You and Sui rest here. I'll go get some food for you. I'll go with you." After sitting so long in the car, I feel like my bones are turning to jelly. "All right, let's go." "Wait a moment, I need to wash my face first." She traveled by car and felt that her face and body were covered in dust. She couldn't go out looking so dirty. She took a porcelain basin and went outside. Shun and Sui followed her, saying, "Sister, I want to go too." At the end of the corridor, there were 2 restrooms. Shun and Nien wiped Shin and Sui's face, washed her own face, and redid her hair before coming out of the bathroom. When Qin Jingqi saw them coming, he paused for a moment when looking at Shun and Yen's face, then said, "Let's go. We'll go eat something." Near the train station, there was a state-run restaurant about 500 meters away. Shun and Yen ordered a bowl of beef noodles. When it was served, she was stunned. Is that a bowl? Or a basin? It was bigger than her face. She asked the waiter for a smaller bowl, poured herself a bowl of noodles, and pushed the rest to Qin Jingqi. "Here, you eat this." Qin Jingqi scooped all the beef from his bowl and gave it to her. "Eat more. You're too thin." "I look thin, but I have a lot of strength." Qin Jingqi raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't think she had much strength. Shun and Yen felt she was underestimated, but compared to him, she was not very strong. She couldn't argue, so she lowered her head and ate. The chef at the state-run restaurant was indeed skilled. Everyone said the beef noodles were authentic, and you could tell by tasting the broth. Shun and Yen scooped a sip of soup and could tell it was made from beef bones. The broth was rich and full of beef flavor. She took a bite of the noodles, which were very chewy, and the taste was indeed excellent. She ate half a bowl, and when she looked up, Qin Jingqi had already finished 2 large bowls of noodles. besides her half bowl of beef noodles. He had finished all the noodles he ordered. Shun and Yen. How could he eat so fast? Are you still hungry? Do you want to eat a little more? No, I'm full. You can eat slowly. Thinking about those 2 bowls of noodles, Shun and Yen said nothing and lowered her head to eat. Qin Jingqi sat beside her, with nothing to do, and his gaze unconsciously fell on her. She ate small bites, chewing slowly and gracefully, like a cat. Her movements were elegant and pleasing to watch. Unlike these rough old men, who chowed down and finished a bowl of noodles, soup and all. Shun Anian felt someone was watching her. She looked up and indeed met Qin Jingqi's gaze. Her face flushed, but she pretended to stay calm and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Just eat your food. Don't mind me." Since he was staring at her like that, she didn't feel comfortable eating. Shun Anian glanced at Shun Onrui, who was busy eating, and quietly warned Qin Jingqi, "Don't look at me." Qin Jingqi's lips curled slightly, and a gentle smile appeared on his face, softening his features and making him look kind. Shun Anian couldn't help but stare. His smile was surprisingly attractive. By the time she realized, her face turned red, and she quickly looked down to eat her noodles. What a coward she was. She even got distracted just by looking at someone. Seeing her with her head lowered and her delicate ears turning pink, Qin Jingqi knew he shouldn't keep staring. If he continued, the little kitten might get annoyed. After they finished dinner, Shun Anian felt full and suggested they take a walk nearby to help digestion. Qin Jingqi took them around the area. The train station was busy with many people, lively and bustling, similar to modern times, just without street vendors. It's surprising how many people there are here. Train stations usually have more people, especially since this station connects 3 cities. It gets a lot of travelers. Are you also about to return to the army? Qin Jingqi didn't expect her to ask suddenly, but he indeed was about to go back. After I take you back, I'll return to the army. He was leaving so soon? Shun Anian initially wanted to ask if he would let her go with him, but from his words, it was clear he had no such plans.
So she didn't ask.
Not having to go with him was quite good. She lived in Dea village, where the Qin family was kind and friendly. She believed she could get along well with them, and after he left, she would live alone in a room, with no one watching over her, almost like being unmarried. Just as she was about to speak, a sharp female voice suddenly came from afar. "Help! Someone's being robbed." Qin Jingqi's face grew serious. He advised her, "Stay here and don't move. I'll go see what's happening." Before Shun Anian could speak, he had already disappeared like a gust of wind. Qin Jingqi ran a short distance and saw 2 young girls gasping for breath, likely the women who had been robbed. Which way did they go? One girl, holding her waist, pointed ahead. He ran that way. Qin Jingqi immediately chased after them and soon saw a dark figure ahead. The person heard the noise, turned around, and saw a soldier in uniform chasing him. He ran desperately forward, reaching the end of an alley and finally stopped. Qin Jingqi also stopped, sensing someone nearby. Sure enough, 2 people came out of the alley, holding knives with cold blades. A young man with a crew cut raised his knife and threatened fiercely, "I advise you not to interfere. I suggest you come with me to the police station and turn yourselves in. I think you're asking for trouble." The 2 men swung their knives and lunged at him. Shun Anian saw Qin Jingqi's figure disappear into the night and sighed. "Brother-in-law ran so fast. Let's go see what's happening. Aren't we supposed to wait here for him?" Shun Anian wasn't sure how many robbers there were or what Qin Jingqi was facing now, so she didn't feel safe staying here. "Let's go check the situation. We won't get too close, so it should be safe." Shun Anian was eager to see some excitement, and hearing this, she became more excited. "Okay, let's go quickly." Shun Anian grabbed her, and they ran out. Not far ahead, they saw a familiar figure with 3 others behind him, tied with a belt, and being brought back by Qin Jingqi. Shun Anian hurried over. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qin Jingqi returned the wallet to the owner. "Check if anything is missing." The girl in a small floral shirt opened her wallet and looked carefully. Everything was there. "All the items are here." "Thank you, soldier. Since nothing is missing, come with me to report to the police." The girl with the floral shirt looked at the tall, handsome soldier in front of her, her heart pounding uncontrollably. This soldier is so caring, full of justice, and also very handsome. It's truly rare. Seeing the girl's bright eyes looking at Qin Jingqi made Shun Anian feel a bit uncomfortable. He is already married. Couldn't the girl's gaze be a little more reserved? She gently cleared her throat. I'll go with you. Qin Jingqi nodded. Let's go, the girl with small floral patterns asked him, and this lady? Qin Jingqi replied, she is my partner. The girl's expression immediately dimmed.
So he's already married.
What a pity. Shun Anian didn't miss her expression and glanced at Qin Jingqi's face. He doesn't look bad, so why does he attract so many admirers? Qin Jingqi took the thief to the nearby police station, went inside to give a statement, while Shun Anian waited outside. Not long after, he came out. Shun Anian stepped forward and was surprised to see that Qin Jingqi's arm was cut. It was dark earlier, so she hadn't noticed. You're bleeding. Qin Jingqi looked at his wound casually. It's just a small cut. No need to worry. The wound was deep, with flesh showing, and the sleeve was stained red. He called this a small injury? Let's go to the hospital and get it checked. Just buy some medicine from the pharmacy and treat it yourself. No need to go to the hospital. Even if it was a mission or training injury, it would be more serious than this small wound. Usually, they just disinfect with some antiseptic and handle it themselves. After leaving the police station, Shun Anian bought disinfectant, a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, and some gauze from a nearby pharmacy. Back at the guest house, the first thing Shun Anian did was disinfect the wound and then apply Yunnan Baiyao to stop the bleeding. The wound was long and deep, and just looking at it made her feel pain. Yet, Qin Jingqi didn't make a sound while she was applying the medicine. Does it hurt a lot? Seeing her worried expression, Qin Jingqi couldn't help but smile. No, it doesn't hurt. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. Such a small injury? You've bled so much. Seeing the concern on Shun Anian's face, Qin Jingqi felt a little overwhelmed. He could clearly hear his heart pounding twice. He knew very well he was falling for her. I'm not sure when I started to feel attracted to him, but by the time he realized it, he was willingly watching me and gradually falling deeper in love. He wants to love her, care for her, and be with her for a lifetime. Shun Anian looked up and happened to meet his eyes. The emotions in his eyes were almost overflowing, tightly surrounding her. Her heart suddenly beat faster, and she looked away, unable to bear it. Your wound shouldn't get wet these days. Be careful when you take a shower. She stood up and walked to another bed. There was also Shun and Sui in the room. Qin Jingqi didn't make any rash moves, letting her stay away from him. Shun Anian felt her whole body heat up, especially with that hot gaze like a shadow following her. She felt even hotter and grabbed her clothes to go take a shower. In the past 2 days, Qin Jingqi's gaze on her had become more intense, as if he wanted to eat her up. After showering, she stayed in the bathroom for a while. Once she calmed down, she returned to her room. Standing at the door, she took a deep breath and pushed the door open to go inside. Qin Jingqi's hair was wet, clearly just after a shower. Your wound didn't get wet, right? No, you told me specifically I wouldn't dare ignore it. Shun Anian pursed her lips and went to the window to let the breeze dry her hair. Shun and Sui didn't notice anything unusual in the room. After sitting for a while, she felt sleepy and lay down on the bed to sleep. Shun Anian was also a bit tired. Just as she lay down, Qin Jingqi turned off the light, and the room fell into darkness. She didn't know how much time had passed. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard a muffled, painful yet joyful sound. Shun Anian just woke up, her head still a bit fuzzy, and she couldn't quite understand what that sound was. Before long, she realized what the person in the next room was doing. In the city, houses are quite tight. Some are spacious enough for 3 generations to live together, and some even for 4. Many rooms are separated by wooden boards, with poor soundproofing. You can hear even a breath from next door, so couples at home often have no space for intimacy. Many couples who need privacy come to guest houses to stay for a night to solve their problems. She didn't expect they would be so unlucky. Just staying for one night, and they still encountered such a situation. The guest house room had poor soundproofing. At first, the noise from the next room was muffled, but gradually it became louder and more uninhibited, and the sounds were very clear at night. She was forced to listen at the wall, feeling very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Qin Jingqi, who was sleeping in the bed next to her, remained still and showed no signs of waking up. Luckily, he didn't wake up. If he had woken up, they would both have been forced to listen to everything. Just thinking about it made her feel overwhelmed. Time passed second by second, and finally, the noise from the next room settled down. Shen Anian let out a long breath. It seemed that young people could really be loud. It took most of the night for them to finish, and now she could finally sleep. Listening to the steady, gentle breathing from the next bed, Qin Jingqi slowly opened his eyes. With such a loud noise from the next room, how could he possibly sleep? But Shen Anian's face was too delicate. He was worried she might feel embarrassed, so he pretended not to be awake. Listening to those sounds, he couldn't help but imagine things. She kept tossing and turning, and no one knew how much willpower he used to hold back his impulses and not act on them right then and there. In the morning, Shen Anian was woken up by Qin Jingqi. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, still a bit dazed. "What time is it?" "It's already 6 o'clock. Time to get up. After breakfast, we need to catch the train." Shen Anian almost forgot they were outside and needed to catch a train. She hurriedly woke Shen Shui, only to find that Qin Jingqi had already bought breakfast. "Why are you up so early?" "I'm used to waking up early. There's nothing to do, so I went to buy breakfast. I didn't know what you liked, so I bought a little of everything. Take a look and see what you prefer." On the table were porridge, soy milk, buns, fried dough sticks, eggs. There was quite a lot. They couldn't possibly eat so much. Shen Anian took an enamel basin and took Shen Shui to the bathroom to wash up. After freshening up, they came back to eat. As expected, they couldn't finish it all. They only ate half, and the rest was all taken care of by Qin Jingqi. After breakfast, they packed up and prepared to check out. Just as they stepped outside, the door to the next room opened, and a man and a woman came out. The young woman was small and delicate, while the man was tall and strong. Both looked very young and seemed to match well. Seeing them, Shen Anian remembered the noise she heard last night. She didn't dare look too much and quickly went downstairs with Shen Shui. Although they didn't know that she overheard everything through the wall last night, such things are awkward for anyone to hear. Fortunately, when they went downstairs to check out, they didn't meet them again. Qin Jingqi checked out of his room, and they took a bus to the train station. This time, they took a transfer bus. When they got on, many people were already seated. Shen Anian looked for their seats on the ticket and found that someone was already sitting there, a middle-aged woman and a young woman. When the young woman saw them approaching, she turned her face away, not daring to look at them. The middle-aged woman acted as if they weren't there at all. Shen Anian didn't like their attitude and said directly, "Sorry, this seat is ours. Please get up." The middle-aged woman finally looked at them. "We also bought tickets. Maybe you bought tickets for a different carriage. Check if you're in the wrong one. On the train, seats are assigned, so there shouldn't be 2 tickets for the same seat." The two didn't move, so Shen Anian had to take out her train ticket and show her seat number. "Our tickets are for this seat. Please get up." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman suddenly shouted loudly, "Are you soldiers? Soldiers should serve the people. Why are you fighting us for seats? What's going on?" She was deliberately trying to cause trouble between the military and civilians. Shen Anian was amused and angry at her. It seemed she knew this seat wasn't hers and was just causing trouble to take it. Shen Anian wasn't going to let her get away with it. But if things got serious, it wouldn't be good for Qin Jingqi's reputation. Shen Anian kept her temper in check and tried to be polite. "Yes, my partner is a soldier, but he isn't obligated to give up his seat. If you want this seat, please show us your tickets and we will sit in your place." "Why should we show our tickets? We bought them, and you have no right to see them." It looked like she was having a very bad day. Shen Anian pushed Qin Jingqi aside to prevent him from restricting her actions, then pretended to be surprised as she looked at the middle-aged woman. You won't even let us see our tickets, but you're occupying our seats. Are you trying to avoid paying the fare? The middle-aged woman's face turned red. Who's avoiding the fare? We bought our tickets. Don't accuse us falsely. She even used a Chinese idiom, which showed she was educated. Shen Anian kept a serious face. If you don't give up the seat, I will have to call the train staff. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman became anxious. What's wrong with you? Can't you see my daughter is pregnant? Shen Anian hadn't noticed before. Now that the woman mentioned it, she saw that the girl's belly was slightly protruding. Is she carrying my child? If she's pregnant with my baby, I'll give up the seat. How can you talk like that? Do you have any manners? I have no manners. All the manners in the world are on your face, so your old face can't handle it, and that's why you're so shameless. How dare you curse? You're a disrespectful little brat with no manners. Who are you calling a brat? I'm talking to you, brat. Brat, you're insulting yourself. The middle-aged woman's face turned green with anger, and her eyes seemed to want to gouge out a piece of flesh from Shen Anian. Her daughter reached out and pulled her back. Only then did she withdraw her gaze and turn to others nearby for help. Everyone come see. Young people these days have no manners. Bullying the elderly and pregnant women. In the past, soldiers shed blood and sweat for the people. Now soldiers bully us ordinary folks. Where can we go to reason with them? Her voice was sharp and grating, making Shen Anian feel very uncomfortable. Qin Jingqi was indeed a soldier, but did that mean he had to always give in to them? That didn't make sense. However, someone nearby, hearing the middle-aged woman's words, actually stood up to defend her. Next to them, an older man said, young people should have some spirit of giving. After all, people are pregnant, and standing is uncomfortable. Just do a good deed. Shen Anian watched the two people speak confidently, while she sat quietly, not moving at all, smiling at the older woman. Both of you are true heroes, models for humanity. Since you're so kind, why not give up your seats? Look, if you two give up your seats, it will be perfect. Each of them can have a seat. Plus, if you give up your seats, we won't argue anymore. The pregnant woman will have a seat, and you'll feel grateful. That's 3 good things in one. The older woman's face turned red, and then pale. She bought her seat herself, so she didn't want to give it up. I have to sit for over 10 hours. Standing all the way will be too much for me. Shen Anian pretended to be surprised, widening her eyes, and said loudly, You don't want to give up your seat either? I thought you came out to speak for them, showing how noble your character is. So, after talking for so long, you just want to take advantage of others and make yourself look good. The older woman's face turned red again, then pale. She didn't dare argue with Shen Anian anymore, only saying, young people these days are different from before, and then she gave up. The older man didn't speak anymore. The people nearby also didn't dare to advise Shen Anian. This girl is quick-tongued. If they make her give up her seat, it wouldn't be good. It's better to stay out of it. Seeing that no one was defending her, the middle-aged woman's anger subsided a lot, but she definitely wouldn't leave her seat. Shen Anian saw they looked fearless, like pigs not afraid of boiling water, and told Qin Jingqi, Go find the conductor. I don't believe it. Taking someone's seat is justified. Qin Jingqi didn't help when they argued earlier, but now that Shen Anian told him to go, he did as asked. Just as he was about to find the conductor, the middle-aged woman suddenly shouted, It's just a seat. We're not sitting anymore. We'll give it to you. This is so unlucky. She then stood up and gave her seat away, but still cursed under her breath. Young people these days really don't know what respect for the elderly and caring for the young means. Unlike our generation, they're too selfish. This time, no one responded to their words, because after Shen Anian's recent speech, no one wanted to speak up and give up their seat. Seeing that no one was helping them, the middle-aged woman looked a bit upset, but didn't say much. She kept muttering about how society was going downhill. Shen Anian found it strange. The middle-aged woman clearly looked like someone who often caused trouble. Just moments ago, she was arguing loudly. Why, when they wanted to find the flight attendant, did she suddenly give up her seat? This was a bit odd. Qin Jingqi kept glancing at the mother and daughter pair. When he heard they wanted to find the flight attendant, he noticed the pregnant woman looked very frightened. Although people who try to sneak onto the train are usually scared of the staff, it's mostly because they worry about paying extra. If someone is caught sneaking a ticket, they just need to pay the fare. The staff wouldn't throw them off the train. Looking at how they dressed, they didn't seem like people who couldn't afford a ticket. Why would they be so scared to see the staff? And it wasn't just fear, it was terror. This was very unusual. Having spent many years in the army, Qin Jingqi was always alert to unusual situations. When something out of the ordinary happened, he instinctively felt cautious. He suspected these two might have some issues. But since he had only just met them and they hadn't shown any obvious signs of trouble, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. He decided to keep a close eye on them, hoping to find some clues. Not long after they sat down, the train started moving, and the flight attendants came to check tickets. The mother and daughter looked very nervous and moved toward the back of the carriage. The two attendants checking tickets were tall men. They carefully examined each person's ticket, confirmed their identities, and then returned the tickets. When they checked Qin Jingqi's seat, one of the attendants looked at him more carefully, with a sharp gaze. As soon as their eyes met, Qin Jingqi sensed that these two were definitely not just ordinary attendants. Their cautious ticket check made him wonder, were they looking for someone? But it wasn't convenient for him to ask directly. If the person they were searching for was nearby, revealing that might expose their intentions, making it harder to find the person. After checking their tickets, Shun Anwei whispered to Shun Anian, "Sister, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll go with you. I heard that many pickpockets like to trick children on trains, forcing people off when the train stops so that they can't even find their way back. Shun and Sui is still young, so she doesn't dare let her run around alone." The bathroom on the train was locked, and Shun and Yen saw there were too many people in the carriage, so she and Shun and Sui waited outside. They waited for about 20 minutes, but no one came out, and there was no sound from inside. She knocked on the door. "Is anyone inside?" There was no response, so she wondered if no one was inside. If no one was in the bathroom, it wouldn't be locked so tightly. Shun and Sui asked her, "Sister, do you think there's no one inside? I'm not sure. Maybe we should ask the crew to open the door." Perhaps the person inside heard them because finally someone spoke. "There is someone. You're rushing, and I can't even use the bathroom peacefully." Shun and Yen raised an eyebrow. That voice sounded so familiar. Wasn't it the middle-aged woman she argued with earlier? What was she doing inside? Why hadn't she come out after so long? "Comrade, you've been inside for 20 minutes. Others need to use the bathroom too. If you've finished, please come out quickly. If not, please hurry up. Everyone's waiting. Go to another carriage." Making people rush just to use the bathroom shows poor manners. The woman who had been occupying the public bathroom for so long dared to say she had no manners. Shun and Yen was speechless, but arguing now wouldn't be wise. She led Shun and Sui through the crowd to the back carriage's bathroom. Coincidentally, when they returned, passing by that bathroom, the door finally opened, and two people came out one after the other. Shun and Yen looked carefully and recognized them. Sure enough, it was the mother and daughter who had taken someone else's seat. This puzzled her. Even if they were close, it was unlikely they would both go to the bathroom together, especially for 20 minutes. Thinking about how the ticket inspector had checked their tickets earlier and they had disappeared, she suspected these two might have been trying to sneak onto the train without paying. They argued about seats and acted so confidently. She doubted they had any good intentions. No wonder as soon as she mentioned finding the crew, they immediately gave up their seats. Back at their seats, Shun Anian told Qin Jingqi about what happened and asked if he wanted to report the conduct to the train staff. Skipping tickets is basically taking advantage of public resources. Reporting such ticket evasion is everyone's responsibility. Qin Jingqi remembered their shocked expressions when they heard the staff mention ticket checks, and he thought about the train attendant he saw. He nodded. "You stay here and be careful. I'll go find the staff." Shun Enian thought they were just skipping tickets, but she was surprised to find out she had accidentally uncovered something big. When Qin Jingqi returned, his face looked serious. Shun Enian asked, "How did it go? Were they skipping tickets?" Qin Jingqi didn't answer immediately, his eyes darkening. The situation was more serious than he expected. If that mother and daughter were the people they were looking for, she would have made a big contribution. But the case wasn't over yet. Qin Jingqi didn't want to reveal too much and only told her that it might involve a big case, so they should wait and see. Shun Anian kept her lips pressed tightly and made a zipper motion with her hands. But her eyes were full of curiosity, showing she was very interested in this matter. Qin Jingqi found it amusing and asked, "Do you want some water?" Shun Anian blinked at him. "Is it related to the case?" "No, I just wanted to ask if you're thirsty." Shun Anian shook her head in disappointment, and the small spark in her eyes suddenly went out. She thought he was giving some secret signal or trying to gather information while getting water, but it was all for nothing. "I'm not thirsty, I don't want any." Shun Anian kept a close eye on the train carriage but couldn't see anything unusual. Her heart felt like a cat's paw was scratching inside, but no one could help her understand what was going on. Qin Jingqi's lips were tight, like a clamshell, and he couldn't be pried open. Sigh. She didn't know when she would get the answer. Around 10 a.m., a train staff member came over and greeted Qin Jingqi, "Comrade, is this the spy you found?" Shun Anian's eyes lit up instantly. Spy. Could it be the mother and daughter? "Are you talking about the mother in a blue shirt and the pregnant daughter?" "Yes, that's them." Shun Anian widened her eyes in surprise. Those two people were actually spies. People shouldn't judge by appearances. She hadn't noticed at all. Such a big matter. Qin Jingqi didn't tell her anything. Shun Anian looked at him with a disapproving gaze, feeling unappreciated. Qin Jingqi looked at the flight attendant. "Did they confess?" "They told us some things, but more investigation is needed." Qin Jingqi stood up. "I'll go check." Shun Anian also wanted to go, but Qin Jingqi stopped her. "Stay here and wait." Shun Anian pouted unhappily. She was the one who reported the mother and daughter. She was the hero. Why couldn't she go? "I want to see too. Behave and sit here. I'll find out what's going on." Seeing he wouldn't change his mind, Shun Anian reluctantly sat back down, watching him and the flight attendant walk farther away. People nearby heard the flight attendant and started talking. Some even gave Shun Anian sideways glances. Who are they talking about? Is it that mother and daughter? Probably them. I didn't expect they were spies. That's so scary. These hateful spies are hiding among the people. Our soldiers are so sharp. They saw through them right away. I knew they were suspicious, but I didn't dare say anything earlier. Hearing their words, Shun Anian thought these people were just followers. Didn't they just criticize her for not giving up her seat earlier? Shun Anian tightly held Shun Anian's arm, her big eyes full of curiosity. "Big sister, there are spies on the train. Is brother-in-law going to question them?" "I don't know. He didn't let me go with him." Shun Anian was very disappointed. If only her brother-in-law had let her go with them. That would be great. "I heard those spies are really bad." "Big sister, what do you think they want to do on the train?" "I don't know what they want." "When brother-in-law comes back, ask him." Shun Anian kept asking questions, but none of her questions were answered. Still, she was very excited. When Qin Jingqi returned, Shun Anian immediately grabbed his arm. "How did it go? What's the situation?" Qin Jingqi saw the two girls, both with eager eyes, looking at him the same way. He knew if he didn't explain clearly, they wouldn't stop bothering him. "Follow me," she said. The two sisters excitedly exchanged glances and quickly followed. Qin Jingqi led them to the front train car, where she saw several people in uniform. Those were officials from the National Security Bureau, and they expressed their thanks to her. Shun Anian felt a bit shy. "It's nothing, I didn't do much. It's everyone's effort." An older colleague heard her and smiled. "We've been investigating these people for a week. Thanks to your help, we finally caught them. We should thank you." Shun Anian then understood that these people had received orders from above, saying that some spies would be leaving by train soon. They had been hiding on the train to find them. After the train staff received Qin Jingqi's tip, they carefully observed the mother and daughter. They indeed found them suspicious. They managed to detain the women, and after questioning, learned they had no accomplices on the train. That's when they made their move. Shun Anian couldn't help but feel that everything was very coincidental. No wonder the train staff checked tickets so strictly. It was to look for spies. Interestingly, these spies were caught because they loved to take small bribes. If they hadn't occupied her seat, she wouldn't have noticed them and she wouldn't have realized they were fair dodging, leading her to report them. The colleague explained with a smile that they couldn't buy tickets with their real identities because no one issued them official proof. Her son had been arrested, and her family was involved. The local authorities wouldn't give them official documents, so they couldn't buy tickets normally. But they needed to leave immediately, so they came up with a plan to buy platform tickets. When station staff weren't paying attention, they sneaked onto the train. If no one had reported them, it would have been hard to find out. Shun Anian was very curious. Usually, spies are very careful during their missions. Why did this mother and daughter act so openly, arguing as if they didn't care about being caught? The colleague explained that her son was a spy, but the mother and daughter were just ordinary people. However, before being caught, the spy had transferred stolen information to his mother. This middle-aged woman was in a hurry to leave this time to deliver the information. Shun Anian suddenly understood. She thought that trained spies wouldn't do things like occupy someone else's seat. It turned out they were not trained professionals, but outsiders. It is hard to imagine she could be part of such a tense and exciting arrest operation. Unfortunately, she never realized it from start to finish. If she had known earlier, she would have been even more excited. In life, there are only a few big, unforgettable events. This one definitely ranks high for her. It was about catching spies. When Shun and Yen returned, she was still excited. Shun and Sui was even more excited and suspicious of everyone around her. Qin Jingqi thought these two sisters were acting strangely, a bit too excited. Since the train had a 20-minute stop, he took them to get some food. Officers from the National Bureau led the mother and daughter off the train and to a jeep. One officer approached a man and said, "Team leader, we've caught them." The man was about 30, with a serious face and cold eyes. He glanced at the mother and daughter and said, "Get in the car." He turned to get in himself, but suddenly stopped, his gaze lingering on the crowd. A man in military uniform was buying something with a woman. The woman looked somewhat familiar. The officers from the National Bureau got into the car. One officer noticed the man watching the crowd and asked, "Team leader, do you think there are suspicious people? Didn't you call earlier?" Was it a military officer who found the spy? The officer nodded. Yes, Captain Qin and his partner found them. These two spies tried to escape, but Captain Qin's partner caught them. The officer looked in the direction of his gaze. "Hey, isn't that Captain Qin and his partner? Do you know them?" "No, I don't." "What is her partner's background?" "I heard her name is Shun. She and Captain Qin are from the same village, in a place called Dea Village in Taixing Province. They just got married this year. They're visiting her parents." The team leader looked strange, both in expression and tone. The officer shared what he knew. The team leader looked away. Taixing Province was far away, separated by several other provinces. That girl had disappeared when she was very young. How could she have run so far? Besides, the girl has parents. Her features look very much like her younger sister, which made him suspicious. "My family has been searching for my little cousin for many years, but they haven't found any clues. It seems impossible that they would just happen to meet her by chance. There are many people who look alike in this world, so maybe he was mistaken." The team leader got into the car and didn't look back again. Shun Anian and Qin Jingqi took a walk around the station, bought some snacks to eat on the train, which helped pass the time. As the time approached, they headed back to catch the train. Someone nearby was walking too quickly and accidentally bumped into Shun Anian. She leaned back and almost fell. Her heart jumped, and suddenly Qin Jingqi wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. His arm was very strong, and you could feel the muscles through his clothes. Before Shun Anian could react, she was already in his arms. A strong, warm sense surrounded her. Shun Anian leaned against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and her face started to feel hot. Qin Jingqi helped her straighten up and withdrew his hand from her waist, looking very serious. Seeing his expression, Shun Anian felt she was too weak. It was just an accident, and Qin Jingqi just helped her. It wasn't a big deal, so there was no reason to feel excited or flustered. Just this small action made her blush and her heart race. If others knew, They would probably laugh at her. Shun Anian quickly and quietly ran onto the train with Shan Anshui. Qin Jingqi gently pinched his fingers, feeling that her waist was very slim and soft. Thinking of something, his eyes darkened, and he exhaled a hot breath before walking quickly to catch up with them. After more than 10 hours on the train and a couple of transfers, they finally arrived back in town. When they reached Dahua village, the sun had already set. Most villagers had finished work and were sitting under the trees outside, cooling off. When they saw the family return, they greeted them warmly. Jingqi Nian Nian, you're back. We've heard everything. That Qin Jiqing is really terrible. How could she do such harm? Her heart is so dark. She looks gentle and refined normally, but how could she do such sneaky things? I always knew she wasn't a good person. She smiles on the outside, but has sharp eyes. It's clear she's not trustworthy. Shan Anian didn't quite understand and asked, Auntie, what are you talking about? One of the older women, full of enthusiasm, explained to her, the police came to the village this morning. They said Chun, the educated youth, admitted that she pushed you into the river. She also confessed that the rumor about you and Jingqi was started by her. Can you believe how mean she is? But she got what she deserved. I heard she's going to a labor camp. Shun Anian hadn't expected the police to act so quickly and get Qin Qianqian to confess so soon. She had already suspected that Chun was the one who spread those rumors, and now the police had confirmed it. Qin Qianqian was truly deceitful, pretending to be a good friend while secretly plotting against her. If Qin Jingqi hadn't been such an upright person, those rumors might have ruined her life. Such a cruel heart. When Mother Qin saw them return, she was overjoyed and quickly put down what she was doing. You're back. Was the trip smooth? Everything went well, Shun Anian replied. She had even helped catch a spy. The children were very excited. Little Shirtu and little Duya ran up eagerly, looking at her with bright eyes. Third uncle, third aunt. Shin Anian grabbed a handful of dried fruit and gave it to them. Here, take some. Shirtu, keep an eye on Duya, so she doesn't choke. Got it, third aunt. Shirtu took the dried fruit and ran off happily. Bigya and Secondya stood nearby, shy and hesitant to come closer. Shin Anian waved to them. Bigya, Secondya, come here. The two girls walked over timidly and greeted them, third uncle, third aunt, Sister Sui. After staying here for 2 days, the girls looked quite different. Their clothes were nicer, and their eyes were brighter, though they were still a bit shy. Shun Anian gave each of them a handful of dried fruit. Here, take some. There was so much that Bigya had to use both hands to hold it. Looking at the treats in her hands, she could hardly believe it. Such good things were actually given to her. In the past, only Guibao got to eat such precious snacks during the New Year. She and Secondya never had any. But now, third aunt had given them so much. Third aunt, is all this really for me? Yes, it's all for you. Go ahead and eat. Thank you, third aunt. Littleya carefully put the items into her pocket. She eats one piece every day, so from now on, everything will be sweet. Mother Qin scolded gently. Why did you buy so many things for the children? On a long trip, I can't go without bringing something for the kids at home. This child still cares about her family, even when she goes out. Mother Qin smiled and asked, Did you see the relatives? What did they say? My parents asked me to say hello to you and Dad. They really like the things you prepared. The smoked chicken smells very good. Dried mushrooms are hard to find over there. They're happy to try new things. Please thank you for me. You're two polite relatives. There's no need to thank us. We have plenty of dried goods at home. If they like it, send some more in the future. Mom, I thank you on behalf of my parents. You silly girl, what are you saying? You must be tired from the ride. Go back to rest. Dinner will be ready soon. Xiao Shirtu ran over happily, holding 3 eggs. Grandma, we have eggs again. Mother Qin took the eggs and said to Shin Anian, I don't know what's wrong with these chickens. They lay eggs twice a day. We've collected quite a few. Tonight, I'll make fried eggs for you. Shun Anian couldn't help but smile secretly. She fed the chickens some spiritual spring water, so it probably worked. It seems these hens are very productive. She thought she should feed them more spiritual spring water in the future, so they lay eggs regularly. Thanks, Mom. I want to boil some water for a shower. Is the stove free? There are only 2 stoves at home. It's mealtime now, so both are in use. But she's been sitting in the car all day, covered in dust. She feels very uncomfortable without a shower. Mother Chin said, I'll boil water for you now. After sitting in the car so long, you need to wash up. A shower will make you feel better. This mother-in-law is really kind. She doesn't think she's lazy at all and treats her like her own daughter. Because of this, Shun Anian worries even more. She wonders if, after learning about her background, they might be disappointed. When Qin Xiaomei saw her return, she ran over happily. Third sister-in-law, you're back. Did you bring me a gift? Seeing her keep staring at her, Shin Anian felt a strange discomfort inside. She brought gifts out of kindness, but if someone asks her for something directly, that's a different matter. This time I was too busy and didn't have time to buy a gift. Qin Xiaomei's smile immediately disappeared and she muttered, How busy can you be? Can't you even find time to buy something? Shin Anian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Yes, I didn't even have time to buy a gift. She didn't pay attention to Qin Xiaomei anymore and sent Shin and Sui back to her room, then went to her own room. Seeing Qin Jingqi packing his things, she asked, Did you tell my parents about me? I'll talk to them tonight. Do you think my parents will blame me? No, your parents' issues have nothing to do with you. Besides, I insisted on marrying you. Even if they blame someone, it should be me. Hearing the words, insisted on marrying, Shun Anian felt a slight stir in her heart. Although she knew he wanted to marry her out of responsibility, hearing this now made her very happy. She felt she was losing her ability to stay calm around him. Shun Anian quickly said, I'm going to take a shower, grabbed her clothes, and left the room. Qin's mother was indeed boiling water in the kitchen. When she saw her come in, she said, The water will be hot soon. I'm not in a hurry, Mom. How is my second sister doing now? Your second sister divorced Zhao Jinsheng and has moved her household registration back to our home. She's been working with your dad in the fields these days. What about Daya and Arya? Daya and Arya also have our household registration. They've changed their names. Daya is now Qin Hongjin and Arya is Qin Hongbao. They all have your second sister's surname. From now on, they have nothing to do with the Zhao family. Shun Anian nodded. That's good. Will Daya and Shirtu go to school? Daya and Shirtu are both 6 years old this year. They are old enough, but since school has already started, it might be hard for them to get in. But school just started a month ago. If they start first grade now, they should be able to catch up. If they don't start now, they'll have to wait another year. It's better to let them go to school early and learn something. Qin's mother was very moved by her words. Looking at Shun and Sui, who had been educated and well-behaved, and Shirtu, who was like a wild monkey, she thought it was necessary to send him to school early. You're right. Tomorrow, I'll ask your dad to check with the school and see if they can arrange for them to transfer midterm. Staying at home all day isn't good. Little Stone had no idea that his carefree childhood was about to end. He was happily eating dried fruit outside. Shun and Sui tidied up the room and then came out to play with them. Although she was 4 years older than Dia, they were still kids and could play together quickly. During dinner, Mother Qin told everyone about sending Little Stone and Dia to school. Aunt Qin naturally agreed, and Qin Yunxiang was overjoyed. She had also thought about sending Dia to school before, but Mother Zhao disagreed. She always said that girls would get married someday, and spending so much money on education would only benefit others later. She refused to let Dia go to school. She had planned to save money this year and send Dia to school next year, but Mother Qin's suggestion settled her mind. Dia, quickly thank your grandparents. Dia didn't yet understand what going to school meant, but when she heard Qin Yunxiang ask her to thank her grandparents, she politely said, Thank you, grandparents. Good girl, such a good girl. Tomorrow, I will make you a small school bag, so you can go happily. Dia was very happy to have something new, her face full of smiles. Thank you, Grandma. You're welcome. Be good now, let's eat. Little Stone looked unhappy. Grandma, I don't want to go to school. Aunt Qin patted him on the back of the head. Nonsense. Eat your food quickly. This troublesome child. Dia was excited about going to school, but this unlucky kid looked so gloomy, as if they were forcing him to do something he didn't want. Little Stone was full of reluctance, but under his mother's firm hand, he dared not mention not going to school anymore. Everyone enjoyed the meal, except Little Stone and his younger brother. Qin Yunxiang had brought her 2 daughters back to live with them. They ate at home and used what they had. Now, her mother wanted to send the children to school, but the tuition was over 2 coins. However, just a few days ago, she had been scolded and didn't dare speak up. After dinner, she pulled Qin Laosi aside and asked, "Mom wants Dia to go to school. What do you think?" "What can I think? Going to school is a good thing." Back when the family was very poor, her parents still worked hard to send their 3 children to school. Now that the family is much better off, parents send their children to school, hoping they will succeed. Isn't that a good thing? Fourth sister-in-law is a bit upset and says, "Are you stupid? I don't care if you send Stone to school, but what does the eldest daughter have to do with us? Schooling costs a lot. Tuition, paper, pens, all money. She will marry someday, and even if she becomes successful later, she will just be giving others an advantage for nothing." Old Qin Fourth finally understands what she means. He glares and says, "Stop causing trouble. Did you spend money from your pocket? Are you trying to give me a hard time? Parents are willing to pay for the eldest daughter's education. It's not your money. What's your opinion?" Seeing his cold face, fourth sister-in-law dares not say much. "I have no strong opinion. I just said it casually. From now on, don't say such things to me. I don't want to hear them." Fourth sister-in-law almost gets angry enough to cry. She says these things for their good, but Qin Fourth always sides with his parents, which makes her so angry she wants to die. After dinner, Qin Jingqi goes to find Qin Father and Mother and tells them about Qin Father and Qin Mother. Qin Mother and Father lower their heads and don't say a word for a long time. Qin Mother is stunned for a while and asks Qin Jingqi, "Does this matter affect you?" "It doesn't have much impact." Qin Mother breathes a sigh of relief. "As long as it doesn't affect you, that's good. You always have your own ideas. Just handle it as you see fit. Mother, it's enough that you know about this. Don't mention it in front of her later. She's afraid you blame her and it makes her feel bad inside." Qin Mother sighs. "That silly girl. Her parents' matters have nothing to do with her. Besides, she married you because she was tricked. Do you know about Qin Qianqian? She was the one who tricked your wife. We heard about it on the way back from the village. That's good to know. I heard she's going to be sent for re-education through labor. That's the end of it. We won't mention it anymore. You're leaving for the army tomorrow. What about your wife? Should she stay at home or go with you?" Qin Mother is really worried about them. Her son just got married, and now he's going back to the army. If the wife stays, they will be separated. But if she goes, it's in the wilderness with tough conditions, and the wife will have to suffer. It's really a difficult situation for both sides. Qin Jingqi doesn't want her to follow him with a military unit, even though he is now at the company commander level, which meets the requirements for family members to accompany soldiers. But this time, he is being transferred away from the military district to the border area. He doesn't know what the situation there is like, and he doesn't want to take Shin Anian with him. Before they got married, the political officer told him that his marriage report could be approved, but there was a family issue with Shun Anian that couldn't be erased from her records later. He thought carefully before marrying her and was willing to take responsibility for all the consequences. As for the transfer to the border, he knew it was the political officer's good intention, hoping to help him earn military merits and get promoted. No one dared to oppose this. He had planned to settle down in the military group over the years. It didn't matter where he was. But moving to a new place meant starting from zero, and he knew nothing about it. He didn't want Shin Anian to suffer with him. He would wait until he was stable there before making any decisions. He didn't plan to tell his parents about this, to avoid them having opinions about Shun Anian. Let her stay at home first. Once I arrange things in the military, I will let her follow me. Qin's mother. What else do you need to arrange? She needs to apply for a dormitory, and I have to report to the unit if I bring her there. There are many things to handle. I don't know much about these matters either. You handle it yourself. If there are good conditions, bring her over sooner. It's not right to marry, and then leave your wife behind. Mom, I understand. I will take care of it. Shun Anian wanted to pack her things in the room, but didn't know what to pack. Qin Jingqi's belongings were very few. Seeing him come back, she said, I wanted to help you pack, but I don't know what to pack. No need to pack much, just a few clothes. It will be quick. I just talked to my parents and told them about my in-laws. They understand very well, so you don't have to worry anymore. Hearing him mention this, Shun Anian's heart suddenly felt lighter, and her worries eased. Qin's father and mother are really good people. Thank you. Mom also brought up the issue of following him with the military. I want to know what you think. Shun Anian looked up and met his eyes. She was momentarily stunned, then pressed her lips together and said, I don't know. Are you unwilling? Shun Anian shook her head. It's not that I don't want to, but I just wasn't mentally prepared. You suddenly brought this up and I wasn't ready. Her words made Qin Jingqi breathe a sigh of relief. She only said she wasn't ready, not that she didn't want to. I've already told my mom that there are some things at the army that haven't been sorted out yet, so I can't take you there for now. Don't worry, but from now on you need to think about this. My time to come home is limited. If possible, I hope you can come with the army. Shun Anian pursed her lips. I understand. I'll only be back during the New Year holiday. The Spring Festival is still half a year away. Being separated so soon after getting married makes Shun Anian feel complicated, partly relieved, partly reluctant. She looked into Qin Jingqi's eyes, her heart pounding, and swallowed the words she was about to say. Tonight is Qin Jingqi's last night here. Tomorrow he will return to the army. When they were at the farm, they almost. But then Shun's mother interrupted. Tonight, it seems there's no reason to refuse. Qin Jingqi picked her up and placed her on the bed. Feeling her stiffness and nervousness, he gently kissed her to soothe her. Relax, don't be afraid. This time, he was much gentler. Shun Anian managed to find a little space and took a shallow breath as she talked with him. I haven't had this kind of experience before. I always feel a bit scared. Qin Jingqi paused. So she was indeed afraid. No wonder every time he tried to get close, she was so tense. Such feelings are hard to say easily. Shun Anian's face was already burning, but she knew she had to communicate with him. It's not just about her effort. Qin Jingqi needed to understand her and work with her. If he only focused on his preferences and ignored her feelings, she was afraid this would leave a shadow in her heart. Men and women feel things differently. Men tend to be the ones to take the initiative, while women are on the defensive. The more she spoke, the redder her face became. Her whole body was tinged with a faint pink, and she shyly buried her face in Qin Jingqi's arms, wishing she could disappear right then and there. The hot air wrapped her tightly. She didn't know if Qin Jingqi was angry, only feeling that he hadn't moved for a long time. After a while, she heard his hoarse voice. I also have no experience. I didn't know you would feel so uncomfortable. I will change in the future. Shun Anian tightly grasped his clothes. It's not. Just. If you're gentle, it will be fine. Then Qin Jingqi was indeed very gentle, slowly kissing her from her eyes to her nose, cheeks and lips. Shun Anian felt ticklish and numb from his kisses. With a clear mind, she bit his ear and softly whispered something. Qin Jingqi was stunned. He wasn't prepared for that kind of thing, and it was too late to buy it now. But her worries were reasonable. If they had a child and he couldn't be with her, it would be inconvenient. And if they had a child and he couldn't be with her, it would also be a regret for him. However, at this point, it was impossible for him not to touch her. They stayed up until midnight, and Shun Anian finally fell into a deep sleep. Qin Jingqi gently kissed her nose. His body was still too weak. Maybe in the future, if there was a chance, he could strengthen his efforts to take care of her. When Shun Anian woke up, Qin Jingqi had already gotten up and was packing his things. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. Are you leaving? Did I wake you up? It's still early. You should sleep. Shun Anian gently shook her head. Her husband was going far away, and she slept like a dead pig. She must be very worried. She grabbed her clothes from the bedside and put them on. Seeing the marks on her body, her cheeks flushed. She endured her discomfort and got up. I'll make you something to eat. No need to trouble yourself. I'll just buy something in town. That won't do. Shun Anian insisted on making him food. Just as she reached the kitchen, she saw a flickering fire inside. She stepped closer and saw Chin's mother squatting by the stove, adding firewood. The firelight reflected on her face, making her look especially gentle. Mom, why are you up so early? Chin's mother turned around and smiled at her. Third son is returning to the army today. I'm making him a bowl of noodles. Why are you up so early? Mother Chin's expression softened, and she became more pleased with her daughter-in-law. Old Third, this simple and honest man, never expected his wife to be so caring. I'll handle this. You don't need to do anything. Shun Anian pursed her lips. Mom, I'll help you. The noodles were soon ready. Mother Chin didn't disturb the young couple talking and busy herself nearby. Shun Anian brought the noodles to Qin Jingqi. He looked at his wife, and even before tasting the food, he felt warm inside. Shun Anian felt a little shy under his gaze and hurriedly urged him, stop staring and eat quickly. Qin Jingqi picked up his chopsticks and finished the noodles quickly. He looked up at Shun Anian, feeling a strong sense of reluctance in his heart. For the first time, he felt this way. He didn't want to leave and wanted to stay with her. No matter how much he hated to leave, he had to go. Shun Anian went to get his luggage and saw him off at the gate. The sky was beginning to lighten. Qin Jingqi took his luggage. Go back now. Remember to write me often. Take good care of yourself. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, showing restraint. Take care of yourself too. If you have any trouble, tell me or your mother. Don't try to handle everything alone. Got it. It was still early and there were no people around. Mother Qin didn't come out to see them off, wanting them to have more time to talk. Shun Anian hesitated for a moment, then opened her arms and gently hugged him. Before Qin Jingqi could react, she let go and blushed, saying goodbye. Safe travels. Stay at home and wait for me. Qin Jingqi looked at her deeply before turning to leave. Shun Anian stood there until his figure disappeared from sight, then turned and walked back to the yard. Mother Qin saw her looking so downcast and sighed silently. Only someone as simple as Old Third would be willing to stay with such a beautiful and delicate wife. Don't worry. Old Third will be back for the new year and you'll see each other then. Shun Anian's face grew hot. She truly couldn't bear to part from Qin Jingqi, but she knew her feelings for him were more about dependence than love. Among all the people he knows, she is the closest to Qin Jingqi. Qin Jingqi is her most intimate friend. There are many things she can tell Qin Jingqi, but cannot share with others. However, if she expresses these feelings, Qin's mother might not understand. So, Shun Anian chooses to stay silent. Qin's mother notices a faint blush on her face and secretly feels relieved. She thinks, these two young people have a good relationship, so I can rest assured. When the third son first proposed marriage, she understood why he wanted to marry Shun Anian. Now, seeing their strong bond and how happily they live together, she has nothing to worry about. The third son's temper is a bit tough, but he is not unkind. He treats everyone well. Shun Anian is also a kind person with clear ideas. With these two together, she has no doubts. Qin Jingqi first returned to the mountain troop to say goodbye to his old leader, then reported to the border unit. The environment at the border is tougher and more dangerous. Although there haven't been major wars in recent years, small conflicts happen often, so it's not completely peaceful. His old leader once told him when he submitted his marriage proposal that this marriage might affect his future. The military plans to promote him to vice regimental commander next year. If he insists on getting married now, he might have to delay it. When he heard this, a thought crossed his mind, but before it could fully form, it disappeared. He firmly decided to get married. He believes he can earn his future himself. He's 26 years old and has plenty of time. He doesn't believe his life will stop at the rank of a company commander. When he arrived at the new place, he received a set of new toiletries and went back to the dormitory. The dormitory was quiet. He lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, and suddenly thought of his wife. He remembered her hug when he left and her hesitant expression. She must miss him a lot. Since he is settled here, he should write her a letter to tell her about his situation. At least, he should give her his address, so she can send letters later. He has a bold personality and decided to do it immediately, without hesitation. He immediately stood up, turned over, got out of bed, and sat at the table to write a letter to Shun Anian. This letter arrived in Shun Anian's hands after a week. The mailman comes to the countryside once a week. When Shun Anian received the letter and saw the unfamiliar address, she finally remembered she had a husband. His letter was written like an official document, cold and impersonal, not at all like a family letter. After reading it, Shun Anian put the letter aside. These days, she was getting along very well at the Chin family and didn't feel uncomfortable. Chin's mother was kind to her and didn't let her do farm work. While staying at home, Chin's father managed to buy some blue bricks from the commune and planned to build 2 more rooms. The villagers, when they returned from working in the fields, would come to help. The villagers are simple and honest. They help without asking for money, just providing food. Shun Anian helped Chin's mother cook and served water to the villagers. The work was very easy, but most of the time, she was thinking about what she could do herself. She couldn't just stay at home doing nothing forever. In stories from that era, crossing over seems to make earning money quite easy. They could take supplies to the black market and earn their first big sum, then grow their business. But Shun Anian felt that making money wouldn't be so simple for her. She can cook, but her cooking skills are not outstanding. A master chef with decades of experience can make dishes that are no better than hers. It's not about skill, it's about having supplies. Could she make clothes and sell them for 10 or 20 yuan? There are clothing factories in the city, and almost every woman in the countryside sews her own clothes. They lack fabric, not skills. On the other hand, she doesn't know how to make clothes. She can at most sew on a button. Selling supplies on the black market could make money, but it's risky. Would a young girl constantly supplying goods not attract attention? Money can be very tempting. If those people catch her, she won't be the only one in danger. If the authorities find out, Qin Jingqi could also be implicated. She can't do such dangerous things. Moreover, she had been thinking these days about the meaning of her being in this book. Is it just to repeat the life of the original character? She should have her own purpose. She enjoys reading historical stories and feels sad about the experiences of many people in that era. She also sympathizes deeply with their hardships. She believes she should do at least something, even if it's just a small positive change for others, which she finds worthwhile. Near Dahuang village, there is a river that gives the village its name, and it is home to many fish. Additionally, Dahuang village has dug a canal and built a fish pond, where they also raise some fish. The village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and has abundant resources. Recently, Brother Qin returned from the mountains with wild chickens and rabbits to help feed the villagers. She thinks the supplies in the forest are quite plentiful. It is now late August, and with the Mid-Autumn Festival in a month, she wonders if she can use the holiday to earn some money. In this time period, private business is not allowed, but if they operate under the collective's name, restrictions are less strict. She has considered opening a food factory in the name of the team. As the festival approaches, they could make mooncakes to build the factory's reputation. Her previous connections could also help. She has a good friend in Hung City, and her uncle is a manager at a shopping mall. She might ask him if he's willing to cooperate. Of course, her idea is still in the early stages and needs support from the team. Shun Anian didn't tell Father Qin about her plan to open a factory. She only drew a picture of a hanging oven. A hanging oven is a common traditional tool for baking pastries, and it can be used to make mooncakes too. Father Qin looked at the drawing, confused. What is this? This is a hanging oven. It can be made with mud on the outside, but the middle layer uses an iron pan. Shun Anian pointed to the drawing. It's made like this: fire underneath, hanging fire above, and the mooncakes are placed in the middle layer to bake. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and I want to make mooncakes myself. Mud is easy to find, and making this oven isn't impossible, but the iron pan is hard to find. Father Qin asked her, "Are you sure you want to make these mooncakes?" She nodded. "I want to make them for everyone to eat." This was her first request after marrying in, and since she wanted to do it for everyone, Father Qin felt he should help her make it happen. This matter is a bit difficult. Please wait a few days while I ask around to see if I can find someone to help you make it. Shen Anian knew that Qin's father had been in the leadership position for over 20 years and probably had his own connections. She trusted him and handed the task over confidently. Dad, I'll trouble you with this. Family members don't need to discuss this. Qin's father took the drawings she made and, after 3 days, brought back the cooking utensils Shen Anian wanted. Big brother Qin followed her instructions and built a stove for her, so she could start making mooncakes. The children in the family knew she was going to make mooncakes and watched eagerly. Shen Anian planned to make Cantonese-style mooncakes with lotus seed paste and red bean paste fillings this time. Cantonese mooncakes use alkaline water, which can be made by soaking wood ash overnight. The key to the mooncake crust is the transformation of sugar syrup made by boiling white sugar with water. After boiling for 5 minutes, add a lemon acid solution, then simmer on low heat for half an hour to turn it into syrup. When kneading the dough, add the transformed sugar, alkaline water, and water in the right proportions to form a dough. Once she finished the crust, she prepared the lotus seed and red bean fillings, shaped them in molds, and baked them in a hanging oven for 10 minutes. Then she brushed them with egg yolk and baked for another 10 minutes. The mooncakes were ready. Even before the oven was opened, the aroma of the mooncakes wafted out. The children eagerly swallowed their saliva, squatting beside the oven, unwilling to leave, staring longingly at it, almost drooling. Little Stone looked at Shen Anian with big, bright eyes. Third aunt, can we eat the mooncakes now? Of course. When can we eat them? Shen Anian gently patted the mischievous child's head. After they come out of the oven, you can eat them. When will they be ready? After 10 minutes, Shen Anian opened the oven. A strong smell of roasted food filled the air. The children cheered loudly. It smells so good. The adults were also attracted by the smell. Sister Qin looked at the mooncakes and asked, Third sister-in-law, these are the mooncakes you made? I've never seen them before. I saw them before at home, but I never tried making them myself. I thought since the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, I'd make some for everyone to taste. I wasn't sure if they would suit everyone's taste. The mooncakes had intricate patterns and clear designs, looking very high quality. Sister Qin exclaimed in admiration, So beautiful. I hate to eat them. Xiao Shirtu immediately raised his hand. I am willing to eat. I want to eat. His words made everyone laugh happily. Shen Anian took out mooncakes, cut them into 2 parts, and asked Xiao Shirtu to take one to Qin's father and mother. The rest were shared among everyone to eat. The Cantonese-style mooncakes have thin crusts, rich fillings, soft texture, and sweet flavor. They taste much better than the pastries sold at the supply store. Not only children like to eat them, but even adults find them too good to stop eating. Fourth sister-in-law tasted half a piece of red bean mooncake, then half a piece of lotus seed paste mooncake, still wanting more. Seeing half a piece left on the plate, she reached out to take it. Qin's little sister finished her piece and also reached to grab it. The two of them argued and refused to give in. Fourth sister-in-law, you've already eaten a piece. This one is for me. Your fourth brother is still in town and hasn't had any mooncakes. Leave this for him. Fourth brother is working in town. He hasn't had any good food, so there's no need to save this for him. Hearing their arguing, Qin's mother scolded. One mooncake and you're fighting over it? No one will get to eat it now. Qin's little sister felt very wronged. Fourth sister-in-law insisted on fighting me for it. No one is allowed to fight over it. Your third sister-in-law has been working hard making things. None of you have been polite to her. This mooncake is for her. Qin's mother took the mooncake and handed it to Shen Anian. Don't worry about them. You eat. Qin's little sister glared fiercely at the fourth sister-in-law. If she hadn't fought her for the mooncake, she wouldn't have been scolded. The fourth sister-in-law also felt wronged. What did she do wrong? Why was she being scolded? Qin's little sister rolled her eyes and looked at Shen Anian with obvious intent. She wanted Shen Anian to give her the mooncake. Half a mooncake wasn't a big deal, but Shen Anian didn't give in. Instead, She ate the mooncake herself. As the youngest in the family, Chin's little sister had been loved by her brothers and protected by her parents since she was young. She always thought everyone should give way to her. Shin Anian simply refused to let her have her way. If everyone always gave in to her and followed her wishes, it would be easy for her to become selfish. In Shin Anian's view, this little sister-in-law already had many bad habits. Although they were related as aunt and niece-in-law, Shin Anian didn't want to interfere in her affairs, so she didn't say anything. No matter how good Chin's mother was to her, she was still just a daughter-in-law. She could never compare to her own daughter. A daughter-in-law criticizing her own daughter in front of her mother-in-law was absolutely unacceptable. Shin Anian finished eating half of the mooncake, which made Qin Xiaomei so angry she almost cried. She stomped her foot and ran into the room. Qin's mother saw her anger and scolded. "This stubborn girl is throwing a tantrum again. Don't bother with her." "Mom, what do you think of this mooncake? I've never had this kind before, and it tastes really good." "I didn't expect you to have such skill." Xiao Shirdu nodded in agreement. "It's delicious. If only we could eat mooncakes every day." Although Qin Hongjin and Qin Hongbao didn't speak, their expressions showed everything. Qin's mother heard this and laughed while scolding. "Your mouth is really sharp. Such precious things. How can we let you eat them every day?" They used white flour, sugar, and eggs, very expensive ingredients. Just one meal was enough for them to enjoy, and they couldn't expect to eat it every day. Shin Anian smiled at Xiao Shirtu. "I'll make mooncakes for you again during the Mid-Autumn Festival." The children cheered happily. Yay, mooncakes. Since the mooncakes turned out well, Shin Anian felt more confident about convincing Qin's father. She took her plan and went to see him. With more than 20 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, she needed to finalize everything quickly. Qin's father was very surprised when he heard Shin Anian's plan. He had never thought about building a factory in the village. Day Village was indeed very poor. The villagers worked from dawn to dusk, but could barely fill their stomachs. If they could build a factory, life might get better for everyone. But could they really make it happen? Wouldn't that be going down the capitalist road? Would the higher-ups agree? Shin Anian handed him her written plan. "Dad, we're doing this in the name of the commune. The higher-ups will definitely agree. Some of the profits from selling goods will go to the commune, some to the brigade. The workers will only get wages, so it's not related to capitalism. There are many factories in the county town, right? If they can do it, we can too." Her words made sense, but Qin's father still had concerns. "We also responded to the higher-ups' call before and planted many fruit trees in the village. But later, no one came to harvest the fruit, and the orchard was abandoned. If we start this factory and no one wants our products, what should we do?" "Dad, I've decided to focus on the Mid-Autumn Festival this year. I want to set up a food factory quickly to make a batch of mooncakes and start selling them. Our area has plenty of local products. For example, Mom's smoked chicken tastes really good. City folks don't have the same access to resources as we do. They rely on the mountains and water. They are short of supplies. I was thinking we could make smoked fish and smoked chicken to sell along with the mooncakes. I've written all my ideas in the plan. Dad, please take a look." Although Qin's father could recognize some characters, he wasn't highly educated. When he saw Shin Anian's plan, which was full of writing, he felt dizzy and overwhelmed. "Just tell me what you want to say. All these words make my head spin." During the Mid-Autumn Festival, visiting friends and relatives is a must. When you visit, you should bring something. We can make gift boxes for the festival with smoked chicken, mooncakes, and pomelos. There are many items, and it's proper to give as gifts. The sales will definitely be good. Their village does have a pomelo grove, and eating pomelos around the festival is common. Selling them could be profitable. Making smoked chicken requires chicken meat. Where can we get chickens in our village? We can ask everyone to go hunting in the mountains. Wild chickens, rabbits, anything. If that's not possible, we can fish. Dad, how does Mom's smoked fish taste? Qin's father remembered how Mom's smoked fish tasted and nodded approvingly. Your mother's smoked fish is pretty good. That's great. Smoked fish is a good addition to the gift box. Dad, you've also tried the mooncakes. How do they taste? They're good, Thin crust, plenty of filling, and delicious. Once everything is settled, I'll teach everyone how to make them together. As for the smoked chicken, you need to talk to Mom and persuade her. See if she's willing. All this is for helping the village. She wouldn't refuse.
Just tell her about it.
Shun Anian disagreed and said seriously, it's Mom's skill. We should ask her first. You can't decide for her whether she wants to do this. Sheen's father didn't think it was a big deal at first, but seeing her serious expression, he nodded. All right, I'll talk to your mother. Then we'll discuss it with the village leader to see if it can be done. Even if the smoked chicken works out, do we have enough ingredients for the mooncakes? Can we really supply everything? The main ingredients for mooncakes are flour, lotus seeds, red beans, green beans, and eggs.
These are easy to buy.
After hearing this, Sheen's father frowned. Eggs and flour are common in every household, but in small amounts. His family barely has enough for themselves. Turning this into a factory seemed like a dream. Where can we get so much flour and eggs? Even in our village, there aren't that many. That's why we need help from the commune. We can use the commune's name to collect white flour and eggs from different teams. Since the harvest just finished, every household probably still has some flour. We can gather some, as long as the commune agrees. It's not a big problem. Shun Anian explained confidently, answering all of Sheen's father's questions. What once seemed impossible now didn't seem so hard after talking with her. Sheen's father felt more confident. I'll go talk to the village secretary first. If he agrees, we can then ask the commune leaders for their opinion. Dad, you should ask Mom if she's willing to teach everyone how to make smoked chicken. All right, I'll go ask your mother now. Sheen's father happily went to find Sheen's mother. She was almost stunned when she heard him. She learned how to make smoked chicken from her mother. She didn't expect her skill would be needed at the factory. Of course I'm willing. Who wouldn't want to learn? I can teach them all. That's settled then. You tell Old Third's wife that you agreed. That way, she won't say I promised for you. Sheen's mother laughed. So, Old Third's wife asked you to come ask me? Exactly. She sent me over to say that if I don't agree, it doesn't count. It has to be your approval. Sheen's mother laughed even more. That's how it should be. Old Third's wife is sensible. In the end, he was the one who seemed unreasonable. Sheen's father carried Shun Anian's plan and headed out. I won't talk anymore. I'll go find the village secretary and discuss with him. Then we'll go to the commune together. Sheen's mother stopped him. Do you think this will work? Sheen's father thought for a moment. About 80 to 90% likely. Making these things doesn't need many machines, just a simple kiln. It's very easy, and the investment isn't large. These days, there's a shortage of clothing and food. People are fighting over what little there is. It's obvious that making things is possible, and if the commune leaders aren't fools, they will definitely agree. Mother Sheen's eyes lit up. If it's a sure thing, then it's definitely settled. If our village can really set up a factory, that would be wonderful. Exactly. I won't say more now. I'll go find the village secretary. Just as he left, Shun Anian came over. Mom, did Dad tell you about the factory? Do you agree? How could I not agree? Yes, I agree. Then in the next couple of days, you should prepare some smoked chicken and fish for tasting. If people like it, they'll agree to the factory sooner.
All right.
I'll ask your older brother to go up the mountain later to catch a mountain chicken. The fish are easy to catch. Your second sister can go to the river to fish a couple of them. Just arrange it as you see fit. Shun Anian used the time when Sheen's older sister and her friends finished work to teach them how to make mooncakes. Sheen's older sister and Sheen Yunxiang were happy to learn. However, the younger sister and Sheen's youngest sister weren't very willing. They were slow and seemed reluctant to learn. Seeing this, Shun Anian didn't force them. Forcing someone who doesn't want to learn is pointless. She believed in voluntary participation. The younger sister and Sheen's youngest sister didn't need to learn how to make mooncakes, and they were very happy about that. Sheen's older sister and Sheen Yunxiang took it seriously, practicing several times until they made decent mooncakes. Meanwhile, Shun Anian could move on to her next plan. When Sheen's father took the plan to the commune to meet with the leaders, Shun Anian asked him to bring 2 mooncakes for tasting. Only by understanding their product could they increase their chances of success. Besides Chin's father, mother, and Shun Anian, no one else knew about the factory plan. Since Chin's father left for the commune, Mother had been waiting eagerly for his return. She kept looking at the gate and muttering, "Why isn't he back yet? He's been gone too long." Shun Anian couldn't help but advise her, "Mom, you don't need to worry so much. Sit down for a bit." "I can't sit still right now," she replied. Setting up a factory was such a big deal. Of course she was worried. She looked at the gate for a long time before finally seeing Chin's father. Chin's mother has been married to Chin's father for over 30 years. She can notice even the smallest expression on his face. As soon as she sees his expression, she knows something is wrong. "Is the factory project going well?" Chin's father looks excited. "Yes, it's done. The local leaders even gave us 100 yuan as startup money." Chin's mother is so happy, she pats her thigh. "That's great news. If the village can have a factory, then life in Day Village will definitely get better." "Where will we open the factory?" "At the house at the east end of the village. No one lives there, and there isn't much inside. We'll ask some people to move things out and clear the space to set up the factory. But that place is so run down. Can it really work?" The house used to belong to an old villager. After the old person passed away, no one lived there. Over the years, the house has become dilapidated and doesn't look like a proper factory site. "Let's just make do for now. Once we start making money, we can build a new house and a proper factory. We don't have enough money now, so we have to start like this." The secretary also gave the factory a name, Red Star Food Factory. "What do you think of that name?" Chin's mother liked it immediately. It sounded strong and bright, and the red characters made it look promising for future success. Shun Anian's lips twitched. "That really is a name with a modern touch." "That's a good name." "I think so too." Chin's father remembered something and said to Shun Anian, "Why did you make me the factory director? You're busy with so many things. Why don't you be the director yourself?" He hadn't carefully looked at the documents Shun Anian handed him. It was only after the secretary explained that he realized Shun Anian had given him the position of factory director. He never expected this outcome. He thought Shun Anian, busy with many tasks, would at least keep the director position for himself. But she didn't want to be the director at all. So, why was she doing all this? Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Shun Anian smiled and said, "Dad, whether you believe it or not, my original intention in setting up this factory was for everyone's benefit, not to become the director. As long as the factory gets built, I don't mind not being the director." "Why me?" I've never done this before. I don't know if I can do it well. Dad, our village has never had a factory before, so the factory director must be able to lead the people. Only then will everyone listen. You should be the factory director. No one else is more suitable." Suddenly hearing about the position of factory director, Chin's father felt a mix of excitement and worry. He was afraid he couldn't handle such responsibility. He had never held such a high official position before. He had seen the factory directors in town. They were all very powerful and impressive. He himself was not very educated, only knowing a few characters. Being the team leader was already a big honor, and it involved organizing the work, which was different from being a factory director. He really lacked confidence to take on such a big role. Don't laugh at me when I say this, but I don't know many words, and I can't keep accounts. If I get such a big factory, do you think I can manage it? Learn to read and write then. I'll tell Sui Sui to start teaching you from tomorrow." Chin's father was startled. "What? I'm already this old, and now I have to learn to read. As the saying goes, you're never too old to learn." "Dad, you're still young. Why can't you learn?" Chin's mother, standing nearby, happily teased. "That's right. Learning to read is great. It can help you understand more and maybe even make you wiser." Chin's father glared at Chin's mother. The old woman was joking about him. But then, Chin's mother suddenly looked serious because Shun Anian also planned to teach her to read. Her smile froze on her face. "I won't learn then. I'm not going to be the factory director. Mom, you're not the factory director, but you're the wife of the factory director. We need to keep up with the times and improve ourselves. Not only you and Dad, but also sister-in-law and second sister. They all need to learn too." Wow, everyone in the family was being encouraged to learn, and no one was left out. Seeing her determined look, Chin's mother could only reluctantly agree. Fine, I'll learn then. That's right. Learning to read isn't a bad thing. Even if you don't become scholars, at least you can read books and newspapers, understand the government policies, and it will be good for everyone. Chin's father was suddenly motivated by her words. Before leaving, the secretary patted him on the shoulder and reminded him to do a good job. Now, he felt a surge of enthusiasm and pride. He is determined to run the factory well and make it big, so he won't disappoint the secretary's expectations. A small difficulty like learning to read and write is no problem for him. He is confident he can overcome it. Shin Anian agreed to teach everyone to read and write in exchange for 5 cents a month. When the older sister-in-law and others heard about learning to read and write, they were very surprised and worried about not learning well. When they found out that Chin's father and mother also wanted to learn together, they were so shocked their jaws almost dropped. Chin's mother looked unhappy when she saw their expressions. What do you mean? Can't I and your father learn too? No, mother, that's not what we mean. That's what I mean. You should study hard. If even your father and I can't do it, I wonder what face you have. If Chin's parents also joined the learning, they would study hard too. At night, Chin's father gathered the villagers at the grain-drying yard and told everyone about the factory plans. The villagers were very happy to hear this. Nowadays, working in a factory is everyone's dream. Who would have thought that a factory could be built in their village? Everyone was more excited than ever. During the day, they worked hard, and after work, they cleaned the warehouse. They finished cleaning it in one day. Some villagers took white flour and eggs they had saved up to exchange for money. Others had already started hunting in the mountains. Of course, these items alone were not enough. Shen Anian asked Chin's father to send people to other villages to collect white flour, eggs, lotus seeds, red beans, and other things. She herself, along with brother Chin and sister Chin and the prepared goods, went to Hung City to sell their products. Last time, Shen Anian took a bus to Donglin Farm and passed through the city. Now that she was back in Hung City, she felt different inside. The original owner had lived here for many years, and almost every corner of the city bore her footprints. The pedestrians on the street mostly wore simple clothes in black, white, and gray. They looked modest, but their faces were full of smiles. They appeared energetic and lively. Brother Chin and sister Chin were visiting such a faraway place for the first time, and it was also their first time in such a big city. They felt a bit nervous. The people here dressed very fashionably. Even if they wore their best clothes, they still couldn't compare to these city folks. Sister Chin sighed. It's really nice in the city. No wonder everyone wants to move there. Shen Enian smiled at her. The city has its good sides, and the countryside has its own advantages. Big sister, you envy city folks, but maybe city people also envy us. What are you talking about? Why would city people envy us? Shen Enian waved her hand and pointed. Look around. There are houses everywhere in the city, but no yards. If you want to buy food, you have to go to the market. Also, housing in the city is tight. Many families, even 3 or 4 generations, live together in just 2 or 3 rooms. People are crowded and have nowhere to rest. Some families can't even fit everyone. During the day, they use the living room as a dining area, and at night, they lay down beds to sleep. There's no yard for planting vegetables or cooling off. If they moved to the countryside and saw how spacious our home is, wouldn't they envy us? If her words were true, city life wouldn't be so great after all. Sister Chin thought that if she had to live in such a crowded place, she would feel uncomfortable. Then living in the countryside is actually pretty good. Of course. Living in the countryside has its benefits. They had been riding in the car for most of the day, and their faces and clothes were covered in dust. It was impolite to visit people looking so dirty and dusty. Shen Anian took them to a guest house. One room cost $1.50, which surprised brother Chin and sister Chin. Why is it so expensive? The young woman working at the guest house saw their plain clothes and heard their rural accent, and she looked down on them.
When she heard they thought it was too costly, she scowled.
A single room costs this much. If you think it's expensive, you can leave. No one is forcing you to stay. You're just country bumpkins. If you don't have money, why are you staying at a guest house? Sister Chin's face turned red from her words. If they were back in the village, she would have scolded her right away. But in the city, her confidence was a bit weaker, and she didn't want to be spoken to like that. She said to the clerk, "Why are you talking like that?" "How am I talking? If you can't afford to stay, I have to ask you to leave. Do you want to stay here and delay my work?" Shun Anian sneered. "We came to stay in a hotel, of course. But it seems your attitude isn't very respectful toward us, the hardworking common people." The label of having low moral awareness weighed heavily on her, causing the waitress to slightly change her expression. "I didn't look down on you," she said. "Don't accuse me falsely. You're calling us country folks, but you're the one looking down on rural workers." "How am I lying?" Seeing her get upset, the waitress felt even more nervous. She had thought they were from the countryside and not very knowledgeable, but she didn't expect them to catch her words so easily. Now, her main goal was to make them forget about this incident. Whether they stayed at the inn or left, it was best to move on. "Do you still want to stay? Our guest house rooms are in high demand. If you're not planning to stay, you can look elsewhere." When she softened her tone, Shin Anian didn't argue back anymore. This girl had a natural sense of superiority typical of city people. She spoke like that not just because she looked down on them, but because she looked down on all rural people equally. Today's countryside is far behind the city in development. As city folks, it's easy to feel superior, thinking they're better than rural residents. Shun Anian looked at Brother Chin and Sister Chin. "Big brother, we have double rooms and single rooms. Double rooms have 2 beds in 1 room, and single rooms have just 1 bed. Which do you prefer? Which is cheaper?" "The single room is cheaper." "Then we'll take a single room." Since he and Sister Chin were married, even if they shared a bed, no one would say anything. "Let's get 2 single rooms." Shun Anian paid for the rooms, and the waitress handed them the keys. She went to wash her face and tidy up before leading Brother Chin and Sister Chin out. This time, she brought them out to broaden their horizons so they could manage the factory better in the future. She remembered Chen Jinjin, who used to work as a sales clerk in a mall, taking Brother Chin and Sister Chin directly to the shopping mall. Seeing the 3-story mall, they were so amazed they couldn't speak. When they entered, seeing all the bright displays inside, their eyes couldn't keep up. The mall was really big and beautiful, much larger than the supply and marketing cooperative in town, and it had everything they needed. Living in the city is great because everything is available. Shun Anian gave a shop assistant some mooncakes and then found out that Chen Jinjin had been transferred to the 2nd floor clothing counter. She went to see Chen Jinjin. Chen Jinjin is a very fashionable person. Now she has 2 black braids, is wearing lipstick, and looks charming and beautiful. When Chen Jinjin saw Shun Anian, she hesitated for a moment, then quickly ran over. "Nian Nian, it's really you. Why are you here? I heard you went to the countryside." "Is that true?" "Yes, I have been in the countryside for more than half a year." "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "You haven't contacted me all this time. I was worried about you. My family had a problem. At that time, things were very tense, and I didn't want to contact you because I didn't want to cause you trouble." Chen Jinjin felt sad when she heard about her family's trouble. She had met Shin's parents. They are very kind people. She never expected such a thing to happen to them. "I only heard about your family's situation later. When I came to see you, your family was already gone. Where are you now? How are you doing?" "I'm now in Day Village. Life is pretty good." Seeing Shin Anian's fair skin and rosy cheeks, she finally relaxed, thinking she didn't look like someone who had suffered hardships. But when she held Shin Anian's hand, she noticed calluses on her palm and realized she must have endured a lot in the countryside. "From now on, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. If you still consider me a friend, don't keep your distance. Of course I consider you a friend. That's why I came to find you when I needed help." Shin Anian introduced her to Brother Chin and Sister Chin, saying, "This is my older brother and sister-in-law." Brother Chin and Sister Chin greeted Chen Jinjin warmly. Chen Jinjin nodded slightly and looked at them curiously. "Why haven't I heard that you have an older brother and sister-in-law? Isn't she the eldest daughter in her family? When did her brother-in-law and sister-in-law appear?" "I am already married. They are my husband's older brother and his wife." Chen Jinjin's eyes widened in surprise.
"What?
"You're married?" She was so shocked that she almost shouted, causing the nearby customers to look over. Shun Anian signaled her to stay calm with her eyes. "Relax and listen to me carefully." Chen Jinjin took a deep breath. "Tell me everything clearly. It's only been a short time, and suddenly you're married." Shin Anian looked to the side. There were people shopping nearby, so it wasn't a good place to chat. "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's discuss it properly after you get off work. We should really talk. What have you been doing these past 6 months? You need to tell me everything. I'll talk to our boss and let him know. I can leave work soon." Shun Anian held her arm.
"Don't worry.
"I have something important to discuss with you this time." She handed Chen Jinjin a basket. "This is a mid-autumn festival gift box made by our village's food factory. It has smoked chicken, a pomelo, and 5 mooncakes, 2 with lotus seed filling, 2 with red bean paste, and 1 with barbecued pork filling." Chen Jinjin looked down and noticed the basket she was holding. Inside, there was a chicken and a pomelo. The mooncakes were wrapped in transparent paper with red flowers printed on it. The basket was tied with a red bow, looking very festive. She had never seen such things in the city. Could they really be made in the unknown place called Dea Village? "This gift box is really beautiful. I've never seen one like it. It's a new product from our factory. It hasn't been sold elsewhere yet. I want to work with your market. Do you think your uncle might be interested in discussing a partnership?" Chen Jinjin pouted. "Are you here to talk about cooperation, or did you come just to see me?" They had a very good relationship. They had known each other since elementary school and promised to be best friends. No matter how many friends they made later, they would always put each other first. Although this promise was a bit childish, Shun Anian thought their friendship was quite lovely. "Of course I came to see you. I just thought your uncle is the manager of the shopping mall, so I came to talk about working together." Chen Jinjin was happy now. "Okay, I'll take you to see my uncle. Come with us." The general manager's office was on the 3rd floor. Chen Jinjin knocked on the door. Before anyone answered, she pushed the door open and went inside. "Uncle, I need to talk to you." Yang Peng was sitting behind his desk, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite refined. Seeing his impulsive niece, he didn't get angry but spoke sternly. "Why did you leave your post during work hours?" "Uncle, I really need to talk to you about something important," she said, pulling Shun Anian forward. "This is Nian Nian, my best friend. Do you remember her?" Chen Jinjin and Shun Anian are good friends. They often visit each other's homes. Yang Peng has met her a few times, but those were when they were younger. As they grew up, they wanted their own space and often went out to play. Yang Peng rarely saw her now. "So, it's Nian Nian. It's been a long time since we last met. Don't talk about yourself, uncle. I haven't seen her in over half a year." "Uncle, I won't say much about that. Today, Nian Nian came to talk to you about business." Shun Anian stepped forward and handed him a basket. "Uncle Yang, this is a gift box from our Hongxing food factory made for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It contains smoked chicken, fish, mooncakes, and pomelos. Whether you buy it for your family or give it as a gift, it's very good." Yang Peng looked at it and thought the items looked fine and the packaging was decent. Shun Anian took out a fruit knife, cut some pieces of smoked chicken, and divided the mooncakes into portions. "You can try the taste." Before Yang Peng could respond, Chen Jinjin, who had been eyeing the mooncakes eagerly, picked up a red bean mooncake and took a bite. It was soft and delicious, and her eyes lit up. "This mooncake is really tasty." Yang Peng knew his niece had a sweet tooth and loved to eat. Hearing her enjoy it so much, he also picked up a piece of roasted pork mooncake to try. The flavor was a bit strange, but not bad. Meat and sweets together. This is our innovative mooncake. We also have lotus seed paste and red bean flavors. Yang Peng tried everything, even opening and tasting the pomelo. It was sweet and juicy, quite good. A gift box like this for the Mid-Autumn Festival should sell well. "How much do you sell this gift box for?" "Our factory has set the prices. The smoked chicken and rabbit gift boxes are 5 yuan 30 each, and the smoked fish gift boxes are a bit cheaper at 4 yuan 50. Your order prices are too high. If these were regular products, the prices would be quite high. But these gift boxes are specially prepared for the Mid-Autumn Festival. During the festival, Everyone visits friends and family, and the more upscale the gifts, the better the impression. I think this price is very reasonable. You're right. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a good time for sales. But the store also needs to make a profit. If you're willing to lower the prices, I can order 1,000 of these gift boxes. Brother Qin and Sister Qin were stunned. 1,000 boxes would be several thousand yuan. They never expected they could earn so much money. Their eyes almost sparkled. Both of them stared at Shun Anian, waiting for her final decision. But Shun Anian shook her head. Uncle Yang, I'm afraid we can't supply that many. Honestly, our Red Star Food Factory is new, and we really can't handle such a large order. We can at most provide 200 smoked chicken boxes and 300 smoked fish boxes. More than that, we just can't manage. Everyone wants to make money, but you need the ability to do so. Mooncakes can be made quickly with overtime, and we have pomelos too. But chickens and rabbits aren't always available on demand. 200 is already the limit we can offer. If we agree now and can't deliver before the festival, it would damage our reputation and be a loss for us. 500 orders are too few. Shun Anian nodded in agreement. Considering your store's customer flow, 500 orders are indeed a bit small. But sometimes fewer sales can be better. You could make these gift boxes a limited edition. If everyone can buy them, they wouldn't be special anymore. Don't you think? Yang Peng, being experienced, immediately understood her meaning. He hadn't thought about limited editions before, but Shun Anian's words gave him a good idea. He negotiated with Shun Anian for a long time. In the end, the smoked chicken gift boxes sold for 5 yuan and the smoked fish gift boxes for 4 yuan. After signing the contract, Shun Anian took a 500 yuan deposit and left the office with Brother Qin and Sister Qin. They felt light and soft, as if they were walking on cotton. They surprisingly earned so much money. Although they didn't speak the entire time, they accompanied Shun Anian and witnessed her negotiating with the manager and signing the contract. So, they were involved in the process. It's truly incredible. When they reached outside the office, Brother Qin still felt like he was walking on clouds, as if he hadn't come down from a dream. Wife, is this really happening? Are we dreaming? Pinch me. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a loud cry. It turned out that Sister Qin had firmly pinched his waist, making him grimace in pain. Now you see it's real, or are you still dreaming? Brother Qin endured the pain and rubbed his waist. She really knows how to be firm. It's real. We really earned this much money. He had never seen so much money in his life. Thinking about the money, he remembered the order for 1,000 gift boxes that Shun Anian had refused. If they had accepted, they would have earned even more. Little sister-in-law, Manager Yang, just said he wanted 1,000 gift boxes. Why did you refuse him? We could do more and earn more money, right? Earning more money is naturally good, but have you thought about where those things come from? Wild animals like rabbits and pheasants can be caught in the mountains, but it's not easy to catch game on the mountain. If we can't produce that many goods in 7 days, our factory's reputation will suffer. How can they trust us in the future? How can we continue to cooperate? We are not just making a one-time sale. We want a long-term partnership. We would rather not earn that kind of money than make empty promises that make clients doubt us. Sister Qin nodded. I also think it's safer this way. You can't promise something you can't deliver. Breaking a promise once makes others remember, and in future big deals, they might not dare to trust us. Although Brother Qin felt a bit regretful, he was convinced by the two of them. Since Shun Anian said they could still make money, earning now or later makes no difference. Chun Jinjin had already taken leave and was excited to invite Shun Anian to dinner. Shun Anian smiled and said, "You helped me so much today, so of course I should treat you to a meal." "It's only fair that you treat me. That's settled then. I won't be polite with you. You're welcome. Feel free to pick whatever you like." Chun Jinjin held Shun Anian's hand and kept asking her questions. She was very curious about Shun Anian. How did she suddenly get married? And why was she coming to discuss business on behalf of the factory? Shun Anian shared important stories about her life after going to the countryside. As for her marriage to Qin Jingqi, She didn't say it was because of rumors. Instead, she said Qin Jingqi saved her. They fell in love and decided to marry freely. Chun Jinjin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She exclaimed, "That's so romantic. I used to think you married too early and might get into trouble. Now I hear your story, and it's clear you married for love, and it's even a heroic love story. I really envy you. After not seeing each other for so long, how have you been?" Talking about herself, Chun Jinjin looked a bit down. "I'm still the same, going to work at the mall every day, still managed by my uncle. It's so boring." Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she looked at Shun Anian. "If only I could go to the countryside like you and start my own business, that would be great. This silly girl doesn't realize how lucky she is. She has such a peaceful life, which many people dream of. Traveling in the countryside isn't as easy as in the city. We have to walk everywhere, and there are no cinemas like in the city. The town cinema only opens on market days. Plus, moving to the countryside means leaving your parents. It might take a year or more to visit the city again. Can you really stand that?" Qin Jinjin thought for a moment. She felt her mother was always nagging and controlling, which was annoying. But if she didn't see her family for a year or more, she might start missing them, especially her grandmother. Now that she was old, if her grandmother found out she went to the countryside, she would worry a lot. Thinking about all this, she felt that pursuing her own career might not be such a good idea after all. "You're right. I should stay in the city and wait to see you develop your career. I'll be your strong support. Okay, I'll definitely come to you if I need help." Chen Jinjin smiled at her. "Being your support, does that have any benefits? What do you want? Do you still have your gift boxes? I want to buy one for my grandmother. She would love it." "You're making it seem too formal. Don't worry, we still have some gift boxes at the guest house. After dinner, I'll take you to get them." Chun Jinjin quickly put her arm around her shoulder. "Nian Nian, you're so kind." Shun Anian pretended to be annoyed and pushed her hand away. "Be careful with your words. It's not appropriate to be pulling and tugging on the street." Chun Jinjin was annoyed and pinched her face. "What did you say? Say that again." Shun Anian giggled and dodged her. The two of them playfully argued until they reached the gate of the state-run restaurant. Then she stopped and said to Brother Qin, "Big brother, big sister, we're eating here today." Brother Qin and Sister Qin looked up at the tall building and hesitated. Although it wasn't polite to say this in front of guests, Brother Qin couldn't help but ask, "Is it expensive to eat here?" This place looked so fancy, it didn't seem like they could afford to come in. Shun Anian smiled slightly. "Don't worry, today I'm paying. It won't cost the factory a single penny." Brother Qin waved his hands quickly. "I didn't mean that. I just think the place looks so nice and the food must be expensive. Our first big order was a success. We just signed a big deal. Shouldn't we celebrate?" She made a good point. "Yes, we should celebrate. Let's go inside." It was just after work hours, so the restaurant was still quite busy. Brother Qin and Sister Qin followed Shun Anian, looking at the shiny floor and the well-dressed customers. They felt a bit embarrassed. Until they sat down, they still felt a little uneasy. Seeing their nervousness, Shun Anian smiled and said, "Big brother, big sister, you don't need to be so tense. Think about it. We just signed a deal worth over 2,000 today. Future orders will only get bigger." Hearing this, Sister Qin straightened her back. That's right. They just made over 2,000 yuan from their first business deal. The people coming to eat probably didn't earn that much today. There's no reason for them to compare themselves to others. Chun Jinjin ordered a fish with pickled vegetables and a braised pork knuckle. Shun Anian asked Brother Qin to order food. When Brother Qin looked at the menu prices, he was shocked. Everything was so expensive. He couldn't bring himself to order anything, but finally, with Shun Anian's encouragement, he ordered a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Among the meat dishes, this was the cheapest. He was even more reluctant to order vegetables. In the countryside, fresh greens pulled straight from the garden could be eaten right away, but in the city, they cost 4 or 5 cents each. He wondered if eating these vegetables might burn his mouth. Shun Anian ordered a crab and a bowl of oyster mustard green soup, and their table was complete. While waiting for the food, Chun Jinjin happily talked with Shun Anian about their old classmates. But she didn't know that a table of people in the restaurant had been quietly watching her the whole time. Not long after Shun Anian entered the restaurant, Liang Yumin noticed her. Someone like her, no matter where she went, was hard to ignore. In just half a year, she hadn't changed much. She was still youthful and beautiful, confident and calm, speaking with energy that drew everyone's attention to her. Su Xiaoro saw that Liang Yumin was distracted, frequently looking elsewhere, not paying attention to her at all. She became annoyed and looked in the same direction. She wanted to see what was so attractive about her. But once she looked, she got even angrier. Why was Shun Anian here? Hadn't she already gone to the countryside? How could she still be in Hung City? Her parents had been sent to the countryside long ago. Why did she come to Hung City? What was she trying to do? With her personality, she definitely couldn't stay in the countryside. Could she be looking for someone she knew before to ask for help? Su Xiaoro's gaze fell on Liang Yumin. Seeing that he kept staring at Shun Anian without giving her a glance, she suddenly became furious. Liang Yumin, don't forget who your girlfriend is. What do you mean by staring at other women like that? Liang Yumin quickly looked away, a bit panicked. Seeing Su Xiaoro pouting and glaring at him, he explained, "What are you talking about? I just saw an old friend, and was wondering whether I should go say hello." Su Xiaoro's face didn't improve. It turned as dark as a pot bottom. "Old friend, don't think I don't know who you're talking about. Do you really want to keep being friends with her? Do you know her current status?" Liang Yumin heard this and frowned. Her parents made the mistake, not her. Ningning didn't do anything wrong, and she's not a criminal. He was actually scolding himself for defending Shun Anian. Su Xiaoro slammed her chopsticks down and stood up angrily. She was determined to teach this shameless fox spirit a lesson. Seeing her angry face and the look of trouble, Liang Yumin quickly grabbed her. "What are you doing? Why are you so nervous?" "Oh, I see. You're afraid I'll cause her trouble. Liang Yumin, don't forget, I am your partner now." Su Xiaoro pushed away Liang Yumin's hand and, taking advantage of his distraction, strode fiercely toward Shun Anian. "Shun Anian, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." Shun Anian looked up and saw a woman with a fierce look on her face, along with a young man rushing over behind her, looking guilty as he looked at her. The person looked familiar. In an instant, she recognized who they were. They used to live in the same big courtyard. The man was Liang Yumin, and the woman was Su Xiaoro. Because Liang Yumin's family and the original owner's family lived in the same apartment building, they often saw each other, so they got along pretty well. As for Su Xiaoro, although she also lived in the same courtyard, they didn't get along. Su Xiaoro always looked down on her. Of course, the original owner also didn't like Su Xiaoro. This time, she came over with a fierce look, probably to cause trouble. "It's really a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Did you come specifically to say hello?" Su Xiaoro sneered inwardly. "Coming over to say hello? She's not worth it. I heard you went to the countryside. It's not a holiday, so why are you back?" Her eyes blinked quickly, showing a look of sudden realization. "Could it be that you couldn't stand it and ran back from the countryside?" She spoke loudly, even deliberately making a fuss so everyone nearby could hear. Several tables looked over. Nowadays, young people who run back to the city secretly are looked down upon. When everyone heard she ran back, their eyes on Shun Anian were full of contempt. Before Shun Anian could speak, Chun Jinjin already lost her temper. "Su Xiaoro, what nonsense are you talking? No one secretly escaped back to the city. Nian Nian is representing their village factory to discuss business." Su Xiaoro's first reaction was disbelief. Who doesn't know who Shun Anian is? She's just a useless person. How could she possibly represent a factory to discuss business? Chun Jinjin, you say such things to clear her of suspicion. It's a big joke that she came to the city to talk business. Don't you have a script when you lie? Chun Jinjin rolled her eyes. Why would I lie to you? What do I have to gain from deceiving you? Our Nian Nian is amazing. Even if she went to the countryside, she could still shine and contribute positively, actively participating in revolutionary work. Some people are so jealous they can't even hide it. They even make up lies out of envy for Nian Nian. It's shameless. Her words hit Su Xiaoro hard.
What did you say?
Speak clearly. Who is jealous of her? She's the daughter of a capitalist, and now her parents are sent to reform through labor. What is there to envy about her? Shen Anian's face changed. Su Xiaoro didn't like her, so she argued with her. She shouldn't have brought Shen Fu and Shenmu into this. The people around looked at Shen Anian with even more disdain.
Liang Zumin Pulet Su Xiao Asai.
Stop talking, Su Xiaoro, still angry, spoke without thinking. Why should I stop? What? When I say something about her, you feel sorry for her. Liang Yumin's face darkened. What nonsense are you talking? How am I talking nonsense? Su Xiaoro glanced at the table and coldly said, as expected of a daughter of a capitalist. Look at this meal, 4 people, 5 dishes, and they even ordered Harry. Truly the bourgeois style. Chen Jinjin's face also changed. What we eat has nothing to do with you. You don't need to interfere. I just can't stand your indulgent lifestyle. Shen Anian suddenly stood up, clapped her hands, and said, Comrade Su, you are truly enlightened. I admire you. Chen Jinjin grabbed her. She must be so angry with Su Xiaoro that she's lost her mind. Why is she praising Su Xiaoro? Shen Anian shot her a glance, and Chen Jinjin felt relieved. Every time she wanted to do something bad, she would see this look. Su Xiaoro slightly raised her chin, proud as she looked at her. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Anian spoke first. If I eat Harry, it would be like adopting a small Jobler style. So, what does the restaurant providing Harry mean? Does Comrade Su think that offering Harry in the restaurant is just to promote a small Jobler style? If this gets to the ears of someone with bad intentions, will the restaurant still be open? The restaurant waiter had been staying far away, afraid of causing trouble. Hearing her words, her face turned serious. Harry are served to customers by the restaurant. If Comrade Su's words are correct, then the fault lies with them? The other diners also stopped talking, worried about getting into trouble. Su Xiaoro was so angry she almost wanted to slap them both. Shen Anian saw her face turn pale and secretly sneered. This is just the beginning. Yes, my father was indeed sent to a farm, but I have already gone to the countryside as a young worker to help build a new rural area. This is a new society now. Do you still want to go back to feudal times with the idea of collective punishment? Because my father made a mistake, does that mean I can't eat? Do I have no right to live? The words, feudal society, made Su Xiaoro turn pale. She looked at Shen Anian with shock. When did her lips become so sharp? Su Xiaoro was confused and couldn't think of anything to say to refute her. She kept repeating, You're talking nonsense. I didn't say that. That's exactly what you mean. We come from the countryside. We work hard and have big appetites. Even if we order 2 more dishes, we can still eat them. But you didn't consider the actual situation. Saying I have a small Jobler style is just to slander me on purpose. As for Harry, my older brother and sister-in-law have never been to Hung City. I brought them here to try the local specialties. What's wrong with that? The people around listened to Shen Anian and silently supported her. Looking at their clothes and appearance, they really seemed to be from the countryside. People with big appetites can eat more, and that's perfectly normal. Rural people are curious when they go to the city. When they see something they haven't tried before, they want to taste it. There's no need to overreact about it. Shen Anian sensed the change in everyone's attitude. She knew she had gained public support and felt relieved. If Su Xiaoro's words had been aimed at attacking others, it might not have been a big deal. But for the original owner, it was a serious crime. Her father was demoted due to a bad economic decision, so this accusation was very serious for her. Comrade Su, you suddenly blame me without reason, throwing dirt on my name. What is your real purpose? Su Xiaoro's face turned pale, and she kept her mouth shut. Liang Yumin stepped forward to mediate. Comrade Shen, this was our mistake. I apologize on her behalf. Since we know each other, we should not make this matter worse. It would harm her reputation and also yours. In the original owner's memory, Liang Yumin was very gentle and kind to her, so she had a good impression of him. But now, hearing his words, Shen Anian felt a bit disappointed. Why be disappointed? After her father's trouble, She already knew this was the likely outcome. People weigh their options. After considering, they choose what benefits them most. There's no reason for her to be disappointed. I won't forgive her. As soon as she said this, Su Xiao's face changed, and Liang Yumin looked at her with a "don't push your luck" expression. Shun Anian found it quite amusing. Why do they think that just apologizing can make everything okay? She just came out to criticize me and falsely accused me. Why didn't you step in to stop her? When she was cornered and I rebutted her, you only appeared then, saying you would apologize on her behalf. So, are my feelings not valid? If I were the one in the wrong today, what do you think Su Xiao would do to me with her temper? Liang Yumin was speechless after Shin Anian asked him. He knew Su Xiao's personality very well. If Shun Anian hadn't caught her mistake and fought back successfully this time, Su Xiao wouldn't have just let her apologize so easily. Seeing his expression, Shun Anian understood. He knew how Su Xiao would deal with her. It seems you understand that if such a charge were to be laid against me, she would know exactly what to do. So, why do you expect me to forgive her? Liang Yumin hesitated and couldn't find the words. Su Xiao was annoyed when Shun Anian criticized him. We've already apologized to you. Why are you still so stubborn? Isn't that too much? Shun Anian looked at her with a fake surprise. Will I forgive you just because you apologized? You pride yourself on your high status, thinking that a simple apology is worth a lot, and you feel very wronged when you say sorry. But in my eyes, your apology is worthless, especially since it's forced. I don't care for such apologies. Su Xiao was pushed to her limit and looked at her with anger. Liang Yumin also looked disappointed. You're being too harsh. How did you become so mean? Shin Anian was speechless. So, in your eyes, if you don't follow what you want and try to stand up for yourself, you're just being mean? Fine, I'll accept that label. Being mean it is. Su Xiao was so angry she wanted to curse, but Liang Yumin stopped her. No need to argue with her. Let's go. Su Xiao glared at her hatefully, then lifted her chin and left proudly. Chun Jinjin snorted coldly. Look at her arrogance, like she's won a big victory. She turned to Shun Anian. Are they really just going to leave like that? What else can we do? I can't send them to jail for what they said. Moreover, they're important people in Hung City. If things get worse, it could cause trouble. She still plans to develop in Hung City, and making enemies isn't good for her. Chun Jinjin sighed. Liang Yumin used to be good to you. I thought he was a decent person. I didn't expect him to treat you like this. You also said that was in the past. Times change and people change too. Chun Jinjin wanted to say more but looked at Shun Anian and couldn't speak. Maybe she was thinking that Liang Yumin had no conscience, that people forget old friends when they move on. That really hurt. Forget it, let's eat. Su Xiao and the others caused a fuss, and everyone's mood was somewhat affected. Especially brother Qin and sister-in-law Qin. I was hearing about Shin Anian's parents for the first time and didn't feel like eating. But when they started eating, they found the chef at the restaurant was very skilled. After a few bites, their appetite improved, and they enjoyed the meal very much. After dinner, Chun Jinjin went to the guest house to get some things. Shin Anian handed her the remaining 4 gift boxes. Chun Jinjin felt a bit embarrassed, saying, I didn't bring enough money. Shin Anian rolled her eyes. I can still take your money. 1 for your uncle, and you can handle the other 3 yourself. She was overjoyed, saying, You're so kind to me. Let me take you back first. No need, it's still early. I can take the bus by myself. The things are heavy, I'll take you there. All right then, there was a bus stop not far from the guest house. Chun Jinjin carried her things while waiting for the bus and asked Shin Anian, Would you like me to give a gift box to your grandparents? Shin Anian shook her head. No. Don't let them know you're still in contact with me. She remembered what Aunt Shin mentioned in her letter and felt very uncomfortable. It hadn't been long since Shin's parents had an accident, and they were already planning to use their marriage as a deal. Although they hadn't been very kind to the original owner before, with her parents around, they would have been more restrained. But now, they clearly wanted to scheme against her, and Shun Anian didn't want to be involved with them anymore. Chun Jinjin had also heard Shun Anian talk about that side before. Seeing her resistance, she changed the subject. Are you really leaving tomorrow? Yes, the timing is tight. We need to rush back to the factory to catch up on work, so we can't stay longer. Chin felt very regretful. I wanted to spend more time with you, but I didn't expect you to leave so soon. Don't worry, we will definitely meet again someday. We can talk then. Remember to write me letters after you go back. If you cut off contact again, I won't talk to you anymore. Don't worry, I'll keep in touch with you often after I return. Just then, the bus arrived. Shun Anian saw her onto the bus, watched it drive away, and then returned to the guest house. She felt a bit headache and didn't know how to explain things to brother Qin and sister-in-law Qin. Just now, when they were eating, they clearly wanted to ask what was going on, but because Chun Jinjin was present, they didn't speak. Shun Anian thought carefully and decided to tell them everything honestly. Since they would be living together for a long time, there was no need to hide such things. If they looked at her differently because of this, she couldn't do anything about it. When sister-in-law Qin opened the door and saw her, she was a bit surprised. You're back so soon. Did you send Comrade Chen back? Shun Anian nodded. I watched her take the bus before I left. Sister-in-law, can I come in and talk to you? Come in. Shun Anian followed her into the room and said seriously, brother and sister-in-law, I believe you heard what Su Xiao said today. My parents are working on a farm as part of a reform program. But I can assure you, they are not bad people. Even though Shin father's economic plan was a bit radical, his intentions were good. The future economic situation would prove that his decision was correct, even if he couldn't act on it now. Brother Qin and sister-in-law Qin looked at each other but didn't speak.
They didn't know what to say.
When they heard Su Xiao say Shin father was a capitalist supporter, they were very surprised. They didn't fully understand what that meant, but if it was related to capitalism, it was wrong. Moreover, Shin father being sent to work on a farm meant he had committed serious mistakes. But they believed Shun Anian. Now that she said this, the young couple didn't know what to think. Brother Qin was silent for a moment and asked her, Does the third brother know about this? Shun Anian nodded. He knows. Brother Qin hesitated and then asked, Do your parents know? She nodded again. I've already told them. Brother Qin exhaled slowly. Since everyone knew, and they still chose to live together with her and the third brother, it showed their support. Just live a good life with the third brother from now on. Shun Anian looked at him in surprise. You don't blame me? Neither the third brother nor your parents blame you. Who are we to blame you? Besides, this is your parents' mistake, not yours. If anyone is to blame, it's not you, big brother and sister-in-law. Thank you so much. They are truly good family members. Brother Qin smiled kindly. It's not about that. We need to get up early tomorrow to catch the train. You should go back and rest now. If we wake up early, we can go back early too. This time he was proud. He went out and brought back such a big order. He should go back early to share the good news with everyone. Shin Anian nodded with a smile. Okay. When they returned to the village, everyone greeted them like never before. The old men and women in the village looked at them closely. So, did you sell the goods? Brother Qin deliberately teased. We'll tell you after we see the team leader. The elders were anxious and quickly sent someone to find Qin's father. They all went to the workshop together. The workshop was already cleaned up. The tables and chairs were ready, and the charcoal that was brought over was stacked in the corner. Everyone prepared everything, waiting to start working hard. Qin's father hurried over, sweating on his forehead. He didn't even have time to rest and asked anxiously, How did it go? Shun Anian took out the contract. We signed a deal with Ditsai Market to sell 200 gift boxes of smoked chicken and 300 gift boxes of smoked fish, totaling 2,200 yuan. We received a 500 yuan deposit, and after delivering the goods, we will get the remaining 1,700 yuan. Qin's father was speechless for a moment. The villagers around him stared with wide-open mouths, stunned. They had actually earned over 2,000 yuan from the order. If this works out, the factory can be built. Am I dreaming? Is this really happening? Our factory is really going to be built. From now on, our village will have a factory, the first in 10 or 8 villages. Everyone was filled with excitement. They talked excitedly, and even Qin's father was very happy, repeatedly saying, That's great. Once everyone's excitement settled a bit, Shun Anian said, The most urgent thing now is to start production. The market only gives us 7 days. plus transportation takes another day, so we have 8 days. We need to produce the goods as quickly as possible. Chin's father nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. We need to hurry and produce. Over the past few days, I have followed your advice and collected a lot of mountain products. I have recorded the work points, and once we settle everything later, we will pay based on those points. Now that we have the goods, we need to select workers. The factory isn't very big, so about 10 workers should be enough. The villagers eagerly volunteered to be chosen as workers when they heard about the selection. Red Army, I am your third uncle. If you leave the factory to outsiders, how can you be sure? I need to go in and make sure the work is done quickly. Red Army, we are neighbors and we've known each other for many years. You know my mother's personality. She's quick and efficient, so she won't delay your work. Red Army is the nickname for Chin's father. Right now, he was surrounded warmly by villagers, with not even a strand of hair showing. It was the time to start work, and the young people had already gone to the fields. Only the elders, who are senior in age, remained. Shun and Ian watched them all arguing to join the factory, feeling quite helpless. Making mooncakes in the factory is also physical work, and the elderly can't do it. But Shun and Ian didn't speak up. It's better for Chin's father to handle this kind of thing. She helped him escape from the villagers' crowd, handed him the contract and deposit, and reminded him to keep the documents safe before heading home. After sitting in the car for so long, she was a bit tired and needed to rest at home. Chin's mother was in the yard, dealing with the game animals brought by villagers. When she saw Shun and Ian return, she immediately stood up. Annan is back. How did it go? We've signed a contract with the market. We will supply 200 gift boxes of smoked chicken and rabbit and 300 gift boxes of smoked fish. We received a deposit of 500 yuan. The money and contract are with Dad. Chin's mother was surprised by the numbers. How much? 500 yuan. Yes, 500. The total order is 2,200 yuan, but we only got a 500 yuan deposit now. The market will pay the rest after the goods are shipped. Oh my goodness, 2,000 yuan. We're going to make a lot of money this time. Shun and Ian also smiled and said, That's right. In the future, our village will earn more and more. Hearing their conversation, the younger sister hurried over.
What?
2,000 yuan? Our family is really going to get rich. When Shun and Ian heard her silly words, she looked serious and corrected her. This is not our family's factory. It belongs to the collective. The money earned is shared by everyone, not just us. Sister Fourth, don't get it wrong. Sister Fourth scoffed dismissively. It's the same thing. No, it's not the same. The factory is public property. When you say it's Dad's, what do you think of him? Although Dad is the factory director, he's working for the collective. If this gets out, it could cause trouble. Having traveled here and experienced many things, she deeply understood how serious words can be. Saying the wrong thing can be deadly. Mother Chin has been by Father Chin's side for many years and has some awareness. When she heard Shun and Ian's words, she immediately scolded Sister Fourth with a stern face. Your mouth is so careless. What are you talking about? If our family hears this, it's one thing. But if outsiders hear it, what will they think? Are you trying to ruin your father? Taking things from the collective is punishable by labor reform, and serious offenses could even lead to imprisonment. Can you say such reckless things? Sister Fourth finally realized how serious the matter was. She looked down and explained to Mother Chin, Mom, I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't thinking carefully, I just said it casually. Just casually saying things can be deadly. From now on, remember to keep your mouth shut and don't say everything that comes to mind. Mother Chin was too tired of this troublesome girl. She was lazy and careless all day, and now she was making trouble again. Sister Fourth was too scared to speak, but she couldn't sit still thinking about joining the factory. Mom, since the village is opening a factory this time, can I join? Chin Xiaomei also ran out of the house. Mom, I want to join too. Shun and Ian looked at them speechlessly. When they were working, they all found excuses to slack off. But now that the factory is opening, they're all eager to join. Joining the factory means working, not playing. Mother Chin looked at Shun and Ian, seeming to ask for her opinion. Shun and Ian said, Our factory is still small, so we probably won't need many workers. About 10 people should be enough. Once the factory grows, we'll hire more. Qin Xiaomei got excited. If there are that many people, our family can just go in. Shen Anian looked hesitant, but she didn't want to say anything that might offend others. My younger sister and Qin Xiaomei are eager to get jobs at the factory. If I try to discourage them now, I will only offend them and gain nothing. Father is the factory manager, so he has the final say. Father loves me the most. If I ask him, he will definitely agree. Qin Xiaomei happily went back to her room. My younger sister also thought this plan was good. Since father is the manager, he has the right to hire workers. Our family members should help each other. It wouldn't be right to favor outsiders. After my younger sister left, Mother looked at Shen and Yen and asked, "What do you think?" Shen and Yen smiled helplessly. "Mom, if I tell the truth, I might offend you. We're all family. There's nothing we can't talk about. Just say it." "All right, I will say it, but you must not be angry. Our factory is small with only about 10 workers. Father and Mother will definitely work there. My older sister-in-law, second sister, and I are experienced and will need to go to the factory to help with the work. That takes up 5 spots. If more family members are added, there will be no more openings. What will the villagers think? This factory belongs to the village, but all the workers are from our family. They might think that father has all the power." Although my younger sister's words were unintentional, I believe they reflect the thoughts of many villagers. Everyone is watching to see what Dad will do. If rumors spread, it could hurt his reputation. As capitalists, we shouldn't get involved in such matters. If we do, it could lead to trouble. Shen and Yen didn't finish her sentence, but made a chopping gesture at her neck. Mother turned pale with fear. "Yes, we must not get involved in this. Those 2 lazy family members, if they get jobs at the factory, it could be used against us. Father has been the village leader for over 20 years, working hard for the villagers. We can't let this ruin his reputation." "All right, I will discuss this with your father. We won't break any principles." Shen and Yen nodded. She looked around but didn't see Qin Yinxiang and asked, "Where did second sister go?" "She went early to the neighboring village to buy flour. She probably won't be back until tonight. It seems second sister is quite quick at learning." "That's right. She's always been quick with work. Whatever she does, she finishes by tomorrow." Mother went over to pluck feathers from the chickens. The house was filled with wild chickens and rabbits, some still alive. Mother Qin didn't rush to deal with them. She only quickly took care of the ones that had already died, as they wouldn't last long. Shen Anian also went over and said, "Mom, I'll help you." "No need, no need. You've been running around outside all day, and you're tired. Go back and rest." Mother Qin firmly sent her away. Back in her room, Shen Anian had nothing to do. She saw a letter from Qin Jingqi on the table, thought for a moment, and decided to write him a reply. She told him about the factory plans in the village and shared some family news, writing 3 full pages. Later, she felt she had written too much and worried Qin Jingqi might find it bothersome. So she put the letter into an envelope, waiting for the postman to deliver it. In the evening, the Qin family was lively. Many villagers came to ask Qin's father for favors to get jobs at the factory. Qin's father was smoking a pipe and looked worried. Starting a factory was a good thing, but choosing the right people was difficult. No matter who they picked, some would be upset. Qin Yunxiang carried 2 baskets of flour home and was very happy when she heard about a big order for the factory. Knowing Qin's father was worried, she casually said, "Dad, there's no need to worry. We should just pick the well-known, quick workers from the village. We're rushing to meet the order, and we can't afford to hire lazy people who don't want to work. Can that really work? Won't people have opinions? People might have opinions, but we're not taking their money or land. The money we earn will be shared with the cooperative, wages will be paid, and some will go to the brigade. I think they're actually getting a good deal. Why would they complain? All right, I'll go talk to the village secretary and see who's suitable." Shen Anian had been listening quietly. Now she spoke up. "Dad, I think it's better to choose women workers. Men aren't as quick to learn how to make food. Plus, men go up the mountain to hunt for points, while women make mooncakes in the factory. It's fair. Qin Yunxiang strongly supported her idea. That's right. The factory also accepts hunted game. If they want to earn points, they can go hunting in the mountains. It's the same as earning points. Why insist on working in the factory? Qin's father nodded. That makes some sense. All right, I'll go talk to the village secretary. Qin Yunxiang finally smiled, saying, women can hold up half the sky and also support this factory. Qin Xiaomei heard their conversation and immediately ran out, saying, Dad, I want to work in the factory too. In the past, when Qin Xiaomei made requests, Qin's father would often agree without much hesitation. He thought it was good for her to work in the factory. But just now, Qin's mother told him what Shen Anian had said, and he thought Shen Anian's words were very reasonable. This factory is collective. It's not just his decision. He can't make all the choices alone. Qin Xiaomei is his daughter, and he knows her temper well. As the youngest child in the family, she has rarely done much work since she was little. She might not be able to handle the heavy workload in the factory. She can't do the work but still get paid. That's not right. If he allowed that, it would give others a reason to complain. Why are you staying at home comfortably? Why do you want to work in the factory? I want to earn money, Dad. I can work in the factory too. She doesn't have many new clothes, and when she asks her mother for money, her mother refuses. Once she earns her own wages, she will have money and can buy whatever she wants. This time, there are too few people hired. When the factory gets bigger later, you can go then. Qin Xiaomei looked at him in disbelief. Her father actually refused to let her work in the factory. Dad, I promise I will work hard if I get in. No, that's not possible. The factory needs 10 people, and not all of them can be from our family. The spots have to be shared with others from the village. Qin Xiaomei was very unhappy. Why share the spots with others? Dad, you're the factory director. Can't you make the decision? Earlier, when Qin's mother relayed Shen Anian's words, he realized there was a problem, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. The family's mindset is really problematic. They treat the factory as if it belongs to their family alone. He was angry and said, What are you talking about? I am appointed by the commune to manage the factory. What decisions do you want me to make? This factory belongs to the brigade, and it's under the commune. It's not just me. If I hear such words again, I won't hold back. He looked stern and serious, frighteningly so. Qin Xiaomei rarely saw him scold like that. Her eyes turned red. She stomped her foot in anger, and then turned around and stormed into the house. Clearly, during lunchtime, her mother had already agreed, but now her father was saying this, which must have been influenced by others. Father Qin spoke very seriously, warning everyone not to make any fundamental mistakes. He scolded them so harshly that they felt ashamed, then went to find the village secretary. Shen Anian was very glad that Father Qin was willing to listen to advice. Qin Yunxiang didn't show much emotion about what Father Qin just said. For her, working in the factory was the best option. If she couldn't get into the factory, she could hunt on the mountain or weave baskets to sell to the factory. As long as she worked hard, she could support her 2 younger sisters. She took a big bowl from the basket and smiled, saying, When I was collecting grain, an older woman gave me some spicy sauce. I said I didn't want it, but she insisted on giving it to me. I brought it here for everyone to try. The spicy sauce smelled very good. Shen Anian took a look and saw soybeans and various mushrooms inside. It looked bright red and very appetizing. It looks delicious. Qin Yunxiang nodded. It tastes pretty good. Third sister-in-law, you should try it. Shen Anian picked up chopsticks and took a bite. The flavor was indeed very nice. The fresh aroma of the mushrooms combined well with the spiciness of the chili, similar to some dipping sauces from later generations. In the future, such sauces were popular for many years, and if this spicy sauce could be promoted, it might also find a market. This spicy sauce is tasty. I haven't seen any sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Qin Yunxiang smiled. Almost every household in our village makes it. Who would buy this at the cooperative? Shen Anian thought differently. Although rural areas had spicy sauces, city folks might not make them, so this sauce still had potential. In later years, many spicy sauces became popular nationwide and even exported abroad, earning praise from foreigners. Big sister, Can I trade this spicy sauce with others? I want to send some to my dad and them. Yes, I'll be collecting grain tomorrow, so I can help you get some then. Second sister, that would be great. Please ask the villagers for a few different kinds. I want to try them all. The spicy sauce tasted very good. If they added pork and stir-fried it together, the flavor would probably be even better. If she could make this successfully this time, they might even open another factory. But there were still some problems. Meat coupons were hard to come by these days. Even in the city, each person only received a few ounces of meat coupons each month. So she had to make her spicy sauce taste unique and find new ways to sell it before she could ask the community leaders for help. Nothing was decided yet. She hadn't told anyone, just kept it to herself and thought quietly. When Qin's father returned, he happily announced that the plans had been made. He, Qin's mother, sister-in-law Qinda, Qin Yunxiang, Shen Anian, and 5 other women from the village would be involved. Her younger sister-in-law had been paying close attention to this matter. When she heard her father's words, her face looked very unhappy. Qin's younger sister was even more angry, almost exploding with frustration. Why can my sister-in-law and second sister go, but I can't get into the factory? Dad, you're too biased. Your sister-in-law and second sister can now make mooncakes on their own. What can you do? After her father shouted at her, Qin's younger sister was quiet for a moment. But it was only a moment. She then glared at Shun Anian with red eyes. It's all your fault. You planned this. You deliberately didn't teach me. Shun Anian was speechless. It felt like an unfair disaster. Before she could speak, Qin Yunxiang quickly defended her. Little sister, your words are too harsh. Third sister-in-law originally asked you and fourth sister-in-law to learn together, but you didn't want to. Now that the factory is open, you can't get in and you're saying such things. It's really disappointing. If you could get into the factory, of course you'd help her speak. If you can't get in, would you still help her? Seeing her words becoming more unreasonable, Qin's mother scolded sharply. What are you doing? Fighting with the family over this? That's not right. Seeing that everyone in the family was not supporting her, Qin's younger sister completely lost her temper. Mom, even you are saying that to me. You argue loudly with the family. Do you think you're right? Fine, now you all look down on me. I don't want to bother you anymore. She angrily ran back to her room and slammed the door so loudly it shook. Qin's mother looked at Shun Anian with regret. That's just her temper. Don't take it to heart. Mom, don't worry. My younger sister has her grievances. I won't argue with her. Qin's mother sighed in relief and went to the kitchen to serve food. It's time to eat. Qin Hongjin ran over to help serve the dishes, while Shun Anian went to wash her hands. Everyone in the family sat down, but Qin's younger sister didn't come. Qin's mother asked Zayashita to go call her for dinner. Qin's younger sister was still upset and chased Zayashita away. Mother Qin wanted to go comfort her, but Father Qin stopped her. No one should interfere. When she's hungry, she'll eat on her own. Mother Qin felt sorry for little sister Qin, but seeing how angry Father Qin was, she didn't dare to comfort her. Little sister Qin heard his words from inside the room and became even angrier. She threw things around loudly. Fine, I won't care. I might as well starve. If I die, you'll be happy. Father Qin was so angry it hurt his heart. Mother Qin saw his face turn pale and advised, the child is still young. Don't argue over this. It's good that our factory is opening in the village. Don't get upset over such small things. But Father Qin's face still looked unhappy. This child was becoming more and more unreasonable. She was not young anymore, but her temper was getting worse. What will happen in the future? Because of little sister Qin's fuss, everyone's mood was affected. The dinner table was quiet and no one felt happy. Shun and Sui didn't care about their feelings. She was worried about her 5 cents a month teaching fee. After dinner, she pulled Father Qin and Mother Qin aside to learn to read. Father and Mother Qin were confused by the words in the book and didn't think about little sister Qin anymore. When fourth brother's wife entered the room, she started complaining to old fourth Qin. Parents are too biased. Why are the eldest sister-in-law and second sister allowed to work in the factory, but not me? Don't they just look down on me?
Mother has always looked down on me.
I've been married to you for so many years, and now we're about to have our second child. She still doesn't like me. Why am I so unlucky? She spoke while watching old Fourth Chin, waiting for him to agree. Old Fourth Chin was leaning on the bed, playing with Little Bean Sprout. When he heard her words, he looked up at her. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I don't know? When third sister-in-law was teaching you how to make mooncakes, you and fifth brother were lazy and didn't want to learn. With lazy people like you, who would want to hire you in the factory. Look at what you've done these days. What have big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law done? Big sister-in-law went to the city with third sister-in-law and didn't take a penny. Second sister-in-law went to harvest grain by herself and didn't complain. If it were you, could you do the same? If it were me, I wouldn't want you to work in the factory either. The fourth sister-in-law was so angry she almost cried. She sat with her back to him on the bed, feeling deep resentment. He was her husband, but he didn't help her at all. I knew no one at home cared about me, not even you. If you really think so little of me, why did you marry me? You're saying that, but who at home looks down on you? Big sister-in-law is busy every day at home and outside. You take my wages, but do nothing. Now you're upset about that. I'm not trying to work this time. Does your family give me a chance? If I could get into the factory, wouldn't I work hard? I just want to do my best. The factory only needs 10 people, and only the best are chosen. It's not like you get in just because you want to. You don't seem to understand that. Also, Big Brother went to the city with third sister-in-law, but he didn't get into the factory either. He didn't complain at all. Why do you have so many opinions? Hearing this, fourth sister-in-law thought of Brother Chin, who still had to work in the fields, and felt a little better. But she refused to admit she was wrong and argued, he can go to the city to have fun. If I could go to the city, I'd be happy to. I think you're just upset because you didn't get any benefit. I just don't understand. You're at home and don't need to work, so why are you so eager to get into the factory? Just let me stay at home and rest while I carry the baby. I don't want to suffer, but you keep pushing me. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Fourth sister-in-law finally felt balanced. She agreed that since she had wages to spend, there was no need to worry about working in the factory. She wouldn't be unhappy if she stayed home. Even if she went to the factory, it would be after she had the baby. Her father said that once more people are around, she might be allowed to go. Maybe after she gives birth, she can go. How do you feel about the thing we discussed last time? What thing? She glared at him. Don't pretend you don't know. You talk so much every day. I can't remember which thing you're talking about. It's about marrying Brother Liang. My family's bride price isn't enough, so we borrowed money. We just have enough now. Maybe we can lend the money first, and once Brother Liang has more money, he'll pay us back. Chin Lao Si didn't care much about this. As long as he wasn't starving, he wasn't worried. And since it was about his younger brother's marriage, he had to help out. Just do what you think is best. Our baby is almost here. Save some money just in case, so you won't have trouble when the baby is born and need money. Hearing that the younger sister-in-law agreed, he stopped worrying about the matter. Shen Anian finished her bath and came out. As she passed the main hall, she saw Father Chin counting the 500 yuan deposit. He seemed afraid he might count it wrong, so he repeated the count. Seeing how careful he was, Shen Anian felt a strange sadness inside her. Ordinary people also want to earn money and eat well, but they can only harvest so much grain from the land. Agriculture is not yet industrialized, and there are very few machines. The county has a fertilizer factory, but the output is limited. Farmers need special permits to get fertilizer, and each team receives only a small amount. Without pesticides or fertilizer, farmers rely on careful tending of their crops, and they can only harvest a limited amount of grain each year. If a natural disaster occurs, like a strong wind or heavy rain, it can destroy half a year's hard work. Their path has always been difficult. Farmers face many hardships, and the country is also struggling, but everyone works together to get through tough times. In the past, when she read historical records or watched old videos, she would feel that the times were hard, with no other thoughts. But only when she experienced it herself could she truly understand. Farmers have it very tough, and the country is also facing difficulties. She stepped forward and asked, "Dad, why are you still awake?" Father Chin suddenly came back to himself. "Oh, It's the third sister-in-law. I feel like I'm dreaming. How did we suddenly get so much money? He chuckled. Don't laugh at me. But as farmers, we work hard all year and can't save more than 20 yuan. But you've earned over 2,000 in just a few days. I feel uneasy about it. Dad, I understand how you feel. When I was born, our country was in chaos. Not just about eating enough, but whether we could survive was a question. By the time of my older brother's generation, the war was over and the country was peaceful. Life was still hard, but at least we didn't go hungry. Our lives get better with each generation. Every year is better than the last, and things will only improve. Isn't that what we all work hard for? Hearing her words, Father Chin's heart swelled with emotion. Besides nodding, he found it hard to express how excited he felt at that moment. Very well said. People who have read more always speak more nicely. Your words really touch my heart. Shun and Ian gave him a cold reminder. Dad, getting the order is good, but we only have a week to finish this. If we can't deliver on time, we will lose money. Father Chin was so scared his tongue almost tied. We will lose money. Shun and Ian nodded seriously. Yes, so we must work harder. Yes, we need to work harder. Don't worry, I will watch over everything. Even if I don't sleep, I will get this batch of goods finished. There's no need to push so hard. But Father Chin didn't give her a chance to speak and sent her to bed. The next day, early in the morning, he and Brother Chin took a cart to the county to pick up the furnace. Mother Chin also got up early, woke everyone up, and took them to the workshop to start making mooncakes. Besides the Chin family members who knew how to make mooncakes, the other 5 had no experience. Shun and Ian asked them to stand nearby and watch, explaining each step as they worked. She let them try making the mooncakes. Lin Yunduo was very worried. What if we mess up? Before success, there will be failures. We can handle the failures. Lin Yunduo still worried. That will waste a lot of ingredients. And these were precious ingredients. White flour, sugar, red beans, and lotus seed paste that ordinary families couldn't even afford to eat. Everyone, don't be so nervous. As long as the costs are controlled, it's fine. Everyone hesitated but still gathered courage to try. Like she said, if they didn't try, they wouldn't succeed. After a morning of work, the 5 of them made mooncakes that met the standards one after another. Everyone finally relaxed. Shun and Ian looked at the finished products and said with satisfaction, "You are now skilled. From now on, you will make mooncakes on your own. Remember, the ratio of ingredients must not be changed casually. People who buy mooncakes are used to good quality. If there's even a small mistake, they will notice. We want to build a long-term business, not cheat people once and then disappear." Li Fengxia looked a bit embarrassed. She had just thought the same, saving a little sugar or red beans would be fine. But now, after hearing Shun and Ian, she didn't dare to cut corners. Shun and Ian waved her hand, urging everyone to start production quickly. Everyone was working very hard, but suddenly someone caused trouble at the factory. There was noise outside the door. The voices sounded familiar, but Shun and Ian didn't catch all the words. The words unfair and report kept appearing, and it seemed like a big problem. Not only Shun and Ian heard it, but everyone in the factory heard it too. Aunt Chin asked, "Why is it so noisy at the door?" "It sounds like Zhao Jiqing and the others." Qin Yunxiang nodded. "Yes, it sounds like them. What are they doing?" As the team leader, Qin's father had to go see what was happening. When he stepped outside, he saw all the young workers gathered at the door, looking upset and shouting as they talked to each other. Qin's father looked at them with a serious face. "What are you doing? It's daytime and you're not working. Why are you blocking the door?" Zhao Yonggang, who was just elected as the representative, was talking to Qin's father for the young workers. "We want to go on strike. We demand fairness." Qin's father was confused but still angry. He had been a team leader for many years. He knew he couldn't make everyone happy, but this was the first time they had all gone on strike together. Who were they protesting against? "Tell me what you're unhappy about," he said. Zhao Yonggang replied, "Team leader, I heard the village set up a food factory. Why didn't we get any notice? How come the workers were chosen without us knowing? Before we came to support the countryside, you excluded us. That's not fair. So, Their trouble was about getting a spot in the factory. They kept saying it was unfair. They thought it was unfair that villagers could get into the factory, but the young workers couldn't. They believed it was only fair if everyone had the same chance. These young workers were educated people. It was strange that they could say such things. They were young workers, and their thoughts were about the big river village, wanting to do things for the community and the collective. But these young workers, they didn't work well and often caused trouble, even though they knew how to protest. But Chin's father didn't agree with that. Building a factory in the village is a good thing. The number of workers was decided after discussion. There is no unfairness here. Zhao Hongmei looked upset. Why can these people get into the factory but we can't? We don't agree. We want fairness. Other young workers quickly agreed, saying, yes, we demand fair treatment. If it can't be fair and just, we will report to the commune. Father Qin was very angry. He still wanted to report them to the commune. It seemed these young workers were really living too comfortably. Over the years, the team had been very good to the young workers. Knowing they were from the city and couldn't handle hardships, they prioritized easy jobs for them. When they didn't earn enough food, the team even subsidized food for them. Now, they wanted to report themselves to the commune over what they called unfair treatment. Seeing the angry faces in front of him, Father Qin felt truly disappointed. All the women who can get into the factory are excellent women from Ardea village. They perform very well in farm work and learn quickly in the factory. Why can't they be used in the factory? The villagers know the facts. They know the factory only chooses very good workers. We have no objections. Why are you young workers causing trouble and trying to do what? The young workers were speechless after his scolding. Especially when they saw the villagers' eyes looking at them, they felt even more embarrassed. Suddenly, Zhao Hongmei's eyes lit up. She said, Shun Anian just arrived at the young workers' camp at the beginning of the year. She has no work experience, and everyone has seen her performance. Why should she be allowed into the food factory? Li Weigua, who still remembered Shun Anian causing trouble for Qin Qianqian, also said, yes, everyone knows Shun Anian's performance. Team leader, you arranged for her to go into the food factory. There might be favoritism involved. Li Ling, quick to speak, added, and the food factory is so small, and most of your family members are working there. We suspect you are abusing your power for personal gain. Team leader, we want you to give us a fair and reasonable explanation. Father Qin was very angry. The skill of making mooncakes was taught by Shun young worker. Without her, the food factory wouldn't even be able to operate. My children learned to make mooncakes from Shun young worker. They have the skills. Why can't they work in the factory? My wife works in the factory making smoked chicken. She's the only one who knows how to do it. Tell me, where is the unfairness? After hearing Father Qin's words, everyone remained silent. Zhao Hongmei sneered. Who would believe that? Shun Anian can't possibly make mooncakes. You better come up with a better excuse. Do you think we are fools? She was very upset and spoke very bluntly. The other young workers didn't speak, but from their expressions, it was clear they agreed with Zhao Hongmei's words. Since they were all young workers, why could Shun Anian get into the factory while they had to work in the fields? Moreover, they had been with Shun Anian for so long, yet they still didn't really know what kind of person she was. She was just a young lady who didn't get her hands dirty, and she even burned the pot while cooking. There's no way she could make mooncakes. Father Qin saw them standing at the door, unwilling to leave, and knew they still felt resentful. If they were unhappy, that was fine. He hadn't done anything wrong. Fortunately, he listened to Shun Anian's advice and didn't arrange for the others at home to work in the factory. Otherwise, if these young workers caused trouble, not only would he lose his position as factory director, but the team leader might also be removed. You're free to cause trouble or not work if you want, but I can tell you that from now on, the village will no longer give you grain subsidies. From now on, you'll get as much grain as your work points earn. If you cause trouble for a few days and don't earn enough points by the end of the year, you'll have to go hungry. After saying this, he shook his head and walked into the factory. The young workers looked at each other, surprised. No one expected that causing trouble wouldn't help them get into the factory, and they would even lose their grain subsidies. Lin Hui saw Father Qin leave angrily and whispered, "Is what we did really a good idea?" Zhao Hongmei, however, looked unconcerned. "What's wrong with it? We're just defending our rights." "He's upset because he's trying to scare us and make us give up." The other young workers fell silent after hearing her words. Li Weiguo suddenly said, "The team leader hasn't given us a clear answer. I suggest we go to the commune to ask. We can't let this matter stay unclear." He originally wanted to encourage the villagers to join them in protesting. But everyone present was older, living in Dahan village for decades, and they knew Father Qin well. Why should they trust someone who had been the team leader for so many years, instead of trusting these young outsiders? However, the villagers didn't join in, and the young workers didn't think they were wrong. Instead, they thought the villagers were too naive and had been deceived by Father Qin. They naturally felt a strong sense of pride and wanted to expose Qin's father's lies so that the villagers could see his true character. Zhao Hongmei was the first to raise her hand. "I agree. This matter must be investigated clearly. We can't allow such parasites to exist among the people." Some villagers nearby were unhappy to hear this. "What's wrong with you? The team leader hasn't done anything wrong to you. He even subsidized your grain. How can you say such things about him? You're so ungrateful. He's a scholar, but he doesn't understand things better than us farmers." Everyone was talking loudly, making the young workers feel very embarrassed. Zhao Hongmei blushed and argued, "We young workers support the country's policies. That's why we went to the countryside to help. Supporting us is right." As soon as she finished, the villagers looked down on them even more. Ungrateful people. A bunch of ungrateful people. Zhao Hongmei was almost in tears from anger. They were trying to help everyone get fair treatment, but these villagers seemed brainwashed by Qin's father and were defending him completely. They had no own opinions or ideas, just following others blindly. Seeing the conflict between the young workers and the villagers grow worse, Zhao Changyong quickly told everyone to leave. They came to fight for their rights, not to argue with the villagers. They still had to live in Dahuang village, and worsening relations would only hurt them. On the way back, Li Weiguo asked Zhao Changyong, "Leader, should we report this to the commune?" Zhao Changyong didn't say yes or no. Instead, he asked everyone, "What do you all think?" Zhao Hongmei was the first to stand up and support him. "I agree to report it. This isn't fair to everyone. Plus, the commune leaders have the right to know. The food factory shouldn't be controlled by just one person." Zhao Changyong nodded. To be fair and just, he asked everyone to raise their hands for a vote. Except for Chun Hung and another young worker girl, everyone agreed to report to the commune. Finally, Zhao Changyong made the decision. "All right, tomorrow we will go to the commune and tell the leaders everything honestly so they can decide. Let's first go back to the youth station and see if there's anything else we need to prepare." Chun Hun lowered his eyes, hiding his deep thoughts. Just now, Father Qin said that Shun Anian was teaching everyone how to make mooncakes. He found it hard to believe. But he had been in Dea village for over a year and knew Father Qin's temper well. He would never lie. At the youth station, Shun Anian's actions were nothing special. She earned the lowest 6 work points for her work, and her cooking skills were not outstanding. Besides her good looks, she had no other notable qualities. Now that she was married, she seemed to have changed. The youth workers' strike and the trouble at the food factory quickly spread through Dea village. Many people thought the youth workers were too rowdy, but some just wanted to watch the show. Father Qin returned to the factory, still a bit angry. These youth workers had enjoyed too many good days and were just looking for trouble. Shin Anian asked him, "Director, who came to cause trouble?" "It was those youth workers again. I don't know what they were thinking. They said the factory wouldn't let them work as youth workers, claiming it was unfair and unjust. I scolded them and sent them away, but I also heard them talking about reporting us." "What's going on?" When he mentioned this, Father Qin was not worried. He was confident and not afraid of being investigated. He could handle any scrutiny. He wasn't afraid, but others in the factory were quite scared. Nowadays, no one wanted to be reported. "Director, what should we do? How can these youth workers act like this?" Father Qin reassured everyone, "Don't worry, everyone. You were all chosen by the brigade. Even if the commune sends someone to investigate, we have nothing to fear. Everyone finally relaxed. With the factory director's words, they felt reassured. They worked until evening. The factory was small, with 10 furnaces inside. The hot weather made the coal fires burn fiercely, and the temperature inside was extremely high. Everyone's clothes were soaked with sweat, but no one complained or felt tired. This was a rare job opportunity, and many people envied them. Even the youth workers were eager to join the factory. The director chose them to be the first group to work there. If they kept complaining, it would be a big disappointment to the director. Qin Yunxiang carried flour inside. Just after setting down her burden and catching her breath, she asked, "I heard some youth workers came to cause trouble. What's going on?" Li Fengxia is a quick-tempered person. As soon as she heard, she replied, "Those young workers said they wouldn't let them into the factory, and they want to report us." Qin Yunxiang looked at her in disbelief. Could such a thing really happen? These young workers are really troublemakers. They weren't so eager to work when they were doing chores, but now they like causing trouble. That's true. When they were working, they kept complaining about being tired. No wonder they are so eager to get into the factory. Everyone became more and more angry. Father Qin quickly called them to stop talking so they could finish work and leave. In the morning, some bad mooncakes were made. Each person took one home. Everyone packed up and left. As they stepped outside, they were startled to see many children gathered at the door. There were so many children, big and small. It seemed that about half of the village children had come here. Li Fengxia saw her own child and frowned. "Mao Dan, what are you doing here?" Mao Dan was only about 5 or 6 years old. He was biting his finger and said, "I came with Brother Bang too. It smells good here." It turned out these children were attracted by the smell of the mooncakes from the factory. Li Fengxia felt both annoyed and sad. When she thought about the mooncakes in her hand and saw so many children, she quietly hid the mooncakes away. One mooncake wasn't enough for so many children. She decided to take it home and share it with her own children. She had tasted the mooncakes in the morning. Even though they were a bit burnt, they still tasted good. Her children would be happy to eat them. "Come home with me." "No, I want to play a little longer." Li Fengxia almost wanted to go and hold his ear. This stubborn child, he wouldn't go home even if he had food. He just wanted to stay here and smell the scent. "If you don't go back, I'll scold you." Mao Dan looked longingly at the factory door, but in the end, he was afraid of his mother's firm hand. He moved over reluctantly, looking sad. Just then, the factory door opened, and Shun Anian came out carrying a tray. "Everyone line up nicely. There are mooncakes to eat." Hearing her, everyone's eyes sparkled, and they quickly gathered around her. Aunt Qin pushed the children into a line. "Line up, line up. Do you still want to eat mooncakes?" The children formed a long line, staring eagerly at Shin Anian, or more precisely, at the tray in her hand. There are too many children. They divided a mooncake into 6 parts, and each child got a small piece. Although there was little food, the children ate happily. The children in the village knew that the mooncake factory was giving out mooncakes, so almost all of them came. By the time they finished distributing the mooncakes, it was almost dark. Qin Yunxiang went into the factory to pack things and handed the items Shin Anian asked for. "Little sister-in-law, I got some spicy sauce from several older women. I brought it all for you." "Why do you need so much spicy sauce?" Shin Anian blinked at her. "It's a secret for now." Of course, it was for making money, and she planned to make a lot. Shun Anian returned home and carefully tasted the spicy sauces Qin Yunxiang brought. She finally chose one, and with the one she got yesterday, she had 2 types of spicy sauce. She bought a mountain chicken from the mooncake factory and took out 2 gene of meat from her space, chopped it into minced meat, mixed it with the spicy sauce, and stir-fried it. Then she added spiritual spring water for stewing and sprinkled crushed peanuts on top. The fragrant and spicy smell wafted over, making everyone drool with hunger. She also made mooncakes, adding spiritual spring water, and made more than 40 in total. Some of these were sent to Shun's parents on the farm, enough for 2 months and to help them recover. Another part was to be sent to Qin Jingqi. He worked hard in the army, and with the Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon, she wanted to send him some things so he could taste the hometown flavors. Qin's mother came over and looked at her. "It's late at night. What are you still busy with?" Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. Qin Jingqi is celebrating alone. I want to send him some spicy sauce and mooncakes and also send a little to my parents. Qin's mother was surprised when she heard this. She didn't know how to praise her.
This child really has a kind heart.
If old third knew you cared so much about him, he'd be very happy. Shen Anian blushed and smiled. Mom, I improved the spicy sauce. Try the taste and give me some advice. Qin's mother knew about Qin Yunxiang looking for spicy sauce. Seeing her still busy late at night, she was curious. Did she go to such lengths just to make spicy sauce for old third?
She always felt she was up to something.
Qin's mother took the chopsticks Shen Anian handed her, tasted the spicy sauce, and found it both fresh and fragrant. It was much better than the original. You added meat, so the flavor of this spicy sauce is richer, but it's a bit salty. This is to be eaten with rice, so it needs to be a bit salty. Mother Qin asked her, you just want third brother to eat well, so you got your second sister to bring so much chili sauce, and you even tried it yourself. The stuff really needs to be sent to him, but I have other ideas. Mother Qin was curious. What ideas? I want to try if this chili sauce can be sold. Mother Qin was surprised. You want to sell this chili sauce? She thought it was a bit unreliable. These days, every family has some pickles or sauces. Can this chili sauce really be sold? Shen Anian naturally saw her doubt, but since she hadn't tested it yet and didn't know how it would turn out, she didn't dare promise Mother Qin anything. I'll try first. When I send the mooncakes to Hung City, I'll let Manager Yang taste it. If Manager Yang thinks it's good, that would be great. If it doesn't work out, we won't lose much. Mother Qin thought she was really brave. But it's also a good thing if she really manages to do it, that would be extra income. Even if someone buys this chili sauce, people might not be willing to teach you how to make it. I'm not planning to learn myself. Since this chili sauce comes from Huangzhuang, even if I set up a factory, it should belong to Huangzhuang. Mother Qin was surprised and couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Then why are you fussing over this? To help the folks in Huangzhuang, just like those in Daya village, earn money. That makes me happy. Mother Qin was stunned after hearing this. She didn't expect this to be the reason, and she couldn't understand it either. When she went back to her room and saw Father Qin, she told him about it. She had never seen someone like this, having money but not wanting to keep it for themselves, instead giving it away. Father Qin listened in silence for a while, and then said, Third sister-in-law is a person who does big things. She wasn't sure if she was really doing big things, but thinking about others making money made Mother Qin feel uncomfortable. How could third sister-in-law think like that? After working so hard, it's all for others. Isn't that a good thing? We farmers make a living from the land, and life is hard. If we can open a mooncake factory and improve the villagers' lives, and if Huangzhuang can start a factory, the people there will surely have a better life. That's a good thing. But the thing is, she's giving away such a factory for free. Who wouldn't be jealous? This time, she helped Huangzhuang and the nearby villages. If she couldn't help them, wouldn't she be hated?
Don't think too much about it.
It's a good thing. Let her do what she wants. I didn't mean to stop her. I just wanted to mention something. Tell me, how did the third daughter-in-law's brain work? Why didn't we think about selling the spicy sauce? What does it mean to be smart? Doing things others don't expect. That's what makes someone smart. Yesterday, the eldest came to see me. He went to Hungshi and met someone he knew from the third daughter-in-law's family. They even argued. I heard that her father, our relative, is a capitalist. The third daughter-in-law has her own way of doing business, probably learned from her family. Mother Qin thought about Shen Anian's family and the farm situation. She was worried. The third daughter-in-law still plans to open a factory. Won't that cause trouble? What trouble could there be? The factory was approved by the commune. Even if someone causes trouble, it can't be blamed on that. Mother Qin felt relieved. That's good. Go to bed early. Tomorrow you have to get up early to work. Mother Qin was worried about Shen Anian and the rumors from the educated youth. She didn't sleep well. Although Qin's father said they reported to the commune, and he wasn't afraid, Mother Qin was scared inside. These educated youth are scholars. They can even make the dead seem alive with their words. But they're just farmers digging in the mud. They don't have as much experience as the youth, and their words aren't as sharp. How can they argue with them? Seeing her husband sleeping soundly beside her, she felt even more worried. That old man is really fearless. Even with everything happening, he sleeps so peacefully. In the morning, she woke up feeling tired. Seeing Chin's father still asleep, she felt a surge of frustration and couldn't find a way to vent it. She was worried and upset. She went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. When she brought out the porridge and saw Shen Anian, she finally complained, "Your father is too calm." The educated youth said they want to report him, but he acts like nothing's wrong. He's still sleeping now. Mom, Dad isn't worried. That shows he has confidence in this matter. Don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. Mother Qin was comforted by her calmness and felt more at ease. I wish it were as simple as you say. Xiaoshitu ran over, fussing to eat mooncakes. Yesterday, Shen Anian promised the children that everyone could have a piece of mooncake this morning when she was making them. Little Stone kept thinking about this. The first thing he did when he woke up was to ask her for some food. Shen Anian waited until all the children were there, then gave each of them half a piece of mooncake. After breakfast, everyone went to work or to school. Only the younger brother and sister, along with 3 small children who couldn't go to school yet, stayed at home. Shen Anian and the others went to work at the food factory, waiting for the local leaders to arrive. In the afternoon, the leaders from the community finally came. The community secretary personally came, but he didn't go to the food factory. Instead, he gathered everyone at the grain drying yard, where the young workers and factory staff faced each other directly. The young workers were a bit surprised. This wasn't what they expected. Although the villagers had heard about what the young workers did yesterday, they were still shocked to see the secretary arrive with militia members for a meeting. These young workers really knew how to cause trouble. Secretary Chen looked around at the villagers and said in a serious voice, "Everyone is here, right? If you're here, say what you have to say." Usually, the young workers caused small disturbances, mostly minor issues. As a leader of the community, he had heard about many of these. But those didn't reach the community level, so he didn't pay much attention. Now, with about 10 young workers on strike and leading the protest to the community, he had to come and see what was going on. When Secretary Chen spoke, the young workers seemed to feel supported. Zhao Changyong spoke firmly. "We young workers think it's unfair how the food factory is choosing people. We want fair treatment." He was implying that Qin's father was biased. Even though Qin's mother heard this yesterday, hearing it again still made her very angry. When the young workers caused trouble yesterday, Qin Yunxiang wasn't there. She only heard from the villagers that she was very angry. Now that they were in front of her, Qin Yunxiang wanted to scold them loudly. "The people are chosen by the team. Who do you think is unfair?" Zhao Hongmei said angrily, "Why does the team let you into the factory but not us? We're all equal. If the team does this, we won't accept it." At this moment, Shen Anian really wanted to say something but held back. These people saw that the villagers could enter the factory, so they demanded the same treatment for themselves. But when working on the farm, they relied on their status as educated youths and asked for special treatment. They just wanted to take advantage of both sides and get all the benefits without giving anything back. Such a thing is impossible. However, she didn't speak up. Instead, she looked at Father Qin, thinking it wasn't the right time to speak. Father Qin glanced over the educated youths and said, "It's not that you don't accept the village committee's decision. I think you are not obeying the management." His words showed he was very unhappy with the educated youths. Since he was so displeased, these youths must have some ability. Secretary Chen quietly watched the youths. No matter how capable they are still under the management of the production team. Without the approval of the village committee, they can't even go home. Their current behavior is because they think Qin Hongjun is too lenient with them. If they tried this in another team, they would be punished heavily. Let's see if they still have the courage to cause trouble. This morning, he heard the youths come to complain and saw their demands, which made him speechless. Why is Qin Hongjun unfair and unjust? Did the youths build the factory? Did they provide the raw materials? Haven't they done anything? The factory belongs to the Dahan River village. The grain used was collected by the villagers themselves. The idea to build the factory was also proposed by the villagers, and even the negotiations with the market were handled by the villagers. From start to finish, what contribution did the youths make? Now everything is ready, but the youths insist on joining the factory as workers. If the factory can't accommodate them, they complain about unfair treatment. That's a bit shameless. How do you all feel? Share your opinions. The youths kept signaling to Zhao Changyong. He stepped forward. We've investigated. There are 10 workers in the food factory, including the director, and 4 of them are relatives of the team leader. We suspect Captain Qin is abusing his power for personal gain. We ask the team leader to give us a reasonable explanation. Hearing this, the villagers started discussing. Some villagers thought he was right. There are too many people from Qin's family working in the factory, which is unfair to everyone. But others believed that Father Qin was not like that. Father Qin signaled everyone to be quiet and explained. Yesterday, the young people caused trouble at the food factory. I already told you about this. This mooncake was made by Comrade Shen Anian, Comrade Zhao Qinghe, and Comrade Qin Yinxiang, who taught everyone how to make it. As for the smoked meat, only Comrade Li Huiying knows how to make it. They are my family, yes, but they're also the master chefs at the factory, capable of earning money for the factory. I think there is no problem in hiring such skilled people. Zhao Qinghe is Qin's older sister-in-law. Li Huiying is Qin's mother. Li Fengxia stepped forward to testify. We made the mooncakes because Comrade Shen taught us. Sun Hongya also said, yesterday it was Qinghe who personally taught me how to make mooncakes. Without them, I wouldn't even know how to do it. At this moment, Shen Anian stood up. Secretary, if it weren't for Li Huiying's smoked meat and my mooncakes, the food factory wouldn't have been able to get such a big order from Detsai Market. If the team leader was biased, Qin Jingyi had previously helped contact the market and even arranged for the transport team. He should also be considered a worker at the factory. But the team leader was worried about gossip and didn't let him in. I never expected that this would be used by someone with bad intentions to attack him. She looked at Zhao Changyong. What have you done for the food factory? Why do you think you have the right to demand to work there? Zhao Changyong was speechless from her question. Shen Anian sneered at him. I think you are not asking for fairness. You are asking for special privileges. You believe that since the village built a food factory, young people must work there, and if they don't, you cause trouble, even slandering a good comrade who works for the collective. Zhao Changyong's face turned pale. No, we didn't slander anyone. We just want to know the truth. Yesterday, the factory director clearly explained this to you. Don't deny it. There were villagers present who heard everything. You can't deny it. The elders and women present yesterday stepped forward to speak for them. The Red Army said this, and we all heard it. The Red Army said they didn't believe and even threatened to cause trouble at the commune. Shen Anian withdrew her gaze and said coldly, even if you know the truth, you still report it to the commune. Are you seeking the truth you speak of, or are you trying to use the commune to pressure the factory director to achieve your own goals? Only you know the answer. Facing her gaze, Zhao Changyong felt a chill in his heart. We are all educated youth. Even though you are married, you are still one of us. There's no need to speak so harshly. Shen Anian withdrew her gaze and looked at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen, the situation is as we described. The decision on punishment is up to you. From her words, it's clear they're going to hold someone accountable. Secretary Chen also doesn't plan to let this go easily. The strike by the collective is very serious. Do they still care about the organization? If other teams of educated youth follow their example, everything will fall into chaos. They are deliberately twisting facts and trying to slander the revolutionaries. What are they trying to do? Punishments must be strict. Great leaders have said that young people going to the countryside to learn from the poor and humble is very important. You young people just don't understand your place. You strike, but the poor farmers wouldn't do that. If you strike, where will everyone get food and clothes? I think your thinking is very wrong and needs serious correction. Here's an idea. Go work on the farm for a month. If anyone refuses, they won't get any grain. The villagers had no objections. Since the busy farming season was over, it didn't matter whether they were there or not. Even during busy times, it didn't matter. They weren't useful anyway. They were so proud, it was good to send them for correction. The educated youth were stunned. Chin Hongjun wasn't criticized at all, and now the ones being sent for correction were them? No matter how much they shouted, Secretary Chin didn't change his mind. He ordered the militia to take the people away. The collective strike of the educated youth in Dahuang village was thus ended. Secretary Chin even visited the food factory. The factory was small and a bit old, but very clean. The workers inside wore small headscarves, covering their hair completely. Such a factory produced goods that everyone could trust to eat. Secretary Chen approved Chin father's resourceful actions on the spot, knowing that the food factory was now running smoothly, and he praised them highly. Keep working hard in the future. The commune will never allow anyone to slander good comrades who work for the collective. His words moved this man who had been strong for most of his life, nearly making him tear up. Secretary, you can rest assured. We will work hard and achieve good results, so we won't let you down. Secretary Chen patted his shoulder and then left. Chin's mother felt relieved and patted her chest. Secretary Chen is really a good person. She had thought things might go badly this time, but she didn't expect Secretary Chen to trust them so much. The other workers were chattering about what just happened, all excited and working very hard. They said that since the secretary trusted them, they couldn't let him down. Shun and Yen saw everyone so enthusiastic and felt very happy. It also strengthened her resolve to keep running the factory. From today's events, she saw that Secretary Chen was very open-minded and wanted to do real good for everyone. Such a good leader was rare. Today, he disciplined the young workers, which not only corrected them but also helped Chin father gain respect. This would make future work easier for Chin father. He was paving the way for Chin father's future management. Everyone wanted to do a good job, so she had nothing to hesitate about. Shun and Yen was full of energy and eager to take on even more orders. The mail carrier came to deliver letters. Shun and Yen sent out packages to Qin Jingqi and to Shin's father and mother. Back at the factory, she was about to work when she heard a quarrel. It seemed Qin Yunxiang was arguing with someone. She hurried over to see what was happening and found Qin Yunxiang talking loudly, looking very angry. After listening for a while, she finally understood that Lin Yunduo's husband liked to drink and would get drunk and hit people. Lin Yunduo was often beaten by him, and almost everyone in the village knew about it. Yesterday, Lin Yunduo's husband got drunk again and hit her, making her hands swell. Today, she could hardly lift her hands to work. Seeing her look upset, Qin Yunxiang asked her about it. After a long while, Qin Yunxiang finally revealed the truth. Qin Yunxiang had also suffered unfair treatment in her husband's family and empathized with Lin Yunduo. She wanted to advise her to divorce her husband. Lin Yunduo, hearing her words, nervously waved her hands and said, "No, I can't get a divorce. What will I do after I divorce? You're working at the factory now, earning enough to support yourself. Why can't you live on your own? I have 3 children. If I get divorced, what will happen to them? Yunxiang, I am different from you. You have family and brothers who can help take the children, but my family won't help me. If I leave, what will happen to the children? Their family won't let me take the children. No, I can't get a divorce." Qin Yunxiang, feeling both sad and angry, grew more upset as she spoke. Seeing her become more emotional, Shun Anian pulled Lin Yunduo aside to prevent her from arguing. "Go make smoked meat with Comrade Li. You don't need to make mooncakes right now." Lin Yunduo's face turned pale with fear. "Why can't I do it? And even if I said something wrong, please don't kick me out of the factory." Shun Anian saw her so scared, feeling both helpless and sad. "I don't mean to kick you out. Look at your arm. If you keep kneading dough, will you still have your hand? Such a serious injury. You should go to the clinic and get it checked. What if it leaves a permanent mark? It'll be fine. I applied medicinal wine, and it will heal in a few days." Shin Anian glanced at her arm, which was still very swollen. She wondered if it was injured inside too. With such a serious injury, she was just applying some medicinal wine? "Whether you go to see a doctor or not, you know best. If you delay work by a day, you'll lose a day's pay. You decide." "That can't happen. Losing pay is not acceptable." Li Yunduo hesitated and said, "Then, during lunch, I'll find time to visit the clinic. Is that okay?" Just do as you see fit. Go learn how to make smoked chicken from my mother. These days, Jean's father and mother were busy making smoked chicken. It was tiring, but with more help, they could relax a little. Lin Yunduo went to learn how to make smoked chicken, but Qin Yunxiang still wasn't satisfied and wanted to persuade her. Shun Anian held Qin Yunxiang back. Second sister, calm down first. What's there to calm down about? Look at her. She's been beaten so badly, and she still has to endure it. It's not uncommon for the head of the family to beat his wife until she's crippled or injured. If she really ended up like that, it would be too late to regret. Shin Anian saw her so anxious and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her intentions were good, but not everyone would accept such kindness. Many villagers had strong male chauvinism, but they didn't have obvious qualities that made them better than their wives. The main difference was that they were strong. So they used their fists to prove themselves, thinking that this would establish their authority. Some people had indeed escaped such families, but many more, for various reasons, could only endure. It's hard to say who is right or wrong in these matters. Everyone makes their own choices for reasons, and they believe their decisions are the best for themselves. She pulled Qin Yunxiang aside, trying to persuade her. I know you've suffered, and you can empathize with Sister Yunduo. You want to help her escape her troubles, but her situation is different from yours. You've already mentioned divorce before. Sister Yunduo doesn't want a divorce. That's her choice. When I talked to you about divorce last time, you thought about it. That shows you've considered it subconsciously. My words just planted a seed in your mind. But Sister Yunduo is different. She hasn't thought about this. She doesn't agree with your view and doesn't want a divorce. If you keep forcing your ideas on her, trying to make her divorce like you think you're helping her escape suffering, but she might not see it that way. If you keep nagging her about it, she will eventually resent you. Why bother? Qin Yunxiang was silent for a moment and then said, but she's been beaten so often, it's really pitiful. Second sister, take it slow. This is a big decision that affects a lifetime. You need to let her think clearly and thoroughly, so she can struggle and save herself. You're talking pretty fanciful. Shun Anian smiled at her. Second sister, go ahead and get busy. We need to catch up on our work now. This situation isn't about being naive. The people around her have endured it too, and she believes she can endure it as well. Every day, she moves around the stove with her husband and children, unable to get outside information, unaware that women can have a different way of life. Shen Anian initially wanted to be lazy and didn't want to take on too many responsibilities. That's why she handed the task of teaching her father Qin and mother Qin to read and write to Shinan Shui. Now it seems she can't afford to be lazy at all. Reading makes people wise, so she wanted to teach them reading and writing. Maybe she couldn't do much, but she could open a window for them to see the outside world. Shun Anian shared this idea with her father Qin. Although he supported her, he also expressed some worries. After a long day working in the fields, especially for the women, they were often tired when they got home. They still had to take care of their husbands and children, so they might not have time to study together. His concern was expected. Starting a literacy class would be very difficult. But she couldn't give up just because it was hard. The literacy class is voluntary. No one should be forced. As long as one person wants to learn, I will teach. Actually, more than one person wants to learn. Your mother, your older brother, his wife, and our second son. All of us will support your work. He was the team leader and knew how important education was. That's why he worked hard to send his children to school. Moreover, the third son's wife had graduated from high school, and her level of knowledge was even higher than the local teachers. Children in elementary school had to pay tuition, but he didn't have to pay anything. Still, attending classes was a good opportunity. Shin Anian smiled and said, Dad, since you support my work so much, can you help me find a good place to hold the literacy class? There are a few empty houses in the village. When you have time, go see if any of them are suitable. Okay, I will go look tomorrow when I have free time. Dad, when the time comes, tell the villagers and count how many people want to join. I need to prepare tables and chairs. We don't need to order tables and chairs. The team warehouse has some. They are for eating, but they can be used for studying too. When the time comes, I will have the older boys move them out. Your mother can wipe them clean and they'll be ready. Shinon Shui was very pleased with his plan. This way, they could save some money, which could be used to buy newspapers. Listening to the radio and reading newspapers were the easiest ways to get information in this era. The village has no electricity, so they can't listen to the radio, but they can still subscribe to newspapers. When she gets home, Shun Anian goes to find Qin Laosi and asks him to help her subscribe to a newspaper. She works in the village and can't go to the town every day to get the paper. Luckily, Qin Laosi works at the commune office, so after work, he can bring her the newspaper. Qin Laosi agrees happily. Picking up a newspaper from the post office doesn't take much time. After Shun Anian leaves, her younger sister-in-law complains to Qin Laosi. Why are you helping her? You're just creating trouble for yourself. The newspaper isn't heavy. I can bring it back easily, just a small favor. But her younger sister-in-law doesn't see it that way. She still feels upset that they can work in the factory, but she can only stay at home. Although she's less eager to get into the factory now, she still feels upset about it. If they don't want her to work there, that's another matter. She's now with the eldest sister-in-law and second sister. They spend all day together, whispering. I wonder if they're talking about me. Impossible. You're just overthinking. Qin Laosi doesn't believe her at all. He may not know the temper of the eldest and third sisters-in-law, but he knows the second sister-in-law well. She's not the type to talk behind people's backs. Since marrying into the Zhao family, her temper has changed a bit, but after returning home, her temper mostly went back to normal. If she doesn't like someone, she will tell them directly, never gossip behind their back. Her younger sister-in-law doesn't know what Qin Laosi is thinking, and hearing his words, she gets even more upset. That's impossible. I'm your wife. Do you believe them or me? Are you trying to cause trouble again? They work at the food factory. Have you ever thought about that? They're discussing factory matters. They work there all day, and only during dinner do they see you. What do you have to complain about? Her younger sister-in-law tries to get Qin Laosi to comfort her, but he ends up scolding her instead. She doesn't like it at all. When they look at me, aren't they talking about me? Stop trying to scare me with that. When people talk, you sneak over and listen. Who's looking at you? They're just talking. Her younger sister-in-law is so angry she almost cries. How did she end up marrying such a man? Old Qin, why are you saying that about me? Just tell me if I'm right. Did you go eavesdrop? Little sister-in-law seemed to be choked and didn't speak. Old Qin immediately understood. She really did go eavesdrop and got caught. She couldn't face it and came to complain to me, blaming others. Can you believe this woman? Why does she have so many tricks? Old Qin picked up Little Bean Sprout. He had to take good care of his daughter and not let her mother spoil her. After dinner, Shun Anian was relaxing in the yard and went to feed the chickens. Ling Spring had just been put into the water trough. The 3 chickens seemed to smell it and rushed over to drink eagerly. Shun Anian didn't dare water the vegetables with Ling Spring anymore. These days, even Qin's mother thought the vegetables were growing too lush. If she used Ling Spring again, it might be noticed. She was about to go inside when she saw Little Stone sitting on a stone at the door, looking worried. Wow, even at such a young age, he already has worries. Shun Anian went over and sat beside him. Little Stone, what's wrong? Did someone upset you? Little Stone raised his little face. Third aunt, I don't want to go to school. Seeing him look like he was going to a funeral, Shun Anian couldn't help but laugh and feel a bit helpless. You can meet many new friends at school and learn a lot of new things. Isn't that good? But I can't go play anymore. You're growing up now. You can't just think about playing all the time. Going to school is also fun. Little Stone looked at her confused. School is fun? What's fun about it? Shun Anian tousled his little head. Anyway, going to school is a good thing. Whoever goes will know. Then why don't you go to school? Third aunt. I already finished school long ago. Now I am a teacher. Third aunt, will you teach us? Not exactly. I teach your parents. I'll teach them to read and write at night. If you want to come listen, you're very welcome. Little Stone decided he didn't want to. Going to school during the day was tiring enough. He didn't want to study again at night. Shun Anian gave some mental guidance to a small stone, then carried a little stool and went outside to chat with the elderly couple. These days, there aren't many entertainment activities in the countryside. The only leisure is in the evening when everyone gathers to chat about family matters. Now, Shun Anian is quite popular. When the old folks see her, they immediately wave her over. Nian Nian, come over and sit. Shun Anian didn't hesitate. As soon as she sat down, she started talking about opening a literacy class. Everyone had already heard about this from Qin's father. Many villagers supported it, but some were not happy. They said, "We work so hard all day. With this free time, we might as well sleep more. Why bother learning? Can you eat or drink better by learning?" One elderly woman asked Shun Anian, "Nian Nian, I heard you're planning to teach everyone to read. Is that true?" "Yes, I've started looking for a place and preparing a classroom." "Old folks, I hope you'll support me." The group of elderly people laughed. "What do we need to do? We're too old to learn." "Going to learn to read? That's like a blind person trying to see, but you shouldn't say that. We should keep learning all our lives." Shun Anian explained, "Let me do some math. If we work in the fields, we can earn 10 work points a day. In winter, digging rivers and building reservoirs, if we work full-time, we can earn quite a bit. In good years, 1 work point is worth 10 cents, so that's about 350 yuan a year. In bad years, 1 work point is only about 8 cents, and you can earn around 270 or 80 yuan annually. That seems like a lot, but hardworking people eat a lot too. Think about it. How much grain does your family save up in a year? Just a few pounds? Not enough to save much money." Everyone fell silent. It's true, families rarely save much money in a year. If they want to marry off their sons, their homes are even cleaner than their faces. Some families with fewer able-bodied men can't even afford to marry off their children. Shun Anian looked around and saw everyone was quiet. She continued, "Just working hard isn't enough. We also need to think. Old folks, why do you think we're so poor?" The elderly were stunned by her question. "Isn't it obvious?
No grain.
If we could harvest more grain from the fields, we wouldn't be poor." "You're right. We work so hard all year, taking care of the crops with more care than our own children. Yet, we still harvest so little. It's because we lack education. If we had fertilizer, our crops would grow better. Fertilizer is made by learned people, after all. So, if we read books, can we learn to make fertilizer? Not necessarily. Studying requires a lot of knowledge. But we can think of other ways to make money. Everyone should think carefully. I was able to convince the village leaders to open a food factory here because I made mooncakes. Have you all seen mooncakes?" Everyone shook their heads. If they had seen them, they could also make mooncakes and earn money. Shun Anian said, "I learned how to make mooncakes from books. So, tell me, does reading and knowing how to write help you make money?" "Books have many useful ideas. I found out how to make mooncakes from them. Maybe you can find other ways too." One day, our village could have 10 or even 20 factories. Wouldn't we have enough food and nice houses? Everyone was stunned by her big dreams. Building 10 or 20 factories. Is that possible? But they were also tempted. The way she spoke was so convincing. Learning from books is not a bad idea. They went home and told their families what Shun Anian said. But the story got a bit mixed up. At first, they only said reading could help make money. Later, the story changed. Some said Shun Anian would pay for literacy classes. When a 5th villager asked her about this, Shun Anian almost laughed and cried. She worked hard teaching and she didn't charge tuition. Why would they expect her to pay them? Luckily, Qin's father supported her, giving her confidence. She chose the biggest empty room in the village, and she and Qin's sister cleaned it all night until it was ready. Qin Laosi also brought her a blackboard and chalk. Shun Anian asked Qin's father to make small wooden boxes. She and Shun Anian's children went to the river to gather fine sand. When Qin's younger sister saw how busy they were, she ran to find Qin's mother. "Mother, is 3rd sister going to start a literacy class?" Qin Xiaomei's eyes flicked around. "I can help out too. The teacher at the village primary school earns 18 yuan a month. My salary shouldn't be less than that. You're just after money." Qin Xiaomei pouted unhappily. "Who works without pay? Didn't my 3rd sister-in-law teach literacy classes without getting paid?" She kept mentioning money, which made Mother Qin feel very disappointed. She didn't understand what was wrong with Qin Xiaomei or why she had changed so much. The family had 5 children. When she was young, she worked hard to support them and didn't pay much attention to her children. Qin Xiaomei was the youngest. Everyone in the family loved her. Even though the family was poor, they tried to meet her needs. She received the most, but she was also the most naive. Whether it was the last time she insisted on working in a factory or this current situation, she felt very disappointed. Your third sister-in-law didn't take a penny. Qin Xiaomei stared wide-eyed. Not taking money? Teaching people to read for free? Is she a fool? Mother Qin looked at her deeply. Do you think that's foolish? In our village, everyone helps each other when there's a problem. When neighbors help you, do you also think they're foolish? Qin Xiaomei had never heard her mother say such things before. She frowned and asked, Mom, what do you mean by that? It's nothing. You're already 16. You've finished middle school and have been home for a year. Think carefully about what you want to do in the future. After saying that, she turned and went back to her room. Qin Xiaomei was panicked. What did her mother mean by those words? Mother Qin returned to her room and saw Father Qin writing something on paper. She went over and looked. He was learning to recognize characters. Dad, I need to talk to you. Father Qin looked up briefly, but quickly lowered his head again to read. What is it? Just tell me. Just now, 5th brother asked me about the literacy class. He knows that 3rd sister-in-law is teaching the villagers to read for free. He said she's foolish. I feel worse and worse the more I think about it. Father Qin put down his book. 5th brother really said that. Of course. Do you think I could make this up? You know, 5th brother has been back for over a year. We haven't let her do any chores, and she's not involved in housework. She didn't even help clean up the dishes after eating. She just threw her bowl and chopsticks away and went to play by herself. Her older brother and sister, none of them were so young that they didn't help with chores. Our family is doing better now, so she shouldn't be asked to do much, but at least she should be more sensible. At home, she always wants to be the best at everything. When she was little, everyone let her do as she pleased. But if she keeps acting like this, her temper might get worse. Father Qin listened to her words and thought deeply. Honestly, he hadn't really noticed these things before. He had been busy outside and left most of the housework to Mother Qin. Only when Mother Qin couldn't decide something did he say a few words. He thought that since Qin's little sister was still young, she might be a bit temperamental. But he knew Mother Qin's personality. If there was no problem, she wouldn't have come to talk to him about it. What do you think we should do? Mother Qin sighed softly. I don't know what to do. She used to be very obedient, even massaging my legs to help me rest. She went to middle school and stayed at school for 2 years. How did she become like this? Father Qin comforted her. Don't think too seriously about these problems. 5th is still young. She doesn't understand much now. When she gets older, it will be better. She's already 16, almost 17 next year. She can start dating. That's not young anymore. Her 3rd sister-in-law is 3 years older than her. Look at what she has done, and what has 5th done? Father Qin smiled at her. I think you're comparing 5th with her 3rd sister-in-law, and that's why you always find 5th unsatisfactory. I'm not like that. 5th is like a part of me that fell off. How could I not love her? Mother Qin rolled her eyes at him. But didn't the 3rd sister-in-law say that a strict teacher makes a good student? Parents should be stricter with their children. Father Qin pondered for a while and finally understood what she meant. You're talking about strict teachers producing talented students, right? Yes, that's what I just said. Strict teachers make good students. You have a point, but have you thought about this? We both work in factories now. The 3rd sister-in-law is pregnant, and 5th is staying to take care of the children. She's also tired. I think she might be upset. I'll talk to her in a few days and see what she thinks. All right, then ask your daughter properly and help her change that temper of hers. All right, you can sleep now. You need to get up early tomorrow. Father Qin, as the team leader, can't stay at the food factory all day. He also has to go out and supervise the workers. In the past few days, the workers have become more skilled, and everyone is working faster. So, he stopped staying at the factory and went out to work in the fields. The villagers are very interested in the literacy class. They asked Father Chin what was going on. He told them to wait until after work, then he would go see for himself. When the villagers arrived at the literacy class, they saw that everything was already set up. There was a small blackboard, and the room had many tables and chairs. On the tables were square boxes filled with sand. They wondered, what is this for? Isn't this a literacy class? Why are we playing with sand? Shun Anian saw the villagers coming and led the applause. Welcome everyone to learn. Please have a seat. Fewer people came than she expected. Only about 20. Most of them were employees from the mooncake factory with their families, probably brought by the workers to support her work. This was also her first time seeing Lin Yundua's husband. He was dark and thin, looking honest and kind. He didn't seem like the type to hit his wife. She only looked at him briefly before turning her gaze away. A middle-aged woman called out, "Nian Nian, it's so dark and dim here. How can we read if we can't see clearly?" Shen Anian lit the oil lamp. Since not everyone had arrived yet, she didn't turn on the lamp earlier to save kerosene. But the woman was right. It's not very convenient without proper lighting. She wished there was electricity. Currently, most electricity in the countryside comes from coal, which is expensive. Few rural areas can afford to have electric power. She had been thinking about this problem for a while. She knew about biogas power generation. Before, her farm used biogas to generate electricity. But finding a generator in this era is very difficult. She definitely couldn't get one on her own. If the local party secretary was willing to help, it might be possible. Right now, her goal was to offer enough attractive conditions to persuade Secretary Chen to help. But that's a distant plan. It's not the right time to think about it now. Once everyone was seated, Shun Anian began to introduce herself. Most of you probably already know my name. I am Shun Anian. Starting today, I will lead everyone in learning to read. People who come here might be able to read, but after not practicing for over 10 years, they tend to forget. Students like this are easier to teach. As long as we help them remember, they can recognize characters. It's harder to teach those who never went to school, especially older ones with weaker memories. They need a lot of patience. Nian Nian, we work in the fields every day. What's the use of learning these characters? Of course it's useful. Think about it. Someday you'll need to sign your name. If you can't write your own name, how can you do that? The woman speaking blushed. Before, when they needed to sign, they just pressed their finger to make a mark. If they learn to write, they can sign their names themselves in the future. Ma'am, what's your name? My name is Li Xiulian. Shun Anian wrote the 3 characters, Li Xiulian, on the blackboard. Is it the beautiful character, Xiao, and the lotus character, Li? Yes, that's right. Li Xiulian looked at the neat writing on the blackboard and found it very beautiful. Her name looked so nice. Ma'am, you can try writing in the box. Li Xiulian hesitated and looked a bit nervous. Can I do it? There's no problem. If you can't do it after one try, we can practice more. You'll get better eventually. Plus, we have a little teacher here. Shun Anian pulled Shun and Sui over. This is my sister. She's in 4th grade at elementary school. She can also help you learn to write. Li Xiulian had hardly ever used a pen before. She held a small wooden stick, her hands trembling. She looked up at Shun Anian's encouraging smile, which gave her confidence. Carefully, she moved the stick to try writing. Shun Anian cheered her on. That horizontal is very straight. Ma'am, you're doing great. The villagers nearby saw this and secretly picked up small sticks to try writing too. She had only planned to hold a class for 2 hours, but after finishing writing the names of 26 students, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Shun Anian asked Shun and Sui to take out today's newspaper and read the news for half an hour before dismissing everyone. Her reading class had sparked everyone's interest. Those who had attended literacy classes might not be able to do much, but at least they learned to write their own names. The next day at work, they couldn't help showing off to others. They also told people they had read the newspaper, which made everyone curious, so they went to join the literacy class to see what it was about. As a result, more and more students joined the literacy class, and everyone's enthusiasm for learning grew. Shun Anian was very happy about this. The factory finished their orders half a day early, and everyone was pleased. Chin's father discussed with others and decided to give everyone a half-day off. Shun and Ian was packing up, about to go back and tell brother Chin to contact the truck team and have the driver come early. Suddenly, a child ran over to find Chin's mother, saying, "Annie, Dio was hit, and she's bleeding a lot from her mouth." Chin's sister-in-law heard this and was so frightened her heart skipped a beat.
What did you say?
What happened to Dia? Qin Yunxiang saw she looked pale and comforted her, saying, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Dia is probably fine. Let's go home and check." But Qin's sister-in-law was very worried and hurried back to see what had happened. Before they even reached the house, they heard heartbreaking crying. When Qin's sister-in-law went inside, she saw little Dia's lower lip swollen and bleeding. She quickly ran over to check Dia's injury. "What happened? Where are you hurt?" Seeing her mother, Dia cried even harder. "Mom, it hurts." When she opened her mouth, Qin's sister-in-law realized that Dia's 2 front teeth were broken. Seeing her child suffer like this was more painful than a knife stabbing her heart. "What's going on? Fifth sister, weren't you watching the kids at home? How did they get hurt like this?" Qin's younger sister-in-law looked guilty and didn't dare to meet her eyes.
"I don't know what happened.
I was just talking to someone and then she was like this." Everyone in the family was busy working, and only she and her younger sister-in-law were at home. Her younger sister-in-law, who was pregnant, pushed the chores of taking care of the children onto Qin's younger sister. Qin's younger sister didn't want to take care of the children either. She was fine playing with them, but she couldn't handle changing diapers or cleaning up. They kept passing the responsibility back and forth, neither willing to look after the children. Later, her younger sister-in-law only cared for her own child and left Arya and Dia to Qin's younger sister. Qin's little sister has no patience to play with the children, so she lets them play alone and goes to chat with someone else. Later, she hears crying and realizes something is wrong. She quickly comes over and sees that little bean sprout is already hurt. Qin's older sister-in-law hears her words and is so angry she trembles all over. "You're supposed to watch the kids at home. The child is hurt like this and you tell me you don't know what happened." Qin's little sister, feeling guilty at first, gets very angry when she is shouted at. "I'm not the child's parent. Why should I watch her?" Qin's older sister-in-law is so angry she can't speak. If she had even a little guilt, she wouldn't be so mad. But she looks justified, and anyone in her place would be angry. Qin's mother walks over to Qin's little sister and scolds her angrily. "She's not your child, but she's your niece. How can you just watch her like that?" Hearing the scolding, Qin's little sister feels angry inside. But being scolded by Qin's mother makes her only feel wronged. "I was watching her, and in just a few words with someone, she fell and got hurt like this. I don't know how she fell. Maybe it was her own carelessness. Why are you blaming me?" Qin's mother is very disappointed in her, but she knows now isn't the time to blame. She tells Qin's older sister-in-law, forget about other things for now. Take the child to the health clinic to get checked. She reassures her, "Don't worry, I will give you an explanation." Qin's older sister-in-law looks at her daughter's swollen lips and is worried. She hugs little bean sprout and rushes to the health clinic. Qin's mother pulls Qin's little sister into the house, walking and saying to Qin's father, "Come in too." Qin's father understands that Qin's mother is angry and silently follows inside. The youngest sister-in-law hears the commotion outside and hides in her room, refusing to come out. Little bean sprout wants to open the door and go out, but she is pulled back. "Why go out? Stay in your room. Later, Grandpa and Grandma will scold you." "I don't want to hear it." Just from the noise outside, you can tell how angry her mother is. Going out now would only invite scolding. She'd rather stay in her room and be quiet. Shin and Yen watches the chaos and doesn't know where to go. She thinks for a moment and decides to go to the health clinic. It's not her place to interfere with Qin's little sister. Qin's father and Qin's mother will handle it. She just wants to see how the child is doing. Mother Qin brought the person into the house and scolded Qin's father loudly. "I told you to talk to her. What did you say to her? Look at her now. What has she become? I don't expect her to contribute much to our family, but she can't even watch a child properly now. How am I supposed to explain to the eldest daughter-in-law when the child is hurt like this?" Chin's younger sister still argued. It's not my fault. She asked me to watch the child, but it's not my child. If she can do it herself, she should. Hearing her reckless words, Mother Chin couldn't hold back. She grabbed a nearby stick and hit her. The child had grown up, and she rarely used the stick in recent years. But this girl was so annoying that she had to be punished. Chin's younger sister cried out, "Mom, why are you hitting me? I was about to beat you to death. What have you learned in middle school? Why is your heart so hard? The little sprout is hurt like that, and you're still talking nonsense. Yes, she's not your child, but she's your older brother's daughter. Do you know how your brother has treated you all these years? He's sacrificed a lot for you, what he eats, what he uses, all to support your education. How can you say such things?" Mother Chin became angrier and hit her again. After being hit twice, Chin's younger sister knew she shouldn't provoke Mother Chin. She hid behind her father. "Dad, look, Mom is hitting me." At this point, Chin's father also got angry.
Enough.
"You're not allowed to do anything at home, and you don't need to do any work outside. Just watch the kid, and look at how you've turned out." Chin's younger sister felt she was about to cry from unfairness. It wasn't her fault she fell. The child fell on his own. Why was she involved? She was scolded by her sister-in-law, and her parents didn't come for her. Instead, they joined in scolding her. "I knew you all looked down on me. Since I came back, you've been constantly despising me and helping outsiders bully me. I hate you all," she cried and ran back to her room, locking the door. Mother Chin went to kick the door, but found it was locked. "Open the door." Chin's younger sister responded with a tearful but stubborn voice. "I won't open it. If you have the guts, tear down the house." Mother Chin glared at Chin's father. "Look at the good daughter you've raised." Chin's father had nothing to say. The child was truly spoiled. If she doesn't find a way to quickly set her straight, she might end up going the wrong way. Shun Enian caught up with Sister Chin, and the two of them took Little Bean's Sprout to the health clinic. There was only one barefoot doctor there. He examined Little Bean's Sprout and said she had just scraped her lip. Her baby teeth would grow back, so it wasn't a big problem. Sister Chin finally relaxed, but she still felt very worried when she saw Little Bean's Sprout's swollen mouth. "Doctor, the child is crying so hard. Can you give her some medicine?" Doctor saw Little Bean's Sprout crying and gave her some ointment for injuries. He advised her to apply it and also prescribed some anti-inflammatory medicine for her to take at home. By now, Little Bean's Sprout was tired from crying and dozed off on Sister Chin's back. Her face was red from crying, tears still clung to her long eyelashes, and her lips were swollen. She looked so pitiful that Shun Anian couldn't help but feel sad. She asked Sister Chin, "Sister-in-law, the factory can't bring children inside. Have you thought about what to do in the future?" Sister Chin was also worried about this. She wanted to take care of Little Bean's Sprout, but the factory had rules. She couldn't bring the child into the factory. But she didn't want to leave the child with Chin Xiaomei either because she didn't trust her. This time, Little Bean's Sprout's front tooth was broken. Who knew what might happen next?
She didn't want to take that risk.
"I don't know what to do. If nothing else works, I might let Shirtu take her to school." She heard that many people did this. The commune's primary school wasn't so strict. Most families had several children. The parents were busy with farm work and couldn't always watch the kids. Usually, the older children looked after the younger ones. The older kids went to school and the younger ones went along, just to keep them safe. Although Shirtu was a bit careless, and taking Little Bean Sprout to school might not be very careful, it was still better than leaving her with Chin Xiaomei at home. But Shun Anian didn't think this plan was very good. If Shirtu took Little Bean Sprout to school, he wouldn't be able to focus on studying properly. Plus, he's just a little boy, and it wouldn't be easy for him to take her to the bathroom. Have you thought about asking someone else to take care of her? If you pay, I'm sure someone would be willing to help. Sister Chin thought for a moment. If money could help, she already had someone in mind. She had just considered putting the child at her parents' house. Since they all live in the same village, it would be easier to bring the child home. However, she was worried that her older brother and younger brother, who are both married, might have opinions if she sent the child to her parents' place. But if she gave some living expenses, they probably wouldn't object. "You reminded me. My parents live in the village, But since my sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law are there, I worry about causing trouble for my parents or them gossiping. If I give them 5 or 10 yuan, they probably won't have anything to say. The child's grandmother is helping to watch the child, so she has no worries there. Plus, giving money is also a way to show respect to her parents. It's good that you found a solution. When they returned home, the atmosphere was still chaotic. Sister-in-law Qin put little Duya in a room to rest. Mother Qin was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. Seeing sister-in-law Qin, Father Qin said, "This was your younger sister's mistake. Let her apologize to you sometime. I've already scolded her. From now on, she should watch the children carefully, so this won't happen again." Sister-in-law Qin respects her father-in-law very much, but her daughter is now badly hurt, and her younger sister hasn't come forward or even shown herself. She is very angry about this. "Dad, I've already decided. From now on, my younger sister won't watch Duya. I will take Duya back to my parents' house. It's not far, and my mother can help watch the child. I can also focus on my work." This shows her attitude clearly. She doesn't trust her younger sister to watch Duya. However, Father Qin can't criticize her too harshly because it was indeed her younger sister's mistake that caused Duya to get hurt. "Would your parents be able to help watch the children if they are free? My parents are no longer working, they stay at home with nothing to do. If I ask them to take care of the children, they will help." Father Qin didn't oppose anymore and nodded silently. This time the child was frightened. "You should comfort her more. Don't worry, in the future, I will have my younger sister go out to work, and the wages she earns will be used to compensate you." Sister-in-law Qin didn't expect Father Qin to do this. After finishing junior high school, her younger sister stayed at home for over a year, but didn't do any work. Surprisingly, Father Qin was willing to send her out to work in the fields. "Dad, if you really make my younger sister go out to work, she will probably blame me again. She dared to do it herself, and she is wrong. She still has the nerve to blame others." Since Father Qin had already said this, sister-in-law Qin didn't say much more. When Brother Qin returned and heard about Little Bean's injury, he was very upset and distressed. Seeing the gap in the child's front teeth, he held the child in his arms and comforted him for a long time. At dinner, Father Qin announced his decision. From now on, Qin's younger sister would go to work in the fields. She needed to earn enough money to pay for Little Bean's medical treatment and repay them. Moreover, she had to earn work points to support herself. If she didn't go to work, she wouldn't have food to eat. Brother Qin wanted to persuade Father Qin, as he had raised his younger sister himself and didn't want to see him push her too hard. "Father, maybe we should forget about this. Little sister didn't do it on purpose. Money isn't everything. Bringing this up just causes trouble. How can we forget? She's already 16 and always thinking about playing. If she isn't allowed to work in the fields, she doesn't realize how hard it is to do farm work. None of you should try to persuade him anymore. From now on, she has to earn her own food." No one's words will change that. Seeing how firm he was, Brother Qin didn't try to argue further. In her room, Qin's younger sister was furious when she heard her father's words. She only failed to watch Little Bean, and she never expected her father to treat her like this. She kept smashing things in her room, the noise loud and chaotic, but no one came to stop her. After dinner, sister-in-law Qin pulled Qin's 4th brother into the room. "Do you think Dad will also make me work in the fields?" Qin's 4th brother looked at her. "What did you do? Why do you look so guilty? What can I do?" "I just asked you. If you're not guilty, why are you asking me about this?" Feeling a bit guilty under his gaze, she hesitated on the bed for a while before telling the truth. "You know your sister's personality. She's not good at taking care of children. She just plays happily and leaves the kids aside, ignoring them. A few days ago, I noticed something was wrong, so I took Little Bean to watch over him myself." Seeing Qin's 4th brother's face turn cold, she quickly said, "But I really didn't expect Little Bean to get hurt like that. It was all an accident." Qin's 4th brother didn't want to listen to her anymore. After thinking for a moment, he finally said a few words. "You said that your older sister-in-law has been kind to you over the years. You don't do much, but you help take care of her children sometimes. You wonder if she feels guilty about how badly her child was hurt. You didn't know that Duya would get hurt like that. If your sister-in-law was watching her, You wouldn't have known she went out to play. You only know that Qin Xiaomei is unreliable, but you didn't realize she was so irresponsible. And this has nothing to do with you. Why should you be blamed? Old Qin looked at her and asked, now that your sister-in-law is working at the factory, she doesn't have time to watch the children. If they ask you to watch them, would you agree? How can I? I'm taking care of Do Miao and I'm pregnant. I don't have time to help sister-in-law with Duya. Taking care of children is very tiring. Besides, if she takes care of Duya, her second sister might also ask her to help with Arya. If she has to take care of 3 children alone, she would be exhausted. She doesn't want to do such hard and thankless work. Old Qin saw her growing belly and didn't insist further. Taking care of children is not easy. If something happened to her because of this, it wouldn't be worth it. In the end, little Duya was sent to her grandmother's house by sister-in-law Qin, and Arya went to school with Daya. Sister-in-law Qin and others continued making mooncakes at the factory. With the Mid-Autumn Festival only about 10 days away, they planned to make mooncakes and sell them at cost price to the villagers as a kind of benefit. Everyone was busy in the factory, while Shen Anian followed Brother Qin in a truck heading to Hengsher. The driver was a man with a square face, surnamed Zhao, with a neat crew cut. He looked honest but sharp-eyed, clearly a clever person. The transport team traveled all over the country. They weren't surprised by this batch of goods, but it was unexpected that a small rural factory could connect with Hengsher. On the way, Zhao and Brother Qin chatted until around 1 p.m. when they stopped for a meal. Zhao had been driving for over 5 hours. Continuing to drive would be dangerous due to fatigue, which could lead to accidents. Shun Anian suggested she switch driving with Zhao. Zhao looked at her suspiciously. You can drive too? I learned for a few years. Brother Qin explained to him. My sister-in-law came from Hung City to the countryside to work as a young educated youth. Master Zhao immediately understood. He said, of course, in such a rural place, how could a girl have a car? If she came from Hung City as a young educated youth, then it's not surprising. Let her try it out, he added. Shen Anian sat in the driver's seat, shifted gears, and started the car. Master Zhao saw her skillful movements and knew she could drive. After a short drive, he was sure her driving was good. He was thinking of recruiting her. Miss, I see you drive very well. Have you ever thought about joining our transport team? Shen Anian hadn't responded yet, and Brother Qin beside her was very surprised. Nowadays, everyone knew that the transport team was popular. Many wanted to join, but it was hard to get in through connections or relationships. He didn't expect that after Shen Anian took a trip, she would have such a good opportunity. Honestly, he was quite envious of Shen Anian. She was a real asset, much better than working in their small factory in the village. But he also had concerns. His third brother was in the army, and he rarely came home. Being a driver meant traveling often. If one was in the army and the other was always on the move, they might rarely see each other. For his brother's happiness, he wanted to refuse, but it wasn't his decision to make, so he felt shy to speak up. Shen Anian smiled at Master Zhao. I'm afraid I might disappoint your kindness. I'm quite happy working at the factory and have no plans to change jobs. Master Zhao felt a bit disappointed, but since she said that, he couldn't insist. Next time you want to change jobs, come find me. I can recommend you to the transport team. Thank you very much, Master Zhao. They drove to Hung City to deliver the goods. Yang Peng personally came to inspect. Only after all 500 items passed inspection did he approve. Shen Anian took Brother Qin to the finance department to settle the final payment. They received the remaining 1,700 yuan, and Brother Qin's face lit up with a big smile. With the money, they could live a better life from now on. But after finishing this order, they had no new orders, and they felt a little empty inside. Little sister-in-law, our factory has no orders now. What should we do? Could it be that they're going to close down? Shen Anian smiled. Don't worry. If the sales go well in the market, we won't have to worry about orders. Brother Qin suddenly lowered his voice and asked her, what if it doesn't sell well? It won't happen, big brother. You don't trust our products enough, she replied. Brother Qin shyly scratched his head. I'm just worried. They could stay in Hung City for an hour or two. Shen Anian suggested that Brother Qin look around the mall. Maybe he would find something he liked. Brother Chin shook his head hard. He looked at everything in the mall. Everything was good, but he just didn't have the money to buy. If he couldn't buy, he wouldn't look. That way, he wouldn't feel upset later. Shun Anian glanced ahead and saw someone walking in, talking and laughing. That person also saw her and immediately looked unhappy. His gaze swept over Brother Chin, and then he and his colleagues came over. "Isn't that your cousin? Why are you in Hung City?" "Who is this person?" he asked. Shun Anian smiled and said, "None of your business." She didn't have a good impression of this cousin. Shin Mingju was 2 years older than her. She used to like to take her things and often bullied her when adults weren't around. Even though she was supposed to call Shin Mingju her cousin, their relationship was almost like enemies. Shun's father valued family harmony and always told them to get along well. Now that Shin's father couldn't control her anymore, she wouldn't give Shin Mingju a good look. Shun Mingju's face darkened. "Shun Anian, do you think just because you're in the countryside, no one can control you? Believe it or not, I'll tell Grandma and make sure you get what you deserve." Only elementary school kids go home to complain. "I didn't expect Comrade Shin to be just like a little kid," Shun Anian said, looking her up and down. "Of course, I mean in terms of intelligence," she added. Shin Mingju's face turned red with anger. She almost wanted to rush up and slap her. "Shun Anian, just wait. I'll make sure you regret this," she said. The clerk, with a stern face, came over and said, "What are you doing? Kids, do you want to buy something? If not, don't cause trouble here. This isn't your home." Shin Mingju's face immediately turned red. She was a young girl, and being spoken to like that made her feel embarrassed. She clenched her fists, holding back her anger. "Who said I won't buy anything?" Nowadays, clerks all had some temper. The clerk immediately retorted, "If you want to buy something, go to the counter." "What are you doing here?" Her colleague pulled Shin Mingju away. Before leaving, Shun Mingju glared fiercely at Shun Anian. Her colleague asked her, "Mingju, is that your cousin?" Shun Mingju sneered. "I wouldn't dare to try to connect. She's already gone to the countryside as a youth." A few days ago, Shun's eldest aunt was still complaining, saying she had written a letter to Shun Anian, but she didn't reply or come to Hung City. Today, Shun Anian was at the mall. She probably came to buy a gift or visit her grandparents, right? Who was the man beside her? His actions are so close. Could he be her boyfriend? If that's true, she'll have a surprise for her later. Brother Chin watched Shin Mingju walk away and asked his own question. "Sister-in-law, is that your cousin?" "Legally, yes. She's from the Shin family." Why do the two sisters seem so angry when they meet? Their relationship doesn't look good. Brother Chin asked her, "Why is she so mean to you?" "Our relationship has always been bad. After my dad had an accident, the Shin family almost cut off contact with us." Brother Chin clicked his tongue. This kind of thing isn't rare. He heard that after family troubles, some relatives cut ties to protect themselves, even publishing statements in newspapers to end their relationships. At this time, they should be comforting Shun Anian, but unfortunately, he's too awkward to say the right words. Seeing him blush and smile, Shun Anian asked, "Big brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing much. I just think I should say something to comfort you, but I can't find the words." Shun Anian laughed at him. "No need for comfort. I already know what kind of people they are. I won't be upset over this. Don't waste your energy on people who don't matter. Let's go see if there's anything you want to buy." "Okay, let's look around." Shun Anian told Brother Chin to go ahead and browse. She then went to find Chun Jinjin. Jinjin. When Chun Jinjin saw her, she was very happy. They had just parted not long ago, and now they could meet again. "Why are you here?" "I brought some goods to sell." "Jinjin, can you take me to see your uncle?" "How come you're talking business with my uncle again?" Shun Anian nodded. "Yes, we made 2 kinds of spicy sauces here. I want him to see them." "All right, come with me." Chun Jinjin cheerfully took her to the manager's office. Shun Anian took out 2 bottles of spicy sauce. "Uncle Yang, the villagers made these 2 kinds of spicy sauces. I tasted them and thought they were quite good and tasty. If we turn them into products, do you think they could be sold in your store?" As soon as she opened the jar, a fragrant aroma wafted up, making everyone salivate. Chun Jinjin swallowed her saliva and looked closely at the bottle. It smells so good. Yang Peng's expression didn't change. He just looked at the glass jar. Not only was it fragrant, but the color was also nice, bright red, looking very appetizing. Uncle Yang, you can try some. Yang Peng took a pair of chopsticks from his lunchbox, took a small taste. It was both fragrant and spicy, with a good flavor. Most importantly, it contained meat. Everyone only had a small amount of meat coupons each month, so they could only occasionally enjoy some meat to satisfy their cravings. This chili sauce with meat would definitely sell well. He picked up the spicy sauce and looked at it. A piece of paper the size of a palm was stuck on top, with the origin of the ingredients and the product's components written on it. Yang Peng noticed that the mooncakes they sent earlier also had a similar label, making it easy to see at a glance. This was a very good idea, listing all the raw materials so people could trust what they were eating. He picked up his chopsticks from the lunchbox and took a taste. The flavor was indeed good. Shun Anian kept an eye on his expression. Seeing him look satisfied, she smiled and said, "These two are different. One has pork and the other is chicken. Both taste great. Our spicy sauces contain meat, beans, and various mushrooms. They are nutritious and taste good. Whether used with porridge, noodles, or steamed buns, they are all suitable." Chun Jinjin also took a bite and thought the flavor was good. She tried a few more bites until she found it too salty, and then stopped. Yang Peng asked Shun Anian, "Did your food factory make these?" Shun Anian shook her head. "No, these are produced in Huangzhuang. They have nothing to do with our factory." Yang Peng frowned slightly. "Then why did you bring the spicy sauce here? We are now planning to promote these two types of chili sauces." "Uncle Yang, you have been a mall manager for many years, and I trust your judgment. If even you are satisfied with these sauces, I believe once they are sold in the mall, they will sell very well." Everyone likes to hear compliments, and Yang Peng listened to her words, smiling happily. "Your chili sauces are indeed good, but since they are not from your factory, I can't really discuss a deal with you." "Uncle Yang, you're right. I understand I can't sign a contract with you directly. Since you're interested, I will go back and find the person in charge at Huangzhuang to discuss with you." "All right, you take care of the arrangements. I still trust you." Seeing that their deal was settled, Chun Jinjin politely excused herself. "Uncle, we're leaving now." She was quick and tried to secretly take 2 bottles of the chili sauces. Lately, she hasn't had much appetite, and with these sauces, she could eat a bit more. Yang Peng saw her small action and smiled, scolding her. "At least leave me 1 bottle." Reluctantly, Chun Jinjin left 1 bottle behind, saying, "I've left 1 for you, so don't say I didn't." Shun Anian watched her protect her food and said with a smile, "There are a few more bottles in the car. I brought them especially for you." Her eyes lit up. "You brought them for me? Of course, I wouldn't forget you." Chun Jinjin immediately happily took her arm. "Let's go get the stuff. Manager Yang, we will be leaving now." Yang Peng watched them walk away hand in hand, shaking his head with a smile. "I didn't expect Shin's child to be quite clever. No wonder she's been around Shin Fu for so long. Her mind works quickly." He's looking forward to what Shun Anian will bring next time. In this era, supplies are quite scarce. Although their mall is large, most of their suppliers are fixed, and the products in the mall are mostly the same, with little variation. The items Shun Anian brought are small, but everyone needs them. Plus, the quality is good, so they sell well. If she can negotiate a few more deals, their mall could have more variety. Chun Jinjin and Shun Anian went downstairs to get the items. Knowing she hadn't eaten, she wanted to invite her to a state-run restaurant for a meal. She first needed to ask for leave, so Shun Anian waited at the door. Several older women hurried over, almost bumping into her. One woman kept apologizing. "Miss, we're really sorry. We were in such a rush and didn't notice you here." "I'm fine, ma'am. What are you all rushing to do? We just heard a new batch of grain and oil arrived. If we wait too long, we might not get any." "Miss, I won't keep you. I need to go get some oil." The woman hurried off quickly. Shun Anian went to the rice and flour counter. Sure enough, many people were gathered there, showing their food tickets and money to buy rice and oil. People with city household registration don't have farmland. They buy their food. But food supplies are short, so everyone has to squeeze in to buy. This is a good business opportunity. However, she knew she couldn't do this herself. The grain produced by the collective is partly sent to the grain depot, and the rest is given to farmers. Besides a small amount circulating on the black market, there's basically no way to do a food business. But she could think of a way to get oil. Oil is a necessary item for life. If she could cooperate with the store, she believed it would bring huge changes not just to Dea village, but to the entire Yuaning town. Chun Jinjin hurried over, carrying a shoulder bag. Shun Anian took her to pick up some items, 3 jars of chili sauce and 3 packs of mooncakes, stuffing her shoulder bag until it was bulging. Chun Jinjin beamed happily. Worried the items might be too heavy, Shun Anian suggested, "Why don't you leave some here?" "Carrying all that is heavy. We have bicycles, no worries." Since she said that, Shun Anian had nothing more to say. She just sat on the back of the bicycle and went with her to the state-run restaurant. She ordered a meat bun. Although each bun required a ticket, the buns here were very good, thin skin, plenty of filling, and very fragrant. Chun Jinjin ordered a bowl of noodles, mixed with the spicy sauce, bright red and very appetizing. The spicy sauce was quite strong, attracting many diners to look over. Some even asked what dishes they had ordered. When they learned she didn't have a restaurant for noodles, only mixing the spicy sauce she brought, they asked where she bought the sauce from. Chun Jinjin took the opportunity to tell everyone that the spicy sauce had not yet been sold, but soon they could go to Ditsai Market to buy it. After everyone left, Chun Jinjin smiled and said, "Uncle, you should thank me. The spicy sauce isn't on sale in the market yet, but I promoted it for him. Once it's in the market, it will definitely sell well." That's right. When you believe in something, there's no reason it won't succeed. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Chun Jinjin realized she was full. She had originally wanted to eat a mooncake, but now she couldn't eat any more. She rode her bicycle to take Shin Anian back to the market. "When will you come again?" "I'm not sure. I need some business to come over, and I can't keep coming here all the time. Then you should find more good food to share. Don't worry. If I find anything delicious, I will send it to you. Okay, I'll wait for you." Shun Anian returned to the market, where Brother Qin was busy looking for her. When everyone was gathered, they had to rush back to Dea village. As it was getting dark, Chun Jinjin wanted to persuade them to stay overnight, but Shun Anian said the vehicle team was busy, and driver Zhao was in a hurry to go back. Chun Jinjin had no choice but to watch them leave. Shun Anian took out a large meat bun and some braised pork she had packed from the state-run restaurant, still warm. "Driver Zhao, big brother, you should eat something first." "I'll drive." It was the first time driver Zhao received something on the road in a sports car, and it was a meat bun, thin skin, juicy filling, making him drool. His impression of Shun Anian improved a lot. This girl is straightforward, no wonder she can do business in Hengshu. They drove for several hours and finally returned to Yuaning town. Seeing it was dark and the roads difficult to navigate, driver Zhao kindly drove them back to Dea village. Shun Anian got out of the car. "Driver Zhao, it's too late today. We won't keep you. Come visit us when you're free." Driver Zhao smiled. "All right, I'll come by when I have time." Their return disturbed Qin's parents. When Qin's mother saw their tired faces, she felt worried and said, "Are you hungry? I'll make you some noodles." "No need, Mom. We already ate before coming back." Shin Anian handed over the remaining payment to Qin's father. He held the thick stack of money happily, not knowing what to do. Although he knew the money would eventually belong to them, holding it in his hands made him feel secure. However, not having any orders made him a little worried. This was the first business for the food factory, and he wondered if it would also be the last. What if no one wants our products in the future? What should we do? "Dad, you don't need to worry. Our mooncakes are so good, surely someone will want them. Just relax and wait until after the Mid-Autumn Festival." Although Father Qin was anxious, he could only nod. "That's all we can do." It was too late, so Shun Anian didn't say much. She quickly washed up and went to bed. She was too tired to get up early, so she asked Father Qin for half a day off. When she woke up, it was already noon. As she stepped outside, she saw Qin Xiaomei. Qin Xiaomei saw her too, glaring fiercely. Father Qin and Mother Qin really kept their word. Since she didn't go to work, they didn't prepare any food for her. Seeing how firm her parents were, Shun Anian felt very happy. Sometimes things need to be broken to be rebuilt. Their actions were also to help Qin Xiaomei change her bad habits. But Qin Xiaomei didn't see it that way. Now, she hated the whole family. Shun Anian didn't care about her hatred. It didn't cause her any real harm. After washing up, she went to the factory and heard good news. A worker from the commune rode over and said that Dakai shopping mall wanted to increase their orders. Everyone at the factory was excited, but Shun Anian was a bit stunned. They had just returned, so why was the call about increasing orders coming so soon? Workerly, has this been decided yet? No. Secretary Chen said we need to ask you first. Shun Anian breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they hadn't agreed yet. If they had, they wouldn't know where to deliver the goods. Father Qin saw her worried expression and called her aside. What's wrong? An order is a good thing, isn't it? It's a good thing, but we might not be able to handle such a big order. That made sense. Their workers were limited, and they didn't have many supplies. If the order was too large, they might not be able to keep up. So, what should we do? Dad, don't worry. We'll talk to Manager Yang at the commune first. She had already told Yang Peng that their factory was too small to handle such big orders, but he still called the commune. She thought something might be wrong. Cheng, you should go take a look. Dad, let's go together. This matter still needs Qin's father to make the final decision. Qin's father and Officer Li rode a bicycle, while Shun Anian rode her own bike, and they all went to the commune in town. Yang Peng was waiting for this call. As soon as he answered, he told her that the gift boxes were selling very well, and everyone was eager to buy them. This morning, after the items were displayed, more than half had already sold out. If possible, he was willing to place an additional order. Shun Anian really had no way to get more stock. Once the items sold out, the factory couldn't produce more quickly. Hearing this, Yang Peng became anxious. If the gift boxes are out of stock, that's okay, but we must get more mooncakes. Everyone is waiting for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I will order 3,000 more mooncakes. Shun Anian relayed Yang Peng's request to Qin's father. Qin's father nodded. When business comes knocking, there's no reason to refuse. After some bargaining, they finally agreed on a price of 2 yuan per mooncake, with 6 mooncakes in each box. Originally, Shun Anian planned to suggest expanding the factory after the Mid-Autumn Festival. But now, with the mooncakes selling so well, they might not be able to wait until after the festival. They need to recruit more people and add more equipment quickly. Yesterday, Qin's older sister and others made mooncakes to prepare for distributing benefits. Now it seems the villagers' benefits will have to be postponed. When Shun Anian made the call, she didn't hide it from others. Everyone in the office heard her. When she hung up, everyone congratulated her. Qin's father was very happy, but also a bit worried. With less than 10 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival, could they produce so many mooncakes in time? We need to expand the factory, hire more people, and add a few more ovens. Okay, I'll go find the master to make the ovens right now. It's easy to find workers. Many villagers want to join the food factory. Choosing quick and capable workers, they could learn fast. But it would take a few days to prepare the ovens. As they planned to return home, Secretary Chen called someone in. Although Qin's father had previously told him that the idea of opening a food factory was suggested by Shun Anian, he hadn't paid much attention to this young person. Today, seeing her so calm, he realized he might have underestimated her. This young female educated youth. I heard that the idea of starting a food factory was yours. Is that true? Shun Anian looked at Father Qin. At this moment, Father Qin didn't understand what Secretary Chen was asking and didn't reply. Shun Anian could only tell the truth. Yes. Why did you suddenly think of starting a factory? Secretary Chen, can I be honest? Secretary Chen was a bit surprised. This young comrade was quite interesting in the way he spoke. Do you think I asked you about this to hear you tell lies? Of course not. I know you are a good official who cares for the people, so I want to be honest with you. The reason I suggested starting a factory is, in a small way, to make life better for ourselves. The countryside is different from the city. Since I moved to the countryside, I've seen how hard everyone works on the farm. The sweat soaks their clothes. They work all year but still can't always get enough to eat. That's not right. Suddenly, there were a few urgent coughs nearby. Shen Anian had to hold back her words. She thought there was no problem with what she was saying, but Father Qin kept coughing beside her. If she kept talking, he might cough his lungs out. Father Qin had no choice. This child was so tactless. How could she speak in front of the leader about people not having enough food, using that tone? It seemed like she was secretly blaming the leader for not doing enough. No matter how good Secretary Chen was, he was still their leader. If he scolded her, it wouldn't be good. Secretary Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip. Although Shen Anian's words were a bit harsh, they were true, so he wasn't very angry. You said earlier that you had personal motives, but what about on a larger scale? Shen Anian gently pressed her lips together. Maybe you think I'm just shouting slogans, but I am thinking about making the country rich and the people strong. Our country has gone from being troubled inside and out to standing tall today. That's not enough. Only when the country is strong can we truly call it a success. She came from the future. At that time, China was very influential internationally, with strong voice and power. But now, China is poor and weak, facing unfair sanctions and isolated internationally. She had seen China's prosperity before and couldn't accept this gap. Although individual strength is limited, she is willing to do her part, even if it means helping China develop a little faster. Just a small step is enough. Secretary Chen looked at the young educated youth in front of him, her face still a bit childish. At this moment, she stood straight like a sharp sword pointing toward the sky. Her eyes sparkled brightly when she talked about this, like a small sun shining brilliantly. What a good young person. His eyes showed a smile, full of energy and enthusiasm. It was wonderful. If more young people like you were around, our country would definitely get better and better. Secretary Chen, don't worry. The country will surely improve. Millions of young people are supporting the countryside. We are all doing our best to make the country better. Secretary Chen smiled, his wrinkles relaxing. You're right, young comrade. Keep up the good work. Secretary, may I make a request? Secretary Chen didn't expect her to take the opportunity to ask for something, but since he had just spoken passionately, it didn't seem right to refuse now. What do you want to ask for? Could you set aside some land for us to plant red beans and green beans? Just on the mountain, without taking up farmland. You know, the food factory is growing bigger, and we need enough raw materials. Each production team needs to apply to plant certain crops and quantities, not just planting freely, to ensure enough food supply. Shen Anian had checked the mountains in Dea village. The soil is thick and fertile, perfect for planting beans. Her request was simple and easy to agree to, just not taking up farmland. Secretary Chen agreed. All right, you write the application, and I'll approve it. Shen Anian smiled happily. Thank you, Secretary Chen. Good, you have a lot to do. Go back and get busy. Secretary, we're planning a grand opening ceremony for Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you have time to come and give guidance? You're holding a ceremony? Okay, I'll definitely come. Then we'll be waiting for you. After leaving the commune, Father Qin reminded Shen Anian, what you just said was very good, but don't say it again in the future. Shen Anian nodded and asked, Dad, I understand. What are we going to do now? Go back first. I'll ask someone to hang the furnace again. Do 10 more, is that enough? Shen Anian thought for a moment and decided that adding 10 more should be enough. The workshop was too small, and there was no space to put more items. If the working environment was too harsh and workers' health was affected, it wouldn't be worth it. 10 should be enough. All right, I'll get busy. You go back to the village and organize the workers to produce. She didn't need to organize. Qin's mother and others were probably already busy. Shen Anian wanted to ask if he should wait for him to go back together, but Qin's father had already left. She thought Qin's father might feel shy about riding a bicycle with her, so she didn't ask. When she returned to the village, Qin's mother and the others were indeed very busy. They knew there was an order for 3,000 mooncakes, which made everyone both happy and worried. After working so many days, they thought they could rest for 2 days, but then another big order came.
It was a sweet burden.
Everyone worked overtime and only went home when it was dark. Shun Anian was very tired. The weather was hot and the temperature in the workshop was even higher. Her body was losing water quickly, making her feel especially exhausted. She drank a big bowl of spiritual spring water, and her body finally started to recover a little. While Chin's mother wasn't paying attention, she secretly added some spiritual spring water to the dishes. Everyone was tired, so they drank some to restore their energy. Today, Chin's younger sister didn't participate in the work, so she didn't get any dinner. She was starving but didn't want to show weakness. During dinner, she kept sneaking in and out like a ghost, hoping Chin's father and mother would feel sorry for her and call her over to eat. But Chin's father and mother acted as if they didn't see her and didn't say anything. She went back to her room, collapsed on the bed, and started crying. She hadn't eaten for almost 3 days, and her hidden snacks were already gone. She had wanted to secretly go and cook some food at noon, but she found the cupboard was locked and couldn't open it. That's when she realized Chin's father and mother wouldn't be soft-hearted this time. She cried until she felt dizzy, her stomach was even hungrier, and she wiped away her tears, deciding to talk to Chin's father and mother. She couldn't just starve to death like this. Mother Chin was very worried about her younger daughter, Chin Xiaomei. During the day, when she went to work and didn't see Chin Xiaomei around, she wasn't as worried. But just now, Chin Xiaomei kept wandering nearby, looking very tired and drained. She looked completely out of energy, which made Mother Chin feel very sad. Several times, she almost couldn't hold back her tears. If Chin's father hadn't been watching her closely, she might have softened and let her go. Dad, do we really have to treat our 5th child this way? I think she's learned her lesson this time. Maybe we should say a few words to her, and then let it go. What do you mean, let it go? If you let her off this time, she'll know your limits. Next time, she'll dare to do it again. We're at this point now. We can't just ignore it. We need her to truly change. Mother Chin sighed. She agreed with him in principle, but after all, she had carried and given birth to this child after 9 months. She couldn't bear to see her starve. 5th child is so stubborn. It's been 3 days, and she still hasn't given in. What if something happens? Father Chin also felt pain. She was his youngest child, the girl he had cherished since she was little. Seeing her not eating for so many days, how could he not feel distressed? But no matter how much he cared, he couldn't afford to be soft now and watch her go astray. This was about her future life. Her older brothers and sisters loved her, but they had their own families now and many things to consider. If Chin Xiaomei's temper didn't change, how many times could they tolerate her? In the future, their sibling bond might grow weaker, or they might even turn against each other. That wasn't what he wanted to see. Let's wait a bit longer. If she doesn't come back tomorrow, I'll go find her and talk to her. Her complexion had looked good earlier, and she had probably been eating these past 2 days. Since she had never suffered much hardship before, Father Chin guessed she wouldn't last much longer without eating. Mother Chin sighed. There was no other choice. Suddenly, footsteps sounded at the door. The couple exchanged a glance, then heard Chin Xiaomei's voice. Mom, Dad, can I come in? They looked at each other again, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. The couple both let out a breath and said in unison, "Come in." Chin Xiaomei pushed the door open and entered. She saw Mother Chin sitting on the bed and Father Chin sitting in a chair. They seemed to have been talking about something serious, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. She stood to the side, twisting her fingers, and didn't speak for a long time. Father Chin looked at her and said coldly, "Come over and say what you need to say. Why are you standing here in the middle of the night?" Hearing his harsh words and thinking about the unfair treatment she had received these days, Chin's little sister couldn't hold back her tears anymore and started crying suddenly. Father Chin felt sad too, but now was not the time to be soft. He kept a stern face and scolded her. "Why are you crying? You're upset with the family and now you have the nerve to cry." Chin's little sister wiped her tears with her hand, but she couldn't stop crying. "Sniff, sniff, I know I was wrong. Why do you still scold me? I didn't do it on purpose.
I didn't know she would fall like that.
And you won't even give me food." She spoke incoherently, getting more upset, and her tears fell harder. Finally, she cried so much she couldn't speak properly. Mother Chin looked at her with concern and wanted to comfort her. She stood up, but Father Chin pulled her back and shook his head at her. Mother Chin sat down again. Chin's little sister cried for a long time, but she didn't hear any soft words from them. Her heart grew cold. She buried her face in her arms, sniffled, and didn't speak or look at them for a while. When Father Chin saw she had cried enough and her emotions had mostly released, he finally spoke. You say you didn't do it on purpose, but so many days have passed. What have you been doing? Have you even asked if Dia was okay? You argued with me and your mother, refused to eat or drink. What do you want to do? Hearing this, Chin's little sister felt even more wronged. What did he mean she didn't eat or drink? It was clearly because the family didn't prepare any food for her. If there had been food and drink, who would want to go hungry? You didn't give me anything to eat. Why wouldn't we give you food? It's because you refused to admit your mistake. If you really know you were wrong, go apologize to your older brother and sister-in-law, and come help me in the fields tomorrow. Chin's little sister still didn't want to go to the fields. Choking on her tears, she said, Didn't you say the food factory is hiring? Why can't I go there? Father Chin's face darkened. I think you haven't reflected enough. You should go back and think about it carefully. Chin's little sister didn't dare to speak anymore. She was so hungry she was almost out of strength and didn't want to go back at all. Dad, I know I was wrong. I will go to the fields with you. Father Chin let out a quiet sigh of relief. If he was willing to change, that was a good sign. Let your mother take you to visit your older brother and sister-in-law to apologize. Mother Chin exchanged a quick look with Father Chin, understanding his intention immediately, and stood up. Don't cry and make a fuss later. You didn't mean to hurt Dia. Don't act like you're being forced to apologize. Little sister Chin felt that her parents had changed. They no longer cared for her as they used to. She was full of sadness, but dared not speak. She knew her parents wouldn't spoil her like before. She lowered her head and followed her mother to knock on her older brother and sister-in-law's door. Sister-in-law Chin opened the door and was surprised to see them standing there. Mother, why are you here? Little sister Chin felt like her sister-in-law's gaze was sharp and hurtful. She pursed her lips, but the words she had prepared earlier were hard to say. Her mother prompted her, You have something to say to your sister-in-law. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I didn't watch Dia carefully and she got hurt. It wasn't intentional. I didn't mean for this to happen. Sister-in-law Chin looked at Mother Chin and asked with her eyes what was going on. Mother Chin explained, Fifth child already knows she was wrong. She's here to apologize. Tomorrow, she'll go to work in the fields and earn back the work points to compensate Dia. Little sister Chin felt very sad. She was forced to work in the fields and the money she earned wasn't even hers. Her parents made her do it, and she had no choice but to agree. Her nose felt a bit sore, but she had to hold back her tears and said, Yes, I will compensate Dia. Sister-in-law, please don't be angry with me. Sister-in-law Chin was just waiting for this apology. Since she sincerely came to apologize, she didn't hold on to the matter anymore. Family life always has its ups and downs. Usually, if you take a step back, others will too. If everyone insists on holding on tightly, life becomes difficult. If you know you were wrong, let's put this behind us.
No more talking about it.
Thank you, sister-in-law. Mother Chin said, It's good that everything is settled. It's late. Go to bed early. Tomorrow, we have to get up early to go to the factory. Mother, you should go to bed early too. As soon as Mother Chin left, little sister Chin grabbed her and looked at her eagerly. Mom, I'm hungry. It's been 3 days since she last ate a proper meal. Of course, she's hungry. Mother Chin took her to the kitchen and handed her 2 leftover black bread rolls. Seeing the rolls, little sister Chin pouted. Mom, I want to eat noodles. Can you cook me a bowl? Mother Chin rolled her eyes. You made a mistake yourself, and now you want to eat plain flour? That's to teach you a lesson, or maybe to reward you. There's no more plain flour. Little sister Chin was so hungry she grabbed a roll and started eating. But the roll was dry, hard, and bitter. Mom, this roll is all dried out. Mother Chin was at her wit's end with her fussing. In the end, she lit the stove and fried an egg for her. Shen Anian returned to her room. planning to write a letter to Qin Jingqi about the factory expansion and little sister Qin. But was it too soon to write again? Would it seem too eager? Shun Anian thought carefully. It had been almost a week since her last letter. A week between letters wasn't very often. What Shun Anian didn't know was that Qin Jingqi had been waiting for her letter. The longer he waited after sending his own, the more often he ran to the mailroom. The postal worker saw his face getting darker each day and felt more anxious. Captain Qin had only recently joined their unit, but he was known for being tough. He had only been there about half a month, but he had already sparred with Squad Leader San, Commander Zhou, and Commander Liu, and won every time. His reputation spread quickly. Whenever he looked angry, postal worker Xiao Wu worried he might also get beaten up. He was small, probably not enough to match Captain Qin's fists. Fortunately, today there was a letter from Captain Qin, along with some other things. But Xiao Wu wasn't sure if the letter was the one he'd been waiting for. After afternoon physical training, Qin Jingqi usually went to the mailroom to check for his letters. Xiao Wu saw his face, as dark as the underworld, and trembled as he said, "Captain Qin, someone sent you something, a letter and a package." Qin Jingqi took the letter, glanced at it casually, and his expression visibly softened. His face even looked gentle. Little Wu was surprised and very curious about who had written the letter. He stared hard at the envelope, trying to see which noble person could make Commander Qin, known as the Black King of, show such gentle expressions. Before he could see clearly, Qin Jingqi had already put the envelope away. "Thank you. If I receive any more letters from you, notify me immediately." Little Wu saluted him sharply. Watching him leave with the package, he licked his lips. Was Commander Qin coming every day just because of this person's letter? He had noticed that the handwriting on the envelope was very neat, probably from a female comrade. Could she be Qin's romantic interest? Is Commander Qin seeing someone? Qin Jingqi carried the package to his dormitory, casually threw the large parcel on the table, pulled out a chair, and opened the letter. The thick sheets of paper made his lips curl into a smile. At first, he thought the letter was nothing special, but then he was shocked. His wife was so capable. She had started a factory in the village and even landed a big order. His father was now the factory manager, and his mother and sister-in-law were workers. Everyone was doing well. He flipped through the 3 pages for over half an hour, reading them again and again. His roommate, Commander Zhou, saw him and looked at a letter with a gentle expression, repeatedly examining it. He nudged Liu, signaling him to look at Qin Jingqi. Liu saw Qin's calm face and shivered. They exchanged glances and moved to surround him. But they didn't succeed in sneaking up on him. He noticed them. Commander Zhou asked with a smile, "Old Qin, who sent you that letter? Why are you so absorbed in it? Yeah, show us. Did someone draw flowers on it?" Qin Jingqi put the letter away. Commander Zhou said, "You won't even let us take a quick look? Could it be from your romantic interest? Old Qin must have someone. I've seen him holding a photo before, staring at it for a long time. It must be her picture." Commander Zhou was a bit surprised. "Old Qin, you really have someone? Show us the photo. What does your sweetheart look like?" Qin Jingqi had never told them about his marriage, nor had he shown them any photos. He didn't want others to judge his wife. Of course, they didn't have any bad intentions. It was just some typical flaws of men who like to comment on women they see. Even though they were his comrades and he knew they meant no harm, he still didn't like his wife being judged by others. He opened the package sent by Shun Anian and saw several bottles of bright red chili sauce and some wrapped items, which were probably the mooncakes mentioned in the letter. Lieutenant Liu leaned over. "They sent so much food. Your girlfriend must be quite special, Qin. You're really lucky." He unwrapped the paper, and the smell of baked mooncakes immediately filled the air. Commander Zhou swallowed hard. "What's that smell? It's so fragrant. That's mooncake. I've had mooncakes before, but they don't look like this. This is a new kind of mooncake. It smells so good." Commander Zhou's eyes were almost glued to the mooncake. Mooncakes are precious. They're made with white flour, and this one looks greasy and delicious. Qin Jingqi handed each of them a mooncake. Commander Zhou eagerly took a big bite. It was soft, tasty, and very delicious. Yummy. I've never had a mooncake like this before. How does it taste? Of course it's good. Your girlfriend is talented. Qin Jingqi opened a jar of chili sauce, and a strong, spicy aroma spread out. Zhou Yin felt the mooncake in his hand suddenly lose its appeal. Why does this chili sauce smell so good? He picked up chopsticks from his lunchbox and took a bite. It was fragrant and spicy, very appetizing. Although there was no rice now, he had mooncakes. And let's be honest, this salty chili sauce paired with a sweet mooncake actually tasted pretty good. How does this chili sauce taste? Spicy and fragrant. It's definitely good with rice. Later, you should write me a 400-word review of the taste. Wait, is he supposed to write about the chili sauce or his feelings? He only took one bite, and now he has to write so many words? Please don't make me do that. You know I'm not good at writing reports, and just thinking about writing a review gives me a headache. I don't have that many thoughts. The village is planning to open a factory, and this chili sauce is exactly what they want to sell. Give me some suggestions for improvement. What? Your girlfriend wants to start a factory. These days, private factories are hard to get approved. Qin Jingqi said seriously. It's not her wanting to start a factory, it's the village's factory. She just sent this over for me to taste. Not starting a factory is good. It would be a mistake to do so. We must follow the government's policies, especially as a military family. Zhou Yin said, You want me to write my thoughts, but you're pushing the responsibility onto me. Is this how you work? Have you tried it too? Everyone should give feedback so we can improve. No need to improve. It tastes very good. Lu Xianzhong nodded. I think it's very good too. Qin Jingqi accidentally left the jar open and most of the spicy sauce was gone. He silently packed it away, thinking that eating so much of it wouldn't make them feel sick. Hey, Lao Qin, I didn't realize you're so stingy. You just put it away. Why not let us try a few more bites? You guys wouldn't mind feeling sick from the strong flavor. It was a bit salty, but the taste was too good to resist. Lu Xianzhong said, Lao Qin, ask your partner to send over 2 more bottles. We can pay for them, and it'll help get the factory started. Let's see about it later. Qin Jingqi sat down to write a reply to Shun Anian. He held the pen for a long time but couldn't write a single word. The army's work needs to be kept secret, so he couldn't tell her. He had nothing urgent to do, just daily training and missions, so he didn't want to worry her. After thinking, he simply wrote about what he had been doing these days, telling her not to worry. He only managed half a page before running out of things to say. He thought for a moment and wrote down his thoughts on tasting the spicy sauce, but it was only 2 sentences. There was nothing more. He put the letter into an envelope, planning to send it to Shun Anian tomorrow. Qin's younger sister followed her father to the fields. The villagers were surprised to see her working in the fields. Why is the girl working in the fields? Qin's father smiled and said, Hard work is honorable. Let her experience it and help with the harvest. The villagers nodded in agreement, respecting Qin's father even more. Seeing how openly the team leader handled things, expanding the factory but not hiring his own family, he even let others work in the fields with them. Now, no one could say anything. Qin Xiaomei carried a small basket and walked with her father to the cornfield. The basket wasn't very heavy at first, and she found it quite fun. But as it got heavier, the sharp corn leaves scratched her face and hands, making her feel uncomfortable. She had done some work before, like weeding and watering vegetables in the family garden, but she had never done such heavy labor. The sun came out, and the weather grew hotter. Sweat dripped down her face and body, making her feel itchy and very uncomfortable. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and almost started crying. Seeing no one nearby, she put down her basket to rest. At that moment, her father came over. Why are you taking a break so soon? It's the busy time now, and everyone is harvesting. Qin Xiaomei was already feeling upset. Hearing this, she almost cried. Dad, I'm too tired. Let me rest for a little while. Her father saw the sweat running down her face and finally sighed silently. If you're tired, remember that your mother, your older brother, and your second sister and I have been working like this all these years to support the family. Qin Xiaomei bit her lip tightly, her voice trembling slightly as she replied softly, Okay, Her father took the basket and helped her gather the corn. A new group of workers joined the food factory. Shin Anian told them to watch the experienced workers and learn how to operate. Later, they even moved a hanging oven so they could make things on their own. By the end of the day, they had mostly learned how to make mooncakes. 2 days later, the hanging oven was finally in place. Everyone started working hard, busy and lively. The factory added 10 more hanging ovens, and the temperature rose a lot. The workers' clothes never dried, so they hung towels around their necks to prevent sweat from dripping. Even though it was so hot, no one complained. Shin Anian became more convinced that building a factory was very important. After the autumn harvest, she planned to suggest building a new factory. Everyone worked overtime and finally completed the orders within a week. Because the villagers worked hard hunting, they caught many animals, over 120 mountain chickens and rabbits. Chin's mother made smoked chicken and smoked rabbit from all of them. Shin Anian specially called the post office to ask Yang Peng if he still needed gift boxes. Yang Peng was very happy and ordered an additional 120 gift boxes. After delivering the goods to Hung City and receiving the payment, Shin Anian told Chin's father about building a factory. They had already reached a long-term partnership with Ditsai Shopping Mall and even ordered from the county town mall. Their business was now quite stable. Chin's father had no objections to building a new factory and applied to the commune that same day. The brick factory in the commune could only produce a limited amount, and it would take half a year to get bricks. However, Secretary Chen specially approved for them to pick up bricks next month. There were only 2 days left before the Mid-Autumn Festival, but the factory was still working and making mooncakes for the villagers. Those who had no money could exchange household flour for ingredients. Although mooncakes were sold at cost price, people didn't dare to exchange too many, just 3 or 4 per family to entertain children. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Shin Anian received a letter from her Aunt Shin. In the letter, her aunt strongly criticized her for going to Hung City and not returning home, and asked her to come back to celebrate the festival. Shin Anian ignored her, put the letter in an envelope, and acted as if nothing was wrong. On the day of the festival, the food factory held an opening ceremony. Villagers had already cleaned the factory early in the morning. The sign for the food factory was covered tightly with red cloth, and 2 strings of firecrackers were placed at the entrance. Chin's father wore a Zhongshan suit, the one he only wore for meetings, and even shaved his beard, looking very spirited. Everyone didn't work on Mid-Autumn Day and arrived early at the factory entrance to watch. Secretary Chen was already there, inspecting the factory with Chin's father. Although the place was small and didn't need expensive equipment, its capacity was quite large. If they could have more factories like this, the town's economy would definitely improve and the villagers could live better lives. At 9 in the morning, the opening ceremony officially began. Secretary Chen gave a speech, expressing his hopes for the food factory, which excited the villagers. After the speech, he and Chin's father stood under the sign, pulled off the red cloth, and the words, "Red Star Food Factory," shone brightly in the sun. A burst of applause and cheers erupted around. This was their village's food factory, the only one in 10 miles, and everyone was very proud. Shin Anian and Chin's sister-in-law lit firecrackers. Amid the crackling sounds, everyone smiled happily, and Chin's father was also very pleased. As the team leader, no one knows the team's situation better than him. In previous years, even with good harvests, 1 work point was worth only a dime. But since the food factory opened a month ago, 1 work point is now worth 30 cents. The longer the food factory operates, the more money they earn. This means everyone will have more money, enough to eat well, buy meat, send children to school, and get married. Amid cheers, he secretly wiped his eyes when no one was looking. Secretary Chen was closest to him. When he saw his action out of the corner of his eye, he didn't want to embarrass him. He acted as if he saw nothing and clapped his hands without looking away. After the ceremony, Father Chin gave Secretary Chen some mooncakes prepared by the factory. Secretary Chen repeatedly refused, saying, "You're also an old party member. How can you make such a mistake? I can't accept this." Secretary Chen, "This is a gift from the factory on behalf of the workers. It's not valuable, Just a way to thank you for your support. Finally, Secretary Chen accepted the mooncakes. Since it's everyone's kind gesture, I won't refuse. He then reminded them a few more words before riding away on his bicycle. After Secretary Chen left, Father Qin saw a large piece of unity paper pressed under a cup on the table. He picked up the paper, feeling very proud. Secretary Chen is truly a good leader for us. From now on, I must manage the factory well and make Secretary Chen proud. After the opening ceremony, everyone was happiest because it was the first time the factory paid wages. The team's accountant was called to do the calculations. After deducting the costs of raw materials and building the new factory, there was still a good amount of money left. Father Qin, as the factory director and team leader, carefully calculated each villager's wages. Workers earned 12 work points a day, each worth 30 cents, so they made 3 yuan 60 each day. Many villagers had caught game to sell to the factory, and they were paid based on work points. Even if they didn't catch game, the team had previously sold 300 fish, which were divided among the households. Each family received about 5 or 6 yuan. There were also basket weaving, which counted as work points. Every household received money, and everyone could enjoy a good festival. Shen Anian asked Sister Qin to help collect her wages and borrowed a bicycle from Father Qin. She rode to Huangzhuang. Huangzhuang looks poorer than Day Village, with broken-down houses. Many children play in the mud without adults around, looking dirty and messy. When she rides her bike over, all the children stare at her with big, clear eyes. Some braver kids even chase after her bike, laughing and shouting happily. She looks at the biggest kid with a wide smile and asks, "Where does your team leader live?" Suddenly speaking, she startles the child, who then stops laughing and points ahead. Shun Anian looks ahead, but doesn't know which house is which. She asks the child, "Can you take me there?" The child looks at her carefully, as if deciding whether she is a good person. After a long pause, the child nods and says, "Follow me." The village's team leader is named Huang Chongjing. His house is made of blue bricks, and there's a jujube tree in front. This is it. The child turns around and looks at her curiously. "You can go in now. Someone is home." "Thank you." Shun Enian takes out a few candies from her pocket and offers, "Here, have some." The child's eyes light up, and they eagerly look at the candies in her hand. "Are these really for me?" She nods. "Yes, they are." The child takes the candies quickly, worried she might change her mind, and runs off. The other children who followed her all look at Shun Anian, their eyes full of longing for the candies. Since she has many children at home, Shun Anian always carries some snacks wherever she goes. Seeing so many eager eyes, she takes out her candies and gives each child one. She knocks on the door and asks, "Is Captain Huang home?" "Yes, who is it?" A woman's voice comes from inside. Shun Anian can't tell her status, so she replies, "I'm from Day Village. I have something to discuss with Captain Huang." "Come in, come in." The voice gets closer, and with a creak, the door opens. A middle-aged woman steps out and glances at her from top to bottom. The girl is dressed nicely and has a bicycle, so she seems to come from a well-off family. "Miss, who are you looking for?" "I'm here to talk to Captain Huang." "Is it okay to come in?" The middle-aged woman moved aside to make space, and Shun Anian pushed her cart into the door. She parked her bicycle in the yard and took down a package of mooncakes hanging on the handlebar. The middle-aged woman called out to the main room, "Father, come out quickly. A comrade from Day Village is here to see you." "Coming, who is it?" Huang Chongjing came out and saw a young female comrade. He still remembered her a little. The young people from the commune were usually picked up by the team leader. Shun Anian had only been in the countryside for half a year, and she was pretty. When she first went to the countryside, she even brought a young helper, which was unusual before. At that time, everyone saw her with a small child and thought she couldn't do much work. The team probably wouldn't bother to feed her, so no one wanted her. That's why Huang Chongjing remembered her clearly. "Isn't this Shun the young worker? Why are you here?" He had heard about the young workers from Day Village striking and being sent to a farm for reform. Why was Shun still here? "Team leader Huang, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival. I came to see you." Her words sounded like they had a close relationship. She probably couldn't stay in Daya village anymore and wanted to come to Huangzhuang. But that wasn't allowed. The team wasn't like a vegetable that could be swapped around. He hadn't heard of any young worker changing teams. I heard that the young workers from Daya village went on strike. Is that true? Shen Anian nodded. Yes, that's true. They have already been sent to a farm for reform. I didn't participate in the strike, so I don't need to go to the farm. Huang Changzheng was a bit surprised. With so many young workers striking, she hadn't joined them. Before he could ask more, Shen Anian handed him the mooncakes. Team leader Huang, these are mooncakes made by our Hongxing food factory. Please try some. Huang Changzheng felt a little embarrassed. He had also heard about the food factory in Daya village. Not only him, but other villages had heard about it too. Everyone was envious, their eyes almost turning red. But there was nothing they could do. The factory was allowed by the commune, because the people were clever. He heard that the mooncakes from the factory were sold in Hung City and were quite expensive. Child, you just came and brought something with you. Why didn't you say so earlier? He had been a bit suspicious earlier, but now his impression of Shen Anian had improved a lot. Not to mention anything else, Shen Jiqing is very good at knowing what to do. There's no reason to come empty-handed during the festival. Captain Huang, don't be polite with me. Captain Huang Changzheng handed the bag of mooncakes to Aunt Huang and happily welcomed Shen Anian inside. Aunt Huang, carrying the heavy bag of mooncakes, also felt very happy. This bag of mooncakes probably weighs about 4 or 5 jin, enough for the children at home to eat for a long time. She put the things down, smiled, and poured water for Shen Anian with a porcelain cup. Shen Jiqing, drink some water. Thank you, Aunt. Shen Anian picked up the cup and moved it to her spot, but didn't drink. Instead, she took out 2 bottles of spicy sauce from her bag. Captain Huang, this spicy sauce was made by Aunt Chui Shilon, and this one by Aunt Xinger. I made some improvements and brought them here for you to try. Huang Changzheng listened but didn't quite understand. The 2 women she mentioned were indeed from Huangzhuang. But she came from far away, bringing so many things. What does she want? Does she really want to transfer to their team? Shen Jiqing, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Just be honest. Captain Huang, I just want to ask if you have any thoughts about setting up a food factory in Daya village. If asked about his thoughts, he would have many, but unfortunately, he couldn't tell her any. Huang Changzheng thought for a moment and said, Shen Jiqing, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. Shen Anian straightened her back a little and smiled. Now that Daya village is developing well, have you ever thought about doing something in Huangzhuang to improve the lives of the villagers? Why wouldn't he think about it? He dreams about it every night. But he couldn't come up with any good ideas. Shen Jiqing, of course we think about it every day. It's just that my uncle doesn't have the ability to do big things. Captain Huang, don't say that. You don't have to think about big things. We can also look at what's right in front of us. Shen Anian pushed the spicy sauce in front of her. For example, these 2 kinds of spicy sauce. Huang Changzheng looked at the 2 small glass bottles. What's wrong with this spicy sauce? Isn't it meant for giving as gifts? Seeing his confused expression, Shen Anian explained more plainly. Have you ever thought about opening a factory to sell this kind of spicy sauce? What? This spicy sauce can also be sold? Are they going to set up a factory in their village? Huang Changzheng felt a bit confused. What do you mean? Our team is also going to set up a factory? Yes, to build a chili sauce factory in the name of the collective and sell it outside to make money. Daheshan village has a mooncake factory that makes money. I've been thinking, since Daheshan village and Huangzhuang are in the same commune and the 2 team leaders get along well, why can't we earn money together if we have it? So, I've been paying attention. Huangzhuang can do something too, and I finally found a good idea, making this chili sauce. Huang Changzheng patted his thigh. That's right. When everyone earns money together, it's better. Comrade Shen, can we really sell this chili sauce? Last time I went to Hengshi with the truck, I talked to Manager Yang from Detsai department store. I also gave him a taste of the chili sauce, and he gave high praise. But I'm not the person in charge, so I don't have the authority to discuss cooperation. Huang Changzheng's heart was pounding. The chili sauce could be sold in Hengshi, and she had already talked to someone about it. Why is Shen Jiqing so impressive? Aunt Huang was sitting nearby. Seeing him silent for a long time, she couldn't hold back. What are you hesitating for? Say something. Huang Changzheng seemed to come back to himself. Comrade Shen, can our team really set up a factory? This isn't up to me. It depends on what the commune decides. But initially, when Hongxing Food Factory couldn't find a partner, the commune agreed to let us set up a factory. Now, there are stores willing to buy the chili sauce, so the commune probably won't oppose it. Captain Huang, you should go talk to Secretary Chen and try to get his support. Huang Changzheng nodded eagerly. He had to find Secretary Chen, he must. If Huangzhuang could set up a factory, they wouldn't envy Daheshan village anymore, but other villages would envy them. Later, Shen Anian explained to Huang Changzheng what kind of support he needed from Secretary Chen. He had to ensure the supply of pork and chicken and also persuade Cui Xilan and Xinger to share the chili sauce recipe. They talked for nearly 2 hours, covering most of the issues. When everything was clear, Shen Anian said goodbye. Captain Huang, it's settled then. I'll head back now. It's so late, Comrade Shen. Why not stay at home for dinner before heading back? No need. My family is waiting for me to come home for dinner. Huang Changzheng didn't know she married Qin Jingqi and still thought she was talking about her family member, Shenan Rui. That child is still quite young. Leaving a kid at the youth station isn't very suitable for celebrating festivals alone. I'll take you there. No need, I can ride my bike pretty fast. Huang Changzheng still saw her off to the village entrance. This is the god of wealth, after all, and might be useful later. Besides, she's running around in the hot weather for their team's work. He should treat her a bit better. Huang Changzheng walked back home, with his hands behind his back. He was so happy that he almost hummed a tune because the factory at Huang Village would soon be ready. Shen Anrui rode her bike happily on her way home. As she entered the village, everyone greeted her with smiles, and she responded happily too. Having money made everyone happier, and their smiles became brighter. Qin Xiaomei was working in the fields with her father. She had been busy for days and almost shed a layer of skin. Finally, she had a day to rest. She lay on her bed and didn't want to move. She took a small mirror and looked at herself. She had darkened a lot, and the more she looked, the uglier she felt. A wave of sadness washed over her. She had no money now, and she looked worse. What should she do? Thinking about working in the factory in the future, she worried she'd get even darker and uglier from the sun. She felt her future was very bleak. How could she get a job in the factory? The family's kiln was in use now. Could she secretly learn to make mooncakes? If she learned to make mooncakes, maybe she could get a job in the factory. But she needed someone to teach her. She was shy to ask her sister-in-law, but her second sister was her real sister and should help her. Meal time. Come eat. Qin's mother's voice came in. She immediately sat up straight. Today, the family earned some money. Qin's mother had cooked braised pork and chicken, and she had already smelled the aroma. The whole family quickly gathered at the table. The main dishes were braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with chives, a plate of vinegar potatoes, and some stir-fried greens. The smell of meat was so tempting that everyone's mouths watered. They all picked up their chopsticks. Qin Xiaomei looked at the chicken leg and swallowed hard. In the past, she would have snatched the chicken leg and eaten it. But after these days, she understood her status at home was no longer the same, so she didn't dare to move. Mother Qin gave Shen Anian a big chicken leg. You are our family's hero. This chicken leg is for you. Shen Anian really loves meat. Nowadays, there is a shortage of clothes and food, so eating meat is rare. Even cooking is done with little oil. They cook vegetables in water, and when ready to serve, they dip the tip of a chopstick in oil and add it to the pot, so there is some oil and water. In this situation, it's no wonder she craves meat. But even if she craves it, she can't bring herself to eat it. With so many family members, it wouldn't be right for her to have the chicken leg. If she ate it, what would that make her? Shen Anian carefully placed the chicken leg into Mother Qin's bowl. Mom, you're the elder of the family. You work hard every day after work, taking care of everyone. You've been through a lot lately. You should have this chicken leg. Mother Qin's feelings were complicated. She had taken care of her family for so many years, But this was the first time someone said such kind words to her. All the women in the village work in the fields and then cook at home. Even though everyone lives like this, hearing someone say such caring words made her feel warm inside and that her efforts mattered. Shun Anian then picked up another big chicken leg and gave it to Father Qin. Dad, you've been busy managing everything lately. You should have this chicken leg too. Father Qin smiled so much he couldn't close his mouth. I should have my share too. Of course. Our family respects the elderly and loves the young. The elders should eat the best. The youngest children, Xiao Do Miao and Xiao Dia, each received a small chicken leg. The other children ate like everyone else, with no special treatment. But with so much meat on the table, everyone was very happy. After dinner, Brother Qin moved the table to the yard, set out pomelo mooncakes, sunflower seeds, and peanuts, planning to enjoy the moon together. Shen Anian gave the children gifts she bought in Hung City. Most of the gifts were clothes, blue naval uniforms. They were slightly flawed items from the market, with some dye stains but not serious, and they didn't need cloth tickets. Chun Jinjin had saved a few for her. Xiao Shirtu got a naval uniform and was so happy he almost couldn't stop laughing. He immediately wanted to change into it. Sister Qin picked him up. You're all sweaty and dirty. Go take a shower first. Little Stone was taken away by Sister Qin, while Big Girl gently stroked her navy uniform and softly said, It's very beautiful. Shun Enian patted her head and said, If you like it, you can change into it after your bath. Big Girl smiled at her and said, I'll wear it tomorrow. Shun Anshui put away her clothes, then ran over to find her, reminding her to go to the literacy class early. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Shin Anian originally didn't plan to attend the literacy class, but since everyone was so excited, she decided to bring a radio to listen to the news for an hour. She subscribed to a newspaper published in the county town, which had limited content. But the radio broadcast was national news, allowing them to learn about a wider new world. That world was also a better place, so wonderful it seemed almost unreal. The villagers sat quietly inside, listening to the news on the radio. At 8:30 p.m., Shun Enian turned off the radio and told everyone it was time to go home. Sun Hongya suddenly sighed and said, I wonder if I will ever get a chance to visit the capital city in my life. Li Fengxia, who was close to her and spoke more freely, said, What are you dreaming about? We're not that lucky, and we probably won't go to the capital. I think you're starting to get carried away now that you're earning money, she added. You're beginning to think you can do anything. Sun Hongya pursed her lips, unsure how to respond. She had just been feeling nostalgic and said that out loud, but deep down, she also felt she probably wouldn't have the chance to go to the capital city. Hearing their conversation, Shun Anian smiled and said, Don't be discouraged. There will be opportunities in the future. We can go anywhere. Right now, transportation was difficult. To get to the capital, they would need to change several trains and spend over 30 hours on the train. But in later times, transportation became much easier with high-speed trains and airplanes, and they could reach the capital in just a few hours. Such convenient transportation and a prosperous country were built through decades of hard work by generations of people like them. Li Fengxia was half believing and half doubting. Will that really happen someday? The furthest I've been is to the county town. If one day we could go wherever we wanted, that would be so wonderful. Recently, she had been listening to a lot of news and learning more about the outside world, and she longed to see it all. It will happen soon. In the near future, everyone will drive small cars, take trains, and fly on airplanes to any corner of the world they want to visit. By then, no one will go hungry or be cold. We will eat meat, eggs, and milk every day. When someone in the family gets sick, we won't be afraid because the government will help us pay for treatment. Children won't have to pay for school, and everyone can go to college. Our country will become stronger and more powerful. No one will dare to bully us, not even foreigners. The country will become prosperous and peaceful, just as the brave heroes who fought and sacrificed hoped for. It will be a time of peace and wealth. Inside the house, the villagers who hadn't left stopped what they were doing and listened quietly as Shin Anian described the future. Could life really be that good in the future? Just imagining it made their eyes fill with tears. One villager trembled as he asked, "Really? Will we really have such a day?" They were too poor and suffering. Their ancestors had been poor for generations. They couldn't imagine such good days would come. Shun Anian nodded firmly. "Yes, we will. We are poor now, but with the effort of many generations, our country will grow stronger. I believe that in the next 10 or 20 years, no, just 10 years, you will see huge changes in our homeland. We are all builders. We will make our country better." Everyone was moved to tears and felt full of hope. Yes, life is getting better and better. In the past, when the country was at war, they ate grass roots and bark. Now they can eat enough food. They have learned to read and write. Before, when they received money or grain, they couldn't write, so they just pressed their finger to mark it. Today, when the food factory pays them, they can write their own names. The marks they leave are no longer just fingerprints, but their names. Life is improving every day. This makes them believe that one day, the future Shun Anian described will come true. Qin Yunxiang reached out and gave her arm a firm squeeze. "Sister-in-law, your words are so good. Look at my goosebumps. They all stand up. People who read and write always speak differently. It really sounds nice." Shin Anian couldn't help but smile. She wasn't just talking. She had seen such a prosperous time before. Qin's father wiped his face, his eyes still red. He spoke so beautifully. If only that day truly came, he would have no regrets. Builders, they are the builders of our country. What a wonderful title that is. As Qin's father was feeling touched, he caught a glimpse of Qin's mother secretly wiping her tears. "What's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Qin's mother rubbed her eyes.
"You only know how to talk about me."
"Don't think I didn't see. You also wiped your tears just now." Qin's father's face looked a bit embarrassed. Hadn't he already stopped crying? Why was this old lady still talking about it? If others heard, it would be so embarrassing. Fortunately, the villagers didn't notice what they were saying. They were excitedly discussing Shin Anian's words just now. Seeing that they didn't want to leave, Shin Anian asked everyone to go home early to stay with their children. She then followed Qin's father and mother back home. On Mid-Autumn Festival, Qin Jingqi received a letter from Shun Anian. In the letter, she said the food factory was doing well, mentioned Qin's younger sister, and talked about starting a literacy class. After reading the letter, Qin Jingqi felt his mood stay unsettled for a long time. His wife was so outstanding that he felt pressured. If he didn't work harder, he might not be worthy of her. Zhou Yin and Lu Xianzhong were also in the dormitory, staring at an unopened package. "Old Qin, what delicious things did your girlfriend send you this time?" Qin Jingqi opened the package. Inside were 2 glass jars filled with smoked chicken and smoked rabbit, oily, and looking very tasty. Because they were full of oil, the food could last a long time. Zhou Yin immediately exclaimed, "Let me try your sister-in-law's cooking." He didn't even use chopsticks, just picked up a piece of chicken with his hand and took a bite, then nodded approvingly. "Your sister-in-law's skills are really good. Old Qin, you're so lucky. She was not just good at cooking, she was outstanding and dazzling." But Qin Jingqi would never tell them such things. He looked at the time and knew he had to visit Commander Zhou's house. He opened a drawer to put the letter inside. When he saw what was in the drawer, his face suddenly looked a bit uncomfortable. Sometimes the troops distribute family planning supplies, but since most of us are men without partners, few people take them. He had never married before and never paid attention to this before. But his wife didn't want children, so he decided to go and get some family planning supplies. The clerk handed him a big package. It said that the supplies can last for a year or so. Once he had the supplies, he couldn't see his wife. Qin Jingqi put the supplies away and said, "It's time to go to the battalion commander's house." Zhou Yin and Lu Xianzhong wiped the oil off their mouths. "Time is almost up. Let's go." Captain Ding was waiting for them in the car. When he saw them, he nodded slightly. "Get in the car." Zhou Yin greeted him, and the group got into a military jeep. Zhou the commander didn't live in the military district, but in the county town, about 2 hours' drive away. Zhou Yin kept the mood lively in the car, so the trip didn't feel boring. Soon, They arrived in the county town. The car stopped in front of a two-story house. Zhou-in went to knock on the door. It was opened by Zhou the commander's wife, comrade Chi-Ayun. Chi-Ayun warmly welcomed them inside. Zhou the commander has a son and a daughter. The daughter is in elementary school and the son is in middle school, but they weren't there. In the living room, two young women sat. One was wearing a small floral dress, and her gaze fell on Qin Jingqi. A faint blush appeared on her face, and she shyly lowered her head. Zhou-in and the others had been in the military for a long time and rarely saw female comrades. They didn't expect to find any here. Seeing two young women unexpectedly made them feel a bit shy. One girl even blushed. Zhou-in thought she looked at him just now. Was she blushing because of him? Chi-Ayun saw them standing there without moving and said with a smile, "I'm not calling you here to stand guard. Why are you just standing? Sit down." They exchanged glances, pulled out chairs, and sat down far from the two women, as if separated by a great river. Chi-Ayun saw this and felt both amused and a bit annoyed. What were they doing? The women wouldn't eat them, so why run so far just to stand around? They are not usually good at talking, but when they face women, they all become shy and quiet. Chi-Ayun thinks it might be because she is present, making the young women feel embarrassed. "I'll go pour some water for you." "Take your time talking," she said, using an excuse to leave for the kitchen. Unexpectedly, the atmosphere in the living room became even more awkward. The two women lowered their heads without speaking, while the soldiers sat upright, with serious expressions, hands on their knees, looking tense and ready. The mood in the living room gradually grew more serious, and the two young women started to feel nervous instead of shy. One girl, wearing a burqa, was twisting her fingers, feeling unsure under the cold, stern atmosphere created by the soldiers. Chi-Ayun came out with a tray of tea and saw the scene. The soldiers in uniform looked very serious, with stern faces, while the two women looked frightened, their faces pale. She almost couldn't help but feel frustrated, thinking how quiet the living room was, which seemed strange. It was odd that they could talk easily, given the tense atmosphere. She carried the tray over and said, "Why aren't you talking? You are about the same age, so you should have lots to talk about." But that was a lie. They looked at least 6 or 7 years older than the young women, so they weren't the same age. Still, Chi-Ayun was encouraging them in her words, clearly trying to get the two women to interact. Anyone could tell what she was really trying to do. He was 27 years old and should start thinking about personal matters. People say that after 3 years in the army, even pigs look refined, let alone such a beautiful woman. Plus, he was introduced by Chi-Ayun, so his character was definitely good. Seeing the girl blush shyly earlier, Zhou-Yin's interest was suddenly piqued. "My name is Zhou-In, I'm 27. May I ask what your names are?" The two women looked at each other. The girl in the floral burqa whispered, "My name is Chen-Yun." The other woman also spoke, "My name is Li Fong-Fong. We both work in the cultural troupe." "Oh, so you both work in the cultural troupe. I knew it, your aura is quite different." Li Fong-Fong smiled softly, while Chen-Yun looked at Qin Jingqi. Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, she frowned slightly. "Why is this comrade so cold? I came here because of him. If I can't leave a good impression, coming here would be pointless." She gathered her courage and whispered, "May I ask how the other comrades are called?" Zhou-In was surprised when he heard her words. It seemed she wasn't interested in him. If she liked him, she wouldn't be interested in other men. Since she didn't like him, why did she send subtle signals just now? He thought carefully. Qin Jingqi was standing behind him. Could it be that she wasn't looking at him, but at Qin Jingqi? That wouldn't do. Qin Jingqi already has a partner. Although his partner is from the countryside and lives far away in his hometown. They treat each other well, and she often sends food over. Their relationship is quite good. He knew that Chi-Ayun was introducing him to someone, but she didn't make it public. If he said it out loud now, would the women feel comfortable? Besides, Qin Jingqi isn't in a hurry. Why should he be? Forget it, he won't interfere with this. Lu Xianzhong said, "My name is Lu Xianzhong. I am 29 years old. Ding Liansheng added, "My name is Ding Liansheng. I am 35. Qin Jingqi said, "You don't need to worry about me." The two girls' expressions stiffened, especially Chen Yun, whose face turned pale. Ding Liansheng, being friendly, said, "His name is Qin Jingqi. He's just like that, don't mind him." Chen Yun clenched her fingers tightly, biting her lip without speaking. She didn't believe Qin Jingqi couldn't see why they were here today. He didn't even want to say his name. Did he look down on them? She looked at Qin Jingqi with a mix of resentment and affection. Since he saved her last time, she had developed a good impression of the soldier. She had heard that he was very talented. Although he was recently transferred to the border army, he was capable and promising. Even if he didn't like her now, that didn't matter. She would try to win him over. Despite Ding Liansheng's words, the atmosphere cooled down. Just then, Commander Zhou pushed the door open and entered. Seeing a room full of people, his steps paused briefly before he came over. "Everyone's here." A few grown men quickly stood up and saluted him. "Hello, Commander. This isn't the army, so no need for formalities. Feel free to relax. Although this isn't a military unit, he is the leader, and they still didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of him." But with Commander Zhou here, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. The men had many things to talk about, but they were mostly talking in a way others couldn't understand. The two women couldn't join the conversation at all. Qi Ayun knew her husband's bad temper. She glared at him fiercely, wishing she could send him away. His return had completely disrupted her plans. Commander Zhou noticed her resentment and looked up just in time to see Qi Ayun glaring at him. He felt a bit confused. Why does she look like that? Could it be that he isn't welcome even in his own home? It's getting dark. Why haven't you gone to cook dinner yet? Qi Ayun was almost furious with him. She decided to go to the kitchen to avoid him. The two young women also felt uneasy. Sitting in the living room was uncomfortable, so they went into the kitchen to help. Without the women around, the men felt more at ease. They went to the study to discuss military matters, like holding a small meeting. During dinner, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Commander Zhou was happy and drank a few more glasses with everyone. The women didn't drink alcohol. They sat on the sofa watching the men drink. Eventually, they couldn't sit still anymore and said goodbye to Qi Ayun. Qi Ayun said, "It's getting late. The two young ladies shouldn't walk home alone at night. Xiao Qin, please see them off." Zhao Jingqi naturally couldn't refuse a request. He stood up. "Do you know where the two women live?" Chen Yun was overjoyed and gave her home address. Finally, they would have some time alone. But the next moment, Zhao Jingqi asked Li Fangfang for her address and said he would drive them home together. Chen Yun was stunned but felt shy about stopping him from giving Li Fangfang a ride. She could only look at Qi Ayun for help. Qi Ayun didn't expect him to be so clueless. Such a good opportunity, and he didn't even realize to seize it. Fangfang lives nearby and can walk there in about 10 minutes. You should still take Xiaoyan home. You don't need to worry about Fangfang here. Protecting the people is our duty as soldiers. It's already dark, and female comrades walking alone at night are not safe. I will take them all back. He took the keys from Ding Liansheng and said, "Please, both of you." Qi Ayun's mouth twitched. She asked him to take Chen Yun home. Originally, it was a romantic thing, but he made it sound like official business. I really don't know if he's genuinely naive or just pretending. Qin Jingqi efficiently took the person back, and it took less than 10 minutes. Originally, Chen Yun wanted to say something to him after getting out of the car. But before she could speak, the car sped away. She stood there, face covered in exhaust fumes. She stomped her feet in anger. How could someone be so insensitive? Just then, a neighbor came out and saw the jeep dropping her off. She asked, "Xiaoyan, who is the person who brought you here?" Chen Yun brushed her hair and smiled, saying, "He's a company commander in the military group. He was worried it might be dangerous for me to come back alone at night, so he brought me home. Oh, you're really lucky." A blush appeared on Chen Yun's face. "It's not like that. We're just friends." Ani Kai, don't misunderstand. Aunt Kai looked at her shy expression and understood clearly. Chen Yun, being young and pretty, often looked down on others. Seeing her like this, it seemed she had a crush on the company commander. Qin Jingqi sat in the car, eyes fixed on the road ahead, but his lips were tightly pressed. He knew what Chi Ayun was planning. Even if he didn't initially realize she wanted to introduce Qinyun to him, during dinner, Qinyun kept looking at him, and he understood. But what he didn't understand was, Commander Zhou knew he was married. Why did he still allow Chi Ayun to do this? It seems he needs to find Commander Zhou someday and have a serious talk about this. Zhou Yin was a bit drunk and sat on the nearby sofa to rest. He glanced around and, not seeing Qin Jingqi, asked, "Where did that kid go?" "He's been missing for a long time." Commander Zhou's daughter, Zhou Lan, replied, "My mom asked Captain Qin to take the two sisters home." Zhou Yin shook his head. Qin Jingqi took the female comrades home, and he even took two? Even someone who is blind can tell that Qinyun is interested in him. What is he doing? Second aunt, are you planning to introduce Qin to someone? He already has a partner. Commander Zhou is his second uncle, but he usually prefers to be called by his military rank. He often visits for meals, and he has a good relationship with his second aunt. Chi Ayun was pouring tea to wake him up when she heard this. She jolted, spilling the tea, almost scalding herself. She quickly put down the cup. "What did you say?" "Captain Qin has a partner." "Yes, I heard it's someone from their village. They seem to get along well." Chi Ayun never expected things to turn out like this. Her friend Lu Li, Qinyun's mother, had asked her to introduce Qin Jingqi to her daughter. She took the chance during the Mid-Autumn Festival to let them meet. But now she finds out Qin Jingqi has a partner. Didn't she check carefully? Didn't he have no partner at all? Could it be that she and her daughter are deliberately lying to her? Although she thought this, she didn't dare to say it to Zhou Yin. Captain Qin's partner is a country girl? Can they even talk to each other? It's hard to say. If they get married, it will be a lifetime of trouble. Are they introduced by their families? These days, love is free, and marriage is a choice. A good young man like Qin Jingqi shouldn't be held back by a country girl. Qin Jingqi rarely talks about his partner, and Zhou Yi knows little about it. But every time he receives a letter, he reads it over and over. It doesn't seem like they have nothing in common. They often write to each other. It looks like they get along well. Does that girl know how to read? Yes, she can read. She's also good at cooking and has sent a lot of food to old Qin. It seems their relationship is quite good. She realized she had made a mistake this time. Chi Ayun felt very embarrassed. When she saw Qin Jingqi, she was even more shy. Fortunately, she didn't explicitly say she wanted to introduce Qinyun to him. Otherwise, she would be too embarrassed to face him. But just now, he didn't seem willing to send Qinyun back. He probably figured out her intentions and was avoiding her. Thinking of this, Chi Ayun couldn't sit still. "Xiao Qin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you already had a partner and was just matchmaking. I must be so forgetful." Qin Jingqi was feeling a bit angry at first, but when he saw Chi Ayun sincerely apologize, he became more curious about why she wanted to match him with Qinyun. He had only recently joined the border troops and did not know Qinyun. Today was also his first time meeting Chi Ayun. He wondered why she would want to pair him with Qinyun. The idea seemed strange to him. "Director Qi, Qinyun has very good qualities. I don't understand why you introduced her to me. If it's convenient, could you tell me the reason?" There was nothing difficult to explain about this. Moreover, Chi Ayun wanted to clarify things, so he wouldn't misunderstand. "Qinyun saw you once, and you helped her. She has a good impression of you, so her mother asked me to introduce you." Qin Jingqi rarely looked confused, but now he showed a hint of uncertainty. Did they know each other? He couldn't remember anything. Seeing his expression, Chi Ayun immediately understood. He simply didn't remember saving Qinyun and had no impression of her. It was a while ago. Qinyun was harassed by a troublemaker, and you happened to pass by and helped her. Do you remember that? Qin Jingqi thought carefully and finally recalled such an incident. That day, he helped two girls and took the troublemaker to the police station. Qinyun probably learned his name and his unit then, which led to this situation. "Director Qi, please explain to them clearly. I am already married." I believe anyone would not stand by when witnessing such things, especially as a soldier. I would never allow anyone to harass others. He had said everything he could. Even if someone wanted to misunderstand, it was impossible now. Chi Ayun couldn't help but smile faintly. Although he said not to let Chin Yun misunderstand, his words sounded more like he was blaming her for meddling. Comrade Chin, don't worry. I will talk to them, she said confidently. She still needed to settle accounts with them. She swore they didn't know he was unavailable, but they didn't ask around and caused her such embarrassment. Commander Zhou was already drunk, and Captain Ding and the others were also in a tough situation. Only Qin Jingqi was relatively sober. Qin Jingqi supported someone out the door, helped them into the car, and took them back to the military group. Back at the group, he washed off the alcohol smell, lay on the bed, and looked at a photo under the dim moonlight, studying the person in the picture. It seems he needs to arrange for someone to come and join the army soon. There are only about 4 or 5 months until the new year. He needs to apply for a dormitory first. Once approved, he will bring Shun Anian over after the holiday. Shun Anian encountered a small problem. She was busy working at the factory when suddenly a relative came by, saying someone from her family was here. Her first thought was that Shun's parents came to find her, but she quickly dismissed this idea. Shun's parents are on the farm. How could they come here easily? Could it be someone from the old Shun family? Thinking of the letter from Shun's eldest aunt, she thought it was possible that she came to find her. She put down her things, told Sister Qin to watch the stove, and went out. Sure enough, it was Shun's eldest aunt. To her surprise, Uncle Shun also came along. The eldest aunt is in her early 50s, looks somewhat like Shun's father, but has a more serious expression. Uncle Shun looks like his mother, but his eyes resemble Shun's father. Standing beside him is his biological daughter, Shun Mingzhu. With so many people coming together, it's very likely they came to take her back. The villagers looked at them curiously. Since they said they were Shun Anian's family, they must be from Hengshi. No wonder they dressed so well. Look at that shiny hair, the watch on her wrist, the leather shoes, and the briefcase she's holding. She looks very impressive. Shun Mingzhu was looked at with envy by everyone, feeling like she was the center of attention. She enjoyed being envied, but she also looked down on these simple, rough villagers. She frowned as she looked at her shoes, which were now dusty and dirty her new shoes. She came to see Shun Anian, deliberately wearing her new clothes and shoes. The shoes are high-end imported ones, costing over 20 yuan a pair. She wore them to compete with Shun Anian, hoping Shun Anian would envy her. But before she even saw her, her shoes were already dusty, which made her feel distressed. Shun Daegu saw Shun Anian and almost couldn't help but slap her. She had written many letters to her, but not a single one was answered. Moreover, she heard that Shun Anian had recently gone to Hung City, but did not return home. What was she trying to do? You're really getting bold now, even abandoning your family. Shun Anian looked at her with a faint smile. Daegu, my parents were sent to the farm, and their house was taken back. I no longer have a home. She truly was an ungrateful person. She knew this ungrateful girl never considered them family. She was just the adopted daughter of her second brother. Now that her second brother's support was gone, she thought she could turn things around. Your grandparents are still alive, and your uncle and aunt are still here. Isn't that a family? I heard you went to Hung City a few days ago. Why didn't you visit your grandparents? Although you're not your biological parents' child, they raised you for many years. If they knew how you treated their parents, they would be very hurt. Shun Anian wore a light smile, unconcerned by her accusations. Daegu, I am now working as a rural youth, and you can see the conditions myself. I have no money or possessions. How can I have the energy to visit my grandparents? This group of relatives from the Shun family, calling them vampires, might not sound nice, but what they did was like draining blood from Shun's father. Every time they came home, they would eat, take things, and even steal her belongings. They claimed her leftover items were a waste to keep and should be taken home for her cousins to use. Since she was young, she didn't know how many things they had stolen from her. Seeing the mockery on Shun Anian's face, Daegu immediately understood her words' meaning and turned red with anger. She said Shun Anian had been spoiled by her second brother and dared to speak to her like that. In the past, her father worked in a steel factory and her mother was a textile worker. They had several children and struggled to make ends meet. Her father was the only one with some success, while other jobs were not very good. Her third brother took his father's place, and she took her mother's place. Her third sister-in-law was a temporary worker, and with many children at home, they had little money and lived a hard life. Her second brother was the most capable in the family. As long as he spoke, he could change their situation. However, he did not help his family. He said that as a party member, he must keep himself pure, firmly oppose corruption, and not allow his family members to use connections. He not only forbade them from using connections but also strictly ordered them not to accept things from outsiders. But he didn't think about how the small amount of grain and money he brought home each month was enough to support his family. He is a high-ranking official earning over 200 yuan a month, yet he carefully saves only 30 yuan for his family each month. He keeps the rest for himself, raising a wild girl he found into a delicate young lady, while watching his nephews and nieces go hungry. His nephews and nieces share the same bloodline as him, are part of his kin, and are more closely related than the wild girl he picked up. Yet he treats the wild girl, whose background is unknown, better than his own family. You tell me, how could a person do such a thing? His wife also looks down on their poor relatives. Every time they visit, she looks annoyed, as if they owe her money. They go to his house to take things, but they have many good items. What's wrong with showing a little from their hands? Why get angry? When his family fell on hard times, they had many things, but he didn't leave anything for them. Instead, he let Shinanian take everything to the countryside. Thinking about his plan, Shindega suppresses his anger and says, "This isn't a place to talk. Let's find a place to sit first, then we can talk slowly." Big Ant, the countryside is different from the city. There are no restaurants or hotels to sit in. If you don't want to talk here, then we won't. You can go back. Shindega's face looked very unhappy. Uncle Shin frowned and scolded her. How can you talk like that? We just arrived, and you're already turning us away. Don't you have any manners? Shinanian pouted. Uncle, I didn't invite you here. No one told me you were coming before you left. Just showing up without warning is more rude. How can you blame me for not entertaining you properly? Uncle Shun was so angry he stepped forward, looking like he was about to do something. Don't think that just because my parents are not here, and I am alone in a strange place, you can bully me because there are more of you. These fellow villagers are loyal and won't just watch you hurt me. Aunt Shun grabbed Uncle Shun and looked at the neighbors peeking around, her forehead veins bulging. That stubborn girl, her temper is getting worse. But she's right in some ways. Even though there are 3 of them, I know more people here than they do. And these rural folks are much rougher than them. If it really came to fighting, they would be at a disadvantage. You just overthink things. We came here specifically to see you, and we wouldn't hurt you. Nyen Nyen. Ever since your dad had an accident, your grandma has been worried about him and is now sick. With your dad not around, shouldn't you go back and visit your grandma to show your respect? Shun and Nyen pretended to be surprised. Grandma is sick, and you all came here in a big group. Is it because you don't want to take care of her? Aunt Shin clenched her teeth and looked at her. Her mouth was still as fierce as before, as if she wanted to tear her apart. No, we came because your grandma wants to see you. Aunt Shin sighed. We wrote you many letters, but you never replied or wanted to visit. Your grandma is really worried about you. Nyen Nyen, pack your things and come back with us. Shun and Nyen asked suspiciously, but in your letters, you didn't mention that grandma was sick. Aunt Shin, you said in your letter that I should come back and that you'd introduce me to someone. Now you're saying something different. Which should I believe? Aunt Shin gritted her teeth. If she hadn't heard that Shun and Nyen found someone in the countryside, they wouldn't have come here. The son of the deputy factory director at the textile mill, for some reason, liked her and promised that if Shun and Nyen married him, he could help arrange jobs for their family. Moreover, Shun and Nyen brought many good things from the countryside. If she returned to Hung City, those things would all belong to them. For all these benefits, even though they knew Shun and Nian wouldn't give them a good attitude, they still came. Nian, I know you've suffered coming here. We're all family, and we care about you. Do you still remember Su Ping'an? If you are willing to marry him, he can take you back to the city. That would be a good thing. Better than suffering in the countryside. Someone just ran over to tell her that Uncle Shin was about to act, so she ran over to check. Before she could greet her in-laws, she heard them encouraging their daughter-in-law to run off with another man. This was unacceptable. Even if they were relatives, she couldn't tolerate it. Mother Qin quickly stepped forward. Nian, who are they? Mom, they're from my father's side, but since my parents had an accident, they haven't contacted us. Mother Qin suddenly understood. They want to cut ties. Now it's not your concern anymore, so why are they here? Shun and Yen shrugged helplessly. I don't know how they found me. Aunt Shun and Uncle Shin looked at Shun and Yen in shock, then at Mother Qin. What did she just call that person? Did her biological mother find her? Shun Aunt, overwhelmed by shock, spoke hoarsely. Nian, what did you just call her? That's my mom, my husband's mother. A bolt of lightning seemed to strike from the sky, leaving Aunt Shin stunned and speechless. What did she say? Husband? When did that happen? Who allowed her to get married? You got married? Who gave you permission to do that? Her voice was sharp and high-pitched. Seeing her ready to lose control, Shun and Nian pulled Mother Qin away from her. Marriage is allowed by the state. Now, marriage is free. Do you still want to go back to arranged marriages? The villagers nearby overheard and started whispering. Nian already married Lao Sanqin. Aren't they her family? How come they didn't know? When Nian married Lao Sanqin, her family didn't come. Now they show up and want to introduce a match for her. The deputy director of the textile factory, he must be quite rich. Lao Sanqin is a battalion commander. Serving in the army is the most honorable, and a deputy director can't compare. Aunt Shin struggled to process what everyone was saying. So, Shun and Nian had been married long ago, and her husband was a battalion commander. That means she couldn't have promised Su Ping'an anything. She might lose her job, and her belongings might not be returned. White worked so hard for so long, but now everything has fallen apart. She finally calmed down and took a deep breath before finding her voice again. Such a big matter. Why didn't you tell your family? Why should I tell you? Shin Anian looked at them with a half-smile. You guys are wrong about your plans. If there's nothing else, please leave. After saying that, Shin Anian helped Mother Qin to leave. Big Aunt Shin was very angry inside. She thought that since Shin father and Shin mother weren't around, Shin Anian would be easy to control. But she married a battalion commander, and they couldn't do anything to her. Shan Mingju watched Shin Anian leave and asked worriedly, Big Aunt, Dad, are we just going to let her go like that? What else could they do? They couldn't force Shin Anian to divorce. If they had any evidence, they would have used it to pressure her long ago. Big Aunt Shin said bitterly, Let's go home. Shin Mingju was very unwilling. That day, she clearly saw Shin Anian with someone who didn't look like a soldier. That person didn't seem like a military person at all. Could it be a mistake? Maybe Shin Anian is lying to us. Big Aunt Shin looked around at the villagers. If it wasn't true, how could these people say such things? They hadn't told Shin Anian anything before they came. Shin Anian couldn't communicate with these people in advance, but so many people said she was married. The only possibility was that they were telling the truth. But she couldn't understand how a battalion officer could marry the daughter of a capitalist. Are you stupid? They didn't plan this in advance. How could they have conspired to deceive us? Let's go back. No matter how unwilling they were, they had to leave. When Shin Anian entered the factory, she glanced at them with her peripheral vision. Seeing them leave, she secretly sneered. These bloodsuckers. Since Shin father was sent to the farm and couldn't support their greed anymore, they turned their attention to her. She didn't have any feelings for them and wouldn't spoil them. Mother Qin was a bit worried about her. Nian, what's going on? Why are these people still letting you get married? They're not really my family. I don't have any feelings for them. That Su Ping'an isn't a good person either. He's worse than the village troublemakers. The book mentions this person briefly. They haven't done anything good and have often slandered and reported others, making them a troublemaker. Mother Qin, then why are they still wanting her to marry such a person? They're just a bunch of leeches. I think someone promised them benefits, so they came here to pressure me into marriage to get those rewards. Mother Qin clenched her teeth. She was too polite. She should have just driven them out with a stick. Everyone was very concerned about her. When they saw her return, they asked what happened to Shen Anian. Just now, they heard her family wanted to intervene. If Mother Qin hadn't kept them back, they would have already gone out to see what was happening. Shen Anian smiled and explained to everyone that people from the Shen family came to take her back to marry someone. Unfortunately, they arrived too late and had to leave in embarrassment. Everyone listened and grew angry. They seemed more excited than Shen Anian herself. They thought people from a big city, like Hengshi, would be reasonable, but it turned out they were unreasonable and still believed in old-fashioned arranged marriages. Luckily, they left quickly. If they had stayed, they might have been driven out of the village. Lin Yunduo looked at Shen Anian with envy. She was so brave. When those people came to cause trouble, she wasn't afraid at all. She spoke a few words and drove them away. It was truly admirable. Shen Anian sensed a gaze lingering on her for a long time. She looked up and saw Lin Yunduo quickly look away in panic. Was she that scary? Why did she scare her so much? Shen Anian withdrew her gaze and continued making mooncakes. In the afternoon, Officer Li came to the food factory, saying that Secretary Chen wanted to see Shen Anian. Shen Anian was very surprised. She wasn't a village official. She was just a young, educated youth. Why would Secretary Chen want to see her? She wanted to ask Officer Li for some information, but he was tight-lipped, like a clam. He said she would find out when she went. With no other options, Shen Anian went home, grabbed her bicycle, and followed Officer Li to the commune. People at the food factory were talking among themselves, guessing what Secretary Chen wanted with Shen Anian. Most thought it was probably something good. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Secretary Chen came over. Everyone saw him. He was a kind and friendly leader. However, some people thought there might be no good news. When a high-ranking leader visits, there's usually nothing positive. But they only thought this silently and didn't say it out loud. Shen Anian followed Officer Li to the commune. Officer Li told her to wait while he went to see Secretary Chen. But the door to Secretary Chen's office stayed closed for a long time. Shen Anian sat nearby, feeling nervous and unsure. Could this be a warning? But she hadn't done anything wrong, so she didn't need to be intimidated. Just as she was lost in thought, a woman in her 40s with a cheerful smile came over carrying a ceramic cup. "Comrade, you've been waiting a long time. Would you like some water?" Shen Anian smiled and took the cup. "Thank you, sister. My surname is Yang. Just call me Sister Yang. I saw you calling the leaders in Hung City the other day. I didn't expect someone so young to be so capable." Shen Anian felt a little shy and replied, "Sister Yang, don't say that. I'm just lucky and happen to know some people there." Sister Yang made a surprised sound.
Oh.
You know people in Hung City? That's really impressive. Not really impressive, she just knew a few more people. Shen Anian didn't want to continue this topic. She asked Sister Yang, "Do you know why Secretary Chen called me here?" Sister Yang shook her head. "I don't know. Do you know the team leader from Huangzhuang, Huang Changjing?" Coincidentally, she did know him. They had just met not long ago. Shen Anian nodded. "Yes, I saw him once. He's been here for a while, waiting in the office for about an hour. He hasn't come out yet. I wonder what the secretary told him to keep him waiting so long." Huang Changjing came to see Secretary Chen, but then Secretary Chen came to see her. These two events seemed connected. Shen Anian faintly guessed why Secretary Chen had called her. Finally, the office door opened. Officer Li came out and said, "Shen Jijing, Secretary Chen wants to see you." Shen Anian returned the ceramic cup to Sister Yang. "Thank you, sister. I'll go in now." When she entered the office, she saw Huang Changjing. His face was flushed, and he looked very excited. Secretary Chen gave Officer Li a subtle signal. Officer Li understood and left the office, closing the door behind him. "Shen Jiqing, we meet again," said Secretary Chen. Shen Anian smiled at Secretary Chen. "Good afternoon, Secretary." It's my honor to see you. I heard you went to see Captain Huang a few days ago and talked about starting a factory to sell spicy sauce. His tone was a bit serious. Huang Changzheng was unsure of his attitude and secretly worried about Shun Anian. When Secretary Chen asked why she suddenly wanted to open a factory, she told him about her visit to him. Unexpectedly, Secretary Chen asked someone to find Shun Anian, and she wasn't sure if it was good or bad. Shun Anian stayed calm, but looked serious. Yes, I suggested the idea to Captain Huang because the people from Huang Village are the ones making the spicy sauce. I also think that if Huang Village can open such a factory, it will help improve the lives of the villagers. Secretary Chen's face darkened. If I remember correctly, the mooncake factory in Dea Village was also your idea. Shun Anian nodded. Yes, it was me. You're opening factories everywhere. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to follow a capitalist way? Secretary Chen's words made Huang Changzheng turn pale. As an old party member, he knew very well that this was a serious matter. He was also jealous of Dea Village making money from their food factory and didn't think about the bad influence. Shun Anian looked at Secretary Chen's stern face, feeling nervous. She wondered if he wanted to target her. But logically, he probably wouldn't. He had even attended the opening of the food factory in Dea Village last time. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "The central government has always valued economic development. That's why they support many state-owned enterprises. Secretary, our factory is very different from capitalism. The factory belongs to the collective, and the production materials ultimately belong to the people. We do all this not to exploit the people. Our goal is to help the villagers live better lives. If we can get rid of poverty and help farmers live well, isn't that serving the people?" Huang Changzheng listened nearby, sweating cold. This girl really dares to say anything. Secretary Chen's expression softened a little. What you said makes some sense. Do you realize that standing out too much can make others want to hold you back? Shun Anian paused for a moment. I didn't think that far, and I believe you. Secretary Chen can tell right from wrong. If someone really tries to do that, I trust you'll make things fair for me. You're quite good with words, Secretary Chen said. I just worry that if others don't come to me directly, I might not be able to help you even if I want to. Even so, I have a clear conscience. I believe the organization will find out the truth and won't wrong a good person. Well, you do make sense, Secretary Chen said, finally showing a faint smile. Shun Anian quietly wiped the sweat from her palms. It seemed she had passed this test.